at the Junior Beast Taming School, where the students are reminded of the upcoming Beast Master exam, scheduled to take place in less than a week. Tomorrow is the crucial day of the Beast Master qualification assessment. Inside the classroom, the teacher addresses the students, congratulating them on forming contracts with their first beasts. He emphasizes the importance of resting well and preparing thoroughly to achieve good results. After delivering his advice, he dismisses the class. Later, a group of students discusses the upcoming assessment. One student expresses his nervousness, while another reassures him, saying their current skills might still allow them to qualify as apprentice beastmasters. However, the challenges of advancing to the higher Beast Master Academy remain daunting, and some students don't even dare to dream about it. Meanwhile, a confident boy shares his ambitions. He aims to join the Beast Master Academy in Ninjeong City. Though he acknowledges it's not the top-tier academy, he feels his abilities are sufficient to secure admission. In contrast, another student worries about failing the apprentice exam, fearing a life of mediocrity if he doesn't succeed. Our boy Lin Zi reflects on the Beastmaster qualification assessment, knowing it will be held soon. He is a time traveler who entered this world just a week ago by traveling through time and space, taking over this body. As he sorts through the memories of his new host, he learns about the dark history of this world. Hundreds of years ago, during a catastrophic event, dimensional rifts open, unleashing hordes of ferocious beasts. Despite the overwhelming threat, humanity fought back with resilience. Through brutal battles, they eventually discovered ways to tame these beasts, turning them into powerful allies for survival and combat. From the chaos of the past, the Beastmaster profession emerged, becoming a key force on the world stage. These individuals gained recognition for their ability to tame and control powerful beasts. In this era, beast tamers were revered as symbols of power, status, and authority. For anyone who aspired to elevate their societal standing, becoming a beastmaster was the ultimate goal. It was not just a profession, it was a ticket to the elite class of society. For the younger generation, their dream was clear: to become a spirit master, wielding immense strength and influence. In this world, once individuals turned 18, they were eligible to form their first contract with a beast. The strength of their soul determined the level of the beast they could tame. Those with stronger souls had access to more powerful creatures, setting the stage for their rise as formidable beastmasters. He reflects that all the grand opportunities of being a beastmaster don't really apply to him. Before he took over this body, the original owner had already formed a contract with a harmless little snowball beast that could only act cute. Frustrated, he realizes that the beast is not only non-lethal, but also incapable of evolving. It's a far cry from the powerful beasts that most beastmasters use to rise in status and power. This leaves him questioning if he's destined for an ordinary, mediocre life in this world. Feeling cheated by fate, he laments how others who time travel gain immense powers or world-destroying abilities, yet his own situation is so lackluster. He wonders why he ended up with such misfortune after coming to this world. As he broods over his unfortunate situation, a group of classmates approaches him. They mockingly tell him to stop worrying about becoming a beastmaster, suggesting that an ordinary office job would suit him just fine. They taunt him further, joking that he could use his harmless little snowball beast to sell ice cream at a mall entrance. They remark about selling iced mineral water, leaving Hid visibly angered. He glares at them but keeps his composure. Just then, a system begins to activate. A screen materializes before him, declaring that the achievement system has been successfully launched. Surprised and excited, he realizes this might be his long-awaited gold finger, the cheat ability often granted to travelers in other worlds. He wonders if it took so long to appear because it was charging, but now, everything could change. He is thrilled as the system activates fully, exclaiming that the heavenly sound of its arrival feels amazing. His gold finger has finally appeared. The system displays his current stats. His physique and spirit levels are slightly below average. His pet beast is the little snowball, and he has no achievements or techniques yet. The system explains its features. Achievements and bonus items can be earned for completing specific tasks. These achievement points can be used to enhance the growth of beasts, unlock skills, and improve beastmaster attributes. He is particularly thrilled at the idea of earning points and sees it as a game-changing opportunity. He turns his attention to his pet beast, Little Snowball. The system reveals that it has the Ice attribute, a rank 1, stage 1 beast. Its growth rate is currently 23.48%, and it possesses a skill called Cold Air Breath. Additionally, it can grow through fighting or consuming energy-rich items, and once it reaches 100% growth, it will evolve. He learns a crucial detail about Little Snowball. When its growth reaches 100%, it can trigger evolution. This revelation shocks him, as he had assumed that evolving was impossible for his pet beast. Curious, he delves deeper into the system's information. It reveals 2 possible evolutionary paths for Little Snowball. Giant Route. This path focuses on enhancing melee combat capabilities and physical strength while sacrificing control over ice elements. The next form, the Snow Monster, can evolve up to rank 5, making it a formidable brute force fighter. Queen Route. This path amplifies the beast's talent for ice element affinity and spell casting abilities while weakening its melee attributes. The next form, the Ice Crystal Spirit, can evolve up to the King rank, granting it immense magical prowess. He is stunned to realize that Little Snowball, which was thought incapable of evolving, might actually possess a hidden evolutionary route. He reflects on the possibilities, thinking that if this is true, he might not have to resort to mundane jobs like setting up an ice cream stall after all. Instead, he begins to wonder if he truly has a chance to become a Beastmaster. The system confirms that the Queen Route could lead Little Snowball to evolve into the Ice Crystal Spirit, a form capable of reaching the prestigious King rank. The conditions for this evolution include achieving a 100% growth rate and obtaining rare items like Ice Element Essence and Spirit Jade. Excited by the potential, he decides to take immediate action. He plans to use achievement points to upgrade Little Snowball and help it grow. The system lists several achievements, including contracting the first pet beast, passing the Beastmaster qualification assessment, and enrolling in a Beastmaster Academy. Each achievement offers rewards, but for now, only the reward for contracting his first pet beast is available to collect. He eagerly claims the reward, receiving 100 achievement points and a spirit crystal. With excitement building, he turns his focus to Little Snowball, determined to use the achievement points to help it grow. He initiates the process, channeling the points into Little Snowball. Bright lights engulf the little creature, and the system announces a level up. Little Snowball's stats improve. With a surge of energy, Little Snowball successfully evolves to rank 1, stage 2, achieving a 100% growth rate. He is thrilled, seeing proof that his efforts and the system's capabilities are real. He marvels at the results, exclaiming how the level-up process actually works. The system informs him that he has consumed 77 achievement points, leaving 23 remaining. Little Snowball appears slightly stronger, but the protagonist can't help but feel underwhelmed by the brief and dazzling special effects. He jokes that as an F-class beast, Little Snowball's status isn't entirely unjustified. The system reminds him that for Little Snowball to continue evolving, he'll need 20 Ice Element Essences and 1 Spirit Jade. These items are rare and expensive, making the task more challenging. Despite the obstacles, he is determined to gather the resources and advance Little Snowball further. He begins planning his next steps, securing money and heading to the pet shop to buy the materials necessary for Little Snowball's evolution. As he walks, one of his classmates mocks him again, taunting him about selling ice cream with his snowball. Ignoring the jeers, he calmly reassures Little Snowball not to take such insults to heart. With determination, he declares that tomorrow's Beastmaster qualification assessment will depend on their combined efforts, signaling his resolve to prove everyone wrong. However, the mocking classmate sneers, calling him trash. He snaps back, the classmate revealed to be a member of the powerful Zhong family, the second largest family in Zhongning City. He responds, saying the Beastmaster final exam will prove who is truly worthless. Zhong Hao taunts him further, claiming that someone with a useless beast shouldn't even bother. Another classmate joins in, laughing that he should stick to selling popsicles instead. A girl named Guan intervenes, warning Zhong Hao not to cross the line. Zhong Hao, recognizing her, pretends to back off, but continues to insult Lin Zi indirectly. He mocks her for associating with someone he considers trash and implies she would be better off siding with someone of higher status, like him. He reassures Guan, telling her there's no need to argue with the bullies. He confidently states that they'll understand the truth when the time comes. Afterward, he informs Guan that he needs to visit the pet store to prepare for tomorrow's qualification assessment. She agrees to head home on her own, wishing him luck. As he arrives at the store, Lindsay is struck by the high cost of evolution materials, lamenting how months of savings disappear in a single purchase. Returning from his errands, he is greeted by Guan, who invites him over for dinner at her house. She mentions her mother asked her to extend the invitation. He agrees, saying he'll join later. As the conversation shifts, Guan hesitantly brings up the Beastmaster qualification assessment happening the next day. She asks if he will accompany her to the event. Lindsay calmly replies that he also needs to participate, surprising her. Excited, she encourages him to show up strong and make an impression, especially against Zhang Hao and his gang. He reassures Guan, confidently promising to handle the situation. She smiles, takes her leave, and he watches her go, determined to make tomorrow's assessment a turning point. Later, sitting at home, he reflects on the high cost of the ice element essence and spirit jade. Addressing little Snowball, he mentions that leveling up in the future will require even more resources. He lays out the materials, encouraging little Snowball to eat and evolve. Watching his pet beast consume the items, he gently reminds it to take its time, as no one will compete for the resources. Suddenly, little Snowball begins to glow and expand, signaling the start of its evolution. Surprised, the Lindsay exclaims, wondering if this is truly happening. A sudden glow from little Snowball. He steps back, surprised, as an overwhelming burst of energy surrounds them. Little Snowball begins to change, evolving into a new form. Amidst the dazzling spectacle, little Snowball transforms into the Ice Crystal Spirit, a Rank 2, Stage 2 beast. The system lists its new skills, including Icicle and Extreme Cold Domain, and reveals that its next evolution would be into the Snow Maiden, requiring even rarer materials to advance further. He is ecstatic, declaring the evolution a success. He proudly admires the Ice Crystal Spirit, realizing that this marks a turning point in his journey. He checks his pet Snowball's stats, and is surprised to see that its rank has directly jumped to Rank 2, Stage 2. This level of growth is unexpected since the average strength of pets at his school typically lies between Rank C and Rank E. Snowball radiates an icy aura that surprises Lindsay with its intensity. Holding it in his arms, he shivers and comments on how cold it feels. As he observes Snowball's surroundings, the icy energy continues to grow stronger, creating a frosty explosion around them. Lindsay realizes that Snowball's strength has increased far beyond his expectations, affecting even the environment around it. The achievement notification confirms Snowball's evolution, granting Lindsay 100 achievement points and a Strength Crystal Roman 11 as rewards for reaching this milestone. He reflects on the materials he used for Snowball's evolution. He notes that without the system prompt guiding him, no one would have considered feeding such rare resources to a weak pet beast. Confident in his decision, he activates the system to extract his rewards. 2 items materialize in front of him, a glowing spirit crystal and a strength crystal. The spirit crystal enhances spiritual strength, which determines the number and level of pets he can contract. The strength crystal boosts his physical fitness, a crucial attribute for survival. Without hesitation, Lindsay consumes the strength crystal. As he absorbs the strength crystal, a surge of power courses through his body. He feels a transformation beginning to take effect. His physique becomes visibly enhanced, surrounded by a powerful aura of energy. The system panel displays his updated stats. His physique has doubled from 1 to 2, his spirit from 0.8 to 1.8, and his spirit power from 80 to 180. Snowball's rank is confirmed as Ice Crystal Spirit, Rank 2, Stage 2, while his achievement points have risen to 123. Testing his newfound strength, Lindsay punches the air, feeling the cold no longer affect him. Instead, a steady stream of energy flows from within, marking a significant breakthrough in his abilities. He tests his enhanced strength by punching a wall, leaving a deep crack. He reflects on the importance of physical strength, even for those who rely on their pets. In dangerous situations, being physically strong can significantly increase survival chances. Meanwhile, Snowball clings to Lindsay's leg, making adorable noises. Lindsay smiles confidently and decides to take the next step in their evolution. Determined, he boldly declares, "Just go all in," and decides to use all his achievement points. As he channels his energy into Snowball, a radiant light surrounds them both. The system confirms the upgrade Snowball has reached Rank 1, Stage 2, with a 100% growth rate. He uses 123 achievement points, pushing Snowball to Rank 2, Stage 4, with a growth rate of 24%. Snowball now radiates an icy and confident aura, indicating its immense power. Lindsay smirks, confident about the upcoming evaluation. He knows the Advanced Association will be shocked by their progress. The next day, Lindsay walks through the bustling city streets alongside his sister Guan. She asks if he's ready, and Lindsay confidently replies that he's not only ready, but also determined to obtain the Beast Master qualification today. Guan beams with excitement, noting how motivated Lindsay has become. She comments that the old him would have never participated in something like this. He smiles and responds, "People will always change." Meanwhile, some students nearby notice them. One points out Guan, calling her a talented third-year student at Pinghai No. 1 middle school, and questions why she's always with someone like Lindsay, whom they consider a loser. Another student mentions that Zhu Hong confessed his love to Guan the previous day and was rejected. Frustrated, one girl expresses her disbelief, questioning what makes Guan so special and why others seem to admire her. One of the students hushes the others, reminding them to keep their voices down. Lindsay, overhearing their comments, reveals internally that Guan is his cousin. Despite being a genius and admired by many at Pinghai No. 1 middle school, Guan doesn't seem to care about others' opinions. As they walk together, Guan asks Lindsay if he really plans to use Little Snowball in the qualification assessment. Lindsay smiles confidently and assures her, "Of course, don't underestimate Little Snowball." Guan playfully suggests celebrating if they pass the assessment, and Lindsay jokingly hugs her, causing her to exclaim in surprise. She mentions a store she has wanted to visit for a long time. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a loud voice calling out to Guan, demanding her to stop. A young girl points at her, accusing her of stealing her boyfriend. Guan, unfazed, calmly asks, "Who are you? Who's your boyfriend?" Guan identifies the girl's so-called boyfriend as Zhu Hong. With disinterested, she recalls that Zhu had confessed his feelings to her, but she rejected him without hesitation. The girl, enraged, accuses Guan of seducing Zhu first, unwilling to believe her explanation. Unwilling to waste time, Lindsay steps forward and gently pulls Guan away, stating, "Let's go, we have more important things to do." Without any further interaction, the two walk away, leaving the others behind. As Lindsay and Guan turn to leave, the muscular man grabs Guan by the shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. He demands, "You don't take me seriously at all. Did I give you permission to go?" Guan, unbothered by his grip, narrows her eyes and coldly says, "Let go." A menacing aura surrounds her, causing the man to hesitate as fear flashes across his face. Enraged by her defiance, the man raises his arm, preparing for a strike as he attempts to intimidate her. As the man swings his enlarged arm toward Guan, Lindsay calmly steps in, effortlessly grabbing his wrist mid-strike. The unexpected move shocks everyone, including Guan, who watches in silence. The girl protests, yelling at her brother to stop playing around, adding insults about how useless Lindsay is. The man glares at Lindsay and mocks him, questioning if he's trying to play the hero. "Do you really think you can protect her? You should consider your own situation first." Lindsay's expression darkens as he glares at the man. In an instant, he counters the attack, launching the man into the air with a single, precise strike. The impact is so powerful it reverberates through the surroundings. The man crashes to the ground with tremendous force, shocking his sister, who screams, "Brother," as she rushes toward him. Lindsay stands unfazed as Guan watches from a distance. Lindsay adjusts his jacket with a calm demeanor and tells the onlookers, "I'm her brother. If you need something, just ask me." The man's frustrated and bruised. Guan, observing from a distance, clenches her fists in awe, thinking, "It turns out Brother Lindsay is so good at fighting." Meanwhile, Lindsay marvels at his own strength. he remarks to himself. I didn't expect my strength would be this great after strengthening my physique. The man, enraged and humiliated, yells, deliberately seeking death. Don't blame me. He charges toward Lin Zi, his arm glowing with a fiery blue energy as he prepares to unleash a powerful attack. As the energy builds up, the surroundings tremble, and a dazzling light bursts from his strike. Guan watches with concern, but Lin Zi remains composed. Suddenly, the man's summoned beast, a ghost wolf, its spectral form exudes a chilling aura, and its system stats reveal it to be a rank 2, stage 1 beast. The man smirks confidently, pointing at his ghost wolf. He mocks Lin Zi and Guan, saying 2 high school students like them could never compete against his rank 2 beast. Guan observes the situation, realizing her pet beast is only at rank 1, stage 7. Though she has some faith in it, she understands the huge power gap. She admits the chances of victory are slim but resolves to fight anyway, knowing there's no alternative. As Guan starts preparing herself, she notices Lin Zi moving forward. Surprised, she calls out, asking him what he's doing. Lin Zi glances back at her, confidence as he takes charge of the situation. Guan hesitates and asks Lin Zi if he's planning to use Little Snowball and another plan she suspects. He confidently assures her not to worry, that her qualification assessment must not be jeopardized. He tells her to leave everything to him. The girl mocks Lin Zi, ridiculing him for his so-called qualifications and how someone like him dares to speak so boldly. She urges her brother to take action and teach Lin Zi a lesson. The man, unfazed by Lin Zi's confidence, orders his ghost wolf to attack. The wolf charges forward with immense power. Lin Zi steps forward, his hand glowing with power as he prepares to confront the ghost wolf. The ghost wolf leaps toward him with blinding speed. The wolf's attack connects with a burst of light. Suddenly, Snowball unleashes its ability. The surrounding air transforms into a domain of extreme cold, freezing everything in sight, including the ghost wolf. The girl and man are caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this powerful Snowball. Guan wonders aloud if this powerful entity could truly be Snowball. Lin remarks with a confident smile that Snowball has evolved, leaving Guan still in awe of its new power. The man commands it to strike swiftly. The ice beast surges forward. Snowball's transformation glowing with energy. She evolves into the ice crystal spirit. An icy attack icicle is unleashed, sending sharp, freezing shards toward the man's ghost wolf. The impact shatters the wolf's form into pieces, leaving the man stunned. He stares at the scattered ice fragments in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible." Regaining his composure, the man yells at Snowball's master, Lin Zi, questioning how a mere high schooler's pet, only at rank 1, stage 9, could instantly defeat his rank 2 pet beast. The man panics, realizing they've underestimated Lin Zi's pet beast. He hurriedly tells his sister they need to leave, admitting their miscalculation. Before they can retreat, Lin Zi blocks their path, calmly but firmly making it clear they aren't allowed to leave. The man and sister are frozen in fear as Lin Zi unleashes a massive icicle attack, covering the ground in ice and leaving them stunned and powerless. The man, now completely overwhelmed, bows his head and apologizes. He admits his mistake and pleads for forgiveness, addressing Lin Zi as Big Brother. Lin Zi reminds him that his apology is directed at the wrong person. Realizing his error, the man turns to Guan, apologizing sincerely for his behavior. He assures her it won't happen again and vows to teach his subordinate a lesson for causing this mess. The sister watches her brother in disbelief, softly calling out to him, clearly shocked by his sudden regret. The man, frustrated with his sister's hesitation, scolds her and forces her to apologize quickly. As the situation de-escalates, Guan dismisses their apology, telling them to leave immediately. The man quickly agrees and grabs his sister to retreat. Lin Zi standing next to Snowball, who now looks stronger and more composed. He gives a slight nod, acknowledging the resolution. The man and sister hurriedly flee the area. Guan excitedly praises Lin Zi, amazed at how he defeated a rank 2 ghost wolf. She asks how he managed it and wonders if Snowball, now the ice crystal spirit, can evolve further. Lin Zi acknowledges her excitement, but reminds her they have little time and need to hurry to the qualification exam venue. Snowball cheerfully follows as Lin Zi strokes her head, radiating confidence. In the Imperial Beast Association building, where a crowd has gathered. Among them, several onlookers marvel at the magnificent origin stone, a mysterious artifact central to their training and examinations. At the Imperial Beast Association, Guan and Lin Zi observe the origin stone. Guan marvels at its size, while Lin Zi notes that it doesn't seem extraordinary at first glance. As the qualification begins, Lin Zi reflects on the importance of this test. It's the final assessment of the year, and failure would mean losing the chance to become a Beastmaster. Determined, he resolves to succeed. A representative addresses the candidates, explaining the process. Each participant has received a bronze medal, with rankings low, medium, high, and superior indicating their level. These medals are the key to accessing the Origin Stone realm. The representative explains the rules. Candidates must choose the difficulty level of their challenge. Higher difficulties offer greater rewards but come with increased risks. The rewards include enhancements like increased spirit, physique, and pet growth rates, as well as unlocking additional pet slots. The Origin Stone displays the rewards for each level: low, medium, high, and superior, with superior offering the most significant benefits. The crowd reacts with mixed emotions. Some are inspired, dreaming of passing the superior difficulty, while others doubt their chances, knowing the difficulty of even the high level. One participant resolves to clear the lowest level and secure their promotion. Guan turns to Lin Zi, curious about his choice. Lin Zi remains silent, deep in thought, as he considers his decision. The examiner advises the candidates to carefully select their difficulty level, as it will affect their future development. Guan hesitates, contemplating her decision as she stares at the options on her medal. The Origin Stone displays the choices made by the participants. Most choose low and medium difficulties, while only one person selects high, and another dares to pick superior. The crowd reacts in disbelief, mocking the person who chose the superior level, calling it reckless. They doubt whether such a person can handle the challenge, laughing at their audacity. The crowd mocks the superior selection, joking that someone might have accidentally pressed it by mistake, calling the decision foolish. Meanwhile, Lin Zi, holding his medal, displays a confident smirk. He is determined, silently declaring that whoever challenges him will fail to apply to the Imperial Beast Academy this year. Guan notices Lin Zi selecting the superior difficulty and is shocked. She expresses her concern, warning him that failure would cost him the chance to apply to the Imperial Beast Academy this year. Lin Zi, however, remains confident, reassuring her with a calm smile that he knows what he's doing and has it under control. Nearby, the crowd starts speculating about the person who chose superior difficulty. They assume it must have been a mistake or that the person is overconfident and foolish. The examiner questions Lin Zi, wondering if he ignored the earlier advice to carefully consider his choice. Lin Zi, holding his medal, confidently states that his decision was made after careful thought. The examiner's demeanor darkens as he skeptically asks if Lin Zi truly believes he can pass the superior difficulty. Lin Zi, unfazed, firmly responds with determination in his eyes, "Of course." The examiner smirks, commenting on Lin Zi's boldness, acknowledging that young people often take risks. He then reiterates that all participants have made their selections. Turning to the group, he officially announces the start of the assessment. The candidates sit in meditation around the Origin Stone as a mystical energy begins to flow, enveloping them in preparation for their trials. The Origin Stone glows intensely, releasing a surge of energy that envelops the room. Each participant is surrounded by a sphere of radiant light, signifying the start of their individual trials. The examiner observes the participants on the stone's display, noticing their positions and energies. He specifically takes interest in Lin Zi, remarking that his choice and actions are intriguing. Lin Zi finds himself transported into a massive arena, realizing he has entered the virtual realm of the Origin Stone. The rules of the trial are explained. Any injuries sustained or the death of a pet beast within the virtual realm will not affect reality. This assurance allows participants to give their best without hesitation. Lin Zi smirks confidently, stretches his arms, and prepares to face the challenge head-on, ready to showcase his strength. Lin Zi notices a screen appearing in the virtual realm. The display indicates he has unlocked a system-related achievement. With a confident grin, Lin Zi remarks how convenient it is to access the system here. The screen confirms his reward: 100 achievement points and a spirit crystal. He taps the screen to claim the rewards, stating that the spirit crystal and points will be useful for the trials ahead. After claiming his rewards, Lin Zi notices the system displaying an increase in his attributes. His stats have been significantly boosted, along with a notable enhancement in Little Snowball's abilities. Smiling confidently, Lin Zi clenches his fist and thinks to himself that his chances of victory have increased dramatically. Just as he's relishing his newfound power, the sound of a large door opening catches his attention. A giant beast entering the arena. Lin Zi and Little Snowball prepare themselves for the incoming challenge. A fire beast appears, its body glowing with flames. It's a rank 1 stage 7 pet beast, radiating heat and ready to attack. Lin Zi observes it calmly, noting it doesn't match the high difficulty level they were expecting. The fire beast launches a blazing attack, spewing a fiery blast toward Lin Zi and Snowball. Unfazed, Lin Zi smirks and counters the attack with Snowball's evolved powers. He commands, unleashing ice crystal chains, which instantly freeze the fire's momentum. Snowball charges up its energy, surrounded by icy spikes, and launches a concentrated attack. The explosion of frost collides with the fire beast's flames, creating a massive burst of energy. The aftermath fills the area with frost and mist, and Snowball remains unfazed. It breathes out a chilling wind, freezing everything in its path. The frost spreads further, signaling Snowball's complete dominance over the fight. Lin Zi stands confidently beside Snowball, remarking that his ice crystal chains prove to be far more effective than expected. Having cleared the first stage of the challenge, Lin Zi and Snowball move forward. The doorway to the next stage opens, signaling that they've passed one of the 5 levels in the trial. In the next area, Lin Zi encounters a new opponent, a skeletal bound in cloth, emitting an eerie aura. The being is identified as a rank 1 stage 9 undead creature, its hollow laughter echoing through the chamber. Lin Zi smirks confidently, thinking to himself that while a rank 1 stage 9 opponent might be challenging for others, it's nothing more than a simple task for him. The examiner observes Lin Zi's progress through the challenge, analyzing the situation on a large map that shows the arena and the ongoing battles. Back in the arena, Lin Zi stands victorious with Snowball as the icy battlefield confirms their overwhelming power. The examiner comments smugly, addressing Lin Zi. He points out that Lin Zi's previous victory was merely due to an elemental advantage, hinting that the real challenges are yet to come. Lin Zi and Snowball move forward, successfully completing the second stage of the challenge. As they step into the new arena, a shadow looms over them. A creature with glowing, hypnotic eyes appears, its presence radiating menace. The beast reveals itself a rank 2 stage 1 plant-type creature, towering with a twisted and unnatural form. The examiner observes Lin Zi's progress through the challenge on a glowing map. He remarks to himself that Lin Zi's pet beast is only rank 2 stage 1, and defeating the current rank 2 stage 1 opponent will be nearly impossible, even with great talent. In the arena, the plant creature launches an aggressive attack, aiming its sharp claws at Lin Zi and Snowball. Lin Zi, unfazed, counters with Snowball's ice chains. However, the plant creature smashes the ground with its powerful limbs, creating a devastating impact that shakes the battlefield. Taking advantage of the chaos, it uses its vines to entangle Snowball. Snowball remains calm, even as the plant beast charges in with glowing claws, preparing for a decisive attack. Meanwhile, the examiner watches. With a smug smile, he comments that while Lin Zi might be strong for a freshman, his strength is limited. Back in the arena, Snowball activates the extreme cold domain, releasing a powerful wave of frost that freezes the surroundings and slows the plant beast's movements. The creature struggles against the overwhelming cold but roars in defiance. Lin Zi smirks confidently and taunts. "Did you think we only have one skill?" Without hesitation, he commands Snowball to unleash another powerful attack icicle, intensifying their offensive against the plant beast. The plant beast roars as its body is pierced by multiple icy spikes from Snowball's icicle attack. The battlefield is now a frozen arena, with the creature trapped at its center. Snowball's frost spreads further, encasing the plant beast entirely in a solid block of ice. The plant beast, now fully immobilized, struggles in vain as more spikes of ice penetrate its frozen body, ensuring its defeat. With Snowball's final attack, The plant beast is completely frozen and defeated. Lindsay calmly declares the battle over, signaling the end of the third level. The frozen arena stands as a testament to their victory. A notification appears confirming that Lindsay has successfully cleared the third level, leaving only 2 levels remaining in the challenge. Elsewhere, participants who failed the earlier stages express their frustration. One complains that he was so close to defeating the pet beast, while another laments his failure to pass this year's challenge, burying his face in his hands. Amid the group of participants, one excitedly celebrates his success, exclaiming that he's now an apprentice beastmaster. He didn't expect the initial challenge to feature a rank 1 stage 6 pet beast, but he managed to overcome it. Meanwhile, others watch in frustration. One participant clenches his fists and mutters his dissatisfaction, lamenting his failure and comparing his performance to those who succeeded. Someone notices the next challenge, a vicious claw beast. The announcement stuns the crowd, who recognize it as a rank 2 pet beast. Murmurs of disbelief ripple through the room as they question why such a high-level beast would appear in the apprenticeship assessment. The 4th level ends with a decisive victory for Lindsay and Snowball. The frozen remains of the opponents stand as proof of their power. Onlookers exclaim in amazement, recognizing Lindsay as the one who challenged the superior difficulty level. With the 4th level cleared, the final stage of the challenge begins. Lindsay confidently remarks that they've reached the last level. In the observation area, participants watch in disbelief, questioning why Lindsay is so powerful. One mentions they know all the top students from the local high schools, but Lindsay's strength seems unmatched and unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Guan happily celebrates her own success, announcing that she's now an apprentice beastmaster. However, her thoughts immediately turn to Lindsay, wondering about his progress and eagerly anticipating his performance in the final stage. The crowd gathers around the monitor, awestruck by Lindsay's performance. Cries of admiration echo through the room as they acknowledge his strength. Guan, watching closely, realizes that Lindsay has cleared the 4th level on superior difficulty. She clenches her fists in excitement, calling it incredible. As the final stage begins, the roar of the beast resonates through the arena. A massive saber-toothed lion emerges. Its sheer size and ferocity shock the onlookers. "It's a rank 2 stage 5 beast," someone exclaims in disbelief. Others remark how impossible it is for a newcomer to defeat such a creature. Guan, though visibly concerned. Lindsay watches calmly as Snowball prepares for battle, commenting that he's finally facing a worthy opponent. Snowball summons another icicle attack, its sharp fragments shooting forward with incredible speed. The enemy's movements are lightning fast, making it difficult for Lindsay to track. He's caught off guard, realizing the speed of the saber-claw assault as it closes in on Snowball. Snowball braces herself against the powerful attack, the clash sending shockwaves through the area as both sides fight for dominance. Snowball takes a direct hit, showing signs of wear as the intense battle continues. The trainer smirks, confident in his pet's advantage. He challenges Lindsay, curious if he has any new tricks left to show, while mocking that this might be the end for him. The saber-toothed lion charges forward, its ferocious aura overwhelming. Lindsay observes the fight carefully, recognizing the disparity in power. He acknowledges that while Snowball has the advantage of being at a higher stage, the outcome depends on various factors like attributes, environment, and strategy. Lindsay notes that Snowball is in a weakened state after consecutive battles, facing such a strong opponent with superior speed and power. The saber-toothed lion grows more ferocious, realizing it might actually lose if the battle continues like this. Lindsay calls out to Snowball, urging her to brace herself for the incoming attack. The lion lunges with full force, claws glowing with lethal energy, aiming to end the battle in one decisive blow. Watching closely, Lindsay stays calm but focused. As the lion charges, he recognizes the moment he's been waiting for. Now's the time, he thinks. Snowball summons a final icicle, releasing a concentrated burst of freezing power to meet the lion's charge head-on. The aftermath of the clash leaves a cloud of frost and dust hanging in the air. The saber-toothed lion lies on the ground, visibly injured, with icicles embedded in its body. In the crowd, spectators murmur in confusion. They speculate about the outcome, some wondering if it ended in a tie, while others question what exactly just happened. One onlooker points out the lion's condition, drawing everyone's attention. The saber-toothed lion struggles to move but ultimately collapses, its defeat becoming evident to all. Meanwhile, Snowball stands firm. Snowball's eyes glow intensely as it channels its energy into a powerful strike. The battlefield is filled with a burst of light as Snowball unleashes an overwhelming attack, aiming directly at the saber-toothed lion. The lion charges forward, attempting to counter Snowball's attack. Its paws meet the icy terrain, but shards of ice quickly form around them. Despite its struggle, the saber-toothed lion roars and pushes forward. Lindsay analyzes the situation, noting that the saber-toothed lion, being a beast adapted to extreme cold, has remarkable resistance to icy attacks. Despite his confidence, Lindsay begins to feel the pressure of the lion's resilience. A system notification suddenly appears, declaring a new achievement unlocked. The display reveals that Lindsay has gained 100 achievement points and unlocked a new skill feature. Intrigued, Lindsay wonders aloud about the meaning and potential of this newly unlocked ability, his mind already planning how to leverage it for the battle. Lindsay reviews the system panel displaying 3 new skills, a control-based ice lock, a defensive ice barrier, and an area-based ice spike attack. Each skill requires a specific number of achievement points to unlock, with varying growth potential. Surprised, Lindsay realizes he can equip more skills than expected, noting that most pet beasts are typically limited to just 2 basic abilities. He contemplates the strategic advantages of having multiple options in battle. Weighing his current situation, Lindsay decides that a strong single-target control skill is most necessary. He selects the Extreme Ice Lock ability, using 50 achievement points to unlock it, as the panel confirms his decision. The saber-toothed lion charges at Lindsay and Snowball with intense ferocity, its powerful strike aimed directly at its target. Snowball, standing firm, channels its energy to counter the attack. A dazzling light engulfs the battlefield as Snowball undergoes an upgrade. The system confirms Snowball has advanced to rank 2, level 7, increasing its growth rate to 54%. Onlookers, witnessing the radiant display from afar, react with surprise and curiosity. One exclaims, "What's with that light?" Another realizes, "It's an upgrade." The crowd is baffled by Snowball's sudden upgrade. Some speculate about the resources used, while others argue upgrades should only happen after securing a victory, leaving them suspicious of Lindsay's tactics. Lindsay, unfazed by their doubts, confidently gestures to the saber-toothed lion, inviting it to make its move. As the lion charges with renewed ferocity, Snowball activates the newly acquired Extreme Ice Lock skill. Chains of glowing frost encircle the lion, halting its attack mid-air and leaving it restrained. The saber-toothed lion struggles to break free from the icy chains of the Extreme Ice Lock, roaring in frustration. Lindsay channels his power and uses the Ice Spike ability. Shards of ice form above the lion and crash down with incredible force, piercing through the beast's defenses. The lion lets out a final roar as it succumbs to the relentless assault. The spectators are stunned by the display of power, murmuring questions about the mysterious skill and why it was so effective. The examiner and the crowd are in disbelief, questioning how Lindsay's pet can use 3 different skills, a feat uncommon for beasts of its rank. As the saber-toothed lion struggles to recover, Lindsay observes it calmly, commenting on its thick defenses. Snowball's eyes glow fiercely as it prepares another powerful attack. It channels its icy energy, shards forming around it. With determination, Snowball readies itself, showing it has no intention of letting the lion recover. With Snowball's final attack, the saber-toothed lion is completely subdued, collapsing onto the icy battlefield in defeat. Lindsay stands victorious alongside Snowball, their combined strength leaving the audience in awe. The system announces Lindsay's success, declaring his evaluation as completed at an extraordinary difficulty level. Guan jumps with excitement, cheering for Lindsay and celebrating his hard-earned victory. In the crowd, disbelief spreads. Some accuse Lindsay of bribing the examiner, unable to accept his unexpected win. Others speculate about his methods, still skeptical of his capabilities. The examiner, however, remains composed. He acknowledges Lindsay's exceptional talent, remarking that while he's seen many young beast tamers, none have impressed him as much as Lin Zi with his silent yet commanding performance. After the battle, Lin Zi's stats receive a significant boost, reflecting his successful completion of the challenge. Snowball's status is displayed, now ranked at level 3, stage 1, with an impressive 84% growth rate and mastery of 3 powerful skills. The examiner, still observing, acknowledges the extraordinary difficulty of the test and how much Lin Zi's capabilities have grown as a result. The performance leaves him and others deeply impressed. The system displays another notification. Lin Zi is now eligible to form a contract with a second beast, marking a major milestone in his journey. Lin Zi reflects on his next step, deciding which beast to form a contract with as his second companion. He considers his options, planning to visit a pet shop to explore the possibilities. The system announces Lin Zi's rewards, 200 achievement points and a spirit stone, acknowledging his successful completion of the trial. The notification also signals the conclusion of the evaluation. As the trial ends, Lin Zi opens his eyes, finding himself back in the real world. A crowd gathers around him, their silence filled with curiosity and astonishment at his extraordinary performance. Lin Zi sits calmly, unaffected by their reactions. Lin Zi finds himself surrounded by curious classmates, bombarding him with questions about how he accomplished such an extraordinary feat. They're particularly amazed by Snowball, an ice element beast they've never encountered before. Guan, overcome with joy, rushes to Lin Zi and hugs him tightly, exclaiming how she always believed he would succeed. Lin Zi, initially surprised by her reaction, smiles warmly. The examiner approaches Lin Zi, acknowledging his impressive performance. As the surrounding crowd watches, students murmur in surprise. It's rare to see an examiner apologizing to a student. However, Lin Zi remains calm and unbothered. The examiner directly addresses Lin Zi, offering him a spot in the Beastmaster Association. He further explains the benefits, mentioning that Lin Zi could secure a high-ranking position with exclusive privileges. Even top graduates don't easily receive such offers. Guan, standing beside Lin Zi, urges him to accept, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. The competition for a spot in the Beastmaster Association is intense, like crossing a narrow bridge against thousands of others. Lin Zi considers the offer. Accepting would mean all his academy expenses, including tuition and living costs, would be covered. It would also raise his status in everyone's eyes. However, he knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. Opportunities like this always come with hidden costs. Facing the examiner, Lin Zi politely declines, stating he has already made up his mind and will decide his future after graduation. His firm response leaves the examiner and the surrounding students momentarily stunned. After Lin Zi declines the offer, another student eagerly steps forward, asking if he can take the spot instead. The examiner ignores him, his focus still on Lin Zi. He recognizes Lin Zi's rapid growth and realizes that in the future, Lin Zi will be even stronger and able to negotiate for much greater benefits. Seeing Lin Zi's firm decision, the examiner doesn't press further. Instead, he tells Lin Zi that if he ever changes his mind, he's welcome to find him anytime. Before leaving, the examiner introduces himself as He Zhenwen, leaving his contact as a final gesture. After the examiner leaves, Lin Zi stands confidently. Guan watches him closely, her expression unreadable. The two walk through the academy courtyard, when suddenly a voice calls out to them, asking them to wait. Lin Zi and Guan turn around, surprised. A girl excitedly approaches, introducing herself and her companion. She mentions they are from the neighboring class, eager to meet Lin Zi. The two girls eagerly approach Guan, asking for Lin Zi's contact information. Their excitement is clear as they try to get closer. The girl confidently hands Lin Zi her phone, suggesting they add each other as friends, mentioning that they've admired him for a while and hope to spend more time together. She introduces herself as a student from the neighboring class and congratulates him, clearly trying to make a good impression. However, Lin Zi casually smiles and excuses himself, saying they have other things to do. Guan, standing beside him, crosses her arms, visibly annoyed by the situation. As Lin Zi and Guan try to leave, the girl chases after them, still insisting he add her as a friend. Lin Zi, without looking back, dashes away, leaving Guan visibly irritated by the situation. Shortly after, Lindsay receives a message summoning him to the office. He glances at his phone and sighs before heading there. Arriving at the office, Lindsay peeks inside and asks if he was called. Inside, a confident and elegant woman greets him. She leans back in her chair intrigued, and mentions that she heard he successfully passed an extremely difficult trial. Lindsay hesitates for a moment, observing the teacher's expression. Before he can react, she suddenly pulls him into a tight hug, excitedly praising him for his achievement. He momentarily recalls past experiences with her harsh punishments for failing tests, making him cautious about her enthusiasm. Regaining her composure, she moves on to the real reason for calling him. She takes out a book, stating that it's something important she intends to give him. Lindsay takes the book, examining its title with curiosity. The teacher explains that it contains essential techniques for soul arts, a crucial skill for beastmasters. She advises him to start learning early, as it will be a mandatory part of his training. A visual representation illustrates that soul arts are the primary combat method for beastmasters aside from their pet beasts. She further explains that those who master soul arts can defeat beasts without relying on their pets. The technique can be used both for offense and defense, protecting beastmasters from harm in battle. A visual demonstration shows a soul shield, a defensive technique that forms an energy barrier to block attacks. Lindsay, excited about the new knowledge, thanks his teacher and eagerly rushes off to start practicing. She reminds him that if he ever has questions, he can come back anytime. Later, Lindsay sits on his bed, carefully studying the book. He flips to a page detailing Soul Shield, which consumes soul power to create a full-body protective barrier against any incoming damage. Lindsay sits in his room, deep in thought. He knows mastering the basics early will give him an advantage when he enters the Beastmaster Academy, allowing him to focus on advanced techniques. Determined, he begins meditating, channeling his energy as a powerful blue aura swirls around him. His eyes glow with intensity as he activates Soul Shield, successfully forming a protective barrier around his body. The shield stabilizes, radiating a strong defensive energy. His training is already showing results. Lindsay observes his shield, realizing he has already grasped the basics. Most people take days or even months to learn soul arts, but he mastered it in just 10 minutes. His 7/8 spirit physique proves to be extremely efficient. Sitting within his shield, he notices a system prompt offering to upgrade his soul shield by spending 50 achievement points out of his 350. With a confident smirk, he confirms his system can enhance even soul arts. Lindsay checks his achievement points, noticing he has accumulated more than expected. The system prompts him, asking if he wants to spend some points to upgrade soul protection. Considering his options, Lindsay decides that survival skills should be upgraded in one go. Without hesitation, he selects the option, using a portion of his points for an instant enhancement. Lindsay activates soul protection, advancing it to the 3rd stage. A powerful barrier forms around him, radiating with energy as the upgrade takes effect. Feeling the difference, he notes that the shield is now stronger and much larger than before. He smirks, realizing it could easily cover multiple people at once, a significant boost to his defenses. Lindsay checks his soul power, realizing that activating soul protection only consumes a small amount each time. With his current limit, he can use it multiple times without worry. Remembering the Spirit Soul Stone he received from an achievement, he decides it's time to use it, thinking it might further enhance his abilities. After using the Spirit Soul Stone, Lindsay feels a surge of power. His soul power and spirit level increase significantly, boosting his overall strength. Looking at his current reserves, he realizes that using all this power just for defense would be wasteful. Deciding to make the most of it, he considers learning a few more skills to balance his abilities. Lindsay flips through a skill book, looking for useful abilities. He comes across Soul Arrow, a technique that focuses spiritual energy at the fingertips and fires it like a projectile. Turning the page, he finds Soul Impact, a close-range attack that condenses energy into a powerful strike. Seeing their potential, he considers learning both skills to expand his combat options. As night falls, the city is quiet, with only a few lights glowing in the distance. Inside, Lindsay closes his eyes, steadying his breath. A faint aura of energy surrounds him as he focuses, processing everything he has learned. Lin Zi's eyes snap open, a sharp golden glow flashing within them. Without hesitation, he launches forward, unleashing Soul Arrow at high speed. The energy projectile shoots out as he moves with precision, testing his control over the technique. Lin Zi fires Soul Arrow, watching as it shoots forward with precision. Though the attack isn't highly destructive, he notes its accuracy is impressive, making it a reliable long-range option. Satisfied with the test, he moves on to the next skill, Soul Impact. Clenching his fist, golden energy gathers around it. Lin Zi gathers energy into his fist, golden flames surging around him as he unleashes Soul Impact. The force explodes forward, sending shockwaves through the room. Testing its power further, he throws a punch, consuming 30 soul power in an instant. The impact is strong, confirming that this close-range attack will be a devastating addition to his arsenal. Lin Zi observes the aftermath of his soul impact, surprised by the sheer damage it caused. The wall in front of him is shattered, proving the technique's destructive potential. A system notification appears, informing him that he has successfully learned 3 soul techniques and has been rewarded with a soul recovery potion, which can instantly restore all his soul power. Lin Zi looks at the shattered wall, satisfied with soul impact's effectiveness. He decides to save his soul recovery potion for a crucial moment, knowing it could be a game-changer in battle. Feeling confident, he spends 100 achievement points to upgrade Soul Arrow and Soul Impact to level 2. With his skills now stronger, Lin Zi decides to save his remaining achievement points for emergencies. With his skills upgraded, he shifts his focus to his next goal, earning money to buy a second pet beast. The next day, he heads to the mission center, a place where trainers take on tasks to earn rewards. At the mission center, Lin Zi joins the crowd, scanning the available tasks. The screens display various missions, each offering different rewards. Confident in his abilities, he decides to start with basic-level missions. Given his current strength, completing them shouldn't be a problem, and it's a good way to earn money quickly. Lin Zi scans the mission list, evaluating the rewards. The tasks range from eliminating ghost scorpions near a village to clearing mutant beetles in a canyon, with rewards varying from 10,000 to 40,000. Without hesitation, he selects the highest-paying mission dealing with the mutant beetles. If he's going to put in the effort, he might as well aim for the best reward. After selecting the mutant beetle mission, Lin Zi is notified that, as a beginner beast master, he has been automatically assigned 3 teammates for safety, and the reward will be split among them. Annoyed, he punches a training dummy, frustrated that he has to share the earnings. He was confident he could handle it alone. A mission map appears, marking the target location, Iron Bell Canyon. He needs to arrive before 2 p.m., ready for the hunt. Lin Zi arrives at Iron Bell Canyon, where his assigned teammates are already waiting. The canyon is rugged, with flags marking the mission site. A man with green hair, identified as Zhang Jin, a low-tier beast master, smirks upon seeing Lin Zi. Mocking him, he comments that Lin Zi took long enough to arrive and questions if he's even graduated yet. Another teammate, Zhao Mingxian, a muscular low-tier beast master, frowns upon seeing Lin Zi. He questions why they got stuck with someone inexperienced, clearly unimpressed. Before the situation escalates, Yu Zuyun, the only female in the group, steps in with a smile. She tells them to relax and not be too harsh on Lin Zi, lightening the mood with her friendly attitude. Yu Zuyun playfully tells Lin Zi to just follow her lead, reassuring him. Lin Zi responds with a relaxed smile, admitting that he hasn't graduated yet and will be relying on them for this mission. Zhao Mingxian sighs in frustration, accusing Yu Zuyun of flirting again. He warns the group that this mission might be tougher than expected and tells them to stay focused if they want to survive. Yu Zuyun, unimpressed by his serious tone, dismisses his concerns with a scoff. Zhao Mingxian takes charge as the temporary team leader, demanding that Lin Zi follow his instructions once they reach the mission site. He also warns that Lin Zi's reward share will be reduced, making it clear that he's not seen as an equal. Lin Zi, however, remains unfazed. Observing his teammates, he realizes they're not qualified beast masters but self-taught fighters who rely on basic summoning skills to survive. Lin Zi responds with a cheerful thumbs up, agreeing to work hard to earn his share. Satisfied with his response, Zhao Mingxian acknowledges him, thinking the newcomer understands his place. With that settled, the team heads into the canyon, ready to begin the mission. The team moves deeper into the canyon, the terrain becomes rough, and the path ahead is dark and foreboding. As they reach the entrance of a cavern, an eerie glow emanates from within. The sound of skittering echoes from the depths. Suddenly, mutant beetles emerge from the darkness, their glowing eyes piercing through the shadows. Among them, a larger, more menacing beetle appears. As the mutant beetles swarm forward, Zhao Mingxian quickly assesses the situation. He suggests collapsing the cave entrance to trap the insects inside, cutting off their escape route. Wasting no time, he summons his wild rhino, a rank 1 stage 6 beast, to lead the charge. The powerful beast appears, its glowing horns ready to smash through anything in its path. Zhang Jin steps forward, summoning his wind cutter mantis, a rank 1 stage 6 insect-type beast. Not to be outdone, Yu Zuyun summons her terror bee, a rank 1 stage 5 insect-type beast. With a smirk, she playfully reminds Lin Zi to stay behind her, as if protecting him. With their beasts deployed, the battle is about to begin. Lin Zi's group cautiously enters a tunnel, led by Yu Zuyun and Zhang Jin. They remain alert as buzzing echoes through the cavern. Strange insect creatures swarm ahead, signaling danger. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxian observes from a distance. Without hesitation, he orders an all-out attack. Zhang Jin, responding immediately, summons his wild rhino, a rank 1 stage 6 beast. The massive creature charges forward. Zhang Jin steps forward with a confident smirk, summoning his wind cutter mantis. The green insect dashes forward, its sharp blades glowing as it slices through the swarm of enemies with precision. Zhang Jin commanding her venomous wasps to attack. With a determined look, she directs them into the fray, overwhelming the enemy with a coordinated assault. Yu Zuyun summons her terror bee, which immediately launches a barrage of venomous stingers at the enemy swarm. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin's wind cutter mantis slices through the remaining enemies, its sharp scythes cutting them down effortlessly. The battlefield is soon littered with defeated foes. Zhang Jin smirks confidently and turns to Lin Zi, boasting about how well they work together. Yu Zuyun smirks, brushing off any expectation of a reward. She tells the others to consider this a learning experience instead. Confidently, she instructs them to stay behind her and focus on their own safety. However, before they can relax, the insect swarm starts moving again, crawling back to their feet. Lin Zi observing the fight, he notes that their attacks have barely made an impact, and the real threat has yet to come. Suddenly, a loud screech echoes as another wave of insects emerges, rushing toward them at full force. Yu Zuyun suddenly tenses up. She instinctively questions what it is. Dark energy seeps into the battlefield, and the insect swarm undergoes a terrifying transformation. The ground trembles as a new wave of mutated insects charges toward them. From above, Zhang Jin's wind cutter mantis, Yu Zuyun's terror bee, and Zhang Jin's wild rhino prepare for battle. Zhang Jin's eyes widen as more insects emerge from the tunnel. He quickly realizes something is different, as if they're calling for reinforcements. Lin Zi, watching calmly, questions whether there's an even larger and stronger beetle king lurking deeper inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin's wild rhino charges through the swarm, but the mutated insects overwhelm it. One of them sinks its fangs into the beast, drawing blood, showing just how dangerous they've become. The mutated insects overwhelm Zhang Jin's wind cutter mantis and Yu Zuyun's terror bee, pinning them down. Zhao Mingxian yells for his wild rhino to retreat, while Zhang Jin desperately calls back his pet, fearing they'll be killed. Lin Zi explaining that the beetle's previous sound waves have a paralyzing effect. The pets can no longer respond to their commands. Hearing this, Yu Zuyun freezes in shock. She clutches her head, realizing her terror bee is completely vulnerable. Fear sets in as she struggles to think of a way to save it. Zhang Jin, furious, grabs Lin Zi by the collar, demanding why he didn't warn them earlier. His frustration erupts, blaming Lin Zi for just standing by and watching. But Lin Zi calmly pointing out that the real problem isn't their beasts, it's their own survival. Before they can react, the ground trembles as a massive swarm of mutated beetles emerges from the depths. Seeing the sheer number of enemies, Zhao Mingxian quickly makes the call they need to run. Zhao Mingxian, realizing the danger, shouts for everyone to run. Panic fills as he curses the mission, realizing it's far beyond what they expected. Without hesitation, he turns and sprints away, leaving the others behind. The mutated beetles chase after him, their sharp legs cutting through the ground as they close the distance. As he tries to escape, an explosion erupts behind him. The force sends him stumbling forward, and his eyes widen in fear something even more dangerous is coming. Just as the swarm is about to overwhelm them, Lin Zi calmly steps forward. A glowing barrier forms around the group, shielding them from the incoming attack. Zhang Jin watches in disbelief, recognizing it as soul art, a technique only students from the Beast Academy should know. Shocked, he questions how a high schooler like Lin Zi could use it. Lin Zi dismisses his questions. He tells them to stop talking and simply watch from behind him. Zhang Jin watches in shock, unable to process what he's seeing. Lin Zi calmly summons his ice crystal spirit. Both Zhao Mingxian and Yu Zuyan stare in disbelief. They have never seen a beast like this before. While the others are still in awe, Lin Zi analyzes the enemy calmly. The beetles, despite their numbers, are at most rank 1, stage 7, making them manageable. However, without any large-scale attacks, the others stand no chance of fighting back. With a confident smirk, Lin Zi reveals his true strength. Unlike the others, his ice crystal spirit is a rank 3 beast, possessing devastating area-wide attacks. As he raises his hand, his beast activates extreme cold domain. A chilling wave of ice spreads across the battlefield, instantly freezing the entire insect swarm in place. The once overwhelming horde is turned into an icy grave. Lin Zi glances back at the stunned group, casually reminding them that they still have a chance to retrieve their beasts if they're willing to abandon their rewards. Zhao Mingxian, Zhang Jin, and Yu Zuyan hesitate. The reality of their situation is now painfully clear. Zhao Mingxian, now overwhelmed, raises his hands in surrender. He offers all their rewards in exchange for safe passage, pleading to be allowed to retrieve their beasts and leave peacefully. Before a response comes, Zhang Jin steps forward, furious. He can't believe Lin Zi is still pressuring them even after proving his dominance. Mocking Lin Zi, he questions if he really thinks he's some legendary student who passed an impossible trial. Lin Zi's expression remains calm but firm. Without hesitation, he confirms his identity. Watching the exchange, Yu Zuyan processes the situation. Her suspicions were right. Someone like Lin Zi possessing such power didn't make sense for a regular student. Quickly shifting her approach, she urgently asks him to rescue their beasts. Zhang Jin, still furious, refuses to believe Lin Zi's strength. He demands they be released immediately so they can retrieve their beasts. Before he can continue, Zhao Mingxian suddenly strikes him, sending him crashing to the ground. He scolds Zhang Jin for his arrogance, making it clear that Lin Zi's power is undeniable. As Yu Zuyan watches, Zhao Mingxian admits their mistake. They had underestimated Lin Zi, and now there was no doubt about his strength. Meanwhile, the frozen beasts remain trapped in ice, their condition worsening as the chilling energy spreads further. Lin Zi observes the frozen beasts, noting that time is running out before they thaw. He warns the others to retrieve their pets quickly and leave before the creatures fully awaken. Yu Zuyan, concerned, questions what he plans to do. She points out that these beasts aren't truly defeated, just temporarily restrained. Lin Zi stands atop the icy battlefield with Snowball, surveying the frozen creatures. In the darkness below, an ominous presence stirs. Zhang Jin, still on the ground, watches Lin Zi closely. Suspicion flashes across his face. Could Lin Zi really be planning to enter that place? Without hesitation, Lin Zi instructs the others to act quickly before leaping down into the depths with Snowball. They descend into a dark underground space, the void stretching endlessly around them. Standing amidst the darkness, his enhanced physique allows him to see clearly even in the pitch-black surroundings. As Lin Zi moves deeper, a swarm of monstrous creatures with glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. Their sheer numbers make the cavern tremble. Without hesitation, Lin Zi activates a spiritual barrier, shielding himself and Snowball as the creatures lunge at them. The beasts charge with terrifying speed, But Lin Zi doesn't flinch. He counters instantly, releasing a powerful spiritual impact that sends them crashing to the ground. One by one, the monsters fall under his relentless attacks, but the battle has only begun. A swarm of glowing-eyed creatures rushes toward Lin Zi, their sheer numbers overwhelming. He quickly activates an ice barrier, blocking their attacks. However, as more creatures slam into the shield, cracks begin to form. Maintaining the barrier is draining his energy fast. Realizing he needs a different approach, Lin Zi recalls his progress. So far there's still something he can use. A new system prompt appears before him, revealing an ice shield and a frost nova ability. These skills could turn the tide of battle. Lin Zi checks his remaining achievement points, 150 left. Just enough. Snowball activates her newly acquired skills, her body radiating with icy energy. Her evolution grants her Ice Shield and Frost Nova, two powerful abilities. With Ice Shield, she can now move freely without relying on Lin Zi's protection. Meanwhile, Frost Nova provides a devastating area-wide attack, perfect for clearing out the overwhelming enemies. However, Lin Zi notes that for maximum impact, Frost Nova requires collecting surrounding ice energy, making it an ideal combination with extreme cold domain. Lin Zi commands Snowball to unleash her power. With an icy glow, she activates Frost Nova, sending shards of ice erupting in all directions. The creatures charging at them are instantly frozen mid-air, their movements halted. Cracks spread across their bodies before they shatter into icy fragments. Standing within the spiritual barrier, Lin Zi ensures the area is saturated with ice energy. Now fully charged, Snowball gathers the remaining energy and prepares for a devastating final strike. With one last command, she unleashes Frost Nova at full power, engulfing everything in a blizzard of destruction. Snowball gathers an immense amount of ice energy, forming a glowing crystal at her fingertips. With a flick of her hand, she launches Frost Nova, sending a powerful surge of ice across the battlefield. The frozen wave engulfs the swarm of creatures, their bodies freezing solid before shattering into countless shards. Lin Zi watches as the aftermath unfolds. A system notification appears: 50 armored insects eliminated. With a smirk, he acknowledges the sheer destructive power of the attack. Even the creature's defenses couldn't withstand it. Lin Zi checks Snowball's status. She has advanced to Stage 2 of Tier 3, with 89% growth. One more push, and she could reach her next evolution, Snow Maiden. Observing the surroundings, Lin Zi realizes that battling these creatures allows his pet to gain experience and level up. Though the process is slow, the sheer number of enemies makes this an ideal training ground. With Snowball on the verge of evolution, Lin Zi considers pushing forward. But before he can decide, an eerie sound echoes from deeper within the cave. Both he and Snowball turn sharply toward the source. Deep in the cave, more armored insects emerge, their glowing eyes fixed on Lin Zi and Snowball. Unlike before, these creatures move in formation, their aggression more calculated. Lin Zi smirks, realizing the king of the swarm must be close. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yu Zuyun, Zhao Mingshan, and Jiang Jin struggle to recover from their earlier defeat. Still catching her breath, Yu Zuyun insists they report the mission's dangers immediately. If they delay, Lin Zi could be in serious trouble. Jiang Jin, still frustrated, dismisses Lin Zi's situation. He insists they shouldn't waste time worrying about him. If Lin Zi chose to go deeper into danger, that's his own problem. Before he can say more, Zhao Mingshan knocks him down with a single strike, cutting off his complaints. Without hesitation, Zhao Mingshan turns and rushes forward, unwilling to abandon Lin Zi just yet. Meanwhile, a new man appears near the mission site. Liu Da, a bronze-ranked beast tamer, surveys the area with a confident smirk. He seems intrigued by the ongoing battle and is ready to get involved. Zhao Mingshan and Luo Da move toward their destination, with Zhao Mingshan cautious about proceeding. Suddenly, Zhao Mingshan to stop. his gaze fixed on a Beastmaster badge, a sign of an elite opponent. Nearby, Yu Zuyun and Zhang Jin react in shock. Realizing their opponent's status, Yu Zuyun exclaims in disbelief, while Zhang Jin stiffens, understanding the significance of facing such a ranked Beastmaster. The Beastmaster badges appears, the rankings Bronze Beastmaster and Silver Beastmaster, both holding high positions among their kind. A Golden Beastmaster badge appears, signifying an elite ranking among Beastmasters, belonging to the top 3% worldwide. Meanwhile, Luo Da introduces himself as a Bronze Beastmaster, stating that he was sent by the association due to the increased difficulty of this mission. Yu Zuyun lights up with excitement, believing that with Luo Da's help, success is guaranteed. She eagerly asks if she can join him. Luo Da smirks and lifts her chin playfully, teasing her for being so eager to see what he can do. Luo Da smirks and confidently allows Yu Zuyun to follow him, granting her permission to join. Turning to Zhao Mingxian and Zhang Jin, he dismisses them, stating that they aren't qualified to come along. Both of them freeze in shock before quickly insisting that they have no interest in going anyway. Meanwhile, deep within an icy battlefield, a system notification appears, confirming an achievement Beast Slayer accomplishment, awarding 300 points and a Burst Seed card. The card's details reveal its effect: a temporary power boost, instantly raising a pet beast's rank by 1 for 60 seconds. Lin Zi examines the achievement screen, surprised to see a Beast Slayer title. He compares it to similar accomplishments and acknowledges the generous rewards. Without hesitation, he claims them. The screen updates, revealing that Ice Crystal Spirit has advanced to Stage 3, Rank 3, with 94% growth progress. With a satisfied smirk, Lin Zi notes that Snow Girl is now even closer to reaching the next stage. As he and Snowball continue moving forward, the eerie sound of shifting rocks echoes in the cave. Lin Zi narrows his eyes. His instincts tell him the enemy is finally revealing itself. A sharp claw pierces the ground, sending a tremor through the cave. Lin Zi's eyes widen as a massive armored insect appears before him, its glowing green eyes locked onto its next prey. Taking a step back, he mutters in disbelief, this thing is far bigger than he expected. Recalling the mission details, he realizes that the Bell Claw insect's crisis was reported only a week ago. That means this beast has recently evolved, making it even more dangerous. The Bell Claw insect lets out a terrifying screech, its status revealed: insect type, rank 4, stage 1, marking it as a significant threat. Lin Zi quickly assesses the situation. If he retreats now, he'll leave empty-handed. That's not an option. He decides to take a risk, planning to drag this fight out strategically. Before he can act, a massive figure crashes down from above, radiating power. The impact sends debris flying, shaking the cave with overwhelming force. A rock golem suddenly charges into the battlefield, knocking aside smaller creatures as it lands with a heavy impact. From a distance, Yu Zuyun and the others spot Lin Zi and rush over, relieved to see him unharmed. Lin Zi reassures her he's fine but is surprised they returned. Noticing an unfamiliar face, he questions who the newcomer is. Luo Da smirks and tells Lin Zi to step back, warning him that this place is far too dangerous. He then reveals the true identity of their opponent, the Bell Claw Insect King, a feared creature of legend. The Bell Claw Insect King stands menacingly, its glowing green eyes locking onto its prey. It's an extremely rare rank 4 beast capable of controlling entire swarms. Luo Da immediately recognizes its significance. As Lin Zi prepares to engage, Luo Da stops him, insisting that he took on this mission alone, and that this boss belongs to him. Turning his back to Lin Zi, Luo Da smirks and asks if Lin Zi even knows who he's dealing with. Before the conversation can continue, the Insect King lunges forward, launching a devastating attack with blinding speed. Luo Da confidently faces the Bell Claw Insect King, his rock golem standing beside him. With a smirk, he questions what gives the creature the audacity to challenge him. The Insect King roars in fury and lunges forward, its razor-sharp claws gleaming as it prepares to strike. Unfazed, Luo Da casually watches as the rock golem intercepts the attack. Just as the clash intensifies, an unexpected move occurs. Frost chains suddenly form, binding the Insect King in place. Lin Zi stands with Snowball, casually observing Luo Da, who acknowledges him as an apprentice beastmaster. Recognizing Lin Zi's name, Luo Da seems intrigued, recalling that he passed an advanced trial. However, he boasts about his own achievements, emphasizing his extensive combat experience and training beyond just trials. Lin Zi brushing off the conversation, stating that he'll also reach that level soon. Luo Da is momentarily stunned, trying to grasp Lin Zi's confidence. Before the argument continues, Yu Zuyun urgently shouts, warning them of incoming danger from behind. The Bell Claw Insect King spins violently, its massive claws slashing through the air. Luo Da sighs, annoyed by the situation. He turns to Lin Zi, telling him to watch closely. This is the difference between them. Activating his soul art, Luo Da commands his rock golem, causing fragments of stone to float and merge. The golem's power surges, its fists now engulfed in flames, evolving to rank 4, stage 2 for a devastating attack. Lin Zi watches in surprise, realizing that Luo Da's soul art grants his beast a powerful enhancement. The rock golem, now strengthened, launches itself into the air, its fiery fists aimed at the Bell Claw Insect King. With a thunderous impact, the golem crashes down, sending flames and shock waves across the battlefield. As the dust settles, the Bell Claw Insect King is seen struggling on the ground, momentarily weakened by the devastating attack. Luo Da smirks, boasting that mastering a high-level enhancement soul art is not something just anyone can achieve. He turns to Lin Zi, emphasizing the gap between their abilities. Before Lin Zi can respond, the Bell Claw Insect King's eyes glow red, its body surging with energy. It lets out a deafening roar as its power spikes, unleashing a desperate horn charge assault. With terrifying speed, the Insect King barrels forward, its entire body wrapped in a crimson aura, preparing to strike. The Bell Claw Insect King enters a frenzied state, its power surging to a dangerous level. Its distorted form radiates an ominous aura. Luo Da acknowledging the difficulty of facing such a powerful opponent. High above, Lin Zi and Snowball launch a combined assault. Icicle Spear and a Spirit Charge strike the raging Insect King with full force. As the dust settles, the impact leaves deep marks on the creature's body. The Bell Claw Insect King charges forward at full speed, its body surging with chaotic energy. Lin Zi and Snowball brace themselves as the monstrous beast approaches. Without hesitation, Snowball conjures frost chains, wrapping the creature in layers of ice to restrict its movements. The chains tighten, but the Insect King resists, letting out a piercing screech as its body trembles under the freezing grip. However, the beast retaliates, its body emitting a violent pulse, shattering the surrounding ice. Sensing the danger, Lin Zi quickly reacts, calling for Ice Shield. A massive ice attack crashes down, sending shards of frozen energy toward the Bell Claw Insect King. Luo Da watches as his beast struggles under the pressure. Realizing the situation is turning against him, he acknowledges how difficult this battle has become. The Bell Claw Insect King, refusing to be defeated, retaliates with a powerful counterattack, launching a fierce strike. However, before it can land a decisive blow, Luo Da's rock beast charges in at full speed. The aftermath of the clash leaves the battlefield in ruins, smoke and debris filling the air. Yu Zuyun, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle, urges the group to retreat. She panics, insisting they'll all die if they stay any longer. However, Luo Da refuses to back down so easily. Gritting his teeth, he declares that they must at least take down the enemy before thinking of their next move. But before he can act, Lin Zi steps forward with determination. He tells the others to leave, he's staying behind to finish the fight. Luo Da looks at Lin Zi in disbelief, questioning his sanity. Even after seeing how powerless their strongest beast was against the enemy, Lin Zi still wants to fight. He reminds Luo Da that earlier, he claimed their strength gap was due to mastering high-level enhancement techniques. Luo Da scoffs, admitting that's true, but demands to know what Lin Zi plans to do about it. Instead of answering, Lin Zi silently reaches out and activates a Burst Seed card. A golden aura surrounds Lin Zi and Snowball as he activates the enhancement skill, causing their energy to surge. Luo Da stares in shock, realizing that Lin Zi also possesses soul enhancement techniques, something he didn't expect. Snowball unleashes a powerful enhanced ice attack, her energy exploding as she prepares for battle. Luo Da and Yu Zuyun are left speechless. Luo Da struggles to comprehend Lin Zi's true strength, while Yu Zuyun watches in disbelief. Lin Zi activates his Burst Seed card, unlocking a temporary boost that pushes his strength to stage 4, level 3. He notes that he only has 1 minute, But with his soul techniques, it should be enough. As the Bell Claw Insect King lunges at him, Lindsay charges forward alongside Snowball, meeting the attack head-on. With a flick of her hand, Snowball unleashes frozen chains, wrapping the enemy in thick layers of ice. Lindsay observes the change. Snowball's evolution has significantly increased her skill power. However, he knows the effect won't last long and must act quickly. Lindsay and Snowball unleash a synchronized attack. Golden energy bursts from Lindsay's fist, while Snowball channels her freezing power. Their combined strike smashes into the Bell Claw Insect King, forcing it back as cracks spread across its armored body. With only seconds left on his Burst Seed card enhancement, Lindsay delivers a final, decisive blow. His attack lands with explosive force, shattering the enemy's defenses. The Bell Claw Insect King lets out a final screech as it is engulfed in the impact, ice and fire colliding in a devastating explosion. Luoda watches in shock, realizing Lindsay is recklessly burning through his life force to sustain his soul power. He shouts for him to stop before it takes a serious toll on his body. Lindsay checks his status and reassures the others he's only used half of his soul power, so there's no need to worry. Luoda stares in disbelief. He can't believe Lindsay still has this much energy left after such an intense fight. Yu Zuyun, equally shocked, begins to reconsider. Maybe Lindsay truly has the ability to defeat the Bell Claw Insect King. Before they can react further, the wounded Insect King lets out a deafening roar, its body surging with energy for one final desperate attack. Snowball unleashes Frost Rebirth, sending an overwhelming surge of ice energy at the Bell Claw Insect King. The freezing blast engulfs the creature, forcing it backward as shards of ice pierce its body. The impact is immense, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Luoda instinctively shields himself while Yu Zuyun stumbles back in shock. The Bell Claw Insect King, now battered and frozen, trembles as it struggles to comprehend the sheer force of the attack. Yu Zuyun watches in shock, struggling to process what she just witnessed. Luoda turns away from the battlefield, recalling an ancient legend, a war between divine beasts that once shook the world. He speaks of the 5 elemental beasts, powerful creatures that were said to have vanished after the great battle. The vision of these legendary beings flickers in his mind, their overwhelming presence lingering as if they were never truly gone. Meanwhile, Lindsay clenches his fist, his enhancement timer ticking down to 30 seconds. Without hesitation, he moves in for the final strike, declaring the fight is about to end. Snowball gathers an immense amount of ice energy, the air around her freezing as countless ice shards take shape. The Bell Claw Insect King scurries through the tunnels at high speed, trying to escape. But from above, Lindsay charges down with immense power, alongside Snowball. Their combined attack strikes with blazing energy, an explosion of blue and orange light crashing down onto the insect. The Bell Claw Insect King is left smoldering, its body damaged and weakened, steam rising from its battered form. A system prompt appears announcing the first boss kill. Lindsay has officially defeated the Bell Claw Insect King. Yu Zuyun runs up excitedly, cheering for Lindsay after his victory. She praises him like a hero, thrilled by his performance. Meanwhile, Luoda stands nearby, slightly annoyed that Lindsay ended up stealing the spotlight. Snowball, now back in her small form, stumbles a bit. The temporary buff she used has worn off. Lindsay kneels and gently pats her head, praising her for doing an excellent job. A system prompt appears. Snowball, now known as Ice Crystal Spirit, has reached stage 5 of rank 3, with her growth rate hitting 100%. But to evolve further, a requirement pops up. She'll need 10 advanced ice crystals as evolution materials. The evolution is now within reach, only the items remain. Lindsay smiles warmly as he looks at the tired Snowball in his lap. He gently tells her to rest for now before they think about the next steps. Suddenly, a system notification pops up: boss kill reward achieved. Lindsay receives achievement points, a revival potion, and exactly 10 advanced ice crystals, the precise materials needed for evolution. Surprised and impressed, Lindsay mentally notes how considerate the system is, having even provided the rare materials without extra effort. As he holds the exhausted Snowball, a hand suddenly rests on his shoulder from behind. Someone is approaching. Luoda casually places his hand on Lindsay's shoulder, asking if they can talk. Lindsay and Yu Zuyun both look at him, confused. Luoda then points to the fallen Bell Claw Insect King and proposes something unexpected: he wants the credit for the kill. Yu Zuyun immediately jumps up, scolding Luo Da for being shameless. She reminds him that it was clearly Lin Zi who defeated the boss. But Luo Da, unfazed, raises one finger and confidently offers 100,000 as a trade for the kill credit. Lin Zi reflects quietly, realizing that the outcome of this mission will impact the Beast Tamer Association's evaluation of the man sent here. For Lin Zi, though, what matters most right now is earning money. 10W could buy him a strong new pet. Luo Da then approaches him, casually asking if he's interested in making a deal. Lin Zi doesn't respond immediately. He knows if he accepts too fast, Luo Da might not offer better terms. Trying to convince him, Luo Da explains that 10W is already half a year's savings for him. If Lin Zi accepts the mission reward, he'd only get 5W this way. He actually earns more. To seal the deal, Luo Da sincerely promises to owe Lin Zi a big favor. Lin Zi agrees to the deal. Lin Zi smiles and agrees to the deal, saying that favors can't really be priced. Luo Da transfers the promised amount 10W straight to Lin Zi's account. Just as Lin Zi checks his phone to confirm the payment, a sudden noise draws his attention. They both look up and are shocked to see a massive bird-like beast appear from a hidden part of the cave. Beneath its claws is someone who appears to have been captured. As the trainer walks forward, Luo Da, Lin Zi, and Yu Zuyun quickly follow behind him. Luo Da respectfully calls him Sir He, acknowledging his authority. He carries himself with calm confidence. Yu Zuyun notices the silver badge on his coat, and is visibly stunned. She realizes this man is a silver-tier beast tamer, a figure she's only heard about in rumors. Standing before them, the trainer speaks calmly, noting that they've met again, implying he and Lin Zi have crossed paths before. Lin Zi casually greets the trainer with a relaxed wave, showing no sign of nervousness. Luo Da, on the other hand, is completely stunned. He never expected that someone like Lin Zi would personally know a silver-rank powerhouse. The trainer walks forward and addresses Luo Da by name, recalling their earlier introduction. He glances at the remains of the Bell Claw Insect King and notes that the mission seems to be complete. Luo Da quickly steps forward, politely reporting that the entire incident has been handled smoothly and without any injuries. Trainer analyzes the situation. He notes that the defeated Bell Claw Insect King was at least a rank 4 beast. Judging by Lin Zi's pet's level, it should only be rank 2. Even with talent, he assumes Lin Zi must have teamed up with Luo Da to bring it down. Then, turning serious, trainer formally apologizes. He explains that due to a misjudgment by the Beast Tamer Association, this mission was wrongly classified as basic when it should have been intermediate. The error put them all at risk. He hopes Lin Zi can forgive the association and assures him that their trust in Beast Tamers matters. Lin Zi, calm as ever, says it's fine. He adds that Luo Da did a great job keeping everyone safe. Luo Da, hearing the praise, scratches his head with a shy smile, pretending to be humble while clearly enjoying the compliment. Yu Zuyun, watching from the side, quietly admires how smooth and composed Lin Zi is during conversations. She thinks to herself, this must be what high emotional intelligence looks like. Meanwhile, trainer informs Lin Zi that, as compensation for the mission's misclassification, the association will provide him with 10W. In return, they'll also be taking the monster's corpse back for research. Hearing that, Luo Da is amazed. He thinks to himself that Lin Zi really came out of this with a massive profit. Lin Zi politely accepts the compensation, saying he won't argue with their generosity. In his mind, though, he notes that this isn't just compensation, it's also recognition of his strength. Lin Zi smiles slightly, understanding that the 10W given by the Beast Tamer Association isn't just compensation, it's also a gesture to keep things quiet and show goodwill. Refusing it might only create complications later. Meanwhile, trainer silently observes Lin Zi's behavior. He notes that Lin Zi hasn't even acquired a second pet beast yet, which clearly means he needs money urgently. To trainer, this payout is more than a reward, it's an investment. He transfers the amount to Lin Zi's account and tells him to make good use of it. He also reassures Lin Zi that if he ever needs help again, the association will support him. Trainer then approaches the remains of the Bell Claw Insect King, casually lifts it, and with a nod, says he'll take his leave. Lin Zi watches him go, thoughtful but composed. Suddenly, Lin Zi's expression changes. His reaction leaves him momentarily stunned. Later, the team exits the cave and steps into the open. Luo Da, in high spirits, teases Lin Zi about making a huge profit 20W in one day. Lindsay smiles and adds that he didn't just earn money, he also gained a valuable favor. Luoda laughs and reassures him, saying not to worry. He promises that he won't forget this help, and that they'll definitely meet again in the future. Watching him leave, Yu Zuyun smiles and thinks to herself meeting two powerful people in one day wasn't a waste of time at all. Looking at Lindsay, she says she'll work hard to become stronger too. Once she reaches his level, she hopes they'll have the chance to team up again. Lindsay smiles gently and encourages her to keep going, promising that they'll definitely get that chance in the future. Lindsay walks through the city, thinking to himself that with his current budget, he might be able to afford a B-rank pet beast. He arrives at a sleek pet shop where a shop assistant greets him warmly and asks if she can help. He tells her he's looking to buy a pet beast. She gestures for him to follow her. They walk upstairs into a display area filled with various pet beasts in glass cases. She informs him that all the available options are here, ready for selection. The assistant politely tells Lindsay to take his time browsing. Lindsay walks through the display, observing the pet beasts. He figures out that in a regular store like this, B-rank pets are probably the highest tier options available. As he examines the beasts, some stand out like a skeletal creature, and a mushroom-type pet both marked as B-rank with basic evolutionary paths. Then he spots a small fiery spirit beast. Lindsay instantly reacts this one has a hidden evolution route. But even with that, he notes that it doesn't come close to the potential of Snowball's evolved form, the Ice Queen who belongs to a completely different league. The assistant praises Lindsay's sharp eye for spotting the rare flame spirit. She explains that although it's a B-rank pet, it's considered top tier among its grade and is priced at 160,000. Lindsay is surprised by the cost. She adds that the price also includes materials needed for its evolution, trying to sweeten the deal. Lindsay politely says he'll look around a bit more. As he walks, he reflects on how Snowball was once considered an F-rank pet, believed to have no potential. But he now understands that official rankings aren't absolute, they're just opinions based on knowledge and experience, not facts. Suddenly, his system alerts him there's a hidden royal tier pet beast nearby with a concealed evolution route. As Lindsay continues browsing, something suddenly catches his attention. He pauses, surprised one of the pet beasts looks oddly familiar. He approaches a small, rock-like creature labeled as a rock type. At first glance, it seems simple, but something about it stands out. The display shows its basic evolution path into a larger, bulky stone creature with enhanced strength, defense, and elemental resistance. But what really surprises Lindsay is its hidden evolution route. It doesn't just grow stronger, it can evolve into a being known as the Rock God, tapping into ancient bloodlines and gaining the power to control Earth itself. Lindsay discovers the requirements for the rock-type beast's next evolution stage. He notes it needs full growth, elemental essence, and a rare powder, which hints at its hidden potential. He suddenly remembers why the creature looked familiar. It's the same base form that another person's pet, the giant rock beast, evolved from. But that one followed the normal path. What surprises Lindsay is that this version could take a completely different route, one that leads to a divine-level evolution, something the other owner likely had no idea about. He compares the two pets mentally. Ice Crystal Spirit is more of a burst damage and control type, fitting for a mage role. Meanwhile, this rock-type beast would evolve into a warrior type, focusing on strength and endurance. The assistant, cheerful and enthusiastic, tells Lindsay that the little rock beast is quite a popular choice, easy to raise, decent in battle, and very affordable. She offers it for 80,000, and Lindsay agrees to buy it without hesitation. He also requests some additional materials for its evolution, listing them confidently. Hearing his request, the assistant is confused. She points out that the rock beast can't evolve using those high-grade materials and questions if he's planning to actually use them on it, especially since they're expensive and meant for more advanced pets. Lindsay laughs it off, claiming the materials are meant for someone else as a gift, brushing aside her concern. Lindsay checks his remaining balance, only 20,000 left. He's a bit frustrated that the evolution materials cost more than the pet itself. The assistant completes the transaction and hands him the sealing orb. The little rock beast is sealed inside with a brilliant glow, confirming the contract. As the bond is formed, a notification pops up. Lindsay has successfully signed his second pet beast, and earns plus 300 achievement points for it. That evening, Lindsay prepares for training. He sits cross-legged with the materials laid out in front of him and begins the summoning. The little rock beast appears in a flash of blue energy, its growth rate currently at just 12%. Lindsay checks his available achievement points 800 total and realizes he needs to raise the pet's growth to 100% before anything else. He spends 220 points, boosting the rock beast to stage 2 with full growth. A bright light surrounds the creature as it levels up instantly. Lindsay sits comfortably with the rock beast in front of him. Looking at its cute and clumsy appearance, he thinks to himself no one would expect this little guy to carry a hidden god-tier evolution path. He then instructs the rock beast to eat the evolution materials he prepared. The creature immediately reacts, charging forward and gobbling down one of the items. But before it can evolve fully, Lindsay reminds it there's still more to consume, pointing at the second item that remains untouched. Lindsay watches as the rock beast stubbornly shakes its head, refusing to eat the remaining evolution material. Surprised and annoyed, Lindsay scolds it, reminding the creature how expensive those materials were. To his shock, the little beast even throws a tantrum, stomping around in protest. Lindsay is left speechless. "You're actually mad now," he mutters in disbelief. Just then, a summoning light appears. The rock beast pauses, tilting its head in confusion as someone is about to arrive. A dark energy pulses through the room. Snowball appears, her expression cold and ominous. Lindsay quietly observes, noting that Snowball seems to have recovered well. Without warning, the rock beast launches itself forward in a full-speed charge, its small body engulfed in rage. The impact as it crashes headfirst into Snowball with a loud burst. After the impact, Snowball stands firm, calmly holding an ice blade in her hand. The rock beast, now on the floor, looks defeated. But instead of staying down, it suddenly bursts into dramatic, exaggerated sobbing, flapping its tiny arms and crying loudly. Lindsay watches the whole thing unfold and rubs his forehead in disbelief. He can't help but sigh at how overly his new pet is. Snowball stands with arms crossed, staring down the trembling rock beast. Her presence alone is enough to make it nervous and retreats slightly in fear. The rock beast, overwhelmed, starts shaking and lets out a puff of smoke, panicking under the pressure. Suddenly, a screen flashes. Snowball's growth rate reaches its peak, signaling a major breakthrough. Just then, Lindsay appears surrounded by a sinister red aura. His presence shifts dramatically, and the atmosphere becomes heavy. The red aura around Lindsay intensifies, bursting out in a violent surge of energy. Moments later, a new rock stands where the energy-burst rock beast has evolved into a terrifying armored warrior form. Its entire body is clad in jagged, dark stone, exuding raw strength. A system panel flashes, confirming its evolution. The rock beast has now reached stage 9 of rank 2. It possesses several new skills and even greater potential, requiring 100% growth and rare earth elemental materials for its next divine evolution. Lindsay casually mentions that the evolution of rock beast into this form was something they clearly didn't see coming. The evolved rock beast glares intensely, its red eyes glowing beneath the armored helmet. Lindsay turns in surprise, sensing the sudden danger, but before he can react, the ground erupts beneath him. Rock beast has launched a powerful ground spike attack straight at him. As the spikes rush forward, Snowball reacts instantly, dashing through the air to intercept the attack, aiming to protect Lindsay before the strike lands. Rock beast charges forward with a brutal punch, aiming to crush everything in its path. A massive cloud of frost and mist explodes out as Snowball counters the attack. The sudden defense catches rock beast off guard. Its expression shifts from rage to confusion. Snowball emerges with a solid block of ice, her ice shield firmly raised to block the blow, standing her ground with calm determination. Rock beast glares at Lindsay, frustrated that its attack was blocked. Lynn, startled, reacts as the beast's presence overwhelms the room. A system alert appears. Snowball now meets the conditions for evolution. Lindsay steps up with confidence, ready to show who's really in control. He activates the evolution, using 10 high-level ice materials. Bright light surrounds Snowball as the transformation begins. In the next moment, her silhouette shifts, her body surges with power, glowing with icy blue energy. Rock beast tries to brace itself, but it's too late. An icy blast crashes through the room, forcing it on the defensive. A notification appears. Snowball's evolution has succeeded. From the mist, her new form is revealed, no longer the small frost spirit, She now stands tall and elegant as the Snow Lady, surrounded by swirling frost and glowing blue energy. Another system screen outlines her new abilities: upgraded ice blade attacks, improved reflective shields, and a devastating storm that enhances the extreme cold domain, turning it into a full-blown blizzard. As the newly evolved Snow Lady steps forward, Lindsay observes with excitement. Not only has she evolved, but her abilities have upgraded too. Facing her intimidating presence, Rock Beast hesitates, its stance weakens, and for the first time. Suddenly, sharp ice spikes rise up from beneath, catching Rock Beast off guard. Lindsay calmly gives the command, calling out Snow Ladies. Snow Lady unleashes a barrage of sharp icicles from above, raining them down on Rock Beast. Caught off guard, it stares up in shock, unable to react in time. Moments later, Rock Beast is on the ground, completely overwhelmed. Snow Lady stands tall. Lindsay walks over serious. He reminds Rock Beast of their contract: if it's going to stay under his command, obedience is non-negotiable. As he gives a final warning, if Rock Beast continues to act out of line, he won't hesitate to destroy it. Rock Beast trembles as Lindsay steps forward, asking firmly whether it will finally submit. With pressure still looming from the icicles above, Rock Beast quickly bows its head in agreement. But Lindsay doesn't let it off easily. He warns that next time, there won't be any second chances. Under the cold rain of icicles, Rock Beast gulps, completely intimidated. The beast clings tightly to Lindsay's leg like a child begging for forgiveness, while Snow Lady watches silently. Lindsay opens the door, only to be immediately confronted by a muscular man in a black tank top. The man is furious, demanding to know why Lin caused such chaos in the middle of the night. He points out the damage done to his home, especially the ruined wall. Trying to smooth things over, Lindsay puts on a nervous smile, apologizing and offering to cover the damages. But the man doesn't buy it. He snaps, saying this isn't the first time, and demands compensation not just for repairs, but for his mental stress too. He throws out a number, at least 300,000. Lindsay is stunned at the demand. 300,000. His face twists in disbelief. But the angry neighbor confirms it, insisting Lin must pay up within 3 days. As he starts threatening consequences, Rock Beast silently appears behind him, towering and menacing. The man doesn't realize the danger behind him until Rock Beast slowly raises its fist, glowing with fury. The angry neighbor suddenly freezes. He senses something behind him. Rock Beast's massive arm swings in at full force, stopping just inches away from the man's face as Lindsay calmly orders it to halt. Shaken and sweating, the man stares at the beast in disbelief. He stammers, asking if this terrifying creature is Lindsay's pet. He bows his head and quickly apologizes, trying to play it off as a misunderstanding. Rock Beast glares silently at the neighbor, its glowing red eyes narrowing with threat. Shaking, the angry neighbor quickly backs down, waving his hands nervously. He mutters that there's no need for compensation anymore, it's all a misunderstanding. Lindsay simply smiles. He reassures the man that it's no big deal, as long as they don't fuss over small things. Later that night, Lindsay sleeps peacefully in bed. Snowball, now in her evolved ice crystal spirit form, lies beside him. Nearby, Rock Beast sits on the floor. Morning light shines through the windows, and the city awakens. Inside the room, Snowball is playing a song on her phone. The cheerful, loud music suddenly startles Lindsay, who bolts up in surprise as the lyrics echo through the room. Guan makes a call, reminding Lindsay that today is the entrance exam for Zhongning Beast Tamer Academy. She suspects he's forgotten again. Startled, Lindsay quickly answers and realizes his mistake. Guan urges him to hurry and meet at the school gate. Later, a crowd gathers outside the academy near a bus. As Lindsay arrives, someone in the crowd spots him and calls out. From a distance, Guan waves her hand high and signals to her brother, calling him over with a cheerful smile. Some students stand in front of the academy, annoyed that Lindsay arrived late for something so important. One of them mocks him, saying he clearly overestimates himself. Lindsay walks up calmly, brushing off their comments. Someone nearby defends him, reminding the others that he cleared a high-difficulty trial. Moments later, his teacher, furious, slaps Lindsay for being late again. She accuses him of oversleeping. Lindsay laughs it off, saying he's just been really tired lately and tries to play it cool despite the scolding. The teacher questions Lindsay about whether he's been seriously training his soul arts. She seems strict but concerned. Guan, watching from a distance, notices the interaction and feels a bit confused seeing them talk. The teacher then gathers all the students and begins addressing them formally. She reminds them that they're top students from Pinghai No. 1 high school, and this entrance test will be even more challenging. She encourages everyone to do their best, saying she'll be waiting for their good news. The students cheer together, full of excitement and energy as they prepare to depart. The mood is uplifting as everyone raises their hands in encouragement. Back in a quiet moment, the teacher looks at Lindsay with high expectations, silently hoping he can become a shining example for their school. The bus begins its journey through winding mountain roads. Inside, Guan starts a conversation with Lindsay, asking why he hasn't been replying to her messages and what he's been so busy with lately. Lindsay admits he's been swamped with tasks and completely forgot to check in, brushing it off with a laugh as the two sit side by side. Guan reassures Lindsay not to worry and excitedly shares that her pet bird has successfully evolved. She proudly asks if he's impressed. Lindsay is surprised and praises her, saying that with her pet's evolution, she should have no problem passing the upcoming entrance test. As their bus enters Jiangning City, the skyline comes into view. The towering buildings and scenery impress Guan, who gazes out the window in awe, marveling at the beauty of the big city. While enjoying the view, Lindsay accidentally finds himself a little too close to Guan. His face turns red as he notices her leaning in. Guan, realizing the awkward position, hesitates mid-sentence and freezes. The two stare at each other silently for a moment, both embarrassed. Suddenly flustered, Guan panics and quickly pulls back, her face burning red as she tries to recover from the moment. In the back seats, a few girls notice what just happened and chuckle to themselves. The group finally arrives at Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy. The building stuns everyone. It's grand, luxurious, and more magnificent than expected. Some students are amazed, calling it impressive and cool. They admire the fountains, statues, and palace design. One student remarks that just being able to attend a place like this makes all the effort worth it. As Lindsay walks forward, he calmly tells someone to step aside. A group of students led by a calm, confident man walks toward the academy gates. Their school is introduced, and their team has 17 students. Moments later, another group arrives, this time more energetic and aggressive. A muscular guy and a girl with pink twin tails lead the team of 21 students from a different school. Watching them, one of the pink-haired girls from Lindsay's side nervously reminds Guan that as their class leader, she can't afford to lose to them. Lindsay gives Guan a thumbs up, silently encouraging her before she steps forward confidently with her team. Their group, Pinghai No. 1 High, steps up to register 12 students in total. Nearby, a student from another school watches them and sneers, calling them country bumpkins. A map briefly highlights the regional status of Pinghai, indicating that it's seen as more remote compared to the cities of Kangyan and Kinping, explaining the bias others have toward them. A student boldly charges forward and punches a giant statue. A man in a white coat appears, praising the student's spirit. He introduces himself as Teacher Su-hee, the one in charge of overseeing this round of the admissions test. He congratulates everyone for passing the initial trial, but warns them not to celebrate just yet. He explains that this entrance exam is much tougher than the beast taming trials they've faced before. Based on previous years, only 10 out of everyone present will be accepted. The elimination rate is 80%. One of the girls from Pinghai gets worried. She thinks since they passed the easier trial, they'll definitely be eliminated now. A cocky student from another school mocks them, saying Pinghai students don't stand a chance and should just give up. The pink-haired girl snaps back, clearly annoyed. Meanwhile, the tall, muscular guy casually asks his teammate Xinyi who else besides the two of them might pass. She doesn't answer, just looks silently and blows her bubble gum. She observes another boy and comments that he seems strong. Meanwhile, she, blowing bubble gum, watches the crowd suspiciously. Lindsay also notices something strange about one of the students. He can't put his finger on it, but the guy feels oddly familiar. Xinyi murmurs that something about him just seems off. She blows her bubble gum. The boy beside her notices and asks what's wrong. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing. He examines Lindsay, that one of the students present seems to have an unusually deep and unreadable strength. The boy scoffs in response, dismissing Lindsay's concern. He arrogantly claims that students from Pinghai are far below their level and not worth worrying about. Later, Suhi steps forward to address all the gathered students. He informs them that they'll first check into the academy's dormitory hotel and rest well today to prepare for the upcoming entrance exams. He also cheerfully adds that during the test period, meals in the academy cafeteria will be free and delicious. After the announcements, the students are given free time. Xinyi excitedly cheers, saying she's been hungry for a while and invites her brother to eat together. Inside the academy's dining hall, Guan chooses a table and suggests they sit there. Meanwhile, two boys at another table notice Guan walking by. One of them is stunned by her appearance and starts whispering about how attractive she looks. His friend quickly scolds him to keep his voice down, warning not to embarrass their school. Guan cheerfully encourages her brother to eat more, happily handing him a drumstick. He nervously chuckles, already overwhelmed by the mountain of food in front of him, insisting he's already full. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Si Yan approach with their plates, teasing Guan for not sharing food with them. They joke that she and her brother act just like a couple. Embarrassed, Guan turns bright red and quickly tells them to stop. One of the boys at the nearby table is shocked to see that Lindsay is now surrounded by even more girls. He exclaims in disbelief that Lindsay somehow keeps attracting them. His friend becomes visibly frustrated, calling it unfair. He can't understand why Lindsay is so popular despite thinking he himself looks better. As some time, a large student politely approaches Guan, Lindsay, and the group, asking if he can sit with them. Guan glances up at him silently. The student is allowed to sit at the table. He takes a seat beside Lindsay and introduces himself with a friendly smile, saying he's from Pinghai and his name is Zhuxing. Curious, Lindsay looks over and asks what he wants. While eating, Zhuxing mentions he heard rumors about a high schooler from Pinghai who managed to clear an extremely difficult level. He wonders aloud if that student came to the academy as well. Xinyi and the other girls question Zhuxing's intentions, accusing him of trying to gather intel before the exams even begin. Zhuxing nervously waves his hands, claiming he just wants to make friends. He admits that since he's not particularly outstanding, gaining information is his best shot at having a chance in the upcoming tests. Guan responds bluntly, saying they don't have anything to share and tells him to leave. Embarrassed but trying to stay friendly, Zhuxing laughs awkwardly and says they shouldn't be so harsh. He adds that he already has a general idea of the capable candidates among the current exam group. Zhuxing points out a silver-haired student entering with 3 girls and introduces him as Lai Pengyun, the top student from Pinghai. He explains that Lai Pengyun is a recognized prodigy who recently cleared a high-difficulty trial. His contracted beast, a venomous plant-type monster, has already reached Tier 3. Hearing this shocks Xinyi and her friend. They're stunned that a high schooler could own a Tier 3 pet beast. Zhuxing casually adds that Lai Pengyun also comes from a well-known wealthy family, which supplied him with rare materials for beast evolution. The girls quietly admit there's no way their Tier 1 pets could compare to someone like him. Guan silently reflects on the gap between her own pet beast and the Tier 3 one they just saw, realizing that her bird is still stuck at Tier 2, Stage 7. Meanwhile, Zhuxing points to another girl in the dining hall, Guo Xiningi, the twin-tailed girl. He explains that she's known as a troublemaker from Kongwu City. She only formed her first contract in her senior year, but still managed to pass a high-difficulty assessment in just 1 month. Her pet, a steel pattern baby dragon, has already reached Tier 2, Stage 8. The girls at the table are stunned. One questions how a pet could grow that fast in just 6 months, while the other speculates she might have already had it at stage 7 when they bonded. Lindsay casually explains that if someone has high enough spiritual power, they can directly contract with stronger pet beasts without needing to level up slowly. Hearing this, Xinyi looks curious and confused, not fully understanding what he meant. Then, with a playful expression, she strikes a flashy pose. Lindsay, caught off guard by her sudden cuteness, can only stare blankly. Zhuxian continues, mentioning that there's another top student from Kangwu City named Tan Yang, who is partnered with a rare dual-attribute pet. This revelation shocks Xinyi and her friend, who react in disbelief upon hearing that dual attributes are involved. Guan calmly explains that their teacher once mentioned such rare beasts exist, but are usually found in extremely dangerous regions and are almost impossible to tame. Lindsay, thinking to himself, recalls that the monster called Rock Ghost belongs to both ghost and rock types. He considers how valuable it would be to develop a dual-attribute pet like that. Zhu Xing finishes sharing all the information he knows and then asks the group if they can tell him who the student is that passed the super difficult trial. Xingyi excitedly begins to respond, pointing playfully as if to reveal something important. But before she can say more, Lindsay, still eating, calmly interrupts and says that the person he's asking about isn't here today. They notice someone's absence and quietly comment that the person didn't show up today. Lindsay calmly dismisses Zhu Xing, implying that he's not needed here and their group isn't close to his family. Zhu Xing gives up questioning and politely says he won't press further, then leaves. As he walks away, Zhu Xing thinks to himself that they're clearly hiding something. He suspects one of them might be the person capable of passing the highest level difficulty trial. Zhu Xing walks past a table of 3 other students. One of them eyes Lindsay's group and suggests testing that boy soon. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun questions Lindsay directly, asking why he didn't reveal the truth. She believes it's something he should be proud of. But Lindsay calmly wipes his mouth and replies that it's better to stay low-key. He doesn't want to draw attention too early and isn't fully convinced about the accuracy of the other family's intel. Guan smiles, impressed by Lindsay's cautious thinking. They walk together down the cafeteria aisle after finishing their meal. Guan suggests to Xiao Yun and Si Yan that they should train together that night so they don't fall behind other schools. The 2 girls happily agree. Guan then turns to Lindsay and asks if he wants to come to their room later so all 4 of them can hang out together. Lindsay pauses, but suddenly his mind flashes with 3 in revealing swimsuits, leaving him completely stunned. As Guan walks past a guy with silver hair, he suddenly reaches out to touch her. The guy smugly suggests that he and his friends should come visit the girl's room that night. He leans in with a creepy smile, calling Guan flirtatiously. But before he can finish his thought, Guan unleashes a powerful slap, her eyes glowing red with rage. The guy grabs his hand and shockingly responds that he actually enjoys it, still acting provocatively. His friends burst into laughter mocking, while Xiao Yun and Si Yan watch with concern from behind. But suddenly, a dark and threatening aura surrounds Lindsay. He looks directly at Guy, demanding him to let go. No more warnings. Guan steps in to calm down Lindsay, warning him that causing a fight here will definitely lead to punishment. Despite that, the guy keeps mocking them. He makes crude comments about their school, praising the girls but insulting the boys as weak. Lindsay says nothing, but his expression darkens as his fist slowly rises. In a flash, Lindsay punches the guy straight in the face with a devastating blow. After Lindsay's punch sends the guy flying, his companions rush forward angrily, ready to fight back. But Lindsay stands firm, surrounded by a dark, furious aura. He coldly warns them that they can say whatever they want to him, but insulting or threatening Guan is unacceptable. His intense aura freezes the 2 in place. They watch in shock as their friend lies unconscious behind them. Lindsay, consumed by rage, declares that he won't let the guy off easily after everything he said and did. The guy, now furious, challenges Lindsay to settle things right there with a fight. Just as he's about to attack, someone suddenly grabs his arm to stop him. Pengyan steps in and tells him not to make a scene or disgrace their side here. The haired guy is shocked and calls out to him in frustration. Pengyan calmly acknowledges Lindsay's punch, saying it was powerful, and suggests both sides should consider things settled. But Lindsay doesn't agree. He makes it clear that, for him, this matter isn't over yet. As Pengyan helps carry away his injured teammate, he tells Lindsay that the guy will be punished back home, but if Lindsay still has a problem, he can bring it to him directly. The two of them lock eyes, and a surge of intense energy flares between them. After everything settles, Guan suggests they leave, gently pulling at Lindsay's sleeve. He pauses silently for a moment, then agrees with a calm expression. As they begin walking away, Lindsay casually mentions their next focus, getting ready for the upcoming exam. Xiao Yun cheers behind them, calling Lindsay cool as the group exits together. Elsewhere, Pengyan smirks in the shadows, finally confirming his suspicion Lindsay is the one to watch. Later that night, at a luxurious dorm, steam rises from the bathroom as the girls Guan, Xiao Yun, and Si Yan relax together in the bath. Guan looks annoyed as all three squeeze into the tub, asking why they barged in together. Xiao Yun just grins mischievously and says it's their way of thanking her for training them, clearly enjoying the moment a bit too much. Si Yan happily shares that their pet beasts have now reached Tier 2, meaning they're finally strong enough to win upcoming battles. As a thank you, she and Xiao Yun excitedly offer to give Guan a massage, but things get a little too enthusiastic. Guan, flustered and blushing, yells at them to stop touching her randomly. Inside a grand hall, students gather in neat rows facing a glowing red portal. At the front, Suhi addressing the crowd, claiming he has good news based on their recent exam performance. He reveals his true opinion: this group has the lowest scores he's seen, and he doesn't expect much from them. Xiao Yun, embarrassed, yells in disbelief. Behind her, a few boys argue and point fingers, blaming others for dragging down the group's results. Xiao Yun, fired up and furious, shouts at the student who mocked her group. She warns him not to cross paths with her after the exam, or he'll regret it. Meanwhile, Suhi explains the gathered students it will take place inside the illusion realm created by the Origin Stone Monument. There will be no difficulty selection, everyone will face the same trial. As the monument activates, the test name is revealed: Mystic Forest Trial. The surface of the crystal lights up, showing a vibrant, dangerous forest filled with magical creatures and traps. Inside the illusionary mystic forest, dangerous beasts with glowing eyes roam, ready to attack anything that enters their territory. Suhi explains the exam rules. Each participant will receive a point tracker, and their score will increase based on the beasts they defeat. He then outlines the scoring system. Defeating a level 1 beast earns 10 points, a level 2 beast grants 20 points, and a level 3 beast gives 40 points. However, Suhi warns them the forest is brutal. If their pet or the student themselves is eliminated, they'll be considered disqualified. He adds that in the forest center, there's a ranking monument displaying the top 10 players' scores and their current locations, making them both targets and competitors. As students process the exam details, some begin to panic. One of them voices concern about the presence of level 3 beasts, worrying they'll be instantly eliminated if encountered. Suhi continues the announcement. The exam will last 4 hours, and at the end, only the top 10 scorers will be selected based on points. Suddenly, Lai Pengyan raises his hand and asks a sharp question: can they only hunt beasts to earn points? Suhi grins darkly and praises the question. Then, he reveals the twist. Defeating other participants is allowed, and if they do, they'll inherit all of their opponent's points. The students react in outrage. Many can't believe such brutal rules are allowed. Some argue that it encourages betrayal among classmates. One student proposes forming a group to eliminate competitors from other schools to secure a top spot. A boy cracks his knuckles with a smirk, excited by the chance to fight without holding back. Meanwhile, Xinyi, blowing bubble gum, observes the chaos around her calmly and with little interest. Suhi silences the crowd. He tells them the real battlefield is far crueler and gives everyone the option to withdraw now if they're scared. He adds that the top-ranked student will receive the title of freshman leader, along with special privileges after enrollment. Lin Zi narrows his eyes with focus in his mind. He's eager to see who among the new students will prove themselves the strongest. A montage of standout candidates appears: Xinyi, Lai Pengyun, the muscular brawler, Lin Zi, and Guan. All of them potential contenders for the top rank. Guan, looking thoughtful, hopes to meet up with Lin Zi in the trial. Even if she can't make it to the top 10, she wants to support him however she can. Before entering the illusion, Lin Zi calmly instructs Guan to use her bird-type pet's flight ability to find him quickly and regroup once inside the trial zone. She gives a confident nod, her eyes gleaming with determination. She's ready. Suhi stands on stage, instructing everyone to stay calm as the trial is about to begin. A bright red burst signals the opening of the illusion realm. The transfer begins. Inside the illusion forest, Lin Zi appears first. He calmly surveys the area, standing tall among the trees. Lin Zi scans the forest carefully, remaining alert to any signs of movement. He spots a tall red monument in the distance and recognizes it as the ranking stone. Glancing at his wrist device, it shows his current score is 0 and the countdown timer is active. He notes that players can only view their own score, not their ranking. This forces everyone to eventually approach the central stone, making it the most dangerous area later on. The red pillar in the center displays the top 10 scores, but only if players actively go to update it. If someone doesn't, their location will still show. Lin Zi realizes the true goal of this exam is to pit students against each other. The one with the most strength makes the rules here. He reminds himself that it's just a game. As his spirit beasts materialize behind him, he focuses having fun is what matters most. Suddenly, a sharp object comes flying toward him. Two-headed snakes rush at Lin Zi, but a glowing barrier blocks them. Lin Zi stays calm, barely reacting. He notes the barrier consumes little soul power, so he keeps it active as a precaution. Suddenly, Rock Ghost slams into the ground, summoned by Lin Zi. Lin Zi decides to observe the golem's performance without revealing his own strength. He wants to test the creature's dual attribute potential. The rock ghost stares down the retreating two-headed snake, which backs away in fear. Lin Zi tells it to stop chasing, explaining the low-tier beasts aren't worth the effort due to low points. The rock ghost clenches its fists, excited by Lin Zi's suggestion to find tougher enemies to fight. Lin Zi remains calm, but quietly worries whether Guan Ning will be able to locate him smoothly. A fiery centipede lies defeated behind Guan Ning, who looks up with hope that everything goes smoothly. She checks her watch. 30 points, time remaining, 3 hours 45 minutes. She lets out a relieved breath. Pointing ahead, Guan Ning commands her flaming bird, "Go, flame bird!" and it takes flight. The flame bird soars through the sky, heading toward the red stone pillar. Guan Ning clutches her hand to her chest. Her eyes look around as she quietly mutters, "Lin Zi, where are you?" Guan Flame Bird glides high above the trees, scanning from the sky. Through her glowing eyes, Guan sees what the bird sees. Her vision locks onto the landscape ahead. Elsewhere in the forest, a student's small beast clashes with a massive red snail in a heated fight. Another student flees in panic as a weird frog-flying creature lunges at him from behind. A group of strange monkey beasts clap and cheer wildly, possibly having just evaded the flame bird's pursuit. The flame bird returns to Guan, who realizes her pet can't stay too far from her for long. Guan determines her only option is to try her luck near the stone monument. She believes Lin Zi is strong enough to reach the top 10 and might show up on the ranking list. Without hesitation, she mounts a large yellow bird and launches into the sky. She jumps off the yellow ostrich mount mid-run. The bird runs off in a panic as she launches a surprise strike. Based on memory, she recalls this golden-back ostrich to be around rank 2, stage 5. Her flame bird swoops down in a blazing dive, burning through the sky with overwhelming power. She's confident it can win easily. The ostrich is engulfed in flames and collapses instantly. Guanning notes that she just earned 20 points with no effort. Just as the flaming ostrich falls, a boomerang crashes in, striking it down before it lands. Guan is startled. She looks around in shock, questioning who launched the attack and stole her kill. A large hand grabs the returning boomerang effortlessly. Standing confidently is a muscular beast man named Otto the Wildman, a humanoid pet beast of rank 2, stage 4. The guy watches smugly from behind. The guy grins as he smugly greets Guan, remarking on their fated reunion. She angrily confronts him for stealing her kill, but he just shrugs it off, saying there are no rules against it. He enthusiastically orders his pet Otto to attack, shouting for him to crush her flaming bird. Otto launches into the air with immense power, about to strike down with brute force. Guan shouts urgently, warning her flaming bird to dodge the incoming attack. A golden boomerang hurtles through the air, aimed directly at her. Guan realizes too late that it's targeting her, not the bird. The impact knocks her off her feet, leaving her vulnerable and dazed. The guy grabs her from behind and mocks her with a sinister smile, saying she won't be able to command her bird anymore now. He smugly explains how humanoid-type beasts like his have high intelligence, allowing them to act independently while his commands are just suggestions. His beast grabs Guanning's flaming bird tightly, restraining it completely. The guy creepily whispers to Guanning, enjoying her helpless state before she gets eliminated. On the other side of Lindsay, he checks his wrist display. His current score is 40 points, and 3 hours 28 minutes remain in the exam. Rock Ghost silently finishes off another beast and tosses the body aside, while Lindsay calmly walks ahead without turning back. He casually checks his wrist tracker again as he hears strange sounds from deeper in the forest. A strange-looking creature called Big Belly Beast appears. It's a round, heavy-looking beast being led by a player. He spots them and smirks, thinking this will be an easy score. Zhu Xing checks his wrist tracker, revealing he already has 60 points. He advises himself not to get too relaxed. He suddenly notices the arrival of Lindsay. Recognizing him, he mentions they've met in the cafeteria before. Lindsay smiles calmly, thinking to himself that this guy probably doesn't know his identity. Since he seems informed, he could be useful. Rock Ghost stands proudly, drawing Lindsay awe. He wonders if it's a rare beast since he's never seen one like it before. Zhu Xing watches from a distance, assuming Lindsay isn't the same Lindsay who passed the advanced trial. He believes Lin uses an ice-type beast, unlike the golem beside him. Lindsay smiles and humbly claims his beast is nothing special, just a basic D-rank pet that reached level 2. Zhu Xing proudly presents his unusual and rare monster, a mutated beast that has already reached level 2, stage 7. Zhu Xing boasts further, offering to let Lindsay follow him and earn points together. He promises that if Lin listens to him, he'll easily get into the top 10. Lindsay excitedly celebrates, thinking he's finally found a teammate to rely on. However, Zhu Xing secretly grins, thinking Lindsay is a fool. He plans to use Lin's strength, and then betray him once he's no longer useful. Guanning reaches out to grab the guy. She flips the guy over her shoulder in a surprise move, slamming him to the ground with a loud thud. The guy, humiliated, curses in frustration after being slammed down. His eyes widen in shock. Guanning, now calm but deadly serious, reminds him that last time her brother held back, this time she won't. As she declares, demonize, pink and black flames erupt around her. The beast turns its head in shock as demonic pink-purple flames suddenly ignite beside it, leaving it stunned. From within the flames, a dark-horned bird emerges, eyes glowing and body wrapped in ominous smoke, descending like a demon from the sky. The flame bird swoops down with blazing pink flames. Otto panics as flame bird surrounds him, his face filled with fear. Terrified, Otto turns and runs away, ignoring his master's desperate call to return. Standing on top of Guy, Guoning mocks him, remarking how having a pet with its own will isn't always a good thing. Lying on the ground, the guy smirks and arrogantly makes a final remark, pointing at himself mockingly. He is abruptly silenced by a powerful strike that sends him flying. Guoning stands over his unconscious body and notices her score has increased to 70, confirming she gained points from defeating him. The ranking crystal updates, displaying the top 5 scores. Guoning is now in 4th place with 70 points. The instructor observes the leaderboard and is surprised someone already surpassed 100 points in under an hour, exceeding expectations for this batch of examinees. Pengyun is walking toward the battlefield through the glowing portal. A massive spotted savage tiger beast type stage 3, level 1 towers over Pengyun ready to attack. His pet, poison vine demon plant type stage 3, level 3 appears nearby, indicating a high-level threat zone. The spotted savage tiger suddenly charges forward with ferocity, aiming straight for Pengyun. Poison vine demon eyes glowing as he alert. With a sudden burst, the poison vine demon launches its vines, piercing into the tiger's body and pinning it to the ground. The tiger is forcefully slammed away, overwhelmed by the power of the vine-based monster. The spotted savage tiger tries to resist, its face twisted in rage as vines continue to entangle its mouth. Despite the struggle, the tiger collapses in front of Pengyun. He calmly tells the poison vine demon to stop playing and prepare to hunt the next target. The savage tiger's eye widens in shock. A sudden burst of green vines pierces through its body with brutal force, splattering blood. The poison vine demon stands atop the lifeless tiger. The vines retract slowly from the corpse, twitching with eerie energy as they pull free. The poison vine demon towers over the lifeless tiger. As the vines retract, the tiger's body collapses to the ground. Pengyun casually checks his wristband. His score now reads 210. With a smug expression, he declares himself the rightful ruler of this new generation. He spots a tall red monument in the distance and recognizes it as the ranking stone. A new leaderboard is displayed near the glowing red monument. Pengyun now holds the top spot with 210 points. Guo Xingyi follows in second, while others fall in line. The timer shows 2 hours and 39 minutes remaining. The man smirks, confirming that Guo Xingyi has reached second place just as expected. He questions her strategy. She's been helping him gain all the points while remaining at 0 herself. He wonders if she really doesn't mind. Guo Xingyi calmly asks, "So, who should we start with?" The man looks at the leaderboard, remarking that it's still too early to challenge Pengyun, who leads with 210 points. He notes that Lu Gang, another participant, is from their school. He narrows his focus to a new target, Guanning, currently ranked 4th. Guo Xingyi recalls someone named Lin Zi, once praised as a genius, but she doesn't see his name on the leaderboard. She scoffs at the thought. They conclude that many on the list likely used cheap tactics to climb. The girl notes that Guanning is nearby, and they decide to move toward him. Guanning points toward the east, deciding the direction to proceed. The flame bird lands as she follows behind. She calculates 2 monster targets. Nearby on the left is a wind cutter mantis, and on the right, a man-eating flower. She's evaluating which one to take on next. She looks determined, wondering where Lin Zi is and deciding which direction she must take to find him. Meanwhile, Lin Zi walks calmly through the forest alongside Andre. They encounter a new enemy, a creature labeled as Withered Vine Beast, ranked 2ND tier, level 4. Andre cheerfully tells Lin Zi to handle the beast first and promises to assist shortly. He smirks to himself, planning to swoop in and steal the kill after the creature is nearly defeated so he can claim the points. The rock beast launches a powerful strike toward the withered vine beast. The enemy is swiftly eliminated, signaled by a red icon showing its defeat. Rock beast remains silent, staring at the defeated enemy while Lin Zi watches calmly in the background. Andre stands silently and stunned by what just happened. Suddenly, his face twists in shock as he realizes the armored creature killed the enemy instantly before he could even act. The screen shows a countdown timer with just 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. The leaderboard reveals the top participants. Lindsay is shown in 9th place with 120 points, a sharp rise from his previous position. A total of 17 participants have already completed the challenge. The instructor observes the screen, surprised by Lindsay's rapid progress, jumping from rank 33 to rank 9 in under 2 hours. He recalls rumors about Lindsay being from a family known for overcoming high-difficulty trials. He realizes the reason behind their success. Lindsay and Zhuxing are working together as a team. As they walk through the forest, Zhuxing complains that Lindsay and his pet, Rock Beast, keep eliminating enemies too quickly. Zhuxing asks to be given a chance to fight at least one. Lindsay simply apologizes, showing no intention of slowing down. He explains that since the graduation exam affects their school advancement, he always commands Rock Beast to go all out in battle. Then, turning casually to Zhuxing, he offers to let him handle the next one if he wants points too. Annoyed, he grits his teeth, thinking Lindsay is getting too full of himself. He plans to take Lindsay down in the next fight and steal all his points. Suddenly, a warning appears on the screen. A dangerous elite beast has appeared in the area. Lindsay looks at the alert and wonders if defeating a rare ranked beast might offer more points, showing interest in maximizing his score. From the bushes, a golden glow starts to emerge, accompanied by a rustling sound. The group moves closer and discovers a massive golden tree. Lindsay, Zhuxing, Big Mouth, and Rock Beast all stand in awe at the sight. Zhuxing exclaims in shock, "It's a golden tree, something extremely rare." He guesses it must be a special bonus reward for those who find it. Without warning, 2 thick golden roots erupt from the ground. Zhuxing is grabbed and flung into the air, while Lindsay back off, caught off guard. Zhuxing is wrapped tightly by the golden root, hanging upside down. He shouts in shock as he's dragged toward the tree. The face of the golden tree begins to morph, revealing a fierce expression carved from its bark. The tree reveals its monstrous form with multiple writhing limbs and a skull-like face. A system panel identifies it as a golden ant beast, a plant-type stage 9 elite. Terrified, Zhuxing recognizes the beast. It's a golden ant beast, a dangerous creature far beyond what they expected. Panicking, he desperately shouts for help from his pet, Big Mouth. But Big Mouth gets captured by another tendril mid-air, rendering it useless. Hanging upside down and completely restrained, Zhuxing realizes how dire the situation is as silence falls. He's left speechless. He realizes in panic that the golden ant beast isn't just restraining him, it's actively draining his energy. He urgently calls for Lindsay's help. Lindsay, however, calmly reminds him that they agreed each person would handle one beast. He doesn't look very concerned. Desperate and upside down, Zhuxing pleads for teamwork. He insists this situation is different. The enemy is far too powerful, and they need to join forces. Lindsay casually walks away with Rock Beast, waving off Zhuxing's cries. He encourages Zhuxing, saying he trusts him to find a way to win and promises to leave it to him. Zhuxing panics as the golden root tightens around him. He desperately begs Lindsay not to leave and pleads for help. Lindsay stops and says he can help but wants to know what's in it for him, showing he's not about to help for free. Frustrated, Zhuxing curses him internally for trying to negotiate at a time like this. But realizing he has no choice, he offers to share secrets he knows about others. Interested, Lindsay turns to face the golden tree and simply replies, "Talk." He blurts out a major secret he knows about the exclusive soul skills of Lai Pengyan and Guo Zinyi. He begs Lindsay to save him first. Lindsay processes the intel, thinking it's important. He compares the soul skills to Rhoda's enhancement techniques. Then, he calls out to his pet, Rock Beast. Responding to the command, Rock Beast prepares to attack. Lindsay instructs it to use its crushing strike and aim for the enemy's abdomen. Rock Beast dashes forward with full power, ready to execute a powerful attack against the golden ant beast. As Rock Beast charges in, the golden ant beast quickly counters, striking the ground with multiple vine in a defensive barrage. Rock Beast weaves through the incoming attacks, dashing aggressively with glowing red eyes, closing the gap between it and the monster. Just as Rock Beast leaps in for a blow, a thick golden limb intercepts, swatting it away with incredible force before it can strike the target. Rock Beast is slammed hard against the ground by the golden root. Rock Beast launches a fierce strike with incredible speed, aiming directly at the golden ant beast. Golden vines shoot up in response, clashing with explosive force and completely intercepting the attack. In an instant, Rock Beast is wrapped tightly by multiple vines, completely immobilized and restrained in mid-air. Watching from a distance, Lindsay assesses the situation. He notes that even a Stage 2 Level 9 Rock Beast is struggling against the Stage 3 Level 9 Golden Ant Beast, revealing the gap in power. Lindsay watches as Rock Beast is completely restrained by the golden vines. Realizing it's stuck, he thinks about secretly summoning another pet, his trump card, the Snow Girl. Suddenly, something unexpected has caught his attention. Despite being tightly bound, Rock Beast's eyes glow intensely. It lets out a low growl, resisting the pressure as its body begins to react. Lindsay shouts out in alarm, calling Rock Beast's name. Rock Beast begins to power up. Lindsay shouts at it, demanding it break free with everything it has. The golden ant beast notices the rising energy and reacts. Its vines surge forward, tightening around Rock Beast in a panic. The monster wraps Rock Beast completely, entangling it into a massive vine cocoon, trying to suppress it with overwhelming force. Rock Beast's body begins to disintegrate into energy, vanishing inside the vine prison. Zhu Xing screams in horror. He believes Rock Beast is finished, completely absorbed by the golden ant beast. Lindsay stands before a glowing portal as a countdown reads 1 minute and 54 seconds. The number of current participants is shown to be 27. Inside the observation room, the instructor watches closely. He reflects on Lindsay's decision to challenge a high-difficulty trial, curious to witness the true strength this young prodigy possesses. The golden ant beast tendrils writhe through the air. Suddenly, dark and purple energy begins to spiral upward, forming a chaotic vortex. Lindsay looks surprised as he notices a sudden change in his surroundings. In a burst of energy, the rock beast Lindsay's pet undergoes a powerful transformation. Now enveloped in glowing blue energy, its form becomes humanoid and shadowy, radiating strength. A system notification appears, announcing the unlocking of a new skill, Ghost Spirit Form, active for 30 seconds. Zhu Xing, now trapped by the golden ant beast, hangs upside down in shock. He stares at the transformed rock beast, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. From a distance, Lindsay observes that the dual attribute beast now possesses unique abilities. He's eager to test how powerful the rock beast is in this new ghost spirit form. The ant beast lets out a furious roar and charges forward. Its glowing golden tendrils lash out wildly, launching a fierce assault. The transformed rock beast, now in its ghost spirit form, swiftly dodges the incoming attacks. The tendrils pass right through it without causing any damage. Zhu Xing watches in shock as the golden ant beast continues its rampage, but its attacks prove useless. Lindsay realizes that the rock beast, in this state, has no physical body, allowing it to completely negate all physical attacks and control effects. Lindsay looks at the system interface that displays the rock beast's skill list. One of the skills, Shatter Impact, is currently disabled, but others like Stone Projectile and Earth Spike remain usable. He calmly issues a command to the rock beast. He instructs it to use its Stone Projectile skill and target the enemy's eyes and abdomen for maximum damage. Responding immediately, the rock beast in ghost spirit form charges energy into its hands. Blue aura surges around it, ready to launch with precision. The stones are fired with immense force, striking the golden ant beast directly. The golden ant beast lets out a cry and stumbles backward, visibly injured. Its body twists in pain while Zhu Xing still trapped. Lindsay observes calmly, but his thoughts are serious. He realizes that the level difference between them and the golden ant beast is too great. The damage they've dealt so far isn't enough to bring it down. Zhu Xing, panicking, yells for his pet Big Mouth to run while carrying him away. Big Mouth bolts forward with surprising speed, dragging Zhu Xing to safety. While bouncing along, Zhu Xing curses his luck. He's not worried about injuries, he's worried that if Lindsay dies, all the points Lin earned would go to waste. From the distance, Lindsay watches them retreat. Big Mouth bounces off into the woods with Zhu Xing on its back, disappearing into the forest. The golden ant beast roars again, unleashing a barrage of golden tendrils. Lindsay calmly calls out the name of Snowball. The tendrils rush toward him, but he stands firm. With a burst of energy, Snowball appears beside Lindsay, surrounding them both in a shimmering blue aura. Snowballs begins activating her power. She unleashes her powerful ice magic. Giant frozen cyclones erupt around her as a snowstorm covers the battlefield. The golden ant beast roars, caught off guard by the sudden temperature drop. Amid the swirling ice, the transformed rock beast now with his first form steps forward. Lindsay gives the order, and the rock beast launches forward at full speed. It activates the skill Shatter Impact, channeling all its power into a destructive charge. With a loud crash, the rock beast smashes directly into the golden ant beast's face. The collision explodes with energy, delivering a devastating strike as the monster lets out a deafening scream. Snowball prepares wave of ice magic, her pink eyes glowing as she channels her frost energy. She raises her hand, summoning another powerful spell to freeze the battlefield. The rock beast, still in its armored red form, hears Lindsay's command. The rock beast pierces through the frozen battlefield, its shadowy form crashing into the golden ant beast again. Lindsay steps forward with determination in his eyes. He clenches his fist and declares it's not over yet. With a final burst of strength, Lindsay launches a powerful blow directly into the golden ant beast's face. The impact explodes with golden energy, combining his force with the rock beast's assault. The battlefield falls silent as the golden ant beast collapses, shattered and defeated. Ice fragments and broken tendrils scatter across the field, while Snowball and the rock beast stand victorious. A system prompt appears, confirming the golden ant beast has been eliminated. Its glowing eyes fade as the battle officially ends. Lindsay receives confirmation of the kill and the victory is sealed. The rock beast evolves to stage 3, unlocking a new advanced form of its ghost spirit mode. This new form doubles its previous power and duration, allowing it to copy Lindsay's movements and abilities for 10 seconds at the cost of 100 achievement points. Lindsay opens the reward panel and grins. He praises the usefulness of the new skill, feeling that spending achievement points on it was completely worth it. He reflects on how the rock beast's ghost spirit form boosted their combat strength by over 100%, and even managed to level up during the battle. He's thrilled by the gains. This was a massive win. The screen displays Lindsay's total score. 180 points remain, with 1 hour and 20 minutes left on the clock. The instructor watches from the headquarters, stunned by Lindsay's performance. He especially notes the appearance of Snowball, the frost-type pet. If his guess is right, she's a rare beast with incredible potential. He wonders how Lindsay was able to tame such a creature. Meanwhile, Lindsay reflects to himself. Defeating a rare stage 3 beast granted a massive 60-point bonus. He'll have to start being careful to not attract too much attention. But just as he's thinking this, he suddenly senses something strange nearby and questions what's going on. Zhuxing and his pet Big Mouth arrive back at the battlefield, shocked to see the shattered remains of the golden ant beast. With wide eyes, Zhuxing yells in disbelief. He can't believe that Lindsay actually managed to defeat the golden ant beast all by himself. But his confusion quickly turns to curiosity. Pointing at Snowball, who's still standing beside Lindsay, he asks who she is. He wonders if she's another examinee, and which academy she belongs to. Lindsay, caught off guard, realizes he forgot to unsummon Snowball. Internally panicking, he knows he can't keep up his low-profile act now that Zhuxing has seen her. Zhuxing is still stunned as he points at Snowball. He loudly wonders what's going on, assuming she must be a humanoid ice-type beast that somehow defeated the golden ant beast herself. He begins analyzing it, further questioning whether Snowball is an independent beast or someone's summoned pet. He nervously speculates that if she's a pet, then her master must be nearby and dangerously strong. Zhuxing panics even more. Realizing she's an ice type, he wonders if her master could be the rumored Lindsay. If that's true, then Lindsay's strength is clearly far above their level, and they might be the next targets. Lindsay stands silently, unable to say anything. Watching Zhuxing spiral into his own exaggerated assumptions, he just internally sighs, knowing things are now way off script. A system warning suddenly appears. Fake summon attacking us. Snowball, facing the others, seems to be preparing for something. Lindsay and the rock beast turn their attention toward her. Snowball looks genuinely confused, tilting her head as question marks float around her. Zhuxin grows more anxious. He points at Snowball and nervously tells Lindsay that she's staring directly at them. Lindsay silently nods, trying to keep calm. Without warning, Snowball unleashes a flurry of icicles into the air. Massive ice spikes rain down toward their direction. Snowball calmly gathers energy in her hand, casting another wave of ice magic. Zhuxin begins panicking. He thinks if both he and Lindsay die here, it'd be an embarrassing end. He decides it's safer to sacrifice someone else's pet before running. Zhuxin shouts at Big Mouth. The creature looks confused as Zhuxin lunges toward it with the intention of using it as a shield. Zhuxin yells that it's for protection, trying to justify his selfish survival tactic while his pet is left stunned. Snowball calmly announces she's fine and voluntarily returns to her summoning space. The rock beast also appears. A message displays, "You too, return." Zhuxin, still panting from panic, leans against Big Mouth, who looks just as exhausted and confused. Zhuxin wipes his sweat and smirks proudly. Perfect, he thinks. Not only did he survive the crisis, but he also earned points. Zhuxin, drenched in sweat, asks if things are finally safe. He's startled to see Lindsay. Lindsay calmly rises from inside Big Mouth. Protected by a glowing barrier, he casually asks if he can come out now, revealing he's been safe the whole time. Zhuxin panics again, yelling at Big Mouth not to release him yet because the threat might still be behind them. Internally, he's confused. Lindsay should have been digested by now, yet he's perfectly fine. Big Mouth makes a strange sound as it struggles with something. Big Mouth suddenly spits Lindsay out, sending him tumbling onto the grass. Zhuxin watches in shock, trying to understand how Lindsay managed to survive inside his pet. Lindsay calmly adjusts his jacket and casually comments that maybe Big Mouth just had trouble digesting him. Zhuxin quickly changes tone, suggesting that if the monster had kept chasing them, they could have teamed up to defeat it together. Zhuxin forces a smile. Inside, he admits that this guy is actually scarier than he thought. Lindsay confirms that the enemy doesn't seem to be chasing them anymore. He then asks Zhuxin to finally explain what the exclusive soul technique is all about. Zhuxin suggests they head to the stone monument first to check if their team made it into the top 10 rankings. He agrees to explain everything along the way. While walking, Zhuxin explains that exclusive soul techniques are rare skills awakened by only a few exceptionally gifted beast tamers. They're unique and personalized based on one's physique and talent, not something that can be taught or learned from books. Curious, Lindsay then asks what kind of exclusive soul techniques Guozini and Lai Pengyun, two other individuals, possess, wanting to understand how his peers compare. Zhuxin runs excitedly toward the large red stone monument, eager to check the latest rankings. The ranking list lights up. Lai Pengyun 370, Guozini 340, Tang Yang 250, Lu Gang 210, Lindsay 180, and others down to the 10th spot with 100 points. There's less than an hour left in the trial. Zhuxin scans the board and, as expected, doesn't find his name. He sighs in disappointment. But he quickly pumps himself up. There's still time left, and the 10th place only has 100 points. If he can add Lindsay's contribution to his total, he's confident he'll break into the top 10 rankings. Lindsay walks up to the stone pillar with Zhuxin, both staring at the leaderboard. Zhuxin tries to call out to him, attempting to confirm. Zhuxin's eyes widen as he sees Lindsay's wrist glow with red numbers. Lindsay reveals his wrist. His score is clearly shown as 180 points. Zhuxin leaps forward in shock and amazement. He shouts in disbelief, this quiet guy actually has 180 points. He realizes just how underestimated Lindsay truly was. The leaderboard updates, showing Lindsay 180 points in the 5th position. Zhuxin crouches, trembling beside the monument. He stammers, struggling to ask what Lindsay's name is. Lindsay coolly responds, stating his name without hesitation, Lindsay. Zhuxin freaks out completely. Pointing at Lindsay, he yells that Lindsay was pretending to be weak the whole time, while secretly being way ahead of him. Zhuxin finally realizes Lindsay's full strength. He had 2 pets all along, including the powerful ice-type girl. Zhu curses himself for not recognizing that Lin Zi was hiding his true abilities. Lin Zi calmly reminds Zhu Xing that if it weren't for his help, Zhu would have already been eliminated by the Golden Ant Beast. He demands Zhu to finally share the information he promised. Zhu Xing snaps in frustration, yelling that Lin Zi will never get what he wants. His face twists with rage as he launches forward, ordering his pet to attack. In a shocking betrayal, Zhu commands Big Mouth to devour Lin Zi completely. Lin Zi counters instantly. His ice-type pet and rock guardian spring into action. Snowball unleashes her true power. A majestic ice dragon forms in her hand. With a single cast, she freezes Big Mouth solid, shocking Zhu Xing, who watches helplessly as his strongest pet turns into a block of crystal. Zhu Xing collapses to the ground, trembling. Lin Zi, flanked by his powerful pets, towers over him. Lin Zi coolly approaches Zhu Xing, declaring that although his score isn't high, it's still equivalent to a rare third-rank beast, enough for him to take. Terrified, Zhu Xing begs for mercy, yelling that he'll talk, just don't hurt him. But Lin Zi changes his mind. With Snowball by his side, he calmly says he no longer cares what kind of soul technique others have, it makes no difference to him now. Zhu Xing freezes in confusion, struggling to understand what Lin Zi means. Lin Zi stands confidently before Zhu Xing, declaring that none of them are even close to being his match. Panicked, Zhu Xing screams out for Snow Girl and tries to command her. Suddenly, a sharp flash slices through the air too fast for him to react. A brutal strike lands directly in Zhu Xing's abdomen, blasting him back with blood spraying, his eyes wide in disbelief. Zhu Xing, heavily injured, mutters Lin Zi's name as Pengyan approaches with poison ivy by his side. Pengyan smirks, saying he's waited a long time for this moment, as his twisted pet beast snarls beside him. Zhu Xing yells out in panic, warning his boss that Lin Zi is dangerous and has a powerful ice pet beast. Lin Zi calmly stares forward, recognizing the new arrival. He notes that their unfinished business will now be settled. Pengyan turns away, dismissing the green beast and telling it to retreat. Zhu Xing laughs confidently. He proudly claims that even though he lost, his points were handed over to the boss. The poison ivy smirks and begins to vanish in a puff of smoke. Thick fog spreads around the area as the creature disappears completely. The leaderboard updates, showing Pengyan at the top with 430 points, while Lin Zi remains in 5th place. Pengyan steps forward confidently and demands that Lin Zi reveal his full strength. He wants to settle who truly deserves the top spot among beginners. Lin Zi calmly responds, saying he has no interest in such a title and is willing to let Pengyan have it. Pengyan smirks, interpreting Lin Zi's words as a sign of surrender. He bursts into mocking laughter, calling Lin Zi a coward. He declares his plan to eliminate all the top contenders: Guo Zini, Tan Yang, Lu Gang, and Guan Ning. With a twisted expression, Pengyan confesses he finds destroying others utterly thrilling. The thought alone excites him. He suddenly snaps to a realization: Guan Ning is nearby and the perfect next target. Lin Zi looks at the ranking screen and notices something alarming. He realizes Guan Ning, Guo Zini, and Tan Yang are all in the same area. He quickly deduces Guan Ning is in danger. Realizing the urgency, Lin Zi dashes off toward the east, aiming to protect Guan Ning. Pengyan mocks him for running and commands his pet beast to intercept Lin Zi. The poison ivy leaps high into the air, attempting to cut Lin Zi off mid-route. But before it can block him, the poison ivy attacks first, restraining Rock Beast tightly with its chains. The vine entangles Lin Zi mid-air, binding him tightly within its coils. Pengyan mocks him, claiming he's nothing more than an overrated name. He orders the poison ivy to drain Lin Zi's energy completely, warning him not to try escaping again. Lin Zi grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as his energy begins to flare. Pengyan arrogantly dismisses Lin Zi, unaware that Ice Queen is rapidly closing in behind him. He turns in shock, realizing her presence too late. In an instant, Ice Queen freezes him solid with a powerful burst of ice magic. The poison ivy halts its attack, stunned by its master's sudden incapacitation. The Ice Queen prepares another wave of sharp ice crystals. Rock Beast lunges and shatters the ice sculpture. Lin Zi calmly leans toward Ice Queen and reminds her, "I already told you." Without turning back, the trio Lin Zi, Ice Queen, and Rock Beast walk away. leaving the frozen Penguin statue behind. The poison ivy writhes weakly on the ground, still clinging to life despite being frozen and shattered. A man approaches and observes the scene, surprised by the creature's resilience even after a brutal defeat. This man, identified as Lu Gang, grins confidently. He sees an opportunity, comparing the situation to hunters being hunted in turn. Lu Gang raises his hand, aiming for the frozen statue of Penguin. He declares that the points are his now. Lu Gang summons his iron-armored dragon, a rank 2 stage 9 beast, and commands it to attack the frozen Lai Penguin directly. Confident, Lu Gang mocks his opponent, saying even if pet beasts can be revived, the same can't be said for their master. The dragon beast shatters the ice statue with a powerful strike. Lu Gang smirks, believing this guarantees his first-place rank. However, as he checks his wrist, he's confused. His points remain unchanged, and he wonders aloud why they didn't increase. Lu Gang stands puzzled as he notices something strange. Despite his confident strike, the points haven't transferred and nearby. He turns around, suspicious, only to spot a vine creeping closer. Before he can react, the vine launches at him with fierce speed, stabbing directly into him in a surprise attack. Penguin calmly walks up, explaining that there's no harm in revealing secrets to someone already eliminated, as Lu Gang is ensnared. He reveals his terrifying secret technique, mimicry synchronization, as his face shifts into a monster form. Lu Gang is caught off guard, trying to call his pet for help, but he's already being constricted tighter by the vine. The iron-armored dragon attempts to respond to the command, but it's too late. It's already entangled and pinned down by the vine beast. A burst of smoke signals its defeat, as the vine completely suppresses the armored beast. Lin Zi swiftly approach from above. He spots them and immediately becomes alert. He warns them, saying that if they dare touch his little sister, they'll face consequences. With fierce determination, Lin Zi rushes down at high speed. His eyes burn with rage as he declares that they are as good as dead. On the ground, several people are already gathered. Lin Zi's sister is surrounded by creatures, including a beast, a dark spider, Xinyi and Tanyong standing guard. Suddenly, a small white dragon with horns appears. The screen displays its identity: coiling pattern baby dragon, stage 2 level 8, dragon type. Guan struggles to move, trapped within a water spell. She tries to break free but fails. Tanyong coldly tells her not to waste her strength. There's no escape from a spirit master's water prison. Behind him, a terrifying water ghost creature floats in the air. A label appears: second rank spirit master, ghost water type. Tanyong confidently raises his hand, explaining that the water prison is impossible to escape from once activated. He turns to Xinyi, saying she can take over. He suggests that if she defeats Guan and claims her points, she'll have a real chance at becoming the top freshman. Xinyi smiles teasingly and questions if he's hesitating because Guan is too pretty to hurt. Tanyong doesn't respond, staying silent as Xinyi watches him curiously. Tanyong stands with his arms crossed. He responds to Xinyi's teasing, saying he's not interested in other girls, hinting that Xinyi is the only one he cares about. As Guan remains trapped inside the water spell, Xinyi gets ready to strike. But Tanyong interrupts her, telling her to wait. She's confused and asks what they're waiting for. Xinyi's eyes light up with excitement. She smirks and says they should wait for the big fish to take the bait. Suddenly, Lin Zi bursts in at high speed, attacking with deadly force. The impact shocks Tanyong, who immediately reacts with surprise. Tanyong activates a water shield to protect Xinyi from the sudden strike. Waves surge up around them as he barely blocks the powerful attack. Lin Zi's pet beast, Snowball, crashes down with force, scattering black debris and emitting purple smoke. Lin Zi walks forward calmly, flanked by his two powerful companions, his rock beast and Snowball. Lin Zi glares at Tanyong and Xinyi. He demands that they release Guan immediately before it's too late. Xinyi and Tanyong are shocked when they realize Lin Zi has two powerful pet beasts. Inside the water prison, Guan is surprised to see both of Lin Zi's pets appear together. But she quickly reminds herself it's not the time to be shocked. She warns Lin Zi that Tanyong and Xinyi are strong and tells him to be careful. Lin Zi, with his rock beast and Snowball behind him, confidently steps forward. He tells Guan to hang on, he's coming to rescue her. Tanyong narrows his eyes and points at Lin Zi. asking if he's the one who supposedly cleared the ultra-difficult challenge and obtained legendary-level pets. Xinyi smiles and confirms Lin Zi's identity, saying it all makes sense now. He always felt different from others. Tanyang rolls up his sleeves. He says he'll find out Lin Zi's true strength by facing him directly. Xinyi warns him to be cautious, sensing that Lin Zi isn't an ordinary opponent. Tanyang charges forward with confidence. He tells Xinyi that if he beats Lin Zi, he'll give her the points, making her the top freshman. If he loses, she's free to take his points instead. As he launches his attack, he commands his ghost spirit to restrain Lin Zi. A burst of energy and blue magic fills the air as Tanyang tries to take control of the battle. Lin Zi channels his power and activates a fierce soul-based technique. With a surge of yellow energy, Lin Zi launches a devastating attack called Tidal Force Impact, breaking through the enemy's defense with explosive force. Tanyang watches in disbelief, sweating as he realizes how overwhelming Lin Zi's soul technique is. He didn't expect this level of strength. Before he can react, Lin Zi's rock beast suddenly lunges forward, landing a direct punch on Tanyang, catching him completely off guard. Tanyang retaliates by summoning a giant water pillar from the ground, launching Lin Zi's rock beast into the air with a powerful blast. Before the beast can recover, it's trapped mid-air in a swirling ball of water, completely immobilized by Tanyang's technique. Pointing upward, Tanyang commands to catch one beast first, focusing their efforts on restraining Lin Zi's companions one by one. Lin Zi calmly watches and activates another ability, Ghost Spirit Mode. Lin Zi's ghost form activates and leaps into the air, breaking through the water trap effortlessly. His body pulses with dark energy as he descends with speed and power. With precision, he strikes from above using a ground-piercing attack. Purple energy erupts, and spikes burst from below. Dark aura spreads around his spirit beast, which morphs into a shadowy figure and unleashes a powerful ghost skill, devastating the area with waves of cursed energy. Tanyang grins wildly and reveals that his spirit beast is also ghost type. Confidently, he declares that he too is immune to physical attacks, laughing as if the tables have turned. Xinyi suddenly shouts a warning, telling Tanyang to watch out behind him. Tanyang turns too late. He's struck hard and sent flying into the air by a powerful blow. He glances back in shock and sees the ghostly spirit standing in a fierce battle stance. A label appears, Ghost Spirit Clone. It's revealed that Lin Zi had used a decoy to ambush Tanyang from behind. Lin Zi calmly watches as his ghost clone lands a solid blow, sending Tanyang crashing to the ground. He remarks that unfortunately, Tanyang isn't immune to physical damage. Tanyang grits his teeth, stunned by the sudden attack. In desperation, he yells to activate a sealing spell, Necro Spirit Seal, hoping to suppress Lin Zi's ghost power before things spiral further out of control. A powerful surge of energy erupts from his hand as the sealing technique activates, aiming straight toward Lin Zi's clone with explosive force. Tanyang activates a powerful sealing technique, aiming to suppress Lin Zi's ghost beast. The spell wraps the creature in glowing chains, pinning it down with magical energy. Lin Zi realizes the ghost form may be vulnerable to Tanyang's necromancer abilities. He calmly tells his beast to revert to normal form to avoid getting countered. Tanyang laughs confidently as Lin Zi's clone dissipates. He mocks the so-called genius, saying he's not as impressive as the rumors claimed. But Lin Zi remains calm. He raises his hand, declaring that it's time they witness his true strength. Lin Zi soars into the sky with a burst of blinding light. Xinyi watches in shock as the sheer intensity of his energy leaves her frozen in place. Tanyang clenches his fists, realizing the truth: Lin Zi is far beyond what they can handle. He admits that if things continue like this, they won't stand a chance. Xinyi's eyes widen with fear. Cold sweat drips down her face as she realizes the terrifying gap in strength. In her mind, there's no doubt now they're going to be completely crushed. Xinyi suddenly stops the fight, raising her hands and shouting for everyone to wait. Tanyang, standing behind her, looks ready to engage. She suggests maybe they should talk things over instead of fighting. Lin Zi responds calmly, questioning if she really wants to negotiate now. Xinyi explains that most of them have already secured top 10 ranks in the competition, so there's no point in continuing to fight. She adds that they'll all be classmates soon. so it's better not to create conflict. Lindsay silently agrees, signaling Snowball to stand down. Snowball backs off as they decide not to escalate the situation. Xinyi urgently shouts for Tanyang to stop and release the captured girl. She runs toward him as Guan remains trapped in a water prison, struggling to break free. Tanyang hesitates and thinks logically releasing Guan is safer since any alliance between their opponents would put them at a disadvantage. Xinyi insists he do as she says. Tanyang, though annoyed, agrees with a sigh and casts the spell to release the water prison. The water restraints explode with a splash, and Guan is finally freed, dropping to the ground with force as the spell breaks. Guan rushes into Lindsay's arms, thanking him for rescuing her. Lindsay reassures her that as long as he's around, no one can harm her. Lindsay then turns serious. He tells the others that although they were able to save his sister, their performance wasn't impressive enough to satisfy him. Furious, Tanyang's eyes glow red with rage. He yells that he won't forgive Lindsay and charges to fight, while shouting at Xinyi to get to safety. Xinyi suddenly raises her hand, surprising everyone. She confidently claims that she has a solution. Lindsay looks at her with confusion, unsure what she means. With determination, Xinyi announces that she can use her perception ability to help awaken someone's unique soul skill. Standing with Lindsay, Snowball, and Guan, he admits that her proposal isn't bad, it might just work. Tanyang angrily calls out to Xinyi, trying to stop her. He insists there's no need to help Lindsay, calling him an annoying brat. Shocked, Tanyang watches as Xinyi silently ignores him and walks forward with determination. He begins to suspect that Xinyi may truly care about Lindsay. With power surging around her, Xinyi stands confidently, shouting Lindsay's name as she prepares to activate her special ability. Suddenly, a voice interrupts and a hand is raised. Another person steps in, apologizing for being late and says they want to join in too. Pengyun appears in the distance with a powerful aura, surprising everyone. One of the students shouts in disbelief, realizing Pengyun is still alive. With a confident smirk, Pengyun says he's glad everyone is gathered here. It saves him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Tanyang grits his teeth and clenches his fist in frustration. He didn't expect another strong enemy to show up, calling the situation truly annoying. Meanwhile, Xinyi suggests a strategy to Lindsay and the others. If they join forces, they might be able to defeat Pengyun and take the #1 spot. Lindsay senses the atmosphere. Things are getting chaotic, and he realizes that the situation is no longer under control. A countdown timer appears, only 10 seconds left. From a control room, the instructor observes the students through a crystal projection. He notes that he'd like to retain these promising freshmen, but if they really start fighting, valuable talent could be lost. He turns to the group behind him and instructs them to act. He's only giving them 10 minutes to calm the students down and restore order. Tanyang questions Xinyi, surprised that she would genuinely want to help Lindsay. He suggests using Pengyun to suppress Lindsay instead and take advantage of the situation together. Xinyi apologizes and firmly declares that she truly wants to help Lindsay. Lindsay and Guan watch silently in the background. Tanyang is stunned. His mind spirals into shock, misinterpreting her actions as her falling in love with Lindsay. Furious and heartbroken, Tanyang screams in rage and vows to defeat both of them with his own hands. Pengyun, excited and ready for battle, invites everyone to attack him at once. But suddenly, a powerful voice commands him to stop. Everyone is stunned as they're told the competition is over. They've all been accepted. However, a special challenge has been arranged just for them. A glowing portal appears, and one by one, figures begin stepping through it. A group of elite second-year students emerges. The instructor explains that these are the academy's top-ranked students, and the new recruits must fight them. Winning grants glory. Losing means their names will be erased from the records. Guan protesting that the matchup is unfair. As freshmen, they haven't even settled into the first year, yet how could they possibly win against experienced second years? Tanyang and the others agree. They've already been through multiple battles and their spirit beasts are exhausted, making it hard to continue. Lindsay steps forward with a calm smile and simply says, "Let's go." Pengyun watches from afar, commenting that it's unfortunate. But since they couldn't eliminate the new students, they'll now be schoolmates and there will be plenty of chances to compete again in the future. An angry second-year student yells at the group, demanding they first pass the upperclassmen's test before celebrating. Xingyi turns to Lindsay with a hopeful smile and asks if they can now consider themselves allies. She looks at him with admiration, while Lindsay responds with a confident but unreadable glance. Guan, visibly flustered, pouts and complains that Lindsay hasn't answered her yet, annoyed at being left out of the moment. Lindsay analyzes the situation, recognizing that the reward from the purification trial is valuable since it boosts both physical strength and soul power. He observes that the opposing side only sent 4 people, while his group has 5, suggesting their opponents may have underestimated them. He then turns to Xingyi and sets a condition. If she wants to be seen as a true ally, she must prove herself in battle. Lindsay explains that she'll have to fight either him or his sister's team to earn that trust. Guan instantly protests, expressing that she wants to stay by Lindsay's side. Lindsay gently assures Guan that he'll take on one opponent himself, and tells her and Xingyi to handle one together since they have a better chance as a team. One of the senior student named Zaidu steps forward and challenges them, asking who's ready to face him. He even jokes that they can come together if they're scared. Tanyang boldly volunteers, determined to prove his strength and protect Xingyi's dignity. Zaidu smirks at his courage and summons his powerful insect-type beast, a third stage slicing mantis. He warns that courage alone won't be enough to win. Pengyun chuckles sinisterly and announces he won't hold back, especially just because his opponent is a girl. A girl calmly summons her beast, a powerful thunder lion glowing with blue lightning. With a twisted smile, the girl taunts Pengyun, daring them to go all out and not to hold anything back against her. Lindsay evaluates the remaining group members. He notes that among the 2 girls, one of them appears relatively weaker and may need more support in the battle ahead. A flashy second-year student named Wu Yushin steps forward, striking a dramatic pose and teasing Lindsay. He jokes about their hairstyles and suggests they have a showdown. Lindsay responds casually, accepting the challenge with a confident, "All right." He politely tells the senior student to go easy on him, though his smile suggests he's more than ready for the challenge. Nearby, a blue-haired second-year girl comments that this batch of freshman girls looks cute and harmless, drawing attention from Guan and Xingyi. However, she declares she hates cute girls more than anything and refuses to hold back in the fight. Her name is Huey. Xingyi and Guan are both caught off guard by her intense energy. A powerful aura swirls around them. In the examination hall, many students slump in frustration after the results are announced. One blonde student sighs while another calls it unfortunate they didn't make the cut. A girl tearfully tells her friend Xiaoyan that they've definitely been eliminated. She's devastated, while Xiaoyan tries to comfort her. Xiaoyan agrees it's unlikely they'll pass, noting that the competition was filled with geniuses. Unless a miracle happens, they don't stand a chance. A boy who also failed is overwhelmed, clutching his head and shouting in despair. After going through the whole ordeal, he still got cut at the end. A silver-haired boy rubs his head, still feeling pain and frustration from the exam. He mutters about how sore he is. One of the instructor places a hand on another's shoulder. A boy named Gao Wangxiang steps forward and says he'll take over the next group of examinees. Another instructor recognizes him and greets him with respect. The instructor complains, saying Gao arrived too quickly to steal students he worked hard to select. Gao defends himself, stating that the current testing methods are too extreme and may cost them good talent. He mentions he still has 10 available spots open for admission. Gao Wangxiang smiles confidently, saying it's only fair to search for hidden talent from the group of students who didn't make it. There could still be some gold among them. The other instructor agrees to let him take charge and leaves the arrangement to Gao. Gao turns to the disappointed students and announces exciting news. Although they didn't make it into the top 10, he still has 10 open spots. Anyone who passes his test can still be accepted. The room erupts with joy. The previously rejected students are shocked and thrilled, excited by this unexpected second chance. Two girls excitedly hold hands, overjoyed that a miracle actually happened. One of them says they must try their best this time. Making it into the top 20 should be possible. The student clenches his fists, vowing that he won't miss this second chance. On the battlefield, Tanyong watches in shock as a massive tornado attack forms. He realizes the sheer gap in strength and yells that this is clearly a battle of overwhelming levels. A fighter taunts with a smug expression, calling him a loser and claiming victory. Bright blue energy blasts erupt violently. The girl standing beside a large beast acknowledges the opponent's stamina, but says the fight is over. Pengyun with glowing eyes glares forward with fury. The girl calmly questions if her opponent can no longer hear. A red demon warrior mocks the idea of genius and declares that true strength is what rules this academy. Huey scolds the younger girl, saying instead of wasting time on petty fights, she should focus on training and self-improvement. Inside the school, the instructors debate their methods. One criticizes the harsh elimination process, while the other defends it, believing only pressure reveals true talent. Gao chuckles confidently as he addresses his colleague. A powerful icy beast is unleashed, drawing attention as one instructor notes that someone has resisted the earlier strategy. A majestic creature called the Glacial Warhorse forms from ice, towering over a stunned Wu Yushin. Shocked and wide-eyed, Wu Yushin screams in disbelief, unable to accept what he's witnessing. Lin Zi looks on as the icy beast towers before Wu Yushin. He calmly addresses the headmaster. Snowball appears beside him, confirming surrender on their behalf. Instructor laughed loudly, saying this time they've truly struck gold. He admits that they've seen many geniuses before, but this one stands out completely. They observe the boy and feel as if they're seeing the younger versions of the legendary union's top 8 beast tamers. The boy's performance reminds them of those elites in their youth. As they continue watching the energy projection, instructor comments that it's truly astonishing. Both instructors are captivated by the boy's overwhelming power. Gao Wangxiang speculates that even the union's top 8 might not have had such terrifying power at his age. He confirms the boy's name is Lin Zi and insists they must get him assigned to their class. Instructor jokingly tells Gao Wangxiang not to steal students like this, reminding him that student placement should follow official rules. Gao Wangxiang just laughs casually in response. Wu Yushin sits defeated, admitting his loss. The system confirms his defeat and marks the match as concluded. Guan jumps in excitement, cheering that her brother actually won. She's thrilled and praises Hogwanhwa amazing it is. Xin Yi didn't expect Lin Zi to be this powerful, it completely caught her off guard. Tanyong slams his fists into the ground in frustration, yelling that there's still a gap, he's still not strong enough. He vows to turn his pain into motivation and tells them to wait for his comeback. Spectators question whether Wu Yushin went easy on purpose, shocked that a newcomer like Lin Zi actually defeated a second-year student. Someone even refuses to believe it. Zaidu shouts not to underestimate them just because Lin Zi used tricks to win the last match. They ask if he's ready to continue. Lin Zi smirks calmly and responds, "Oh, all 3 of you want to come at once." As Lin Zi commands his pet to attack, the Mantis Beast charges forward with speed. The Mantis clashes directly with Rock Beast. The Mantis gains the upper hand, landing a direct hit that overwhelms Rock Beast. Watching from the observation room, instructor comments that it's enough they admit that the enemy was no match at all. Gao Wangxiang adds that continuing would only humiliate the second-year students and turn Lin Zi into a target of resentment. The other agrees. The instructor announces the end of the test and tells the students to withdraw their beasts. Zaidu shouts toward the instructor and admits that Lin Zi passed the trial alone. He also acknowledges that other students performed decently and says everyone's strength will improve after entering Zhongning Academy. Zaidu points at Lin Zi and says it's not over once Lin Zi officially enrolls, they'll have a rematch. He yells that it was just bad luck and calls Lin Zi despicable. Lin Zi smiles and gives a thumbs up, complimenting Zaidu by saying he's truly strong and doesn't even need to compete anymore. Enraged, Zaidu yells at Lin Zi to just wait. He calls him a punk and declares that he'll remember this moment. Lindsay stands calmly with Snowball and Rook Beast by his side as several pillars of light fall to the ground. The system announces Lindsay's reward for completing the awakening ritual. His stats visibly increase, his physique and willpower get a massive boost. The system congratulates Lindsay for successfully enrolling in Zhongning Academy. He stands confidently as the energy surges around him, with his achievement points now displayed. Meanwhile, Rook Beast undergoes rapid transformation. Its growth level rises to 33%. Snowball's eyes glow with power as her evolution completes. The system notifies that her growth rate has increased to 12%, marking her progress. Lindsay returns from the test and lands in the middle of a crowd. Guan runs to him, calling out "brother," while the surrounding students murmur in surprise at how strong he is. Still dazed, Lindsay thinks to himself that every time he wakes up, the environment feels strangely familiar. Someone gently grabs his sleeve and quietly calls his name Lindsay. Zingy leans in and tells Lindsay that she can sense his Rook Beast still has an unlocked form waiting to be revealed. Lindsay looks surprised and asks if it's true. Zingy adds that it also includes guidance on how to awaken his exclusive soul skill. She tells him to come find her after the test if he wants to know more. Lindsay responds with a blank look and simply says, "Oh," as if unsure how to react. Instructor steps up and calls for silence. He announces that the top 10 scorers in this round will be admitted directly into the academy. The instructor announces the top scorer of this freshman exam. Everyone turns in surprise as the spotlight falls on the chosen one. He reveals the name, Lai Pengyun. The crowd bursts into applause, some with confused expressions while others clap out of obligation. Pengyun murmurs in disbelief, wondering how it could be him. Something doesn't seem right. He clenches his teeth in frustration, thinking that someone who looked stronger than him got ignored. He feels this is complete favoritism and injustice. Instructor Flo points out that Lindsay clearly outperformed everyone and deserved the top freshman spot. Gao Wengxiang responds, questioning if this setup is truly fair. Instructor Flo reminds him that the rules for this trial were based on score rankings. Even so, he warns that placing all hope on one person is risky. Gao Wengxiang agrees reluctantly. The instructor announces that students who will join the recovery training should follow him. Those who already made it into the top 10 are dismissed and will return in 10 days for the entrance ceremony. Guan comforts her crying classmates, telling them not to worry. She encourages them to do their best in the upcoming recovery trial and assures them they can pass it if they try hard enough. Zhu Sheng approaches from the crowd and greets Lindsay respectfully, calling him Big Brother Lindsay. Lindsay recognizes him and replies, "Oh, it's you." He admits he didn't expect Lindsay to be so powerful, saying his intel must have been lacking. He compliments Lindsay's recent battle against the second-year senior, calling it extremely impressive. Curious, Lindsay asks him what he's planning. Zhu Xing suddenly clasps his hands together, grinning wide, and asks if Lindsay would accept him as a junior disciple. He dramatically declares his endless admiration for Lindsay, comparing it to a flowing river. Lindsay responds calmly, saying he doesn't accept disciples. He adds that Zhu Xing doesn't even qualify for admission yet, questioning how he could be his junior. Determined, Zhu Xing dashes off, shouting that he'll definitely pass and begging Lindsay to wait for him. Elsewhere, Pengyun lets out a cold snort. Guan excitedly celebrates their success, saying it's great that they officially passed the trial and became freshmen at Zhongning Academy. She suggests they skip going back today and enjoy a full day out in the city. Lindsay stretches and agrees, saying that after 4 hours of intense testing, he really does need some proper relaxation. Blushing slightly, Guan proposes they spend the night in the city and return tomorrow instead. Lindsay smiles and agrees to Guan's suggestion, telling her, "All right." Guan softly smiles, visibly happy and a little shy, while thinking about spending the night together in the city. Suddenly, Lindsay looks at his phone and panics. He realizes all the hotel prices are shockingly high, with most listings showing a rate of $29.99. He exclaims in frustration at how expensive everything is. He stares at his phone in shock, remembering that he had already spent all his money last time to upgrade his stone monster. His remaining balance is now only 300. Guan notices his strange reaction and suggests they go eat something first. Lindsay nervously agrees. As the sun sets, they arrive at a luxurious restaurant with a fancy sign welcoming new students for a special dinner. Lindsay looks around in disbelief, wondering how a place like this even exists. It's filled with summoned beasts and students all dining together peacefully. Guan smiles warmly and says she had been looking forward to eating at this restaurant for a long time. She suggests they summon their beasts since they've fought hard and deserve a good meal too. He hesitates slightly but agrees, replying with a simple okay, while sweating a bit. Soon, all their pets are seated with them at the table: Snowball, Rock Beast, and others ready to eat alongside their masters in the spacious, elegant hall. Snowball comments in surprise that the last time she saw Snowball, she looked like a little girl, and now she's evolved so quickly. She also adds that the transformation is beautiful and asks how Lin Z managed it. Lin Z replies that it might be because his bond with his beast is stronger than usual. He internally thinks that it's actually a complicated system thing he'll explain later when he gets a chance. For now, something else takes priority. Guan cheerfully calls him amazing and says he must teach her later. Then she shifts to the menu and suggests they start ordering food. But when Lin Z looks at the menu, he's shocked to see the outrageous prices: dishes costing 6,000, 10,000, even 18,000. Lin Z sweats nervously, staring at the menu and mumbling that there are just way too many zeros in the prices. Meanwhile, Rock Beast happily taps the table with forks, excited for food. Snowball gently pats the Fire Beast, who blushes with a heart above his head. The waitress politely asks what they'd like to order. Without hesitation, Guan excitedly points at several items on the menu, saying, "This one, this one, this one, and this one too." Lin Z is left stunned in silence. 5 minutes later, a full table of sparkling, luxurious dishes is served. Everything they ordered arrives beautifully plated. Everyone stares in awe at the food, shouting "Wow!" in unison, while Lin Z lets out a defeated sigh. The group dives in happily, with Rock Beast even patting its belly in satisfaction after finishing. Lin Z nervously sweats, glancing toward Guan and thinking to himself, "What should I do? Do I run from the bill?" The waitress politely informs him the total cost is 37,000 yuan and asks how he would like to pay. Guan smiles and offers to handle it, saying she's secretly saved up quite a bit of personal money. Relieved, Lin Z breathes out and thinks, "I'm saved." As the waitress looks on in surprise. Outside, as they walk under the night sky, Guan happily stretches her arms and says the city looks beautiful at night. She cheerfully says she's excited to study in the city with her brother in the future. Lin Z thinks to himself that he urgently needs to make money, realizing it might be too late to rely on commission missions alone. As they walk together, they hear loud cheering and laughter coming from a nearby building. The glowing sign reads "Death Arena," and the crowd inside shouts in excitement, calling it awesome. The audience cheers as a muscular blue monster defeats its opponent with overwhelming power. It's introduced as the Four-Armed Beast, a Stage 3 Tier 1 monster. The monster roars confidently while the crowd praises its strength, calling it unstoppable. The host asks if there are any challengers. He announces that anyone who defeats the monster will win the full prize pool. He adds that joining the match only costs 300 yuan, and the winner could earn up to 50,000 yuan. Lin Z thinks to himself that this might be the perfect way to make money. He prepares to summon his creature, as energy bursts from his hand. Rock Beast explains the rules: no magic, no spiritual arts, only raw physical combat. If a pet dies or kills another, the arena holds no responsibility. Guan asks if he wants to watch the match, then questions whether he's planning to enter the fight himself. Lin Z smirks confidently and says since they're offering money, he won't be polite about taking it. Lin Z observes that the enemy monster is at 3rd rank stage 1, while his own rock ghost is at 2nd rank stage 9, so he decides it's best to upgrade it first. He places his hand on Rock Ghost's chest, initiating the upgrade with a glow of energy. The upgrade completes as Rock Ghost evolves to 3rd rank stage 2, consuming 780 achievement points and leaving 400. He reflects that the higher the level, the more achievement points are needed for upgrades. Xinyi is shocked and asks if Rock Ghost just leveled up, wondering how he did it. He casually replies that maybe Rock Ghost leveled up because he ate well, then leads them toward the arena. Xinyi cheers with confidence, saying she believes he can definitely win the match. He gives a confident smile. The host announces a new challenger has entered, hyping up the audience as Lin Z steps toward the ring with Rock Ghost. The host is shocked to see Lin Z and Rock Beast step into the arena, wondering why someone like him would join such a deadly match. The crowd mocks him, laughing loudly and saying he must be drunk or clueless. They also ridicule the Rock Ghost. Rock Ghost stays silent but emits a quiet growl in response to the crowd's mockery. Rock Ghost calmly watches as Four-Armed Beast steps forward. The man smirks and calls Lin Z a kid, warning that if his pet, the Four-Armed Beast, accidentally kills him in the fight, he shouldn't be blamed for it. Lin Z politely requests the man to go all out. He shows no fear, keeping his eyes half closed as he responds with confidence. The man scoffs and calls Lindsay an ignorant brat who doesn't understand how strong his opponent truly is. A smug grin spreads across his face, underestimating Lindsay's strength. Both sides finalize the agreement by signing a life and death contract. The man overseeing the match confirms the document and urges them to sign and stamp quickly. As soon as the contract is signed, the host loudly announces the start of the match. The man immediately commands his pet to take action and show some real strength. The creature charges forward aggressively. The beast leaps directly toward Rock Ghost, who swiftly evades the attack. The force of the landing smashes the floor beneath. Lindsay observes the ongoing battle and analyzes the situation. He notes that Rock Ghost clearly has the speed advantage over the four-armed beast. Meanwhile, Rock Ghost dashes forward in a blur, closing the distance in an instant. Seizing the opening, Rock Ghost leaps into the air and delivers a strong spinning kick straight into the four-armed beast's head. The blow forces the beast's head back, but it quickly regains balance and steadies itself. Rock Ghost follows up aggressively, closing in with glowing red eyes and sharp focus. But this time, the four-armed beast reacts quickly and catches Rock Ghost's leg mid-strike. The four-armed beast grips Rock Ghost by the leg and suddenly swings him high into the air. Rock Ghost is unable to break free, caught completely off guard by the beast's raw power. With a brutal motion, the four-armed beast hurls Rock Ghost across the arena. Rock Ghost crashes violently into the ground, creating a massive crater on impact. In the crowd, Lindsay watches silently as someone nearby exclaims in shock, noting the incredible strength displayed. The man grins confidently and admits that while the four-armed beast doesn't know any special skills, its raw power alone is enough to overwhelm many high-level pets. Lindsay watches the field and realizes the rules of this battle heavily favor the four-armed beast. Since skills aren't required, pure physical might becomes the deciding factor, something the beast excels in. He now understands why the opponent was so confident. The four-armed beast raises its massive fists and prepares to strike again, its powerful arms swinging down with crushing force. Rock Ghost quickly retreats, narrowly evading the incoming blow. The beast grabs Rock Ghost again and prepares to deliver a powerful overhead smash. Its arms swing high above its head, aiming to crush its opponent without mercy. As the beast slams down, the ground trembles from the impact. Rock Ghost crashes hard into the arena floor, headfirst, as an explosive burst of debris and force shoots outward. Watching from outside the ring, the man crosses his arms and sneers. He mocks Lindsay, sarcastically asking if that was all his pet was capable of. The crowd erupts in laughter and applause, impressed by the four-armed beast's last strike. Guan looks on with concern, calling out, "Brother." Lindsay calmly analyzes the situation, thinking that if skills were allowed, Rock Ghost in its spiritual state could easily ignore brute force attacks. However, under these rules that restrict skill use, raw power dominates, and that gives the four-armed beast an edge. As he reflects, Lindsay remembers that the last time Rock Ghost shifted forms was during a life-threatening situation. If what she said was true, and the transformation can be triggered again under pressure, then it's a gamble worth taking. Lindsay's golden eye glows as he steps forward, calling out to Rock Ghost. He asks if this is truly all it can do, commanding it to show him its full strength. Rock Ghost lies motionless on the ground, face buried in the cracked floor. Internally, it questions whether it always needs to rely on Snow Girl to determine victory and defeat. The four-armed beast moves in for another attack, its shadow looming over Rock Ghost. Suddenly, Rock Ghost's eye glows red. With a powerful punch, Rock Ghost strikes the four-armed beast directly in the chest. The impact explodes outward with force, shocking the beast mid-motion and turning the tide of the battle. Chunks of red armor shatter and fall from Rock Ghost's body as it initiates a transformation. Red mist swirls around Rock Ghost as it emerges fully transformed. A new system reveals its new stats: speed tripled, defense completely dropped, and the transformation lasts for 60 seconds. It now moves like a true predator. Lindsay observes with satisfaction. He's impressed and confirms that the rocky armor can be detached at will, allowing Rock Ghost to adapt based on the situation. Without wasting a second, Rock Ghost leaps at full force toward the four-armed beast. The man smirks arrogantly, laughing at Rock Ghost and mocking it for not learning its lesson. He assumes the beast still holds the upper hand after the previous exchange. The four-armed beast prepares to strike again, but just as it moves, Rock Ghost suddenly vanishes, leaving only a red blur behind. The man's expression instantly shifts to shock. He panics, sweating as he shouts in confusion, completely unaware of what just happened. In a flash, Rock Ghost reappears behind the four-armed beast and lands a direct, explosive blow to its back. The four-armed beast desperately swings its fists, trying to catch Rock Ghost. Before the beast can react, Rock Ghost reappears behind it and slams a powerful kick directly into its lower back. With glowing red eyes and a wicked grin, Rock Ghost lunges in again. Punch after punch rains down on the four-armed beast. It tries to shield its head, overwhelmed and confused, while red impact marks scatter across its body. Lindsay sees the countdown reaching just 10 seconds and immediately shouts to Rock Ghost, urging him to stop playing around and finish the battle now. Rock Ghost launches high into the air and descends like a crimson meteor. Its body rotates mid-air, targeting the four-armed beast's exposed head. With full force, Rock Ghost smashes into the beast using a finishing move, Ghost Impact. The four-armed beast is sent flying and crashes onto the floor, completely wrecked and coughing blood. After delivering the final blow, Rock Ghost stands tall as its transformation ends. The ghost form fades, and its body begins reverting to its base state. On-screen text confirms the transformation has concluded. The man stares wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. He mutters that this outcome is impossible, unable to accept what just happened in front of him. In the stands, the crowd erupts in shock. One person questions the situation, while another exclaims that even the four-armed beast was taken down. Another calls Rock Ghost terrifying and absolute monster. The judge walks into the arena and raises his hand, standing beside the unconscious beast. He announces the result clearly. The winner of the match is Rock Ghost. Lindsay stares blankly with lifeless eyes, his face drenched in sweat. He calls out in disbelief to Rock Ghost. The crowd is confused, questioning why the four-armed monster lost when it seemed strong. One person comments that the match wasn't dragged out, and another points out that the boy used a skill against the rules. The announcer loudly declares that the contestant's pet used a skill technique, which is a violation of the competition rules. A group discusses the situation. One of them notes that the transformation of the opponent's form was confirmed. Guan argues it was just a piece of armor falling off and shouldn't count as a skill, saying it's unfair. The man clenches his fist and angrily calls the boy a brat. He warns not to think he can easily take the money just by pulling a few tricks. Lindsay stands near his pet Rock Ghost and proposes a new idea. He agrees the pet battle result is a loss, but suggests a rematch, this time a physical fight between him and the opponent. If he wins, he demands the prize money. The man smirks darkly, surprised, and asks if Lindsay really wants to fight him directly. The announcer, shocked, exclaims that Lindsay is challenging him to a real-life duel. He announces Lindsay's identity: former professional freestyle fighting champion, Shingu. The crowd erupts in excitement, cheering for the fight. They demand to see a bloody showdown. The fighter grins at Lindsay and says this match will be more entertaining than a pet battle. Both prepare to fight in the arena, facing each other. Rock Ghost lowers its head silently. Lindsay tells Rock Ghost that it has already won. He gently taps its shoulder and says it's his turn now. Rock Ghost, startled by Lindsay's words, reacts with wide eyes. The announcer speaks into the mic while the man nods with confidence. He praises Lindsay, saying he's the first in history to dare challenge Shingu directly, and admires his courage and resilience. With excitement, the announcer shouts that if Lindsay manages to defeat Shingu, he can still take the prize money and leave freely. The crowd cheers as Shingu prepares to fight. Guan watches from behind the ropes. Lindsay glances back and nods calmly. Shingu powers up with a fierce grin, lunges toward Lindsay, and shouts for him to come at him. He says they should enjoy the fight to the fullest. Outside at night, lights glow across the city skyline. Xinyi asking if she might be developing feelings for the boy. As Tanyong and Xinyi walk along the sidewalk, she firmly says she only sees him as a brother. Tanyong responds with frustration, questioning what makes him worse than that brat, and reminds her she barely knows him. Tanyong continues, saying he just doesn't want to see her get hurt. Xinyi folds her arms and replies sharply that she'll decide her own matters. She tells him to go back and rest early. Tanyong stands quietly behind her. Tanyong looks back and quietly says Xinyi's name while watching her from a distance near a building. While walking alone through a back alley, Tanyong clenches his fists and declares that he will surpass Lindsay someday. He tells him to just wait. Suddenly, Tanyong hears a faint cry for help and turns his head, surprised. A girl, trembling and cornered by a dark, shadowy creature, desperately asks who will save her. Her white beast companion lies unconscious on the ground. A system identifies the monster as Fire Flame System, Stage 1, Rank 2. Tanyong charges in and delivers a powerful kick to the shadow monster, shouting for it to get lost. The shadowy beast is sent flying backward from the impact. Tanyong holds the girl in his arms and asks if she's alright. He scolds the monster, questioning where such a beast even came from. While cradling the girl, he looks up and notices someone standing on a rooftop under the moonlight. He mutters, wondering what kind of monster this world even holds. A hooded man descends rapidly from above, landing hard in front of Tanyong, the girl and the defeated monster. Tanyong steps forward, demanding to know who the hooded man is and if that beast was his pet. The man questions the meaning of monsters and suggests that if beasts used by humans are considered good, then those that act independently are evil. He asks who made that definition. Tanyong stays cautious and asks what exactly the man is trying to say. The man explains that some beasts are born free and powerful, and only become aggressive after being hunted or manipulated by humans. Their nature is misunderstood due to isolation and fear. Tanyong cuts him off and prepares to attack. He declares that if the hooded man is the one who controlled the beast to harm humans, he won't allow him to continue. He summons a weapon mid-air while charging forward. The man stares calmly and asks if Tanyong is the one named Tanyong. Tanyong is surprised. The man asks if Tanyong knows his name, then mockingly suggests he surrender so he can be taken to the Beast Defense Association for punishment. The shadow monster watches silently with glowing red eyes. The man lowers his arm and calmly orders the beast to retreat. The monster immediately obeys and vanishes. He then steps forward and touches the red-horned wolf's forehead, releasing a glowing energy into its body. The white beast convulses violently as the energy spreads through it, triggering a powerful reaction and causing the creature to cry out in pain. A glowing red orb pulses with energy as the beast's transformation intensifies. The wolf suddenly rises with overwhelming power, surprising everyone present. The man admits he originally intended to seek them out, but since Tanyong showed up on his own, it saves him the effort. He now plans to test Tanyong's usefulness. Tanyong watches the beast cautiously as it radiates with uncontrollable power. The beast finishes its transformation, now towering with overwhelming energy. Its eyes glow fiercely as it snarls at the figures ahead. Tanyong and the summoned shadow stare up in shock, bracing for the clash. The announcer telling another to teach the boy a lesson. Another orders Barebone to show him his strength. Xingyi stands behind them, watching. Xingyi looks ahead with a surprised expression. Linzi turns around abruptly after noticing something. Xingyi cupped her hands and shouted loudly for Linzi, telling him to go for it. Standing beside her, Guan also cheered him on, her fists clenched as she leaned forward with anticipation. Both kept their eyes fixed on the fight. Chenggu stepped into the spotlight, his muscular body exuding power. With pride, he spoke of his past victories, winning the Freestyle Wrestling Championship in Jeonan City in 3241, then defeating Thunder Dragon in the Cherry Blossom Cup in 3243. He continued explaining how he went on to secure the Liaoning Freestyle Wrestling Championship for 3 consecutive years. His title, Steel Muscle Machine, was a testament to his strength and dominance in the ring. Linzi studied him calmly, analyzing his opponent's capability. He knew an average person's physical quality ranged between 2 and 4, but Chenggu's was in the 4 to 8 range, far stronger than the usual challenger. Chenggu smirked, thinking to himself that most people who heard about his achievements would be trembling in fear, yet this boy, Linzi, remained completely unfazed. He grinned and told Linzi that to avoid being accused of bullying, he would let him land a punch first. Taunting him further, he pointed at himself and told him to come and hit him. The announcer on the side advised Linzi to make the first move since Chenggu was giving him the chance, but warned him to be careful not to break the bones in his own hand. Chenggu confidently called for everyone to watch as he prepared himself. Linzi, looking up at him, calmly stated that in that case, he would not hold back. Linzi's fist connected with brutal force, smashing into Chenggu's face and drawing blood instantly. The blow sent Chenggu flying backward, his body arching through the air as the force of the strike radiated outward. He crashed violently into the ground, the shockwave knocking nearby spectators off balance and scattering them in surprise. Lying on the floor with a swollen, reddened cheek, Chenggu's eyes went wide in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The announcer stood frozen for a moment before shouting in shock, demanding to know what had just happened. He exclaimed in disbelief that Xinggu had been defeated with a single punch. Meanwhile, Xinyi and Guan beamed with excitement, raising their hands for a celebratory high five after witnessing Lin Zi's victory. They locked eyes for a brief second, but quickly shifted to an awkward silence. Both turned their heads away from each other, crossing their arms with exaggerated expressions. The announcer suddenly raised his hand and stopped everything, saying that since he hadn't officially announced the start of the match, Lin Zi's attack was technically against the rules. Therefore, the winner of this round should be. Lin Zi's narrowed his gaze and questioning the announcer's words. Realizing the tension, the announcer quickly broke into a nervous smile, admitting his mistake and clarifying that Lin Zi had not violated any rules. With a loud and clear declaration, he announced Lin Zi as the winner, the crowd's attention drawn to Lin Zi standing confidently. Lin Zi checked his phone and saw the transfer of 50,000, thinking to himself that now he had enough money to stay at a hotel. From a distance, Guan called out to her brother, and Xinyi cheerfully shouted Lin Zi's name. Lin Zi turned toward them and asked what was going on. Xinyi approached him with a smile, praising his performance and saying she hadn't expected him to actually defeat Xinggu. Guan, however, spoke more reservedly, saying that it seemed they weren't very familiar with him yet. Xinyi reminded Guan not to forget that they had already formed a team, and with a playful smile, she pointed out that this meant they were teammates. She added that since they would also be classmates in the future, it was better to reintroduce themselves properly. Xinyi then introduced herself as Guo Xinyi and politely asked for his guidance going forward. Guan puffed her cheeks in annoyance, clearly not pleased with the situation. Lin Zi looked at her with mild curiosity and asked what she was doing here. Xinyi explained that she was there to help Lin Zi awaken his exclusive soul power. Hearing this, Lin Zi looked at her curiously and repeated, "Exclusive soul power?" She confidently added that if they considered her a friend, she could assist them further in the future. Lin Zi suggested they find a quiet place to talk, not wanting to discuss such matters in public. An exterior of a building, inside for a more private conversation. Xinyi and Guan sat on opposite sides of the bed, with a clear line dividing them. Guan silently wondered why it felt like they had just checked into a hotel together. Lin Zi entered the room and told them to begin. Xinyi responded with a quick "all right" and prepared to start. Xinyi explained that her exclusive soul power was called perception. She described how, even at the age of 7, she could sense information that was extremely difficult for ordinary people to detect, such as a person's aura, location, and even events that might happen in the future. Guan's eyes widened in surprise, and she praised Xinyi's ability as amazing. Impressed by how powerful it was, Xinyi smiled modestly in response. Lin Zi asked Xinyi how exactly she planned to help them. Xinyi looked at him seriously and told him to close his eyes. Without hesitation, Lin Zi complied, shutting his eyes as instructed. Xinyi then leaned in close to him, bringing her forehead toward his. Guan quickly called out, questioning what they were doing. Xinyi calmly explained that this was the only way she could sense Lin Zi's abilities and guide his training in the right direction. She pouted, clearly reluctant, but eventually gave in, saying she would trust Xinyi just this once. Xinyi closed her eyes, telling herself to focus her mind, though she could feel her heart racing faster than usual. Her eyes opened with a glow, revealing a swirling, colorful light as she activated her perception ability. A glowing blue figure appeared in Xinyi's perception, radiating intense energy. Xinyi told Lin Zi she saw a strange pet. It didn't look like his rock pet Yangui, nor like the other pet Zunu. She explained that it seemed more like a fusion state between them, their powers combined into a single entity. The boy asks about fusion, and the girl confirms it. She explains that her constitution isn't strong enough yet, so she can only sense vague information. Then she tells him it's his turn. Another girl hesitates, questioning if it really has to be forehead to forehead. The first girl insists, saying the hidden potential inside can only be sensed that way, calling her little sister. She closes her eyes, focusing deeply. Suddenly, her eyes glow with a radiant light as her vision sharpens. She sees countless silhouettes drifting in a vast, swirling space. Shock hits her when a dark, horned figure with glowing eyes emerges from the chaos. She suddenly reacts in pain, making the other girl rush to ask what she saw. She hesitates, then answers that it was nothing but black shadows, suggesting her potential hasn't fully manifested and may need more training. The girl with pink hair, however, thinks to herself that no matter what those shadows were, she has a bad feeling about them. Deciding not to mention it, she keeps quiet while the clock ticks late into the night. Realizing how late it has become, she complains about having nowhere to go and worries about meeting bad people outside. Acting cute, she asks to stay the night. The boy hesitates, but she quickly celebrates, thanking them for letting her stay. That night, the three of them end up sharing the same bed. The two girls lie on either side, pretending to sleep, while the boy stays stiff and uneasy. One girl secretly peeks at him, making him break into a nervous, awkward smile. The boy reflects on fusion, realizing it's time for Rock Ghost and Snow Maiden to truly get along. He thinks about activating their exclusive soul technique as soon as possible. 10 days later, the Academy holds its entrance ceremony, and excitement fills the halls as students rush to see the newly posted class placements. During the announcement of class placements, Lin Z searches for his name and finds himself in Class 1. His friend excitedly points out that they'll be in the same class again, and they both celebrate. Soon after, the pink-haired girl joins in with a cheerful smile, revealing that she's also in Class 1. Zinni stays quiet while the others talk, when suddenly a familiar voice calls her name. Shocked, she turns to see Tan Yang, badly injured and covered in bandages. She quickly asks if he got into another fight. Tan Yang explains that he ran into some troublesome people. Tan Yang discovers he has been placed in Class 2. Accepting it as fate, he calls it a good thing. Elsewhere, another student is relieved not to share the same class with him, admitting that otherwise he might not be able to resist killing him. His companion, however, mutters that he seriously wants to hit him even now. The group celebrates passing their placements. One girl happily announces they made it too, though only classes 1 and 2 are considered elite. Still, she's proud they worked hard enough to barely pass the threshold. They thank Guan Ning for helping with training, while the scene shifts to a stage where someone begins addressing the new students. The new homeroom teacher introduces himself to Class 1, explaining that he will guide their cultivation for the next 3 years. He tells them attending classes is optional, but cultivation must never stop. Periodic evaluations will be held, and those who fail will be moved to regular classes. He adds that the top 3 scorers in each evaluation will earn a scholarship of 100,000 yuan. The students are surprised by the generous reward, and one notes that just 2 wins could be enough to afford a high-grade contracted beast. The teacher explains that while the academy offers many clubs and cultivation programs, there is one mandatory course: virtual combat. Behind the teaching building lies a massive virtual combat hall capable of hosting thousands of students. Through these battles, students gain real combat experience and can strengthen both themselves and their beasts. Rankings bring not only rewards, but also determine placement tiers across the Beastmaster Federation. Hearing this, Lin Z resolves to quickly upgrade Rock Ghost so it can match Snow Maiden's level. Lin Z places Rock Ghost and Snow Maiden before him, commanding them to fuse. The attempt, however, fails immediately due to a level mismatch, leaving both beasts standing awkwardly in silence. The classroom bell rings, signaling the end of the lecture. Students leave together, some chatting casually. One thinks about needing more practice in simulated battles to improve quickly. The classroom doors close behind them. Outside, different school clubs approach students. One group enthusiastically invites Lin Z to join, highlighting their Ice Beast Association as the most influential. Another club tries to recruit him into their Rock-type Beast Society, claiming it's a place for growth and shared training. Another club tries to recruit him, boasting that their Ghost-type Beast Society has many beauties and even offers extra activity funds. He politely declines, saying he isn't planning to join any club for now. Suddenly, the crowd stirs. Members of the prestigious Gaoshan Society arrive, drawing attention from everyone. Curious, he asks who they are. he learns that Gaoshan Society ranks among the top 5 in the academy, filled with elite members. Leading them is a second-year officer, once ranked in the top 3 of entrance scores, making his presence alone overwhelming. The tall leader of the Gaoshan Society, Luo Han, steps forward and directly asks if he is Lin Zi. His subordinate quickly confirms, pointing him out without hesitation. Watching from the side, others realize the trouble. One recalls that the thug from before was actually a Gaoshan Society member. Lin Zi remains calm and composed, admitting his identity and asking what they want from him. Luo Han offers Lin Zi a chance to join the Gaoshan Society, saying it would settle past grudges. He emphasizes that not just anyone gets invited. Lin Zi calmly declines, thanking them but making it clear he isn't interested in joining any club, not even theirs. He reasons that joining societies is a distraction and won't help him improve. Shock spreads through the crowd. No one expected him to refuse such a rare opportunity. One furious member shouts at Lin Zi, warning him not to be arrogant. He declares that rejecting them means treating the Gaoshan Society as an enemy. Lin Zi brushes off the threat, walking away as if it doesn't matter. Rage flashes in one of the Gaoshan members' eyes, unable to accept such disregard. A pink-haired girl watches with interest, impressed by Lin Zi's composure and boldness. His companion quietly wonders if rejecting them might cause more problems. Lin Zi, however, thinks joining a club would only bring unnecessary trouble, challenging them to prove otherwise through strength. The vast hall fills with students, each preparing for the upcoming trial. Looking around, one notes how many participants have gathered. Lin Zi takes his position, calmly sitting as the platform activates, signaling the start. A girl clenches her fists with determination, vowing to keep up with Lin Zi's pace no matter what. Lin Zi closes his eyes, centering himself before the trial begins. He opens them with sharp focus, determination flashing within. The scene shifts into a vast, glowing virtual space where the simulation is about to start. His personal stats appear, showing a low rank of 570-620. Observing the sheer number of participants, he notes how crowded the virtual battlefield is. Lin Zi sets a clear goal for himself, reaching the top 10,000 in the rankings as he starts the matching process. The system activates, transporting him into the virtual battlefield. He suddenly finds himself standing on a grassy plain, noticing an opponent already waiting. Calmly assessing the situation, he realizes the simulation has switched to a grassland arena. On the grassy battlefield, Lin Zi surveys his surroundings while his opponent watches him closely. The man smirks, asking if this is Lin Zi's first time in a virtual duel and whether he's just a student. Lin Zi gives a simple nod in response. The man's grin widens, revealing a sinister smile as if he's already confident in victory. The man smirks, saying each year brings in fresh newcomers, and today's match is his lucky chance. Confidently, he prepares to take the win. With a flash of light, he summons his beast. A massive steel-tusked boar appears, its roar shaking the ground. Laughing with excitement, he declares the battle will be thrilling, eager to crush his opponent. Lin Zi notes that his opponent's beast is only at the second stage, which explains why the system matched it against a newcomer like him. Calmly, he prepares to respond. The steel-tusked boar charges forward with heavy steps, its strength on full display. A shadowy red-eyed figure watches silently, its presence hinting at something ominous. The man laughs confidently, boasting that Lin Zi will soon understand the gap created by years of experience. The battle begins as Lin Zi's puppet moves swiftly, striking down the charging steel-tusked boar with ease. The beast collapses instantly, unable to withstand the blow. Its defeat is marked, signaling the end of the fight. The opponent is left in utter shock, his face twisted in disbelief as he realizes his beast was defeated in a single strike. The pink-haired fighter lands a crushing blow, knocking his opponent to the ground with overwhelming force. The system marks the defeated enemy as a humanoid type, first stage, second rank. His beast companion lunges forward, striking down a wild cat monster. The system confirms the victory, noting it as a 6th rank wild beast. The battles continue. Another monstrous puppet charges, but he defeats it instantly. The system announces it as a 9th rank enemy, confirming another knockout. His points rise steadily with each fight. 2 days later, his progress becomes clear. His rock-type summon evolves to the 7th stage, while his snow girl reaches the 4th tier. The system rewards him with additional achievement points for breaking into the top 100,000 rankings. He pauses to reflect. The constant high-level battles over the last 2 days have boosted his growth rapidly. Deciding to rest, he concludes today's training and leaves the area behind. Meanwhile, news of his rise spreads quickly. Many are surprised, calling him a newcomer with explosive potential. Others question his background, and some already view him as a dangerous target that must be eliminated. His sudden climb puts him under the spotlight across the rankings. The boy speaks with his companion, casually asking about the timing of his arrival. She looks surprised by his sudden appearance. A white-haired man steps in, recognizing him instantly and addressing him with confidence. Another character comments that he seems to be the freshman representative, pointing out his late arrival. They remind him not to underestimate the challenges ahead. In a chibai form, the boy is asked if he has already withdrawn from studies, highlighting doubts about his persistence. The white-haired man raises 3 fingers, proudly declaring that he reached the top 150,000 ranking in just 3 days, showcasing his rapid progress. The girl is left shocked, staring wide-eyed at the revelation. She holds her device tightly, unable to believe what she just heard. The girl checks her device and is surprised to see that her brother has already broken into the top 100,000 rankings. Another character reacts in complete shock, unable to believe the sudden rise in rank. A boy explains that his own ranking has been stuck around the 180,000 mark, no matter how much effort he puts in. He wonders aloud if contracting another beast might help and asks for advice. Another boy interrupts with curiosity, asking when he will qualify to contract his second beast. The girl reminds him that he was the only one in their class who chose the highest difficulty path, hinting that this may be why his growth is slower. He laughs it off, acknowledging her words but dismissing it as just a joke, showing his carefree attitude despite the situation. While walking together, the girl asks if he has decided on his second beast contract. He replies that he hasn't, explaining that growth rate, compatibility, and synergy with his current beast all need to be considered. He reassures her not to worry, smiling as he says he'll help her with beast selection when the time comes. She happily clings to him, suggesting that they should go together to the beast market over the weekend. He looks back calmly, quietly agreeing to her idea. Later that evening, they return to the academy. Other students watch from a distance, noticing how close the two appear. One student comments on their relationship, while he casually brushes it off, mentioning training and focusing on progress instead of appearances. They continue talking about spending more time together studying, eating, and training side by side. Another girl watches them closely, clearly curious, and questions what their relationship truly is. The boy brushes it off, saying he'll head back to rest if there's nothing important. Suddenly, his companion grabs his hand with urgency, warning that they might be in serious trouble. She explains that before the dorm incident, they were attacked by a mysterious figure. From another student's memories, it seems that all freshman examinees might be the targets. He listens carefully and asks what kind of person the attacker is and what their purpose might be. She admits she doesn't know, leaving the situation uncertain. The girl warns him to be cautious, explaining that the mysterious enemy they faced is strong and wields a rare ability that can forcibly turn beasts into corrupted forms. He thanks her for the concern and walks away, leaving her behind. She watches his back, deep in thought, uneasy about the connection between the enemy's strange power and his future. The scene shifts to the Academy Tower the next day, signaling the beginning of a new challenge. He sits in meditation, focusing on his next goal, breaking into the top 10,000 rankings. His ice element summon appears beside him, radiating power as the system updates his score to 1002, just one step away from his target. A hooded figure checks information on his laptop, revealing details about Lindsay, age 18, rank 10,002 with a perfect 100% win rate. His beast type, rock affinity, and special abilities remain unknown. The hooded man smirks with interest after reading the report, noting that someone will definitely want to test this newcomer's strength soon. Meanwhile, Lin Z receives a system notification confirming his rank update. On a battlefield, two figures confront each other. One of them notices Lin Z's presence and reacts with surprise. The opponent wears a menacing skull mask, staring at Lin Z as tension rises. Another student, watching from the side, casually wonders when mask-wearing duels suddenly became so popular. The masked opponent raises his hand and summons his beasts into the battlefield. A massive spiked turtle appears alongside a powerful dragonfish, both revealed to be 4th rank beasts of their respective elements. He warns Lin Z not to think he's the only one with 2 contracted beasts, showing off his strength. Lin Z smiles confidently and activates his own contracts, ready to face him head-on. He declares it a fair fight 2 versus 2. His ice element summon and armored beast materialize, standing beside him with overwhelming presence, balancing the battlefield. On the battlefield, 2 fierce monsters charge ahead with overwhelming force. The black-haired man calmly observes, noting that such creatures usually take 10 years to grow this strong, yet here they are already at full power. From a distance, a masked man steps forward, addressing him directly as Lin Yuan. He admits he didn't expect someone so young to rise to this level in such a short time, praising his progress but hinting that it changes nothing. The masked man recalls their earlier encounters, reminding Lin Yuan that he once fought weaker opponents. Now, he warns that facing him is entirely different. He insists that Lin Yuan cannot escape his fate. Unbothered, Lin Yuan adjusts his collar and tells him to stop talking nonsense. He states plainly that there's no point in dragging this out if they want to fight. It should begin now. The masked man laughs at his confidence, saying he'll give Lin Yuan a lesson he won't forget. With arrogance, he claims that today will prove the gap between their strengths. Before he can act, a surge of power interrupts. A mighty figure appears, radiating energy that shocks everyone present. Even the masked man is caught off guard as the new arrival declares that beyond every sky, there is always someone stronger. The battle intensifies as a surge of icy energy explodes across the field, freezing everything in its path with overwhelming force. From above, the blue-haired figure descends, channeling immense power directly at the red-haired beast, striking with precision and speed. The ground trembles as fiery spikes erupt upward, countering the attack with explosive force. The armored creature charges forward like a cannonball, breaking through the air with unstoppable momentum. Amid the chaos, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerges, its terrifying presence shifting the atmosphere instantly. Unleashing its true demonic form, the figure lands with a devastating impact, shattering the ground beneath and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. A massive spiked boulder is launched forward with devastating force, tearing through the air like a cannonball. The horned girl raises her hand, summoning a frozen shield of ice that solidifies instantly in front of her. The impact strikes hard, but the shield deflects the attack, shattering into fragments that scatter across the battlefield. Her eyes flicker with sharp awareness as she senses the threat hasn't ended yet. She quickly calls forth the power of water, forming a spiraling torrent that surges around her, supported by a massive aquatic beast. Despite her defenses, the colossal projectile crashes down once more, smashing into the ground with explosive force near her position. The red-haired warrior stomps the ground, sending sharp spikes erupting upward with brutal force. A massive spiked boulder follows, launched into the air and crashing down with deadly precision. The horned girl looks up, her gaze sharp and unwavering as the attack descends toward her. With calm control, she channels her icy powers, preparing a counterstrike. A blinding burst of blue energy erupts from her hand, releasing a devastating ice and lightning blast. The boulder smashes into the ground, only to be shattered by her attack, freezing and cracking under the immense power. The icy phoenix spreads across the battlefield, its chilling presence stunning the surroundings with sheer power. The masked man watches closely, nodding with a sinister grin, admitting that the display isn't bad at all. He remarks that his opponent does have some real skill, though his tone makes it sound more like mockery than praise. Meanwhile, the black-haired man recalls that the enemy's ability lies in manipulating Earth, a skill that grows more dangerous against airborne opponents. With a wave of his hand, the masked man activates his ability, transforming the ground into mud, swallowing everything into its trap. The dragon companion spits a stream of water in defiance, but the shifting earth begins to close in, pulling everything deeper underground. The masked man unleashes a new technique, molding the battlefield with a towering wave of mud and rock. Lin Yuan quickly realizes that this ability is far more dangerous than it first appeared, its destructive power capable of reshaping the fight. A massive spiked boulder is launched from the earth, crashing down toward the horned girl with unstoppable force. The red-haired beast lunges forward to add pressure, its monstrous presence filling the field with chaos. The deadly boulder twists through the air, but Lin Yuan's sharp eyes catch the danger, his body tensing for a counterattack. He summons his strength, activating the icy domain of absolute frost, preparing to unleash its freezing power against the overwhelming assault. The horned girl stands tall, releasing a surge of ice that towers upward, freezing the ground in an instant. Lin Yuan braces behind the frozen shield, blocking the incoming force. The ice barrier holds firm, leaving him unharmed. The masked man laughs mockingly, saying that such defenses are only temporary and won't last long against his power. He commands his beast to unleash high-temperature water bombs, boiling streams that crash violently against the ice. The dragon roars as scalding blasts shatter parts of the frozen wall, proving the masked man's attack is still dangerous. Lin Yuan realizes with concern that his ultimate skill cannot be used again in such a short time, just as another massive boulder hurtles toward him and the horned girl. Lin Yuan shields his ally, commanding her to retreat as he blocks the enemy's crushing attack head-on. The impact explodes violently, shards flying everywhere, but he withstands it, standing firm against the force. The masked man folds his arms, amused, and declares that Lin Yuan has finally proven himself worthy. The horned girl's eyes flash with determination, her power resonating as she readies herself for the next exchange. Despite the momentary success, Lin Yuan realizes they are far from safe. The battle has only just begun, and the enemy still holds the advantage. The masked man leans against his beast with arrogance, remarking that Lin Yuan may have skill, but he still isn't on the level of a true powerhouse. Standing beside the horned girl, Lin Yuan hears the masked man suddenly propose an offer. The masked man invites him to join their group, boasting that their shared power could make them unstoppable. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow, noting that this so-called organization doesn't sound like a simple school society. He questions their true purpose. The masked man dismisses the concern, pressing him for a clear answer yes or no. With a confident smile, Lin Yuan refuses, declaring that he only wishes to fight and defeat the masked man himself. Amused, the masked man accepts his decision, grinning as he tells Lin Yuan that he'll be waiting right here for their battle. Onlookers begin mocking the boy, saying he was too arrogant and it was only a matter of time before he failed. Some laugh, claiming he just got taught a harsh lesson, while another person curiously asks if anyone knows more about him. A white-haired man enters the hall, facing Lin Zi. He directly asks if Lin Zi has also run into the mysterious group. Lin Zi doesn't deny it, and instead questions if the man has already joined them, testing his intentions. The man smirks coldly, telling Lin Zi not to underestimate him. He declares that anyone who dares act arrogantly in front of him will be forced to pay a heavy price. His words carry both confidence and hostility, making his stance clear. Lin Zi studies him carefully and responds with a calm but sharp question, asking if he truly understands their background. His tone suggests doubt, as if warning that recklessness without knowledge could lead to disaster. The white-haired man responds firmly, saying he will make everything clear. His confident tone shows he isn't afraid of what lies ahead. Lin Zi observes the situation carefully, noting that the number of people involved is quite large. He recalls that what Guo Zini mentioned earlier must have been referring to them. He notices a masked figure and thinks he might be able to extract some information from him. But deep down, Lin Zi feels uneasy, sensing that if things are left unchecked, something disastrous will surely happen. The scene shifts outside to a grand building, its majestic exterior standing in contrast to the tense atmosphere inside, hinting that the story is moving towards something even bigger. As he walks, he reflects on his progress. The Rock Ghost is currently at Stage 3 Level 7, and the Snow Girl has reached Stage 4 Level 2. With the remaining points, he could push Rock Ghost to Stage 4, But without the required materials, advancement is impossible. He calculates the value of what he has gained. If these items were purchased with money, they would cost at least 400,000. Just then, someone calls out to him loudly, addressing him as Big Brother. The person rushes over, mentioning that the forum was buzzing with news of his recent defeat. Surprised, he asks how it's possible that someone strong enough managed to beat him. Scratching his head, he replies that he's not invincible, and losing occasionally is natural. Changing the subject, he acknowledges the man's quick access to information. With a serious look, he asks if there's any way to obtain high-grade elemental essence and spirit stones, hinting at his determination to strengthen his team further. A man explains that these materials are extremely rare. Curious, he asks how much the protagonist is willing to offer for them. The required list is revealed: 30 portions of high-grade earth elements and 3 spirit stones. The man complains that even with effort, such items are nearly impossible to obtain. Suddenly, he brightens up and suggests another option. He claims to know of a place where these materials might be found and offers to personally take him there. Hearing this, the protagonist smiles faintly and agrees without hesitation, telling him to lead the way. The two arrive at Spirit Crystal Mountain. The rocky terrain stretches endlessly as the man explains this is their current destination. He elaborates that before the ancient war, countless dimensional rifts appeared around the world. These rifts connect to other realms, and it's said that many contracted beasts actually originated from those worlds. Years ago, the Tamer Association and major academies secured safe entrances to several rifts, allowing steady resource extraction. However, many rifts remain undeveloped. Some explorers who ventured too deep in search of rare resources never returned, falling victim to the dangers hidden within. Looking at the glowing rift ahead, the protagonist calmly asks if entering this secret realm will truly yield the rare materials he needs, testing the man's confidence in his claim. The man proudly explains that only experienced tamers manage to bring back resources from such places. He adds that the information he has now wasn't easy to obtain and came at a great cost. He reveals that this secret realm is known to contain valuable resources, including high-grade earth elements and spirit stones, exactly what the protagonist is searching for. Excited by the possibility, the protagonist praises his efforts and agrees to go in and take a look, showing eagerness to confirm the truth. Together, they stand at the edge of the glowing rift, its energy crackling in front of them as they prepare to step into the unknown. The protagonist steps forward with a calm smile, telling his companion it's time to move. His determined tone leaves no room for hesitation. The man nervously warns him to think carefully. If they encounter danger inside, they may never come back alive. His fear is clear, but the protagonist remains unfazed. Looking at the glowing rift, the protagonist states that obtaining the 2 rare materials is worth any risk. He adds that if his companion is too afraid, he can turn back now. The man clenches his fists and shouts that he won't back down. Gathering his courage, he insists that all the effort spent gathering information was for this very moment, and he refuses to be left behind. The man clenches his fists with excitement, convinced that with the protagonist leading them, they'll surely obtain valuable treasures. He shouts that this could be their chance to strike it rich, while the protagonist simply responds with a calm "good." Without hesitation, the two leap into the glowing rift together, their figures vanishing into the blinding light. On the other side, they land inside a vast cavern. The atmosphere is heavy and cold, and the man stumbles forward, struggling to regain his balance while the protagonist calmly surveys the surroundings. Suddenly, glowing crystals illuminate the cavern walls. The man freezes in shock, eyes widening as he realizes what lies before them, barely able to form words. A small creature is summoned, appearing with a playful expression as it prepares to assist. It quickly grabs hold of a glowing crystal, showing its usefulness in gathering resources. The man explains that these are low-grade crystals, mainly used to upgrade lower-ranked rock-type beasts. While they aren't very valuable, the fact that such items normally bought with money can be obtained freely inside the secret realm is still surprising. Excited by the discovery, the man cheers loudly, urging the creature to collect even more. His enthusiasm grows as he realizes the realm might hold far greater treasures ahead. The protagonist suddenly senses something is wrong and quickly shouts for his companion to stop. His sharp instincts pick up a danger hidden in the cavern. From the shadows above, a creature covered in glowing crystals leaps down, startling them both. Its sudden appearance halts their excitement instantly. The beast reveals itself. It's a crystal-eyed tiger, a rock-type creature at Stage 2, Level 4. Its intimidating gaze makes it clear this place is far from safe. The protagonist realizes the truth. The crystals they were after are actually part of the beast's body. The so-called evolution materials are fragments taken from other monsters themselves. Calmly, he tells his companion that since it's only Stage 2 Level 4, they should be able to handle it. The man confidently introduces his pet, a large, pink creature, boasting that it shouldn't be underestimated. The beast immediately lunges forward, attacking the enemy with force. He proudly explains his plan once the creature swallows its target. All they need to do is wait until it digests the materials inside, making victory easy. However, the battle proves more difficult than expected. The pink creature slams into the crystal beast, but struggles, unable to overpower it as easily as the man had hoped. Panting, the man realizes the problem. His creature indicates that the enemy's body is too hard to consume, leaving it at a disadvantage against such a solid opponent. The protagonist notices something unusual. His companion seems able to understand the language of beasts, an ability that surprises him. The crystal-eyed tiger lets out a loud roar, its voice echoing through the cavern as its body glows with power. The protagonist remains calm despite the noise, while his companion and the pink creature stay alert, realizing the situation might escalate further. Suddenly, multiple glowing creatures emerge from the darkness, surrounding them on all sides. The ambush makes it clear that this battle has only just begun. The black-haired boy warns that his monster isn't fit for group battles. His companion quickly orders him to fall back. A fierce blizzard is unleashed, filling the icy cave with destructive force. The red-haired beast smashes through the frozen shards, charging ahead with brute strength. Meanwhile, the man with the headband picks up glowing crystals, thrilled that they've finally struck fortune. The headband man excitedly tries to collect crystals, but the pink creature takes them away to store. He complains, saying everything is gone. Shocked, he argues that these crystals are still valuable, even if they aren't worth much individually, since there are so many of them. The black-haired boy explains that the creature's space is limited, so there's no need to keep low-grade materials. He reassures that deeper inside, there will be better treasures waiting. Realizing it makes sense, the man finally agrees. The group then continues moving deeper into the cave. Glowing beetles crawl along the cave walls as the group advances deeper. The black-haired boy observes that high-grade elements and spirit crystals won't be found on these small creatures. They continue forward and soon reach a vast chamber filled with shining crystals. The group halts in surprise, stunned by the overwhelming sight before them. The man is startled, questioning what just appeared. A massive worm-like monster bursts from the ground, shocking everyone. The black-haired boy leaps forward, aiming to strike the creature's head. The red-haired beast clashes with the monster, its sharp claws meeting the worm's attack head-on. The group identifies the enemy as a rock serpent, a Stage 3, Rank 4 beast. Its hit-and-run tactics make defense difficult. The black-haired boy instructs them to be ready and strike the moment it exposes its head. The headband man angrily orders his monster to be released for battle. Determined, he charges forward alongside his monster, ready to fight head-on. The headband man is skewered by the serpent's crystal strike and cries out for help. The black-haired boy watches, recalling a strangely familiar scene. He quickly counters, trapping the serpent inside a glowing barrier, leaving it stunned. The red-haired beast seizes the chance, grappling the serpent tightly to stop its movements. The horned ice girl unleashes a powerful ice explosion at the serpent. The red-haired beast quickly leaps away just as the blast lands. The headband man is confused, wondering why they dodged instead of using the ghostly form ability. The serpent counters, slamming its massive body into the ground with force. The serpent slams its massive body down, shaking the crystal ground. The red-haired beast braces itself and grabs onto the serpent's body with force. The serpent opens its jaws wide, aiming to strike. Locked in a fierce struggle, the beast and the serpent clash head to head, neither side backing down. The serpent coils and prepares to lunge forward again. The headband man shouts in panic, warning the others to dodge quickly. The black-haired boy stays calm, telling them to hold their ground and wait for the right moment. As the serpent charges, he finally gives the signal, and the red-haired beast strikes with full force. A powerful ice storm surges through the cavern, freezing the battlefield. Amid the chaos, the serpent thrashes, trapped under the icy assault. The headband man realizes the plan was to use the serpent as bait, striking when they all expose themselves. The red-haired beast launches forward, using a crushing impact technique to deliver the finishing blow. The system announces the serpent's defeat, rewarding 2 high-grade elemental essences. The black-haired boy notes they only need to kill 28 more. The headband man calls out desperately to his brother. Suddenly, the ground shakes as another serpent bursts out from below. The headband man is swallowed into darkness with his monster, shocked and confused about where he has ended up. The headband man panics as countless glowing red eyes appear around him. He realizes he's surrounded by multiple serpent-like creatures, and fear overwhelms him. From above, the others spot the swarm closing in on him. The group watches in shock as he is dragged down, crying out desperately to his brother for help. The headband man, thinking his brother has come to save him, bursts into relief and joy. But the black-haired boy simply counts the total, noting that with 28 kills, their goal is finally complete. A terrified man is caught by a monstrous arm just as he's about to fall. He shouts in relief, saying he knew his brother wouldn't abandon him. However, danger quickly returns as a pack of beasts with glowing red eyes close in. Their fangs bare, and the man panics, screaming that he's going to die. At that moment, the black-haired man steps forward, his expression calm and firm. He calls out to his ally, signaling her to act. The Ice Maiden responds immediately, her hands glowing with energy as she unleashes a surge of freezing power, preparing to strike the enemies head-on. The man clings to the monster's arm, nervously asking if this means he's going to die. His face is pale, showing both fear and hopelessness. Suddenly, sharp icicles rain down, freezing the enemies instantly. Rewards from the battle appear, showing the collection of elemental essences. The black-haired man reflects calmly. Though these creatures only dropped a single material, compared to a fully grown giant rock serpent, even the immature ones were still impressive. The survivors breathe in relief, saying they managed to stay alive. Together, they stand around, finally safe after the intense fight. The man looks touched, smiling with teary eyes as he calls Lin Zi his true brother, expressing deep gratitude. But suddenly, a serpent-like creature bursts out from the ground, catching him off guard. He screams in despair, panicking about why he's always the one in danger. Meanwhile, Lin Zi remains composed and commands the rock ghost to rescue him without hesitation. The man falls helplessly from above, while the red-haired rock creature leaps forward, moving to intercept. With a heavy strike, the creature smashes into the enemy, sending shockwaves across the ground as the man barely escapes injury. The creature turns its head sharply, eyes glowing red, showing a fierce determination to protect. On the battlefield, another rock beast rises, its body glowing with power as it prepares to confront the red-haired defender. Lin Zi smirks, his sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield. He mocks the enemy, amused at how easily they lose control and show anger. He then calls out to the Ice Maiden and the Rock Ghost, commanding them to step forward. Both move with determination, prepared to unleash the results of their training under his lead. From above, a massive serpent dives at terrifying speed. Its red eyes glow menacingly as it plummets, aiming to crush everything in its path. The Ice Maiden and Rock Ghost respond in unison. She rushes forward with icy elegance, while the Rock Ghost braces with strength. Their coordinated assault meets the serpent head-on, escalating the intensity of the battle. The Ice Maiden channels her icy power, her hands glowing with brilliant blue light. She unleashes a powerful spell, aiming directly at the massive serpent. The beast is struck and instantly bound by jagged ice chains. Its body stiffens as the cold spreads, locking it into place despite its violent thrashing. Seizing the moment, the Rock Ghost charges forward with unstoppable strength. its heavy frame smashes ahead, prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the immobilized serpent. Lin Zi shouts with authority, commanding his allies to push forward. His sharp gaze and powerful voice drive the attack, signaling the turning point of the battle. The rock ghost's eyes glow fiercely red as its form shifts, revealing its battle state. Its aura flares, radiating raw destructive power. With explosive speed, it launches forward in a lightning-fast charge. The impact collides against the frozen serpent, shattering the battlefield with overwhelming force. The transformation deepens as the rock ghost's body crackles with energy, its growth advancing rapidly. Notifications appear, marking its level rising with each strike. The serpent is crushed completely, and system prompts announce the rewards points earned, high-grade elemental essences collected, and even a rare spirit stone secured. Victory has been sealed. Lin Zi checks the system prompts and smiles. They've secured 30 upgrade materials, and the rock ghost has advanced another stage in strength. With just a little more experience, it will meet the breakthrough conditions. His companion cheers loudly, praising him as incredible. Excited, he suggests they continue exploring deeper into the cave, convinced there are even more treasures hidden inside. Elsewhere, slow clapping echoes in the shadows. A cloaked figure steps forward, acknowledging the fight and calling it an impressive display. The white-haired stranger fixes his gaze on Lin Zi, stating that he truly is worthy of being targeted. A new threat reveals itself, shifting the atmosphere instantly. Lin Zi stiffens, his expression sharp. Shocked, he demands to know how the cloaked stranger could possibly be aware of his true identity. His companions glance around nervously, the tension in the cavern rising. The air grows heavier as all eyes fix on the mysterious figure. The white-haired man smirks under his hood, dismissing the question. He asks rhetorically, "Who am I?" as if the answer should already be known. Spreading his arms wide, the cloaked figure declares that surely Lin Zi must have heard of him before. His presence looms larger, signaling that a dangerous reveal is about to unfold. Lin Zi narrows his eyes, recognizing the name immediately. The enemy is connected to the parasitic organization, the same group that has crossed his path before. His companion reacts with shock, demanding if the cloaked figure truly belongs to that organization. The tension rises as everyone processes the revelation. Lin Zi confirms he knows about them, his voice calm but steady. The enemy's affiliation only makes the situation more serious. A flashback surfaces. Just days ago, their boss had ordered an investigation into this very group. The memory connects everything, proving the danger they're facing is no coincidence. The white-haired man smirks, explaining the group's twisted ideology. They disguise themselves as beast protectors while actually attacking beast tamers and stealing their companions. He continues, saying the organization claims to liberate beasts, declaring that freedom itself is what they call symbiosis. Lin Zi listens with narrowed eyes, realizing the group's fanatic ideals are nothing more than a dangerous excuse. Dark energy gathers, and a massive red-black beast materializes behind the cloaked figure. Its presence fills the cavern, marking the parasitic organization's terrifying power. The story recalls the great disaster that struck hundreds of years ago. From that moment, rifts connecting different dimensions began to tear open across the land. Through these rifts, countless ferocious beasts descended upon the continent, bringing chaos and destruction. Among these creatures, some showed the ability to coexist with humans. When they could be trained and controlled, people referred to them as pets, forming bonds that made them valuable allies. However, not all creatures were willing to submit. Those who resisted taming and opposed human control were labeled as ferocious beasts, dangerous beings feared by all. As this truth is revealed, the man's expression shifts to one of shock, unable to hide his disbelief. The narration explains that human society not only divides people by status and rank, but even categorizes other species into different levels. Creatures are judged and sorted, often treated as lower beings, separated into classes without fairness. The hooded figure points out the injustice of this world. Yet, he emphasizes that the existence of the symbiosis group is meant to shatter this unfairness. Turning to Lin Zi, he acknowledges his talent. He explains that by joining the symbiosis group, Lin Zi can unlock his hidden potential and grow stronger. The hooded man claims that by joining them, Lin Zi could unlock the true potential of his two pets, allowing them to evolve into kings. Lin Zi is startled, wondering how this man could possibly know the hidden evolution paths of the Snow Girl and the Rock Beast. At first, Lin Zi doubts the words, thinking the man might just be exaggerating to manipulate emotions. Yet, as he reflects, he admits the man isn't wrong. This world is indeed unfair, ruled by the strong. Still, he refuses to be tied to any group or let himself be controlled. A companion quickly interrupts, shouting at Lin Zi not to be swayed. He warns that such organizations only use clever words to deceive, disguising their terrifying nature beneath a false image. The hooded man notices their hesitation and mocks them, saying it seems they don't believe his words. With a casual gesture, he decides to show proof instead of arguing further. His shadowy beast surges forward with terrifying force. The giant rock snake is immediately restrained, leaving everyone stunned at the display of power. The hooded man silently retrieves an item, his expression calm and unreadable. A powerful red glow bursts forth, striking the giant rock beast directly in its core. The impact shatters through with explosive force, sending shockwaves outward. Lin Zi watches in shock, his eyes widening as he realizes the terrifying power displayed before him. The sudden surge of power leaves everyone shocked, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The hooded man spreads his arms wide, telling them to watch closely. Before their eyes, the shattered rock beast begins to transform. Its broken form rebuilds itself, rising with newfound strength. The man explains that breaking shackles and unleashing true nature is only the first step of evolution. The beast now re-emerges as a demonic giant rock serpent, far stronger than before. Lin Zi is stunned as he realizes the giant rock serpent's rank has risen by 3 full stages. He recognizes that the ability to demonize both pets and ferocious beasts can only belong to the same mysterious figure responsible for the earlier ambush. The hooded man commands the serpent to attack, telling it to demonstrate its newfound strength. The monstrous serpent surges forward, its body radiating demonic energy as it strikes with overwhelming force. The ground erupts from the impact of its attack, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. A cloud of icy mist spreads across the battlefield as the attack settles. The Snow Girl unleashes her skill, forming a massive ice crystal barrier that towers over the field. One of the companions trembles, joking nervously that they might actually freeze to death this time. He regrets not eating a full meal before leaving, trying to mask his fear with humor. Sweating nervously, he mutters again, struggling to hide his worry as the icy pressure grows heavier around them. The demonic rock serpent groans in agony, its body writhing as it cries out in pain and suffering. One of the companions relays its words, saying the beast is in unbearable pain. Lin Zi is stunned by the revelation. Furious, Lin Zi realizes the truth. These people speak of fairness, yet their actions only exploit the weak for their own gain. He questions if this is the justice they claim to uphold. The serpent thrashes violently, its torment manifesting in destructive bursts across the battlefield. Lin Zi quickly issues commands. Snow Girl is told to freeze the serpent with her blizzard, while the rock beast is instructed to search for its weak point. Snow Girl's eyes flash as she unleashes her icy power, summoning a wave of frost. The serpent crashes against the frozen barrier, but Lin Zi notes the difference in strength. Snow Girl is only at 4th rank 2nd stage, while the demonized serpent has already reached 5th rank 1st stage. Despite ice being strong against earth, there's no complete elemental advantage here, making the battle far from simple. Lin Zi analyzes the situation, realizing that under normal circumstances, defeating an opponent a full rank higher would be nearly impossible without extraordinary means. The demonized rock serpent snarls, its power surging violently. But Lin Zi notices something: this beast isn't a true 5th rank creature. Its strength comes from a forced soul technique that amplifies potential, which must also bring severe backlash. Meanwhile, the rock beast undergoes a sudden transformation, its form igniting as it evolves into the powerful Oni General form, radiating overwhelming energy. The Oni General charges with explosive force, clashing fiercely against the demonized rock serpent. The serpent is slammed into an ice barrier, its body colliding with a thunderous impact. Lindsay explains that while the Oni form boosts the rock beast's speed by 300%, it also drastically lowers its defense, leaving it as fragile as glass. He quickly calls on Snow Girl to support. Snow Girl responds immediately, casting her icy power to synchronize her attack with the rock beast. Explosions erupt across the battlefield as ice and flames collide, shaking the ground violently. The Oni General and Snow Girl glance at each other, their powers resonating in sync. Lindsay realizes what is happening together. They are unleashing a combined technique, something far stronger than either could manage alone. Shocked, he exclaims in disbelief, recognizing it as a fusion skill. A massive blue crystal floated in mid-air, surrounded by arcs of icy lightning. The system identified it as the Ice Core Bomb, a high-level offensive skill. It infused ice energy into a rock core, filling it with explosive cold power. Once it struck the enemy, it would detonate instantly, freezing and shattering everything nearby. The man stared at the system interface, deep in thought. After a moment, the screen flashed. He had successfully unlocked the fusion skill panel. He realized this wasn't an ordinary upgrade. To fully activate the fusion soul technique, both the Ice Queen and the Rock Ghost had to reach the same strength level. But that wasn't enough. The system also required them to build perfect synchronization between each other, a shared understanding that linked their powers completely. Only when their compatibility reached the highest value could the fusion skill truly awaken. As the man analyzed the data, the battlefield erupted once again. The Ice Queen launched shards of frozen light, clashing against the crimson energy of the Rock Ghost. Explosions of frost and flame filled the area. The two creatures fought relentlessly, pushing their power to the limit as the synchronization process began. The crimson-headed serpent twisted its massive body, gathering dark energy around its jaws. Its aura pulsed with violent power, shaking the icy battlefield beneath it. The red-haired fighter leapt high into the air, striking down with a burst of flame. Her attack clashed against the serpent's energy, creating a powerful explosion that shattered the frozen ground. The serpent roared, coiling its body as waves of heat and frost rippled outward. It struck back with furious speed, refusing to be overpowered. Its entire form blurred into motion, lunging forward like a lightning bolt. The red-haired fighter barely held her stance as the monstrous creature charged straight toward her with unstoppable momentum. The serpent's massive body slammed forward, its icy scales glowing under the force of impact. The explosion of energy tore through the frozen ground, sending shards flying in every direction. The red-haired fighter didn't retreat. Instead, she charged head-on through the blast, her fiery aura burning away the frost. With a fierce strike, she shattered the serpent's icy armor, causing a thunderous explosion of light and energy. From a distance, the man watched alongside the Ice Queen. He noticed her movements slowing down under pressure. The serpent's rapid attacks left her no room to assist the Rock Ghost in maintaining defense through her ice mirror barrier. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure with dark energy swirling around him observed from afar, speaking in a cold tone. He mocked them, saying they better hurry up, it would be disappointing if they died so easily. The man clenched his fist and shouted at his team, commanding, "Ice Queen, Rock Ghost, use the combined skill now." He realized the cloaked enemy was deliberately toying with them, and whatever his goal was, they had to end this fight quickly. He turned to his teammate and instructed him to distract the giant serpent. Meanwhile, he needed time to charge his pet's next powerful attack. The teammate froze in disbelief. The thought of drawing the serpent's attention terrified him. His face tensed as he questioned if the order was even serious. But the man's response was sharp. If no one acted, they'd all die here. The panicked teammate shook his head, shouting that he didn't want to die, but it was already too late to hesitate. The hesitant teammate finally gathered courage and shouted an order to his summon. The pink creature at his side responded instantly, puffing up its round body as it prepared to attack. He commanded, "Big Mouth, use acid attack." The creature opened its mouth wide, gathering toxic green energy before launching it forward with incredible force. The stream of corrosive liquid shot across the battlefield, splattering directly onto the serpent's crystalline body. The acid hissed as it burned through the icy armor, releasing steam and cracks along its surface. The serpent roared in pain, its massive frame twisting in rage. Although the attack hadn't dealt heavy damage, it successfully provoked the creature, drawing all of its attention toward the teammate and his summoned beast. As the serpent roared in anger, a blinding blue light began forming above it. The energy twisted into a massive sphere of condensed ice, glowing with immense power. The temperature around the battlefield plummeted instantly. Frost spread across the ground as the Ice Queen raised her hand, channeling every ounce of magic into the attack. The frozen sphere grew larger and denser until it resembled a falling meteor of pure ice. Its overwhelming force caused the serpent to recoil, instinctively preparing to defend itself. The Ice Queen's form glowed brilliantly as she invoked her ultimate move, Ice Core Collapse. At the same time, the red-haired fighter's flames surged to life beside her, ready to merge their power for the final strike. The man's voice echoed through the frozen cavern as he shouted, commanding everyone to attack. His fierce tone snapped the team into action, signaling the start of their final move. The massive ice core descended like a meteor, crashing into the serpent with unstoppable force. The impact unleashed a shockwave of blue light that froze everything in its path. Sharp ice crystals erupted from the ground, covering the battlefield in layers of frozen spikes. The serpent's roars faded beneath the sound of cracking ice. After the explosion settled, the man and his teammate stood together inside a protective barrier formed by the slime creature. They both breathed heavily, staring at the frozen battlefield that glittered like glass. The chubby teammate gasped for breath, clutching his chest. He could still feel the lingering chill from the explosion. Then his eyes widened. He heard something moving. "It's still alive," he shouted in shock. The black-haired man narrowed his eyes and said they should check it out. The teammate hesitated, his voice trembling as he asked if that was really a good idea, but followed reluctantly behind. As they approached the frozen remains, faint sounds echoed from within the thick ice. The creature's voice was weak and filled with pain. The crimson serpent lay trapped, its body frozen solid, but its mouth barely moving. It spoke in a strained tone, saying it was suffering and begging them to help. The man stared silently, realizing the monster was still conscious inside the ice. The chubby teammate looked at the frozen serpent and spoke softly, suggesting they should end its suffering. Lindsay remained silent, his expression calm but heavy with thought. He stepped forward, summoning a shard of icy energy into his hand. For a brief moment, he hesitated, then his eyes sharpened with resolve. In one swift motion, Lindsay thrust his weapon forward, piercing through the thick ice and striking the serpent's core. The frozen beast let out a faint tremor before falling completely still. The system immediately announced the result: the abyssal giant rock serpent had been defeated. Lindsay earned 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-grade elemental crystals, and a special explosion card as his reward. After the battle, Lindsay reviewed the system rewards. He had obtained 2 additional spirit stones, completing the materials needed for the rock ghost's evolution. The bonus rewards included a soul potion and another explosion card, fulfilling all upgrade requirements. Despite the victory, a strange heaviness lingered in Lindsay's chest. He clenched his fist, questioning why he still felt uneasy even after accomplishing so much. As he stood in silence, the cloaked enemy slowly approached, clapping mockingly. His presence broke the tense atmosphere as the team turned to face him once again. The man with silver hair smirked under his hood and asked with a teasing tone, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" His taunting words hinted that the real fight was far from over. The silver-haired enemy smirked and pointed at the remains of the fallen serpent, mocking Lindsay. He said that beast tamers like him often slaughter monsters to obtain rare materials, so what made this situation any different? Lindsay turned to face him, his expression cold. The Ice Queen stood behind him, her aura freezing the air as shards of ice floated around her. He stayed silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing in thought as the enemy's words echoed in his mind. Finally, Lindsay responded calmly. He admitted that beast tamers do hunt monsters for materials, but when they face one too powerful to defeat, it's only natural for them to become the prey instead. His words carried a quiet but unshakable confidence that silenced the mockery. Lindsay pointed directly at the cloaked man, his tone sharp with disgust. He said the world was full of unfairness and conflict, but among all that, what he hated most were people like him. The hooded enemy sneered and replied coldly. He said that Lin Zi and his team, who called themselves righteous tamers, were no better. They spoke of equality and freedom while controlling beasts to fight and die for them. He accused them of using their beliefs to manipulate others and exploiting creatures weaker than themselves. His voice echoed with contempt as he called them hypocrites hiding behind the illusion of justice. Lin Zi stayed silent, watching his opponent with narrowed eyes. The man gave a mocking smile and said, "Looks like our little talk is over," as the tension between them thickened once more. As tension filled the cave, a small pink-haired girl appeared beside the cloaked man. Her expression was calm but carried an unsettling confidence. The black-haired boy steps forward, fury burning in his eyes as he faces the hooded stranger. He demands to know what the man is planning, his voice echoing through the cave. In that tense moment, he realizes something isn't right. His instincts scream that someone close to him is in danger. The hooded man pauses, then slowly turns around with a faint, mocking tone. His calmness only adds to the tension, as if he already knows the chaos that's about to unfold. The eerie glow of the cave reflects off his cloak, creating an unsettling silence between them. Without wasting another second, the boy raises his hand, summoning a burst of blue energy that swirls around him. He calls upon his spirit ally, commanding her to restrain the enemy before it's too late. The air crackles with frost as his attack charges forward. A blinding flash erupts when their powers collide, shaking the ground and filling the cave with shockwaves of ice and fire. The explosion sends light spilling in every direction, marking the start of an intense battle neither side can walk away from easily. The entire cave freezes over as the icy explosion settles. Mist fills the air, and silence takes over. The aftermath leaves behind only shards of frost and traces of the vanished enemy. The boy lowers his hand, breathing heavily. Beside him, the ice spirit materializes, her crystal horns glimmering faintly. She looks at the frozen battlefield and calmly notes that the enemy managed to escape. Moments later, the scene shifts to the Grand Academy courtyard. Students move about under the golden light of the evening sun, their peaceful surroundings hiding the chaos that had just unfolded elsewhere. The boy appears on campus, showing a picture on his phone and asking if anyone has seen the missing girl. His determined expression makes it clear he won't stop until he finds her. Still searching across the academy grounds, the boy holds out a photo, asking passers-by if they've seen the missing girl. His urgency draws attention from nearby students. From a distance, a pink-haired girl notices him and murmurs his name, Lin Zi. She can tell he's in a rush and looks worried. Her tall companion frowns, asking why she's so concerned about him. Ignoring the question, she decides to find out what's going on and sprints toward Lin Zi before he disappears into the crowd. As she reaches him, she calls out his name, asking what happened. Lin Zi quickly explains that he ran into the same person who attacked their mentor and that their next target might be Guanning. Inside the academy's corridor, a girl named Guanning walks away after class, mentioning that she's heading to the virtual battle room for some practice. Her calm words hide the danger approaching her. When Lin Zi hears this from Guo Zinya, his expression changes instantly. He rushes toward the training area, telling her to come along, there's no time to waste. Back near the courtyard, her muscular friend scratches his head, completely lost about what's happening. He mutters in confusion, trying to understand the situation. Suddenly, another student runs in, shouting that he and Lin Zi encountered members of the parasitic group in the secret realm and their next target is Guanning. The shocking revelation leaves everyone frozen in disbelief. As soon as the situation sinks in, the muscular man clenches his fists and rushes forward, declaring that he won't let such a tragedy repeat itself. Determined to help, he joins Lin Zi's group in the search for Guanning. They storm into the academy halls, calling her name again and again, their voices echoing through the vast corridor. But no matter how loudly they shout, there's no response. Just then, a tall man with silver hair appears from the shadows. He crosses his arms and calmly asks if they're looking for Guanning. His cold expression sends a shiver down Lin Zi's spine. With a faint smirk, the silver-haired man says he knows where she went, but if they want to find out, they'll have to come with him. His tone carries a hint of mockery, making it clear that trouble is waiting ahead. Lin Zi grabs the silver-haired man by the collar, demanding answers with fiery determination. The man, startled by his intensity, quickly agrees to talk. Trying to calm things down, the man explains that he only ran into Guanning by coincidence a while ago and didn't realize she was missing. He recalls overhearing her conversation with a friend named Zhang Xiaoyun, who mentioned going out to buy materials, most likely heading to the pet shop together. Hearing this, Lin Zi immediately calls Zhang Xiaoyun's phone, but there's no response. His expression darkens, something's clearly wrong, and time is running out. Realizing the urgency, Lin Zi orders his team to alert the academy and begin a coordinated search for Guanning. Everyone nods and rushes into action, determined to find her before it's too late. Meanwhile, far from the academy, Guanning slowly regains consciousness. Her vision blurs as she finds herself in an unfamiliar building, sunlight leaking through cracked windows. Confused and weak, she spots Zhang Xiaoyun lying motionless on the floor nearby. Panic sets in as she tries to reach her, but her body refuses to move freely. Before she can react, glowing red tentacles lash out and bind her tightly in midair. Shock and fear fill her eyes as she realizes she's been captured. Guanning slowly regains her senses and realizes she's not alone. Standing before her is a tall man in a yellow coat wearing a skull-like mask, his eerie smile hidden behind cold confidence. He tilts his head slightly and asks if she's awake, while another cloaked figure stands silently beside him, observing. Guanning's heart races as she demands to know who they are and why they've captured her. The masked man casually introduces himself, saying they're members of the symbiosis group, his tone disturbingly calm for someone who just kidnapped 2 students. Hearing the name shocks her. She yells for them to release her, shouting that no one makes friends by tying people up. Her eyes flare with anger, but the ropes around her only tighten in response. Still trapped by the red tendrils, Guanning clenches her teeth as her enemies explain their plan. They reveal that the fiery demon bird's flames can overpower her plant-based spirit, leaving her defenseless. She struggles fiercely against the bindings, releasing a surge of energy, but the moment she tries to summon her spirit, a sharp pain shoots through her body. The cloaked man steps forward, summoning a grotesque red creature. He calmly explains that his poison demon has already injected venom into her body. If she forces her spirit power now, she'll cripple herself permanently. Despite the pain, Guanning glares at them coldly, trying to buy time until the poison fades. She steadies her voice and demands to know their true goal, refusing to show fear even in chains. The masked man spreads his arms, his voice echoing through the warehouse as he makes an offer. He invites Guanning to join the symbiosis group, claiming they seek to destroy the world's injustice together. With a twisted grin, he points toward her and mentions her rare ability, the power to demonize her summoned beasts. He demands that she use it for their cause. The tentacles tighten around her once again, forcing her to look up. Despite the pain, Guanning stays silent, her glare burning with defiance as the man urges her to cooperate. Finally, she shouts back that yes, her beast can demonize, but that power belongs to the demon flame bird itself, not to anyone else. Her voice shakes the room, filled with anger and pride. The masked man's smirk fades as he realizes Guanning isn't going to cooperate. He sighs, disappointed, saying it seems she has no intention of being honest. Leaning closer, his tone turns cold as he warns that they'll have to use special methods to make her talk. His chilling words echo through the silent warehouse. Guanning's eyes widen in fear and anger. She shouts for them to stop, insisting that she doesn't even understand what special technique they're talking about. But her cries are ignored. The red tendrils around her tighten once again, spreading like living snakes as the enemy prepares to use force to break her will. Just as the enemies prepare to use force, a deep voice echoes through the warehouse commanding them to stop. The air trembles as a surge of dark red energy bursts through the entrance. A dark silhouette appears at the doorway, his presence catching everyone's attention. The girl turns in surprise, recognizing him instantly. Her eyes widen with joy as she rushes toward him, clearly relieved to see him safe. Nearby, the masked man looks puzzled, wondering why their leader is here when he was supposed to be meeting someone else. The dark-haired boy studies the mask closely. He realizes it's the same person he once faced in a virtual battle, and the memory makes him tense. The masked man suddenly understands what's going on and looks ahead with realization. A small spirit beast appears, growling softly. It seems to be the creature that tracked them down. He notes that the beast must belong to the Tamer Association. Its tracking abilities are incredibly sharp, enough to follow their scent even here. The hooded figure smirks, saying that since their target came straight to them, they might as well capture him together. The masked man agrees without hesitation. A monstrous creature suddenly lets out a piercing roar, its glowing green eyes fixed on the group. The pink-haired girl shouts a warning to her brother, explaining that the enemy's poison can disrupt soul energy. Before he can react, the creature's venomous tendrils shoot forward at incredible speed, striking down toward him. The impact sends him crashing backward across the floor, the attack's force shaking the entire room. A red-haired beast roars as a small ice spirit appears above it, ready to attack. The masked man quickly summons his own creature, a spiked, armored beast with glowing eyes. He warns Lin Z that this isn't a simulation anymore. Every hit will cause real damage, and death here means death for real. Combining water and earth attributes, his summoned beasts merge into one powerful form. With a confident grin, he orders them to strike. The molten creature crawls across the floor, its body bubbling and reshaping as heat fills the room. It lets out a fiery roar, unleashing waves of scorching energy that melt everything in its path. The masked man grins confidently, boasting that both his summoned beasts are 4th tier and far beyond his opponent's level. The white-haired girl stands firm, sweat on her face but determination in her eyes, warning him to surrender before he regrets it. Lin Z observes the battlefield and realizes the intense heat is weakening Xiaoxu's power. He decides to let the rock spirit take the lead instead. He opens his hand, revealing a glowing crystal. Before arriving, his rock spirit had already met the conditions to evolve. It only needed this last spirit stone to complete the process. As the masked man boasts that his beasts are both 4th tier, Lin Z's calm expression doesn't change. The moment the rock spirit absorbs the crystal, its body erupts with blinding light, signaling its long-awaited evolution has begun. As the crystal's energy surges, Lin Z's rock spirit undergoes a massive transformation. Its body hardens, glowing with a powerful purple aura. The spirit of Earth has awakened. The pink-haired girl watches in shock, realizing her brother's summoned beast evolved again, and much faster than before. Even the red-haired enemy seems stunned. His molten beast suddenly falters, as if feeling an overwhelming pressure from Lin Z's creature. The masked man clenches his jaw, confused by what he's witnessing. He mutters that beasts of the same type shouldn't have this kind of dominance over each other, yet Lin Z's power completely defies that logic. Lin Z calmly remarks that beasts of the same element shouldn't overpower each other. However, his evolved spirit of Earth proves otherwise. A massive aura erupts behind the creature, divine and overwhelming. The enemy's molten beast trembles under the sheer pressure. A new skill activates Earth's divine authority. The ground itself seems to respond, suppressing all enemies within range. Realizing the situation is out of control, the masked man panics and orders his ally to retreat immediately, taking the girl with them before it's too late. The red tendrils tighten around the girl, lifting her off the ground as she struggles to break free. She clenches her teeth, forcing herself to stay conscious even as the poison weakens her body. Determined not to become a burden to her brother, she gathers her remaining strength and channels her power. With a fierce cry, she summons her flaming companion, the Fire Phoenix, which bursts out in a blaze of heat, cutting through the red restraints. The Fire Phoenix collides with the red tendrils in a powerful explosion, filling the entire hall with flames and smoke. As the dust settles, the pink-haired girl holds the unconscious child in her arms, relieved that she's only asleep. Determined, she vows not to let their enemies escape after what they've done. But the masked man quickly orders his ally to retreat, knowing the inspection team will arrive soon. They flee the scene before reinforcements can show up. The red monster releases a thick wave of purple poison fog, spreading it across the entire room. Lindsay steps forward through the mist, unbothered. His calm gaze fixes on the fleeing enemies as he mutters that escape won't be easy. Outside, the masked men run frantically, cursing each other for failing to hold back even one opponent. The hooded woman yells in frustration, blaming her partner's unreliable beast for collapsing before even landing a single hit. The masked man and his ally flee down the street, panicking as they argue about Lindsay's evolved beast being far too powerful. The woman warns him to stop talking and keep running before the poison fog fades and their enemies catch up. But before they can escape, a massive shadow lands ahead of them. Lindsay's rock beast slams into the ground, blocking their path. The two freeze in terror as the creature's glowing red eyes lock onto them, its presence radiating deadly intent. Under the twilight sky, a bright flash cuts across the horizon, lighting up the forest below. The explosion's glow reflects against the evening clouds, signaling the end of the battle. As the dust settles, silence returns. Only faint sparks remain, drifting like fading stars. The night grows calm once more, marking the end of this fierce clash. But the next encounter is already waiting beyond the horizon. Under the quiet night sky, tension fills the room. The pink-haired girl, with flames swirling beside her, angrily demands answers. She interrogates the two men, wanting to know the truth about their so-called soul transformation magic. The men, terrified and restrained, struggle to respond as fear grips them. She presses further, asking what their great goal truly means. Meanwhile, another group watches from the shadows. One of them recalls a man wearing a hood who possessed a similar ability, dark, forbidden, and dangerous. He wonders how such an evil power could possibly be connected to Ning. The dark-haired man gives the captives one last chance to speak, warning them of the consequences if they stay silent. His sharp gaze and calm tone make the threat clear. Terrified, one of the men breaks down and hurriedly explains everything. He admits that their group, known as the Symbiosis Organization, mainly recruits weak beast tamers and those with crippled beasts. He adds that they joined because someone spread rumors about powerful new students at Zhongning Academy, potential targets for their plans. With desperation in his voice, he screams that to gain more strength, their group believes they must gather as much power as possible, no matter how dark the method. The girl's eyes widen as she listens to the prisoner's confession. He explains that her ability to demonize her beast during the exam is exactly what their organization is after. To them, that soul technique holds great value. She's taken aback, realizing how dangerous this information is. The dark-haired man steps forward, questioning why they still need Ning if they already possess the demonization technique. One of the captives hesitates, then admits the truth: they don't actually control soul arts. Their power comes from a mysterious artifact that imitates demonization. The revelation shocks everyone, leaving the room tense and silent once again. The captive trembles as he mentions a strange artifact being the source of their power. Trying to bargain, he promises to hand it over if they let him go. Before he can finish, the girl beside them strikes him across the face, cutting his words short. The dark-haired man coldly reminds him that he's in no position to negotiate. He then commands the ice-haired girl to search him. Without hesitation, she presses her icy hand against the prisoner, freezing him in fear. Panicking, he blurts out that the artifact is hidden in his pocket and begs her to stop searching. As the ice-haired girl searches the prisoner, she pulls out a glowing purple shard. The others watch closely, sensing something strange about it. The pink-haired girl tilts her head, asking what it could be. Even her fiery beast companion admits it has never seen anything like that before. The dark-haired man examines the shard in silence, recognizing it as something unnatural. He explains that such artifacts, known as mystic relics, possess extraordinary power beyond normal comprehension. These relics were born during a great catastrophe, the result of another dimension colliding with their world. The shard's energy flickers softly as the man studies it. He explains that relics like this one have different uses. Some act as massive storage tools, while others enhance the strength of both tamers and their beasts. According to his system, this crystal serves mainly as an evolution material, which might explain why it was mistaken for a mystic relic. The fiery bird seems especially drawn to it, reacting with curiosity and excitement. Its interest suggests the shard could be connected to its evolution path. Realizing its value, the man hands it to Ning, telling her to keep it safe. She nods, holding it carefully as the light from the crystal reflects in her eyes. As the interrogation ends, the man questions the captives one last time about the demon flame bird's ability. Before they can answer, someone suddenly calls out his name from behind. Two new figures rush into the room, worried but relieved to see everyone safe. They quickly ask if anyone's hurt. The dark-haired man assures them the situation is under control and that the culprits have been captured. The captive, however, look completely drained, realizing that their plan has failed and escape is no longer possible. After the fight, the black-haired man checks on his team. Zhang Xiaoyan is safe, only unconscious from the poison mist released by the enemy's pet. The antidote will wear off soon. A small blue beast appears, scanning the area cautiously as footsteps echo from outside. Moments later, a squad from the Beast Tamer Association storms in to secure the scene. Their captain, Yu Yan, orders his team to seal the perimeter and check for injuries. He then approaches the black-haired man. Confirming his identity, Yu Yan asks, "You're Lin Zi, right?" The man nods calmly, replying, "And you are?" The officer introduces himself as Yu Yan, captain of the A23 investigation team from the Ningyang Beast Tamer Association. He mentions that the academy principal had spoken highly of Lin Zi, praising him as one of the most promising new students. Yu Yan thanks Lin Zi for providing valuable intel on the symbiosis group and promises to recommend him for a reward. Lin Zi nods with a calm smile. The captain takes charge of the scene, saying his team will handle the follow-up investigation but might need their cooperation later. Lin Zi agrees without hesitation. Before leaving, Yu Yan arranges for Lin Zi and his team to be taken to the medical center for a full checkup, ensuring none of them are secretly injured after the battle. As the officers escort the captured members away, one of them cries dramatically about losing his mask. The group can't help but feel a brief moment of relief after the chaos. Later that night, the scene shifts to the medical center. Inside, the injured are being treated under the soft glow of the hospital lights. The black-haired girl slowly regains consciousness, surprised to hear everything that happened while she was out. She listens quietly as the others explain the situation. Smiling weakly, she thanks Lin Zi for noticing something was wrong in time. His quick action saved all of them from disaster. Later at the hospital, the pink-haired girl apologizes, blaming herself for dragging everyone into danger. But her friends reassure her that it wasn't her fault. The symbiosis group targeted them all for a reason. They remind her that both Tanyong and Lin Zi were attacked as well, so no one holds her responsible. The mood lightens slightly as everyone prepares to move on. Meanwhile, Lin Zi recalls what the captives mentioned earlier, that the symbiosis group sought Ning because of her connection to the demonization soul art. He quietly wonders if this mysterious art could be linked to the strange vision he once saw, a world filled with demonic shadows rising under a crimson sky. As things settle down, the pink-haired woman asks to speak privately with Lin Zi and Ning. The others quietly leave, sensing the seriousness in her tone. They walk down the quiet hospital hallway, the tension growing with each step. Lin Zi finally asks what's wrong. She turns to them, her expression firm, and asks if they remember when she helped analyze their soul power potential. Both Lin Zi and Ning are caught off guard, realizing she's about to reveal something important connected to their past investigation. The group stops as the pink-haired girl apologizes, saying the scene they just saw was too disturbing. She explains she initially planned to gather more information before explaining it to them properly. The pink-haired girl looks down, saying she had only heard rumors about demonic-type beasts but never truly understood them. She begins explaining that the demon-type class is an extremely rare and special branch, known for its incredibly fast growth rate. However, these beasts are often violent and cruel by nature. Once contracted as familiars, they can gradually corrupt their master's mind. As the narration continues, the scene shifts to a terrifying image of a tamer losing control, his body twisted and veins glowing red. The girl concludes that such tamers eventually become chaotic, uncontrollable beings known as fallen ones. The pink-haired woman continues explaining that, under the Beast Tamer Association's strict control, all demonic-type beasts are now banned from breeding or trading. Even the materials related to their evolution are heavily restricted and prohibited from being sold. The black-haired man then recalls meeting someone who owned a demonic-type beast, but surprisingly managed to remain sane despite its corrupting influence. She explains that the fallen are tamers completely consumed by their beast's power, while others suffer a reverse backlash when their beast loses control. Both outcomes are equally dangerous and unpredictable. Curious, the pink-haired girl turns to him and asks how he managed to demonize his flame bird. Calmly, he explains that after evolving, his fierce flame bird naturally gained this new ability. The man explains that his flame bird is currently at stage 2, level 7. After demonization, it can temporarily reach stage 3, level 2, but only for about a minute. With his current soul power, he can only use that ability once per day. He recalls seeing others attempt to demonize their beasts through symbiosis, but their results were unstable and often led to severe backlash. He assumes the authorities banned the practice to prevent uncontrollable disasters. The pink-haired woman remarks that the world is full of mysteries and humanity has only begun to scratch the surface of soul arts. There's still so much unknown potential waiting to be uncovered. Teasingly, she tells the girl beside her not to overthink things. What matters now is getting stronger, and if her soul arts can truly enhance demonized beasts, she'll become incredibly powerful in the future. The girl lowers her gaze, realizing that if this truly is a new type of soul art, the symbiosis organization will never abandon it easily. The thought weighs on her, but instead of feeling discouraged, she gathers her determination. She clenches her fists, reminding herself that the only true solution is strength. If she wants to control her destiny, she must keep pushing forward and growing stronger, no matter what obstacles appear in her path. Later, she approaches her brother, her tone firm but hopeful. She says she wants to form a second beast contract as soon as possible to increase her power. Her brother listens calmly and smiles, reassuring her that he'll help her make it happen. Her brother agrees to help, saying it's a good chance to also check the detailed condition of the flame bird. The group then decides to head out together. However, the pink-haired woman reminds them that it's already late and most pet shops are closed at this hour. The girl suggests they wait until tomorrow since there are still 3 days left before the trial. But her brother quickly mentions a special 24-hour shop that provides beginner materials and pet evaluation services. With a confident smile, he suggests they visit it right away. The scene then shifts to a quiet street at night, where the glowing sign of the 24-hour pet shop stands out in the distance as they make their way there. They soon arrive at the pet shop late at night. Inside, the shelves are lined with familiar creatures, none seem particularly rare or special. The black-haired man observes that most of these beasts don't have any unique evolution paths, even among the same species. The girl scans through the rows, unimpressed by what she sees, commenting that everything feels quite ordinary. Meanwhile, the man walks up beside her with his flame bird. He gently pats its head, causing it to let out a happy sound. Suddenly, something unexpected flashes on the display, a message revealing a possible evolution path for the flame bird. A glowing message appears, revealing 2 possible evolution paths for the flame bird. The first path, Flamewing Eagle, strengthens its explosive power and core attributes but reduces its speed, allowing it to evolve up to the 5th stage. The second path, Infernal Demon Phoenix, enhances the control of its demonic flames through ancient bloodlines, trading elemental balance for destructive might, a path that could evolve up to the 9th stage. The man studies both routes carefully. He realizes that the flame bird's current evolution likely connects to the demonic path Guiya once saw, meaning it's deeply tied to the demon-type branch. Since the evolution toward the demon phoenix has already begun, there's no turning back now. The only options left are to let the flame bird continue evolving, or halt its progress here and focus on raising a second beast instead. The system reveals the next evolution form, Infernal Crimson Phoenix. To evolve, the flame bird must meet extremely rare conditions, including specific elemental essences and ancient catalysts tied to awakening its bloodline. The man notices how different this is from his previous evolutions. When he evolved the ice orb and the stone beast, he didn't need such materials. Before he can think further, his sister calls out, saying she has something important to tell him. As they talk, he smiles and admits that he actually awakened a unique soul art one that lets him faintly sense the hidden evolution paths within certain beasts. Hearing this, the girl is stunned and amazed that such an ability even exists. He laughs lightly, explaining that it's not as impressive as it sounds. It only provides a vague intuition and drains a lot of soul energy to use, but it's been incredibly helpful nonetheless. The man jokes to himself that he can't just tell others he has a system, or he'd be captured by the Beast Tamer Association for having such an overpowered ability. He then explains that when he touched the flame bird earlier, he could sense an immense energy within its body, a power far beyond the normal Flamewing evolution line. The girl listens carefully but warns him that this hidden evolution path seems extremely dangerous. She can feel that the energy is wild and unstable, possibly connected to the demonic type they discussed before. Crouching beside the flame bird, she wonders if it might evolve into a dual-type beast combining fire and demon attributes. Although rare, she admits it isn't entirely impossible. The man explains that the information he sensed is still unclear, but it seems the flame bird needs a very ancient catalyst to awaken its dormant power. Hearing this, the girl realizes why it hasn't evolved, yet something crucial has been missing all along. Clenching her fists, she declares that no matter what, she and the flame bird must confront and master this uncontrollable strength together. It's the only way to move forward. Just as she speaks, something strange happens. The flame bird's body emits a faint glow, and her eyes widen in shock as a shard of glowing purple crystal suddenly appears in her hand. Back in their room, the girl examines the glowing crystal in her hand and realizes what it is: a rift shard. The man recalls that the system mentioned any ancient medium could serve as a catalyst, meaning this shard fits the requirement perfectly. He quietly wonders how he should explain it to her, thinking back to how he borrowed his soul art's ability to detect hidden evolution paths just in time to find it. As she studies the shard, the girl senses faint energy fluctuations inside it, ones that strangely resonate with the flame bird beside her. She frowns, realizing there's more to it. Looking closer, she mutters that it's not just a resonance, something deeper seems to be linking the crystal and the flame bird together. The girl suddenly feels a strange pull. The flame bird's eyes glow bright red as it fixates on the rift shard in her hand. It chirps impatiently, clearly craving the crystal's energy. Before they can react, both she and the man freeze in shock as the flame bird suddenly snatches the shard and swallows it whole. Their expressions turn blank in disbelief as they realize what just happened. A moment later, a violent burst of purple flame erupts from the bird's body, filling the room with a chaotic wave of demonic energy. The air trembles as the flames twist and surge uncontrollably. Their eyes widen in alarm. Something terrifying is awakening within the flame bird. The flames rush toward them, but he quickly shields the girl with a protective barrier. She warns him that the fire is getting too close, and he calmly tells her not to panic as the shield holds back the heat. Inside the roaring blaze, something powerful begins to awaken. The swirling fire gathers in one spot, and sharp claws slowly emerge from the burning light as a massive presence takes shape. A blazing phoenix bursts out of the flames, fully evolved and radiating intense energy. Its wings spread wide, and its fiery aura shakes the entire area as it descends. A girl steps forward and admires its new form, impressed by its overwhelming presence. The phoenix lowers itself toward her while she reaches out, trying to calm it as thick smoke curls around them. He checks the creature after its transformation and confirms everything went smoothly. He then mentions that he'll inspect it again the next time it evolves, making sure nothing goes wrong. She smiles and agrees without hesitation, relieved that the evolution ended safely. Her reaction lightens the mood as the energy around them starts settling down. Nearby, the smaller girl stands stiffly while the newly evolved bird stares at her in silence. She hesitates, unsure how to respond to its intense gaze, creating an awkward moment between them. As he approaches, he notices the two of them quietly locked in a strange standoff. The room goes silent for a moment, filled only with small bursts of smoke lingering from the evolution. After leaving the building, the staff reminds them that evolving a pet should ideally be done at a professional training facility. Both of them freeze in shock as they check the bill on their phones. Realizing how much the evolution cost, they panic together. She laments losing her savings, while he also struggles to process the sudden expense. He soon pulls himself together, thinking about how quickly the reward money they earned has already disappeared. Determined, he tells himself that he needs to start earning again immediately. With that resolve, they head out, leaving the city behind as they move toward their next goal, ready to recover the money they just spent. A hidden garage door opens quietly, revealing a dim interior. Someone inside has already activated something powerful. A hooded man stands before a towering purple crystal, inspecting its glow. The energy around it pulses steadily as he examines its condition. One of his subordinates rushes in and reports that the two people they were monitoring have been captured by the investigation team. He waits anxiously for the man's reaction. The hooded man responds calmly, saying he already knows. His tone remains steady, as if this development was expected from the beginning. His subordinate asks what their next move should be. The hooded man stays silent for a moment, still focusing on the glowing crystal beside him. He then orders the group to stay inactive for now. No one should make any moves until further notice. He adds that once the right moment arrives, their targets will approach them on their own. The crystal pulses as he speaks, hinting that he already has a plan in motion. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the protagonist meditating in a quiet chamber, preparing himself for whatever comes next. He prepares for the upcoming school exam, knowing that performing well will earn him a large scholarship. At the same time, he reminds himself that raising his virtual battle ranking can also bring valuable rewards. His current stats appear, showing a high win rate, but a ranking that recently dropped because he didn't battle for a few days. Seeing how much he has fallen, he realizes he needs to push harder. He decides to jump straight into ranked matches, confident that a strong streak will carry him to the next tier. With determination, he initiates the matchmaking process. The battle begins immediately, pitting him against a strong beast-type opponent. After a decisive victory, his ranking rises again, putting him one step closer to his goal of reaching the top 100 before the exam. He continues battling through ranked matches, defeating a powerful water-type beast and pushing his rank up rapidly. Each win moves him closer to the top. Another match begins immediately, this time against a dark-type three-headed monster. He wins again, and his ranking jumps even higher. As his victories pile up, his rank climbs at an unbelievable speed, rising from the thousands to the hundreds, then breaking into the top 50 in a single streak. News spreads quickly across the platform. A new record holder appears, someone who climbed from the bottom ranks into the top 100 within a single day, with an almost perfect win rate. Everyone starts wondering who this mysterious player is. Across the platform, players are shocked by how fast he climbs the rankings. Many comment that he wins every match in under a minute, calling his speed insane. Soon, a top-ranked veteran appears, an expert known for using high-tier beasts. He mentions that he has heard about the newcomer who rose from the 10,000 range all the way to the top. The veteran approaches him directly, admitting that the newcomer has real skill. His tone shows a mix of respect and curiosity. He then warns that the climb ends here. Ranked 9th, he declares that he will personally stop the newcomer's winning streak. He calmly signals the start of the match, showing no pressure despite facing a top-ranked opponent. The red-haired veteran becomes furious, yelling that sending out a single beast to fight him is an insult. He demands the protagonist summon another one, unable to believe the disrespect. Before he can finish complaining, he is instantly frozen solid. The attack ends the match in a single move, leaving him immobilized in a block of ice. He praises his ice beast for finishing the fight beautifully. At the same rank level, she completely overwhelms opponents with ease, proving she can dominate any equal tier match. After the match, he gently pats the ice girl's head, proud of her. Her growth bar is now completely full, showing she has reached the maximum level for her current stage. He notes that the intense battles have finally maxed out her growth. Now, all she needs is the right evolution materials, and she will be ready to advance to her next form. Suddenly, multiple system notifications appear, listing special achievement rewards for reaching high ranks. Each tier offers points, crystals, and rare items. He is surprised the system triggered both an achievement reward and a series quest at the same time. His expression brightens, realizing this breakthrough will benefit them greatly. He plans his next steps, buying the evolution materials for the Ice Girl tomorrow and using the spirit crystals to improve his own base attributes. He then arrives at a building marked with the club's name, preparing to visit someone inside. A cheerful pink-haired senior greets him warmly as soon as he enters. She seems excited to see him. She invites him to join her team for next week's training session. Her sudden enthusiasm surprises the girl standing nearby. She happily agrees, admitting she couldn't find suitable teammates and was considering skipping the trial. Curious, she asks who is already in the team. The senior lists the current members one by one and mentions they still need 2 more people to complete the lineup. She casually suggests bringing Lin Z in as well. The girl realizes the senior specifically wants Lin Z, noticing how eager she sounds. Her reaction makes her suspect there's another motive behind the invitation. The senior proudly explains that Lin Z recently caused a huge stir in the virtual arena, instantly becoming one of the most talked about rising contenders.
He activates his power, releasing a bright purple energy as his status window updates. His soul power, attributes, and skills all rise to a new level. Stepping outside, he walks through the city and reflects on the upgrade. With his soul limit increased, the combined attacks of his Ice Spirit and Earth Spirit will become far stronger, and his soul techniques will also gain more power. He then enters a building and approaches the front desk. The receptionist greets him politely. He tells her he wants to purchase a blue ice tier. She checks the system and asks him to wait a moment. The receptionist suddenly reacts and apologizes, explaining that the last blue ice tier was sold just moments ago. She adds that the material is rare and the next restock might take a full month. He frowns at the delay, thinking that waiting a month is far too long. As he turns around, a girl calls out to him from across the hall. He recognizes her and responds to her greeting. She walks up and mentions that training begins next Monday, asking if he has already formed his team. He tells her he hasn't yet. The pink-haired girl hesitates for a moment before speaking. She introduces Lindsay to another pink-haired senior who casually greets him and suggests he join their team. The senior formally introduces herself as Jiang Man, the president of the Dragon Heart Club. She also introduces the vice president, Guang Yun, who politely greets him. Lindsay respectfully greets the senior but calmly explains that he has no plans to join any team. He thinks teaming up with strangers is troublesome and feels it's better to enjoy the secret realm with just Guan Ning. The girl is surprised and asks if he really doesn't plan on entering the secret realm. She explains that for safety, the academy requires trial teams to have at least 5 members. He's shocked to learn such a rule exists. She looks at him suspiciously and asks if he intended to solo the run. He awkwardly admits she figured it out. She notices he was looking at the ice blue tier and asks if he wanted to buy it. She reveals the gem in her hand, surprising him. Gulen offers it to him as a reward if he joins their team, adding 10 extra ice attribute materials. He freezes for a moment. The ice blue tier is too tempting to refuse. He looks at the ice blue tier again and hesitates, saying it feels a bit too much to accept. She promises that all loot will include an extra share for him. He agrees but makes a small request Guanning must come along. They accept without hesitation. He happily says goodbye and agrees to meet them next week, while the others calmly respond. The scene shifts to the day of the trial, showing the rocky landscape where it will take place. A massive glowing gate with a beast carving appears, drawing a huge crowd. The pink-haired girl looks up in awe, saying it's incredibly spectacular. The senior explains that she was shocked too when she first saw this giant gate. He asks her what kind of fierce beast is carved on the stone surface, as they all gaze at the glowing pattern. She says that according to the Union and Beast Association, no one has ever seen the creature carved on the gate, but beast tamers privately call it the Void Beast. He repeats the name Void Beast. Clearly thinking about it, a staff member coughs to get everyone's attention and asks the crowd to remain quiet. He announces that the first secret realm trial of the semester is about to begin and all registered students should be ready for the challenge. The instructor announces that all materials obtained in this trial belong entirely to the students and nothing needs to be handed over to the school. The crowd cheers, excited that the school is being generous. A glowing portal appears and the instructor explains that each ring has a gate leading to the next with different environments and beasts. He gives a final reminder. Students should not rush directly toward the innermost ring. The instructor explains that the trial will last 7 days and participants may exit at any time. The pink-haired girls cheer and shout for departure. The group arrives at the 5th ring of the Red Earth secret realm. Stepping into a vast golden desert, Gulen summons her beasts, an ice-thorn dragon and a lightning dragon beast, telling them to get ready. Another member sends out her rock lion, saying it will guard the outer perimeter. She summons another beast, a ferret-type crimson giant spirit at 4th rank. She calls out a second one, a silver light-type centaur, also at 4th rank. He's shocked, realizing she actually has 3 4th-rank beasts. She proudly says she's the second-year vice leader and tells everyone not to worry, she'll protect them. She excitedly praises the 2 summoned pets. One is a beautiful humanoid type. The other is a strong rock-type defender. Both pets react, one with elegance and the other with a menacing grin. The pink-haired girl asks Gwynnie why she isn't summoning her own pet. A bright pink cross-shaped energy bursts into the air, drawing everyone's attention as the strange power begins to gather. One girl stares at it in shock, asking what kind of strange item this hair clip actually is. As the pink mist swirls around her, the pink-haired girl calmly explains that the clip is a spatial tool, and the mist she released is a special artifact called Fog Spirit, a combat-type wonder. She adds that this mist can attach to its user, protect them from harm, and even attack on command. With its support, she can unleash power equal to a Tier 4 beast. The girl gets excited after hearing the item can both defend and attack, calling it an incredibly powerful artifact. The pink-haired girl casually mentions that she's from a prestigious family and naturally has many valuable items, brushing it off as nothing special. The boy and the girl freeze in shock. Realizing they've been traveling with someone extremely wealthy, watching the spatial tool, the boy thinks ahead, knowing that as their strength grows, they'll spend more time in dangerous zones. So, obtaining a spatial item for himself will become necessary. The girl signals that everyone is ready, and the group begins moving across the desert with their monster companions. Their path is covered with defeated mummy-like beasts scattered across the sand. The group inspects the area, seeing the large number of fallen enemies surrounding them. The girl kneels beside one body and explains that these are Tier 2 beasts commonly found in the 5th zone, adding that all 15 were taken down with a single strike each. The girl notices several human footprints around the fallen beasts, concluding that another capable team has already passed through this area. The pink-haired girl reacts cheerfully, saying that if someone cleared the beasts ahead of them, it saves their effort. The group continues forward, following the trail left by the unknown team. Another girl looks toward the boy and asks why he seems unusually deep in thought. As they walk, the glasses girl admits she has never seen Lin's or Guan Ning's summoned beasts before. The pink-haired girl is shocked, surprised that even someone as knowledgeable as her doesn't recognize these beasts. She then realizes that all 3 of their beasts might be extremely rare, possibly never recorded or seen in the past. The glasses girl calmly explains that beast evolution paths are still an ongoing research topic, and some major clans even possess unique evolution routes of their own. The glasses girl explains that a beast's evolution path is a closely guarded secret for tamers, and unless the relationship is very close, it's not something people openly ask about. She restrains her curiosity and remains silent as the group reaches the 4th zone boundary. A mummyite creature evolves into a new form, a dark-type Tier 3 beast known as the Death Envoy. She identifies it immediately, stating that this is the evolved form of Moon Eye's beast, now taking on the Death Envoy state. The lightning beast charges forward at high speed, releasing a sharp burst of energy toward the Death Envoy. The attack lands directly on its chest, forcing the creature backward as blue flames erupt from the impact point. The Death Envoy struggles to steady itself, but its body trembles and it collapses to the ground. Steam rises from the damaged area as it tries to push itself up again. The boy steps forward and calmly asks his senior to let him handle the next move. He explains that he wants to build more real combat experience, especially since opportunities to practice soul techniques are rare. Meanwhile, the weakened Death Envoy drags itself across the sand, still attempting to recover despite its injuries, showing that the earlier strike hit much harder than expected. The red-haired beast rushes forward and slams a powerful blow into the Death Envoy's chest, sending the creature flying back with an explosive impact. The force of the strike shakes the sand around them as the creature collapses again. The boy watches the result of the attack with a confident expression, saying, The performance isn't bad perfect for gaining more practical combat experience and increasing his growth progress. The glasses girl observes him silently, while the pink-haired girl looks on with folded arms. She notes that this junior student not only fights well, but even has a bit of a cool presence in battle. An hour later, the group continues traveling through the desert. Suddenly, all three younger members stop and stare upward in shock, letting out a surprised gasp as something unexpected appears before them. The group suddenly halts as a massive stone wall comes into view, towering over the desert landscape. Its sheer size and abrupt appearance catch everyone's attention, forcing them to look up in silence. The pink-haired girl steps forward and explains that from the third ring all the way to the core area, every section of the first ring is enclosed by this white barrier. Anyone who wants to enter the third ring must pass through this structure. She continues pointing out that the wall has exactly 4 entrances in total. By following along its edge, they should eventually find one of the gates that leads deeper inside. After walking along the wall for a while, they finally spot a carved opening in the stone. One of them announces with relief that they have found the entrance, and the entire group gathers in front of it, preparing to move forward. A red-haired beast steps forward, its eyes glowing fiercely as it approaches the massive stone door. With a single powerful strike, it drives its claws into the crack between the slabs, releasing a shockwave strong enough to force the gates apart. The stone door begins to tremble and slowly shifts open under the strength of the beast. Dust scatters across the ground as the heavy slabs separate wide enough for the group to enter. The pink-haired girl lets out a relieved laugh, saying that having a strength-type beast really makes things easier. She recalls how in the past their whole group had to struggle for half a day just to open this stubborn entrance. As the boy steps through the opening, he finds himself facing a completely different environment, a dense, mist-filled forest stretching endlessly ahead. He pauses, taking in the sudden change of scenery as the fog swirls between the tall trees. The group walks deeper into the fog-covered forest as the glasses girl warns them to stay alert. She explains that the beasts in the third ring are much stronger and appear more frequently than those in the previous zones. Their levels are also significantly higher. She continues, noting that this area contains a particularly dangerous dark-type beast known as the Bone White Lord. Unlike regular beasts, this one possesses leadership abilities which makes it far more threatening than fighting it alone. The glasses girl further explains that the Bone White Lord can summon lower-tier skeleton warriors to fight alongside it. Whenever it appears, it is always surrounded by a large number of loyal undead soldiers, making it difficult to handle, even for experienced teams. Since their main goal is reaching the second ring, she suggests avoiding unnecessary battles in this zone. The group picks up their pace, moving swiftly through the trees to minimize the risk of getting surrounded. The pink-haired senior waves her hand casually, saying there's no need to worry too much. She explains that the Bone White Lord usually stays underground, sleeping most of the time and rarely surfaces to patrol the forest. She adds that unless their luck is extremely terrible, they shouldn't run into the creature at all. The 3 juniors stare at her with blank, tired expressions, pointing out that she's basically raising a death flag by saying that. Realizing how ominous it sounds, the senior laughs awkwardly and tells them to pretend she didn't say anything. She reassures them again, insisting that their group couldn't possibly be unlucky enough to encounter such a rare threat. Just as she finishes her sentence, the forest suddenly stirs. The sound of rustling echoes through the trees, catching everyone off guard. The group turns toward the noise with shock as something begins to emerge. As the sudden rustling grows louder through the fog-covered forest, the pink-haired senior turns her head sharply toward the sound. A drop of sweat slides down her cheek as she reacts to the disturbance. A sudden, violent shockwave erupts in the forest, sending debris and pressure waves in all directions. From the chaos, a white, skeletal-looking figure emerges, surrounded by crushing force, making it clear that a powerful entity has appeared. Nearby, 2 girls react in panic as they sense the overwhelming aura. One realizes that the situation has spiraled out of control and quickly alerts the other, admitting that this was not intentional and that something dangerous has been triggered. As the pressure intensifies, the pink-haired girl turns an alarm, scanning their surroundings. She struggles to stay calm while trying to understand how bad the situation has become. Realizing the threat is far beyond what they can handle, she urgently suggests retreating. The moment ends with clear fear and urgency as they prepare to escape before the entity closes in. The skeletal enemies advance without slowing down, showing no signs of fatigue as they close the distance. With escape no longer an option, the group realizes that avoiding the fight on open ground will only make things worse. The skeleton warriors raise their weapons and move in together, clearly preparing for a direct confrontation. Their coordinated movement signals that the battle is about to begin. At that moment, a powerful golden attack is unleashed, streaking forward with intense force and crashing straight into the advancing enemies, shaking the area on impact. Watching the strike land, the pink-haired girl remains calm and focused as she identifies the summoned being responsible for the attack, confirming the arrival of a powerful ally. A fiery spirit forms in midair and releases an explosive fire attack, instantly engulfing the skeletons in flames. The blast tears through their ranks, sending bones and weapons flying as the area is flooded with heat. Several skeleton warriors are burned and shattered on impact, their formation breaking under the sudden explosion. The battlefield briefly clears as the flames spread across the ground. Without hesitation, the pink-haired girl steps forward and declares that she will handle the rest. Her stance shifts from defensive to aggressive as she gathers energy in her hand. She releases a sharp, pink energy strike that cuts through the remaining skeletons, knocking them down one after another. The scene ends with the enemies collapsing, showing that the threat is finally being suppressed. A sudden freezing domain spreads across the area as massive ice forms surge forward, instantly sealing the battlefield. The temperature drops sharply, and the remaining enemies are caught within the expanding ice. The frozen impact sends one enemy crashing down, shattered, and overwhelmed by the sheer force of the ice attack. The scale of the skill shows that this is not a normal ability, but a wide-range control technique. After the attack ends, the pink-haired girl stands confidently, clearly surprised by how powerful the ability turned out to be. She acknowledges that mastering such a large-scale attack is far beyond what she expected. Nearby, the black-haired boy observes calmly and recalls earlier warnings about the terrifying power behind such guardians. He realizes that an even greater force must be backing this overwhelming display of strength. After the battlefield falls silent, the pink-haired girl senses something is off and realizes the true target is still missing. She looks around carefully, questioning why the main threat has not shown itself yet. She immediately summons a pink flame-winged bird and gives it a clear command to scout the area. The creature takes flight, spreading its wings and scanning the surroundings from above. As the familiar searches, a chilling presence quietly reacts in the distance. A cold gaze opens, signaling that the hidden enemy has noticed the movement. Moments later, the scout locates the source of danger and confirms the position of the white skeletal lord. The revelation makes it clear that the real confrontation is about to begin. A sharp surge of blue energy flashes as the white skeletal lord finally moves, revealing its position. Its massive form advances with overwhelming pressure, making its hostile intent unmistakable. The skeletal lord raises its arm and prepares a direct strike, its power visibly condensing as it closes the distance. Each step it takes shakes the ground, showing that this is a far greater threat than the earlier enemies. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl quickly turns back and warns her allies that the enemy is heading straight for them. Her expression shifts to urgency as the danger rapidly approaches. Before the attack can land, the black-haired boy steps forward and invokes the power of the earth. The ground erupts beneath him, forming a solid barrier as he commands it to block the incoming assault, halting the skeletal lord's advance head-on. The earth barrier cracks under pressure as the white skeletal lord forces its way forward, showing that even the defensive skill cannot fully stop its advance. The impact shakes the ground, proving the enemy is still far from defeated. Seeing the situation worsen, the black-haired boy reacts in alarm and signals to wait. Realizing something important about the enemy's condition mid-fight, the skeletal lord is revealed to be injured, its body showing clear damage from the earlier attacks. This explains why its movements briefly slowed, confirming that their previous strikes were effective. At the same time, a system notification appears showing a massive gain in soul points and a skill upgrade. A new effect activates, allowing accumulated rage to enhance attacks, making it clear that the battle has pushed the protagonist into a stronger state for the next phase of the fight. The ice and earth forces continue to restrain the white skeletal lord, limiting its movement and buying valuable time. The combined pressure keeps the enemy from fully breaking free. Noticing a fluctuation in energy, the bespectacled girl reacts in surprise as she senses a shift in power on the battlefield. This change confirms that the situation is entering a critical phase. The black-haired boy quickly analyzes the fight and explains that direct damage alone may not be enough. Instead, he decides to rely on sustained attacks to exhaust the enemy, taking advantage of its current injuries. Realizing the skeletal lord is wounded and reinforcements could arrive at any moment, he gathers blue energy in his hands and urges an immediate decision. The moment ends with clear urgency as he prepares to finish the battle before the tide turns. The black-haired boy studies himself and evaluates his remaining power. Realizing that using soul attacks carelessly would only waste energy, he concludes that a precise compressed strike is the only way to end this efficiently. He condenses his soul power into a single point, forming an intensely compressed blue spear of energy. The pressure around it spikes sharply, showing that all his strength is being focused into one decisive attack. With no hesitation, he releases the attack straight ahead. The compressed soul strike erupts forward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The blue energy pierces directly into the white skeletal lord's body, slamming it back as cracks spread across its form. The impact confirms that this final move is powerful enough to seriously damage and potentially finish the wounded enemy. The white skeletal lord is struck and collapses heavily, its body crashing into the ground. For a brief moment, everything goes silent, leaving the outcome unclear. The group reacts in shock, staring at the scene as they realize the impossible may have happened. They struggle to believe that the skeletal lord could have been defeated so quickly. The bespectacled girl immediately analyzes the situation and realizes something is wrong. She explains that the previous attack should not have been strong enough to kill such a high-level enemy, especially given the gap in power. Before anyone can react further, movement appears in the distance. Multiple skeletons begin rising and regrouping, making it clear that the battle is not over and a new threat is closing in. The black-haired boy steps forward and firmly blocks the enemy's escape, making it clear that the skeletons will not be allowed to retreat. His calm stance shows full control of the situation. He immediately launches a large-scale attack, raining down ice shards and rock fragments from above. The sudden barrage overwhelms the skeletons before they can react. The impact triggers a massive explosion of dust and debris, completely covering the battlefield. Bones scatter across the ground as the attack wipes out everything in its path. As the dust settles, the pink-haired girl looks on in disbelief, while the others openly admire the result. Their reactions make it clear that the fight has finally been decided, confirming a decisive victory. After the battle ends, the black-haired boy urges everyone to quickly collect the loot and leave the area before more trouble arrives. His calm tone shows he is already thinking ahead. Before they can move, a familiar voice calls out his name. A group suddenly appears and one of them steps forward in shock, realizing it is him and questioning why he is here. Both sides stop in surprise as they face each other, clearly not expecting this encounter. The tense silence shows that this meeting was completely unplanned. The newcomer then shouts angrily, accusing him of stealing prey that belonged to their group. The scene ends with rising tension, hinting that a new conflict may be about to. A pink-haired girl recognizes the people blocking the path and notes that they seem to be connected to a certain group. She calmly acknowledges meeting them here while the others stand behind her alert. The opposing group steps forward aggressively, demanding that the materials taken by the old leader be handed over. They shout orders and threaten force, clearly trying to intimidate her. The girl reacts sharply, questioning their claim and asking if they truly believe everything belongs to them. Her expression turns serious, making it clear she won't be pressured. A black-haired man intervenes, warning them not to act recklessly in this area. He points out that they are crossing a line, stopping the situation from escalating further. The pink-haired girl explains that the rule they are quoting is incomplete and outdated. She points out that the condition no longer applies, making their accusation invalid. She clarifies that once the prey escaped the old leader, it was no longer considered theirs. A broken skeleton on the ground visually reinforces her point. Mocking them, she says they failed to keep the prey and let it run free. She sarcastically questions whether they now expect to reclaim it after losing control. The man from the opposing group loses his temper and charges at her, threatening violence, pushing the situation toward an open confrontation. As the man rushes forward, someone immediately stops him and orders him not to move. The sudden interruption prevents the attack from landing. The man argues angrily, insisting that the prey clearly belonged to them and questioning what they are supposed to do now. He pushes the idea of taking it back by force. The black-haired man responds calmly, stating that forcing the issue will not benefit them. He points out that this is restricted territory and suggests handling the situation another way. Unable to accept it, the man demands clarification, asking what he really means. The confrontation pauses with tension hanging as both sides reassess their next move. One of the men silently decides to wait for the right moment, hinting at future retaliation while hiding his true intentions behind a forced calm. The scene shifts to the aftermath, where the pink-haired girl sits casually beside the defeated creature's remains. As the others look on, confirming the danger has passed, she happily shows off a rare core taken from the body, excitedly noting its high value and celebrating their unexpected gain. The black-haired man examines the item and raises a question about possible conflicts between different groups, signaling that trouble may still follow them. The pink-haired girl explains that clashes between the two groups are nothing new and that friction has existed for a long time. She treats the incident as something that was bound to happen sooner or later. The black-haired man brings up the earlier confrontation and asks if the other group was involved as well. After a brief exchange, they decide not to dwell on it and continue moving forward. Their focus shifts to the next objective as a card is shown, explaining that passing the second ring's dangerous zone will allow them to advance further. A girl with glasses reveals their true target, a valley rich in a rare crystal material. She explains its high value, making it clear that this mission could bring them a huge profit. After several hours, the group arrives at Ashblood Valley. They note that while the area holds valuable resources, it is also extremely dangerous, requiring constant caution. As they move deeper, they warn each other that high-level beasts begin appearing from this point onward. The environment itself feels hostile, signaling increased risk. The black-haired man observes that the density and strength of monsters here are far higher than expected. In a short time, the growth rate of the land's energy has already increased noticeably despite the strict entry conditions and heavy danger. He concludes that pushing forward is still worth it. The rewards ahead justify the risk, and the team prepares to continue. The group advances deeper into Ashblood Valley, where the terrain is covered with strange red mineral formations. Everyone stays alert as they scan the surroundings. The pink-haired girl suddenly spots ash bloodstone embedded in the rock and excitedly moves in to collect it, confirming they found their target material. Before she can finish, a red-furred beast crashes down from above, smashing the ground with overwhelming force and scattering debris everywhere. From above, the team witnesses the sudden ambush and realizes the monster's power is far beyond ordinary beasts, turning the situation dangerous in an instant. The pink-haired girl suggests temporarily storing all the collected ash bloodstones together. She mentions that her spatial equipment still has room, so they decide to gather more first. The group looks out over the valley and notices other teams scattered around the area, confirming that they are not the only ones searching for resources here. Concerned about the risks ahead, one of them asks what they should do next if they continue deeper without proper preparation. The black-haired man calmly states that reaching the second ring is already enough. He proposes luring the incoming beast toward the other teams to divert the danger. Nearby, a hostile presence reacts with interest, hinting that the situation is about to turn chaotic. Suddenly, multiple flying beasts appear in the sky, circling above the valley and signaling that the disturbance has attracted more monsters than expected. A lightning-covered beast descends aggressively, releasing intense energy as it locks onto the area, immediately raising the threat level. At the same time, a large reptilian monster roars as dark energy surges around it. The girl with glasses senses something wrong and points out that the monster's behavior is abnormal. Seeing yet another wave of danger arrive, the pink-haired girl panics and shouts that this time she refuses to deal with it, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. As the chaos builds, the group suddenly notices an unfamiliar presence ahead. The surroundings grow quiet and everyone turns to look, confused by what they're sensing. A strange purple-red bird descends from the sky, radiating an unusual aura. Its appearance feels different from the other beasts, immediately drawing their attention. The pink-haired girl freezes as her eye reacts sharply, showing a sudden abnormal change. Something about the creature clearly triggers a dangerous response in her. The black-haired man notices her condition and asks what's wrong. She stays silent, unable to explain, leaving the scene tense as the threat hangs in the air. The girl finally realizes what they are facing and reacts in shock, recognizing the presence of a dragon. Fear shows clearly as she understands the level of danger. A massive purple dragon descends from the sky, its aura overwhelming everything below. Its arrival confirms that something far beyond normal monsters has appeared. The dragon opens its mouth and begins gathering energy, compressing a powerful force as the surrounding air distorts under the pressure. In the next moment, it releases a devastating energy blast, unleashing a dragon breath attack that threatens to wipe out everything in its path. The sudden surge of power makes everyone realize the situation has turned critical. A warning is shouted as the attack targets them directly. The pink-haired girl reacts first, pulling herself forward as the blast closes in. A massive dragon condenses dark energy into a glowing core, releasing violent purple lightning as its power rapidly surges. Seeing the attack form, a girl panics and warns everyone to retreat immediately while the boy below reacts in shock. The dragon unleashes the attack, sending a towering pillar of destructive energy crashing down and tearing through the ground. At the same time, a blue elemental sphere erupts nearby, its power clashing against the chaos as the battlefield is engulfed in smoke and energy. The girls stare in disbelief as the overwhelming blast is halted, unable to process what just happened. The boy steps forward with a grim expression, realizing that the attack was stopped by a high-energy barrier. The dragon remains suspended in the air, surrounded by multiple condensed energy spheres, its power still unstable and dangerous. With a sudden motion, the dragon dives downward, its massive body cutting through the air as it launches another direct assault. A compressed blue energy sphere shoots forward at extreme speed, cutting through the air with overwhelming force. A red-haired figure charges straight down from above, while a massive shadowy beast surges upward to intercept the attack. A sharp blue beam fires skyward, piercing through the clash. As the red-haired fighter looks up in shock, the collision detonates midair, erupting into a violent explosion of purple and blue energy that floods the battlefield. The red-haired fighter is blasted downward at terrifying speed, his body wrapped in violent energy as he loses control midair. He slams into the dragon head-on, but the massive beast counters instantly, its jaws and power overwhelming him. The dragon's eyes glow as it releases a crushing suppressive force, dragging the fighter down and sealing his movements. A status explanation appears, revealing a domain-type suppression that weakens enemies within its range and greatly amplifies the dragon's dominance. The purple dragon rises again, its massive body radiating overwhelming pressure as the battlefield trembles under its presence. A dark, beast-like figure charges forward with explosive speed, its form blurred by pure momentum and power. The observers quickly identify the dragon as a mature crystal-type monster, confirming it possesses at least 8th rank strength with dual attributes. The boy clenches his fist in frustration, realizing the rank gap is too large and that the earth-based suppression ability has no effect on the dragon. The girl with glasses calmly analyzes the situation and explains that crystal dragons are usually dormant beings who would never appear on their own, meaning this monster was deliberately lured here by someone. She continues reasoning that only students from their academy are allowed to enter this secret realm, which means the mastermind behind this disaster must be someone from within their own group. Hearing this, another girl snaps in anger and loudly calls out a specific faction. Realizing who is truly responsible for dragging everyone into such a deadly situation, the pink-haired girl clenches her fists and shouts in rage, accusing them of acting with pure malice and deliberately trying to get everyone killed inside the realm. A man is slammed into the ground by a violent blast, screaming for help as the impact sends debris and energy exploding around his body. Nearby survivors panic and sprint away through the shattered terrain, their fear obvious as the shockwaves continue to tear the ground apart behind them. One man turns back in horror, his face drenched in sweat as he realizes how completely helpless they are against such overwhelming power. Above them, the red dragon roars triumphantly, striking down again as another victim is sent flying across the battlefield, proving there is no escape from its rampage. One girl urgently reports that another crystal dragon has appeared and is chasing the group from Gay Ocean Society, and its position shows it is heading directly toward them. As the situation becomes clear, the pink-haired girl connects the dots and realizes that the crystal dragon was deliberately lured here by those people. The scene reveals the truth. The group encountered earlier was only a male crystal dragon, while the one now chasing Gay Ocean Society is the much more dangerous female dragon. The enraged red dragon charges forward with killing intent while a man below desperately runs for his life, confirming that the situation has escalated into a full-scale disaster. The girl with glasses explains that dragons usually live alone, but there is one exception. During their breeding period, a male and female dragon stay together until the eggs are successfully nurtured. She reveals that the two crystal dragons are connected as a pair, which explains why they are appearing together instead of acting separately. The crystal egg is shown, and it's explained that this area was deliberately chosen as the incubation site, which is why the dragons are so fiercely protecting it. As the truth sinks in, a man stumbles in shock, realizing that Gaussian society deliberately crossed the dragon's bottom line, ensuring they would be hunted down without mercy. A wounded man struggles to run as chaos erupts behind him, barely managing to stay on his feet while the destruction closes in. Realizing someone from Gaia Ocean Society might still be alive, the pink-haired girl suddenly grabs the boy's arm and pulls him back, stopping him from moving forward. Nearby, a man's face twists into a sinister grin, sweat dripping down as his expression reveals a dangerous resolve forming in his mind. In the darkness ahead, a massive, ominous presence manifests. Guanning spoke cautiously, stating that he wanted to lure that dragon over. Suddenly, Lindsay threw a punch. Xiao Tao was caught off guard by the action and inwardly wondered whether he had actually dared to do such a thing. The igneous rock dragon launched a ferocious attack, causing Lindsay to stiffen for a brief moment as he clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that it was already too late. He concluded that the dragon eggs had been stolen long ago, that the dragons would not spare any humans, and that they were now in serious trouble. His mind was flooded with horrifying images of dragons slaughtering people. At that moment, Gu Lengyan appeared together with the Frostthorn dragon and issued a command for it to unleash ice spikes, while the Lightning Blitz dragon beast was ordered to cast Thunderstorm. The two dragons charged at each other, colliding in a scene engulfed in smoke and debris as she stood firmly in place. The Lightning Blitz dragon suddenly weakened, letting out a feeble squeak. With crimson eyes and its jaws wide open, it released petrifying flames toward the Lightning Blitz dragon. From afar, anxious shouts echoed as someone called out Lengyan's name and addressed her as senior sister. Guan hurried to support her, helping her stand upright while explaining that the situation was caused by the backlash from the death of a pet beast. However, Lengyan appeared deep in thought as she explained that the igneous rock blood mist was the most powerful skill of the igneous rock dragon. She elaborated that unless one possessed a high-level abnormal status resistance skill, any creature of a lower rank would be turned into a stone statue upon contact with the blood mist. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manman could not help but object, insisting that if things continued this way, it would result in a complete wipeout and that it was only a matter of time. From a distance, the demon flew over while struggling to hold the line, warning that the demon flame Crimson Owl would not be able to endure much longer and urging everyone to retreat. Lengyan stopped them, explaining that they could not leave and that, in terms of speed, they had absolutely no chance of outrunning the two giant dragons. Man immediately tried to persuade her otherwise, claiming that she had another way, and she then summoned a bell. Gu Xinyi declared that she would hold off the two dragons and instructed the others to seize the opportunity to escape toward the exit. She explained that the artifact in question was the 1,000-layer bell, a strange artifact capable of bypassing rank limits and forcibly restraining a target, though the user would also be immobilized and unable to move. Man cut her off, insisting that sacrificing herself was better than everyone dying together. The group hesitated at the sight of this, but she grew visibly irritated and scolded them for wasting time. She ordered junior brother Lin Zi to take everyone and leave immediately, promising that Leng Yan would give him the ice blue tear as agreed once they were gone, and urged him to hurry. No one could tell what Lin Zi was thinking, but he apologized to senior sister and stated that he could not abandon his teammates. He further added that things had not actually deteriorated to the worst possible point yet. He then took out a card, identified as the Burst Seed card, which unleashed a pet's potential for a short period of time, forcing it beyond its limits. Continuing, he called out to Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through the area as the spirit art fusion was activated. Everyone showed visible shock, realizing what was happening as Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit fused into the Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit. A towering, muscular, blue-skinned figure resembling Snow Maiden appeared, accompanied by information indicating that the fusion spirit art, Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit, was currently at rank 6 stage 2, with a duration of 60 seconds. Man stared in disbelief. In contrast, Xinyi shouted joyfully, recognizing it as the pet beast she had sensed before and proclaiming it to be Lin Zi's exclusive spirit technique. Lengyan, however, fell silent, noting that despite its overwhelmingly powerful aura, at least rank 6, it still stood no chance against two rank 8 igneous rock dragons. Lin Zi glanced at his phone but calmly replied that it was not over yet. Another notification appeared, indicating that a Burst Seed card had been used. The spirit's current level surged to rank 8 stage 4, with the Burst Seed duration set to 60 seconds. Man was utterly incredulous and silently questioned the situation, wondering how it was possible for someone to jump from rank 4 to rank 6 and then straight to rank 8, with the ranks seemingly doubling. She speculated whether that card might be some kind of strange artifact capable of directly increasing one's rank. Lin Zi, by contrast, remained far calmer. He calmly commanded the Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit to kill the two dragons. The spirit responded with a deafening roar as its special skill, Absolute Zero, was activated, dealing ice damage while applying the Deep Freeze effect to the enemies it struck. Lin Zi continued issuing commands, triggering Abyssal Frost, Absolute Zero, and then Abyssal Frost, Earth-Binding Arctic. The Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit's special skill, Earth-Binding Arctic Domain, took effect, exerting powerful crowd control and continuously slowing any enemies that entered its area. The blue-skinned entity relentlessly assaulted the dragons, leaving the 4 humans watching in a state of panic mixed with shock. Soon after, a system notification rang out, announcing that the Burst Seed card's duration had reached 0 seconds and that the Fusion Spirit art, Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit, had been dispelled. Once everything was over, the Snow Maiden reverted to her original form as a beautiful young girl and collapsed into Lin Zi's arms. He quietly thanked her for her hard work, praised her performance, and told her that the fusion spirit art had consumed too much energy, urging her to rest well, before gently pushing her away and sending her flying off into the distance. Man stared in disbelief, remarking internally that the igneous rock dragons had been defeated just like that. She turned her attention to Lin Zi and questioned him about the card he had used earlier. Leng Yun shook his head in response and took out a red and black card from his pocket, explaining that most combat-type strange artifacts could only enhance a pet beast's strength by 3 or 4 minor stages at most. He pointed out, however, that the strange artifact Lin Zi had used allowed his pet beasts to break through the limitations of major ranks altogether. Leng Yan could not help but sigh in amazement, stating that the amplification effect was terrifying, and that even well-established and powerful pet-breeding families might not possess such a formidable strange artifact. Xinyi chimed in as well, agreeing that she had never seen such an extraordinary strange artifact before. Leng Yan then asked the group whether they understood that this matter needed to be kept secret. The other three immediately nodded in agreement. Afterward, Lindsay asked senior sister whether they could take all of the materials with them. Images of dragon fangs, dragon blood, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon meat came to mind. The eyes of two people lit up with excitement, while Lindsay helplessly remarked that he felt something was missing. The three girls, however, paid no attention to him and promptly pointed out that the dragon egg was still unaccounted for. Lindsay walked toward the spot where someone was lying. Xinyi followed him and asked what he was doing. When she saw clearly what it was, she exclaimed in shock that it was a space-type strange artifact. Her face immediately lit up with joy as she confirmed that it was a spatial artifact and urged Lindsay to hurry up, put it on, and see what good items were inside. Lindsay simply agreed. As he put it on his wrist, he reflected inwardly that strange artifacts did not have any blood recognition restrictions, and that anyone who obtained one could use it. He focused his mind and extended his senses, gradually sinking into a stream of consciousness connected to the ring. He then found himself appearing in a completely unfamiliar place. After assessing it, he estimated that it was roughly 12 square meters in size, about the dimensions of a master bedroom. He noted with pleasant surprise that it was far larger than he had expected. A glowing purple mass in the corner caught Lindsay's attention, and he immediately realized that he had found the egg of the igneous rock dragon. The explanation identified it as an igneous rock dragon egg with the attributes dark and rock. Its bloodline path was described as an evolution focused on uncovering the primordial power of its lineage, steadily enhancing its physique and strength while improving its control over dark element energies. Its next growth stage was noted to be the hatchling stage. It was further explained that the advancement of pure-blooded dragons differed from that of ordinary pet beasts and was divided into distinct stages: hatchling, juvenile dragon, young dragon, adult dragon, mature dragon, ancient dragon, archaic dragon, and primordial dragon. These titles were clarified to be merely designations for different growth stages and not representations of the creature's actual age. Dee cradled the egg in his arms and felt a surge of excitement, thinking that with this, he had obtained his third main pet beast, and that once he left the secret realm, he would go participate in the Beastmaster level assessment. Returning to reality, Lindsay explained to everyone that the dragon egg had been hidden inside a spatial artifact, which was why the mother dragon had kept relentlessly chasing them. Leng Yan replied that this time it was all thanks to junior brother Lindsay, adding that they had already discussed it and decided that everything they gained from this trip, including the dragon egg, would belong to him. She also said that she would give him the materials she had promised earlier. Lindsay asked how that could possibly be acceptable, saying that the dragon egg and the ice blue tear were already enough for him, and that the rest should be divided among them instead. At that moment, Man suddenly grabbed his hand and said that although they could re-enter the secret realm, they only had one life, and without him, they simply would not have survived. She emphasized that no matter how valuable those materials were, they could not compare to him saving their lives. Man's younger sister immediately nodded in agreement. Lindsay froze and said that he could not accept it, repeating that he truly could not. Man insisted that he could, while he continued to deny it, and she kept affirming that he really could. In the end, the final result was that Lindsay received 80% of the total harvest. Guan Ning then spoke up, suggesting that since dragons loved collecting treasures, they should take a detour to the place where the dragons had been nesting. He mentioned that the demon flame Crimson Owl had already located the dragon's nest and that he wanted to go take a look. Everyone agreed that it was a good idea. As they walked out of the cave together, Xinyi suddenly recalled something and remarked that it was completely different from the novels because those dragons did not hoard treasure at all. Leng Yan explained that since those nests were used for reproduction, dragons usually stored some energy-replenishing crystals instead. Lindsay propped his arm up and repeated in surprise that they were crystals used to replenish dragons' energy, adding that they might as well grab some. Guan Ning then sensed something strange and said that he kept feeling an unexplainably familiar aura. Xinyi responded that she had not felt anything, but Aning insisted that he was not joking and that it seemed to be coming from that direction. When his arm touched a rock, it suddenly opened. Seeing this, Xinyi speculated that dragons were even capable of building secret doors. Lindsay showed no fear as he stepped through the doorway, remarking that it looked man-made and wondering whether someone lived there, especially since the secret realm was supposed to be open only to people from their school. He was completely shocked by the sight beyond the door, where talismans covered the walls, and at the center lay a pink egg. When Aining noticed that he was not responding, she stepped closer. Lindsay instinctively called her name, asking if it was Aning. She said that she felt as though something was calling her over. After clearly seeing what lay ahead, Leng Yan exclaimed that it was a demon-type pet beast egg and warned that it was not safe to stay there for long, urging them to take the egg and leave immediately. Suddenly, a man appeared. Chin-hee asked whether they were already out, saying that he had thought they would stay for the full 7 days. Leng Yan calmly replied that they were going back to rest. Chin-hee secretly wondered why they were in such a hurry. The scene shifted to a brightly lit villa. Leng Yan told junior brother Lin Zhe that they would convert all the materials into money together and that afterwards she would transfer both his and Guan Ning's shares to them. She then handed him a bag, saying that it contained the promised ice blue tear and 10 ice element essences. Lin Zhe accepted it and thanked her. Leng Yan added that regarding the egg found in the dragon's nest, it was a demon-type pet beast egg and should not be hatched recklessly. She warned that the dark room they had found might be related to the Red Moon Group. Both Lin Zhe and Guan Ning were left stunned when they heard the mention of the Red Moon Group. She reminded them that they should already have heard of the Fallen Ones, and that the Red Moon Group was an evil cult whose core members were all Fallen Ones. She explained that if the Symbiosis Group were merely annoying pests, then the Red Moon Group was a devil determined to drag the entire world into the abyss. She added that their shadow lay behind many large-scale terrorist attacks that had shocked the Alliance, and that countless civilians and beastmasters had died because of their schemes. She also pointed out that demon-type pet beast eggs could only be obtained through specific summoning rituals, yet one had suddenly appeared within the school's secret realm. Lin Zhe asked in return whether senior sister meant that there might be members of the Red Moon Group within their school. Leng Yan replied that this was merely the worst-case scenario and that it was also possible the remnants of a ritual had accidentally flowed into the secret realm. As for the demon egg, she said it would be best to find an opportunity to report it and have it destroyed. Ning and Lin Zhe nodded repeatedly, saying that they understood. Man waved her hand and suggested that they stop talking about such serious matters, telling junior brother Lin Zhe to keep in touch and welcoming him to visit the Dragon Heart Club anytime. Xin Yi acted exactly the same as her sister, smiling teasingly and saying that he could call her anytime if he needed anything. He and Ning politely replied that it was fine, bade the senior sisters farewell, and said that they were leaving now. As dusk settled, Ning asked her brother what his plans were next. He pondered for a moment before replying that Xiaoshui could now evolve, so he would go buy the missing materials. Night fell completely. In Lin Zhe's dorm room, Xiaoshui stood there, staring at the green egg that was trembling slightly, which contained a superior ice element essence. He called Xiaoshui over. An adorable little girl emerged, nibbling on Lin Zhe's fingertip and giggling mischievously. He thought to himself that it still felt like something was missing. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Zhe exclaimed that he had not yet claimed the achievement rewards. He recalled that after defeating the 2 igneous rock dragons, the abyssal frost giant spirit had unlocked a new achievement, but he had been in too much of a hurry to leave and had not examined it carefully. A notification appeared, announcing that an achievement had been unlocked, Dragon Slayer for the first kill of a dragon-type beast, with rewards including 500 achievement points, 10 low-grade dark elemental essences, 1 dragon fang, 1 dragon blood, and 1 dragon heart. Another achievement, Ants Shaking a Tree, for defeating an opponent whose level was twice that of one's own pet beast, granted 1,500 achievement points, a burst seed card, a revival potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. He jumped up in delight, thinking that the rewards were incredibly generous. He then realized that the rewards from Dragon Slayer were basically all materials for dragon evolution, which would be extremely useful when hatching the igneous rock dragon. He also noted with satisfaction that although he had used a burst seed card earlier, he had been rewarded with another one through the Ants Shaking a Tree achievement. An explanatory system notification appeared, stating that a revival potion was a miraculous potion imbued with a powerful life force which, upon consumption, could instantly heal all injuries and was effective for both beastmasters and their pet beasts. It also introduced a growth crystal, describing it as a unique crystal capable of stimulating a pet beast's potential and accelerating its growth, increasing the specified pet beast's growth rate by 10%, though this effect only applied to pets below rank 7. In addition, an evolution stone was explained as a strange crystal containing the power of evolution which, after absorption, could stimulate a pet beast's evolutionary potential, instantly allowing it to reach full growth and evolve, though its rank after evolution could not exceed rank 5. Lin Zhe exclaimed inwardly that the evolution stone had arrived at the perfect time for contracting his 3rd pet beast and remarked to himself that it was incredibly useful. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention, prompting him to wonder what it was. He then realized that an egg was hatching and reacted in shock, lamenting that his bed had been ruined. A beautiful girl, even more exquisite than snow, appeared before him. The system identified her as Frost Blue Maiden, an ice-type pet beast at rank 5, stage 1, with a growth rate of 0%. Her next evolution form was listed as Arctic Princess, with the requirements being a growth rate increased to 100%, 30 low-grade ice elemental stones, and 1 piece of Millennium Arctic ice. Lin Zi asked Xiao Shui whether there was any unusual resonance between her and the Earth Spirit's fusion. He then speculated that just because her rank was higher than the Earth Spirits did not necessarily mean the soul fusion technique could not be used. Xiao Shui shook her head adorably in response, and Lin Zi confidently concluded that this was great news, reasoning that once the fusion form was unlocked, even pet beasts of different ranks could be fused together. He noted that Xiao Shui was already at rank 5, while the Earth Spirit was still slightly short of evolving. Xiao Shui remained silently helpless. Another system panel appeared, displaying the Earth Spirit's information. It was identified as a rock and ghost dual-type pet beast at rank 4, stage 5, with a growth rate of 73%. Its next evolution form was listed as Rock God Soldier, requiring its growth rate to reach 100%, 10 low-grade earth elemental stones, and 1 boundless earth. Lin Zi added that, however, based on their current capabilities, the 2 pet beasts were already qualified to pass the evaluation. At the Beastmaster Examination Center, Ye Zuping cleared his throat and ordered everyone to be quiet. He then instructed the candidates to choose their trial difficulty and, following tradition, offered a piece of advice, urging them to select an assessment difficulty that best suited their own strength. He warned them not to aim too high and waste such a valuable opportunity. Turning to his assistant, Ye Zuping asked whether the selections had been made. The assistant replied that the selections were complete. A stone slab was then revealed, displaying the results. 1 person had chosen superior difficulty, 4 had chosen high difficulty, 34 had chosen medium difficulty, and 24 had chosen low difficulty. Ye Zuping reacted with surprise, questioning whether someone had really chosen the superior difficulty. The assistant confirmed that the candidate was Lin Zi, a first-year student from Jiangning College, and added that 2 months earlier, news had arrived from the Pinghai branch about a candidate who had passed the superior difficulty apprentice assessment, whom he believed was also named Lin Zi. Ye Zuping nodded in understanding, remarking that he had heard of Lin Zi's achievements and that calling him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. However, he expressed hope that Lin Zi could truly pass the superior difficulty bronze level. He then announced for all candidates to prepare themselves, as the assessment was about to begin. Inside the arena, a countdown echoed as the assessment commenced. Lin Zi wondered whether it was still the dual arena mode. A system announcement followed, stating that the assessment had officially begun, that the superior difficulty consisted of a total of 5 stages, and that participants should be prepared. A swarm of grotesque, ghostly rats rushed out, identified as abyssal ferocious rats, dark and fire dual-type creatures at rank 3, stage 9. The system then announced a new skill, Snow Maiden's Sigh, explaining that it created a cloud of icy mist containing extreme cold, dealing massive ice damage in a fan-shaped area ahead. Using this power, Snow froze the entire group of rats solid. A notification soon followed, announcing that the first level had been cleared and that the challenge would continue. From within the newly opened gate emerged a terrifying 4-headed serpent-like monster identified as a multi-headed lizard beast, a rank 4, stage 2 creature. Frost Blue raised a hand and unleashed Ice Shower. A group of Night Shadow, Dark-type fierce beasts at rank 4, stage 5 were instantly frozen solid. The system announcement rang out again, stating that the 3rd level had been cleared and the challenge would continue. This time, the enemies were demon ghosts, dark-type fierce beasts at rank 4 stage 8. Shortly after, the announcement declared that the 4th level had also been cleared and the challenge would continue. Ye Zuping could not help but cry out in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. He exclaimed that demon ghosts were extremely powerful and ferocious beasts, yet they had been killed instantly. His voice soon returned to a calmer tone as he remarked that not only the demon ghosts, but all the other fierce beasts had been eliminated with a single blow. He described it as a complete clean sweep and wondered aloud whether Lin Zi's pet beast had already surpassed rank 5, especially considering that Lin Zi was only 18 years old. The assistant beside him explained that it had been the same when Lin Zi took the assessment for the first time. He had easily cleared the superior difficulty level back then as well. The Beast Taming Association of Pinghai City had even extended an invitation to him, but Lin Zi had turned it down. Upon hearing this, Ye Zuping sighed in realization, saying that it was no wonder Lin Zi dared to choose the superior difficulty level. However, he added that the final boss, the rank 5 Bronze Dragon, would not be so easy to deal with. Yet, when the Snow Maiden suppressed the monster with overwhelming force, Ye Zuping stared with his mouth agape. He asked himself in shock whether it had really been cleared just like that, and whether Lin Zi had simply summoned his second pet beast and won immediately. Behind them, the crowd began voicing their own reactions. One person cursed in frustration, saying he had been so close to killing that fierce beast. Another complained that he had not expected even the easy difficulty level to be so hard, especially since the final opponent had turned out to be a rank 3 stage 7 fierce beast. Suddenly, someone burst into loud laughter, shouting that he had finally done it and proudly declaring that from that moment on, he was a bronze beastmaster. He added that he had chosen the high difficulty level. Another person chimed in, stating smugly that out of the 4 people who had challenged the high difficulty level, he was the only one who had succeeded. A man in a striped shirt frowned uneasily, muttering that something did not seem right. Another person reacted in confusion, asking what he meant. The striped shirt man then pointed out the bronze dragon, emphasizing its massive size and asserting that it was at least rank 5. He questioned how a fierce beast of such a rank could possibly appear in a bronze evaluation. This realization caused everyone to gasp in shock. Someone suddenly recognized Lin Zi, exclaiming that he was the one who had chosen the superior difficulty level. They remarked that he looked familiar and soon recalled his name, Lin Zi. Another person confirmed it, saying they had seen him during the examination in Pinghai City, where he had also easily passed the superior difficulty level back then. Someone else reacted in astonishment, asking if that was really true. At that moment, the system announcement finally echoed through the hall, announcing congratulations and stating that the challenger had cleared the level and successfully passed the superior bronze evaluation. The announcement detailed Lin Zi's rewards. His physique had increased from 13.5 to 18.5. His spirit had risen from 15 to 23, his designated pet beast's growth rate had increased by 30%, and the Frosty Blue Maiden's current growth rate was now 30%, with its level reaching rank 5 stage 3. Lin Zi reacted with satisfaction, commenting inwardly that the results were not bad. Ye Zuping then stepped forward and congratulated Lin Zi, introducing himself as one of the examiners for the assessment. He mentioned that when he had been Lin Zi's age, he had only possessed 2 rank 3 pet beasts. He went on to praise Lin Zi as the first Beastmaster in the Federation to pass the bronze-level superior difficulty assessment and asked whether Lin Zi was interested in joining the Beast Tamer's association. Lin Zi refused bluntly, apologizing and stating that he only wanted to focus on his cultivation for the time being. Ye Zuping tried to keep him from leaving, handing over his business card and admitting that he had been presumptuous. He added that Lin Zi had already turned down an invitation back when he was in Pinghai City as well. He told Lin Zi that if he ever became interested in the Beast Taming Association in the future, or needed their help, he was welcome to make contact at any time. Lin Zi accepted the card politely and expressed his thanks. Later, in Lin Zi's apartment, he held the dragon egg in his hands and recalled that senior sister Gu had said that as long as he injected spirit power into the dragon egg, it would hatch and allow him to form a contract with it. At the same time, Lin Zi felt uneasy in his thoughts, realizing that the consumption was enormous. Even with his 2,300 points of spirit power, he felt a heavy strain, and he reasoned that an ordinary bronze-level beastmaster would likely be drained instantly. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble. Lin Zi wondered whether it was already done, and hesitated as he questioned himself on whether he should help it hatch. The dragon was busily eating pastries while Lin Zi gently patted its head. At that moment, the system notification appeared, informing him that the creature was an igneous rock dragon hatchling, a dark and rock-type pet beast at rank 1 stage 1, with a growth rate of 0%. It possessed skills such as dragon breath and rock-splitting claw, and followed a bloodline path focused on exploring evolutionary power, continuously enhancing its physique, strength, and control over dark elements, with the potential to reach the king grade at most. The system further explained that its next evolutionary form, the igneous rock dragon juvenile, required its growth rate to reach 100%, along with 5 low-grade dark elemental essences and 1 dragon fang. Lin Zi silently analyzed the information and concluded that there was no hidden evolutionary path. However, he felt that this was acceptable since the dragon's original potential was already at the king grade, and even if other hidden paths existed, they might not surpass this one. He reasoned that although the dragon was only at rank 1 stage 1, pure-blood dragons grew extremely fast in their early stages, and he already possessed the necessary materials for evolution. His initial plan was to use achievement points to increase the growth rate, combine them with the materials on hand, and directly upgrade the dragon to rank 3. Yet, a trace of reluctance surfaced in his mind as he realized something was off. The dragon, unable to understand his thoughts, let out a confused cry. Lindsay pointed at the system panel and explained to the dragon that if he upgraded it indoors, it might suddenly grow larger and destroy the room, and he felt relieved that he had reacted quickly enough to consider this possibility. The system then asked him to confirm whether he wished to consume achievement points to increase the growth rate of the pet beast. Lindsay confirmed without hesitation. As he did so, he calculated that the dragon had already consumed the evolutionary materials, and the only remaining step was to raise its growth rate. Suddenly, a violent burst of light erupted. Lindsay was stunned as he sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations, feeling as though they were as fierce as a storm, and he wondered if this was truly the nature of the dragon race. When the light faded, the purple dragon had evolved into an igneous rock dragon juvenile at rank 3 stage 3. It let out a powerful roar before lowering its head in a gentler manner. Lindsay raised his hand in greeting, and the dragon responded with a soft sound. He then gently stroked its head, noting with satisfaction that it had grown considerably and was surprisingly well behaved. He took out a green egg and encouraged the dragon to eat that as well. The system announced that the item was an evolution stone, a strange crystal containing the power of evolution. After absorption, it could stimulate a pet beast's evolutionary potential, instantly bringing it to full growth and causing it to evolve, though its rank could not exceed rank 5. Following this, the dragon evolved once more into an igneous rock dragon adult at rank 4 stage 4, with its growth rate reset to 0%. Its abilities now included enhanced dragon breath and rock-splitting claw, along with new skills such as shadow coil, which manipulated dark elements to restrain targets and deal unavoidable dark-type damage, and death grip, which formed a giant hand of dark energy that inflicted damage and curses, including corrosion, fear, and weakness. Observing this, Lindsay realized that the skill known as Igneous Rock Blood Mist had not yet been unlocked, likely because the dragon's level was still insufficient. He assessed that having 2 rank 4 pet beasts and 1 rank 5 pet beast was already more than powerful enough for the current stage. After thinking it over, he made a request, asking whether the dragon could control its body size. The dragon responded affirmatively, and to his surprise, it suddenly shrank down. Lindsay laughed inwardly, feeling greatly satisfied, and remarked to himself that it was fortunate the dragon could control its size, otherwise summoning it indoors would have been impossible. A few days later, a familiar voice called out to the students. The teacher announced that she had something important to share, explaining that the annual school competition would take place in 1 week. The classroom immediately erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, Lindsay quietly repeated the words, "school competition," in his mind. At that moment, the system unexpectedly appeared before him, announcing that a special achievement quest had been unlocked. The quest required him to win the championship in the upcoming school competition and become the top student of Jiangning Academy. The rewards included 1,500 achievement points, a spirit technique scroll, and a random artifact. Lindsay smiled broadly, delighted that new achievements had been unlocked and that the rewards were exceptionally generous. He then raised his hand and asked whether students from lower grades were also allowed to sign up. The teacher agreed without hesitation, stating that according to school rules, any student could participate regardless of grade level. However, she also explained that the competition followed a knockout format, and most first-year students merely participated for experience, with only a few exceptions. Still, she encouraged everyone to sign up actively to prepare for future competitions. Among the students, someone muttered that instead of vaguely referring to a few people, she might as well have directly mentioned Lindsay's student ID number. Another student sighed, lamenting that despite both being first-year students in Class 1, the gap in their abilities was astonishing. The class buzzed with excitement as students whispered that Linza had recently speed-cleared the superior difficulty bronze-level test in record time. Xinyi suggested that Linza would definitely participate and urged him to sign up together with her. Guan Ning quickly agreed, calling him brother and proposing that they register together as well. The two girls then looked at each other in confusion before simultaneously clinging to Lindsay's arms, questioning why the other kept sticking so closely to him. This situation left Linza feeling extremely conflicted. Elsewhere, Tan Yong was seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he cursed Lindsay's name while lamenting loudly about Xinyi. Li Pengyun also appeared, declaring inwardly that this time he would absolutely defeat Lindsay. In a narrow room illuminated by dim green candlelight, skull-shaped candles flickered ominously. Clad in black robes, a group of people conversed in low voices. One of them mentioned hearing that one of the Red Moon Group's deacons, known as Yan, was involved and questioned whether Xingtao had already disappeared. The black-haired man reported to Lord Yan that Ningjiang Academy had been conducting training in a secret realm for the past few days, and that it was normal they could not get in touch with that kid. Before he could finish, a leather whip lashed across his face, drawing blood. He screamed in pain, trembling as he stammered an apology and addressed his lord in fear. Yan slowly rose to his feet and coldly repeated the man's words, questioning whether it was truly normal that he could not contact them. The man immediately dropped to his knees and hastily explained that, if he remembered correctly, Yan himself had once stated that the Red Earth secret realm was safe, and that hatching test subjects there would absolutely go undiscovered. He begged for a chance to explain further. Yan let out a sneer and mockingly asked what there was to explain. He stated that the test subject's aura had completely vanished, to the point that even the mother organism could no longer sense its existence. He demanded an explanation for that, asking pointedly whether the man understood what that meant. Yan then asserted that the test subject had clearly been stolen. He reasoned that if it were still inside the secret realm, there was no way the mother organism would fail to sense it. According to him, there was only one possible explanation. Either the test subject had been hidden inside a spatial artifact, or it might have already been destroyed. At that moment, someone urgently pleaded for Yan to calm down. Yan responded with open disdain, dismissing them all as nothing but trash. He then issued a cold command, ordering them to investigate immediately to find out who had participated in the training and who had been in contact with the test subject. He declared that Ningjiang Academy was not large, and he refused to believe they could not track it down. The people kneeling on the ground bowed deeply and swore their obedience. A week later, inside a luxurious villa, Guan Ning looked around in amazement at the crowd and exclaimed inwardly at how many people had gathered. She turned to Lin Zi and asked whether he had been training all week, whether he had already contracted his third pet beast, and whether it was the igneous rock dragon. Lin Zi merely replied that she would find out once the competition began. Guan Ning, feeling confused and slightly annoyed, wondered why he was deliberately keeping her in suspense. From afar, someone called out to junior brother Lin Ze and junior sister Guan Ning. It turned out to be the Zhang sisters. Guan Ning greeted them respectfully, calling Zhang Manman her senior sister and remarking that she had known Manman would sign up. Manman casually leaned against Lin Zi's shoulder and cheerfully wished him good luck, saying that she was rooting for him. She added that this year's rewards were even more generous than in previous years, with a prize of 100,000 and a priceless artifact. Hearing this, Lin Zi calculated silently that the Academy rewarded one artifact, and achieving outstanding results granted another. He realized that if he won the championship, he could obtain 2 artifacts at once. Suddenly, 2 men pointed in their direction, recognizing Lin Zi and expressing hope that they would not encounter him in the preliminary rounds. Before they could say more, a large arm shoved them aside, ordering them to move, causing them to cry out in surprise. The newcomers were revealed to be Xu Li, the current president of the Gaoshan Club and a third-year student, along with Liang Jun, the former president and a fourth-year student. Seeing them, Man took the initiative to greet them politely, expressing hope that Xu Li had been well and asking Liang Jun what he had been up to lately. Liang Jun responded with a wounded tone, remarking that her words made it sound as though he were some kind of villain. He claimed that he had only wanted to say hello since they had not seen each other in a long time. Then, lowering his voice, he added that he also wanted to ask whether they had encountered Luo Han, Xing Tao, and the others during the recent secret realm training. Man smiled brightly and sarcastically asked whether someone from the Gaoshan Club had gone missing and whether they had come to the Dragonheart Club to report it. She mocked Liang Jun's judgment, suggesting that the successor he chose was mediocre, unable even to keep track of their own members, to the point she could barely stand to watch. Hearing this, Xu Li immediately flew into a rage and demanded to know what she had just said. Seeing Xu Li lose his temper, Liang Jun stepped in to smooth things over, saying that it had only been a casual question and that if they had not seen those people, then it was fine. He then suggested that they leave. After they walked away, Guan Ning quietly remarked that it seemed the others were starting to suspect them. Leng Yan adjusted his glasses and calmly stated that it was fine. He pointed out that, aside from the fact that they were the victims, given the circumstances at the time, no one could prove that they had had any conflict with Luo Han and his group. Man appeared somewhat hesitant as she commented that Liang Jun had always liked stirring up trouble for no reason, and that they were used to it. However, she then warned Lin Zi that Xu Li had signed up for the competition. Although Xu Li was flashy in his behavior, his strength was genuinely impressive. She noted that he was a top third-year student with 3 pet beasts, 2 at rank 4 and 1 already at rank 5. She cautioned that if Lin Zi encountered him in a match, he needed to be extremely careful, as Xu Li liked to ambush others. After listening quietly, Lin Zi simply acknowledged that he understood. In another corner, Xu Li angrily slammed his fist against the wall, cursing in frustration and questioning whether they were really going to let the others leave just like that. Liang Jun, however, remained far calmer. He responded that without any evidence, even if the others truly were responsible, there was nothing they could do to them. He then added that instead of wasting time dwelling on the matter, Shu Li should focus on what to do about that kid, Lin Zi. Liang Jun remarked that it was surprising for someone from such an ordinary family to possess that level of strength, yet still refused to join the Gaoshan Club. He also issued a warning saying that many people had already been using Lin Zi to mock them, and that if they continued to let him steal the spotlight in the competition, it would undoubtedly damage their reputation. Zhu Li let out a cold sneer and retorted that talent alone was useless, arguing that someone so poor could never afford the expensive evolution materials anyway. He then expressed his belief that Lin Ze had already reached the limits of his ability, and declared that if he ever ran into him, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the loudspeakers, calling for all contestants of the preliminary round Group 11 to get ready, announcing a match between third-year student Shu Li and a first-year student. Shu Li immediately turned around, a look of excitement flashing across his face. He laughed loudly and exclaimed in delight that fate had brought the opportunity straight to him, declaring that Lin Zi was exactly who he would face and that he was going to teach him a lesson. After Shu Li and Lin Zi had stepped onto the arena, the referee picked up the loudspeaker and announced that the preliminary round Group 11 match would be between Shu Li and Lin Zi. Suddenly, the venue fell silent when someone noticed the arrival of a special figure and called out that the dean had come. The crowd began greeting him excitedly, calling out to Dean repeatedly. The person everyone was fawning over was identified as Dean Lu Qitian of Jiangning Academy. Everyone around was left open-mouthed at his appearance, with some exclaiming in shock that the dean was actually there and questioning whether he had not previously avoided watching the academy's competitions. Even after Lu Qitian had taken his seat, the murmurs continued as people commented that their dean was one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Federation and that it was only natural he usually did not have time to watch matches. They added that it seemed the academy was taking this year's competition very seriously. Yu Yan, the captain of Search Group A23 of the Beast Taming Association, turned to him with a smile and asked what had brought Dean Lu to the competition that year. Lu Qitian did not answer immediately but instead chuckled kindly and remarked that the overall strength of the students that year was much higher than in previous years and that he had heard there were many promising talents. His words made Yu Yan laugh as well. Yu Yan then crossed his arms teasingly and said that the dean was usually so busy with work that he rarely had time for the students, but that a prodigy had appeared that year. He joked that if the dean did not keep an eye on things, someone might poach the talent away. Lu Qitian turned to ask whether Yu Yan was referring to the student who had passed the superior difficulty bronze assessment, recalling that his name seemed to be Lin Zi. Yu Yan gave a thumbs up in confirmation and said that it was indeed him, adding that the young man had even helped the search group capture members of the symbiosis group before. He also mentioned that the dean had arrived just in time, as the boy was about to go on stage. Meanwhile, the crowd below began discussing the upcoming duel between Lin Zi and Shu Li, eagerly speculating about the outcome. Some wondered who would win, saying it was hard to tell since Shu Li was the top student in the third year, while Lin Zi was also very strong. A louder student voiced his opinion that Shu Li was more likely to win, pointing out that Lin Zi was only a first-year student. Others agreed, adding that Shu Li had 3 pet beasts, one of which was a rank 5. On the arena stage, Shu Li spread his arms boldly and said that he had heard of Lin Zi, calling him the genius who had risen from common origins. He declared that he would give Lin Zi one last chance, then glared and threatened him to join his Gaoshan club, saying that in the future, when they enjoyed the meat, they might at least let him have a sip of soup. However, Lin Zi coldly refused once again, stating that he had already said he was not interested. He added with a frown that he did not agree with Shu Li's idea of bullying the weak and looking down on ordinary beast tamers. Shu Li's face darkened at those words, and he ground his teeth before hissing that this was interesting. At that moment, the referee announced that the match had begun. As soon as the signal ended, Shu Li summoned his beast and cursed Lin Zi as an ungrateful bastard, declaring that he would show him, a frog at the bottom of a well, just how vast the gap between them truly was. He released his shark lizard beast, a water/earth type rank 5 at stage 2, which dashed forward and let out a mighty roar. The crowd below grew even more excited at the sight of the adult shark lizard beast, shouting that it was Shu Li's strongest pet and declaring that Lin Zi was doomed. Shu Li confidently declared that to deal with Lin Zi, one pet was enough. He then immediately ordered his beast to use Wave Smash, commanding the shark lizard beast to attack. The shark lizard beast instantly formed a massive wave and sent it crashing toward Lin Zi. Seeing Lin Zi standing still without making a move, Shu Li raised his eyebrows in confusion and wondered why the kid was not summoning his pet beast. However, he soon smirked to himself, thinking that Lin Zi must have been so frightened that he could not even summon his pet beast. Crossing his arms arrogantly, Xu Li mocked that trash would always be trash, and that he would just consider it as saving his pet some energy. He reminded Lin Zi that this was what happened when someone provoked the Gaoshan Club. Yet, while Xu Li was still rambling on, Lin Zi struck in a single blow and defeated the shark lizard beast, shocking everyone present. The beast collapsed painfully onto the very wave it had created, fresh blood continuously pouring out. Xu Li's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he cried out in disbelief, exclaiming in shock and questioning what had just happened. He could not believe that his shark lizard beast was lying unconscious on the arena floor, and stammered that it was impossible, that his shark lizard beast had been struck down by a spirit arrow. The crowd around them was equally stunned, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. They clutched their heads in chaos, shouting in disbelief and asking whether the others had seen that. They exclaimed that Lin Zi had not summoned any pets at all and had finished off the shark lizard beast with a single spirit arrow, just one arrow. On the other side, Guan Ning was overjoyed by Lin Zi's victory, excitedly cheering and saying that it was just as expected of the junior brother he had his eye on, praising him as amazing. Meanwhile, Lu Titian, who was seated below and observing the match, also grew excited. He looked toward Lin Zi and assessed that the level of the spirit arrow was probably already above level 6. When Xu Li saw Lin Zi beginning to summon his own beast, he angrily shouted in frustration, cursing and demanding to know whether this was some kind of joke. Inwardly, he fumed and wondered if Lin Zi was refusing to summon his pet beast earlier out of contempt for him. At that moment, Lin Zi's aura sank and grew heavy, and he cast a dangerously cold glance at Xu Li. Xu Li began to panic and shouted for him not to get cocky, claiming that he had only underestimated him earlier. He tried to reassure himself, insisting that it must have been a coincidence and that Lin Zi had simply been incredibly lucky to hit the bullseye. Xu Li then summoned 2 more beasts, the Loso Elephant Man, a humanoid type ranked 4th at stage 8, and the Snow Ape, an ice type ranked 4th at stage 6. Waving his hand forward, he ordered them to tear Lin Zi to pieces. Even then, he remained arrogantly confident, arguing that even if Lin Zi's spirit arrow was at a high level, condensing such an arrow required spirit power, and that the previous attack must have drained most of Lin Zi's strength. He furiously demanded that Lin Zi summon his pet beast and fight him seriously. However, the outcome remained the same. Xu Li's 2 newly summoned beasts were swiftly defeated in a single strike and collapsed unconscious onto the arena floor almost instantly. Xu Li fell backward helplessly, watching in anguish as his beasts fell one after another. In despair, he cried out that it was impossible and questioned how such a thing could happen. Across from him, Lin Zi calmly waved his hand and stated that there was indeed a wide gap between them. Standing proudly amid the smoke, he declared that with Xu Li's level of strength, he was not worthy of making him summon a pet beast at all. Xu Li dropped to his knees in front of Lin Zi as the referee announced over the loudspeaker that in preliminary round Group 11, Xu Li had faced Lin Zi, and the match result was that Lin Zi had won. Xu Li's face twisted in extreme frustration, his teeth clenched tightly in unwillingness to accept the outcome. Zhang Manman happily walked over and remarked that it was awesome, and that it seemed she had been worrying for nothing. Guo Xinyi applauded and added that winning a match against an opponent from another grade would earn extra points, saying that it looked like he could advance directly to the official competition. Guan Ning lightly nudged him with her shoulder and asked her brother whether he wanted to watch the matches together. Lin Zi smiled at her and gently declined, explaining that he planned to go to the pet beast store to buy some materials. In the distance, where Xu Li had gathered with his friends, Liang Jun angrily cursed, shouting that the brat had actually dared to humiliate the people from his Gaoshan and calling him incredibly arrogant, swearing that he would make him pay the price. Xu Li lowered his head while sitting on a chair and muttered that Lin Zi had defeated him with just 3 spirit arrows and admitted that his spirit power was not bad. Trembling as he clenched his fists and his muscles bulged, Xu Li tried to convince himself that Lin Zi must have used some kind of artifact, insisting that an ordinary person could not possibly obtain such a valuable item and claiming that it must have been stolen. Covering his face in disbelief, he declared that he had to report him. At that moment, Liang Jun, who was standing beside him, suddenly slapped him. Frowning in irritation, Liang Jun scolded him and said that it was enough and asked whether it was not already embarrassing enough. He then turned to the underlings behind him and urged everyone to stay sharp and do their best in the competition. Liang Jun further stated that the academy competition was not just about one-on-one duels and affirmed that he would personally find a way to teach that kid a lesson. As time passed and the surroundings gradually grew dark, the streetlights on both sides of the road lit up. Lin Zi walked into a bustling street. After leaving the store, he held the shopping bag in his hand and sighed helplessly that it was so expensive. He calculated inwardly that after the upgrade material had changed from essence to origin stones, the price of a single item had increased 5-fold. He reflected that compared to growth rate, The biggest obstacle on the road to becoming stronger was actually the exorbitantly priced materials, and that without the materials required for evolution, even the most talented pet beast would remain stuck in the same place. In the end, the total amount he had to pay was simply too large. The dragon on Lindsay's shoulder sighed helplessly, and Lindsay himself also let out a weary sigh. Nevertheless, he kept moving forward and entered a coffee shop, telling himself that they still needed to find a way to make money and that it would be even better if they could farm materials directly from the relevant secret realms. His steps did not stop. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and halted. He wondered in confusion why there was a tall wall blocking his path, recalling that this alleyway had not been a dead end and questioning whether it was just an illusion. The dragon on his head also voiced its confusion. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Lindsay, asking teasingly whether he had already noticed. Both Lindsay and the dragon on his head immediately turned toward the direction from which the voice had come. Lindsay suddenly noticed two people in black cloaks standing behind him. The girl sitting on a barrel was revealed to be Red Moon Group follower Mo, and she greeted him while resting her chin on her hand, asking whether the little handsome brother was called Lindsay. The other person, Red Moon Group follower Yu, frowned in annoyance and reminded her to be a bit more serious. Mo then jumped down from the barrel and teasingly told Yu to relax, remarking that he was always in such a hurry. In the next instant, she flashed in front of Lindsay and questioned whether, not long ago in the Red Earth secret realm, he had taken something he should not have taken. Both Lindsay and the dragon perched on his head were startled by the sudden turn of events. Nevertheless, Lindsay quickly regained his composure and replied that he did not know what she was talking about. Inwardly, he began to feel uneasy, wondering who they were and how they could possess such incredible speed. Across from him, Mo silently observed Lindsay while he simultaneously evaluated the two of them, speculating that if they were connected to the Red Earth secret realm, they might be from the Red Moon Group. Suddenly, Mo fixed her gaze on the ring hanging on his chest and told him to stop pretending, stating that they had already investigated and asking whether the item on his chest was Xing Tao's spatial artifact. She then coquettishly added that for someone as young as him to possess such strength, the Lord Steward was very interested in him, and that as long as he was willing to join the Red Moon Group, whatever he had done or taken would be wiped clean. Mo did not miss the opportunity to recruit him, praising him as smart and talented, but emphasizing that in this world, talent needed resources to be nurtured, and claiming that the Red Moon Group could give him anything the Academy could not. Before she could finish, Lindsay directly refused. Mo appeared somewhat disappointed and frowned, saying that it seemed he had not quite grasped the situation. After failing to persuade him, she shifted to threats, revealing that they had set up a cordon around the area and that no one would come to rescue him. As she slowly stepped forward, she warned him that he had only two choices, either join the Red Moon Group or die there. Behind her and Yu stood numerous beasts belonging to the two of them. Confidently waving her hand forward, Mo ordered him to choose one of the two options. She then added a final enticing yet ominous reminder, suggesting that he was probably not the only one connected to the matter, and that if he joined them, the Lord Steward might consider letting the others go. Upon hearing this, Lindsay's face darkened instantly with anger. He suddenly burst into laughter and arrogantly brushed his hair back, asking whether she was threatening him. He then summoned Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost and declared resolutely that if they were going to give him two options, he would choose the third one, killing them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay waved his hand, signaling his two beasts to charge forward and attack. A horde of ferocious beasts belonging to Mo and Yu charged straight at Lindsay. In response, an attack identified as earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the terrifying tendrils. Lindsay frowned tensely and shouted for Xiao Shui, who, upon hearing his command, immediately appeared in a ready stance. Massive shards of ice were launched forward at once. She soared into the air and struck the red-haired ape before her, sending it flipping backward without any ability to resist as fresh blood gushed out like a stream. Suddenly, something happened that left Lindsay utterly shaken, his eyes widening in shock. Strange sounds echoed continuously through the surrounding space, and the sky darkened. It turned out that another ferocious beast had lowered its head and devoured the body of the red-haired ape. It tore into the ape's flesh mercilessly. Witnessing this scene, Lindsay could only stare in astonishment as he exclaimed that they were cannibalizing their own kind. After swallowing its prey, the beast lifted its head and let out a long belch. Energy seemed to surge into its body. It opened its eyes wide, clenched its teeth in fury, then sprang to its feet, flexing as the muscles in its limbs bulged. Mo, watching the spectacle, felt both proud and exhilarated. She marveled that it was no wonder the creature was a Class B experimental subject, praising its impressive appearance and powerful physique. She then directly ordered the beast, addressing it as Rift Demon, to tear the human apart and teach him how foolish it was to defy the Red Moon Group. Lindsay, slightly panicked, raised his hand to block the overwhelming pressure. Upon receiving the command, Rift Demon advanced quickly, opening its mouth and laughing eerily. Meanwhile, the blood splattered on the nearby wall began to ooze downward in a sticky flow, drawing Lindsay's attention. The pools of blood around him also became viscous, clinging to his feet. Feeling disgusted, he wondered what the substance was. At that moment, the system displayed a notification indicating that it was detecting. Hearing his remark, Mo angrily retorted that it was their Red Moon Group's creation, an experimental creature that surpassed ordinary pet beasts. Lindsay frowned as realization dawned on him, muttering that an experimental creature meant it was not a typical demon-type pet beast. Around him were various other experimental creations of the Red Moon Group, including man-eating centipede demon-type, demented demon worm demon-type, and bloodthirsty bat demon-type. Only the Rift Demon was displayed by the system as 3 question marks. Growing increasingly uneasy, Lindsay observed that the system could not detect any information about the creature, not even its name or attributes, let alone evolutionary paths. Glancing at the half-devoured body of the red-haired ape, he assessed that the beast's strength had increased significantly after devouring the ape demon, and that the greater the casualties, the stronger it became. He concluded that they had gathered enough intelligence and now needed to eliminate it cleanly and decisively. However, he soon realized the situation was far from simple, noting anxiously that Xiao Shui and the others were currently tied up in battle and that he had already used too much of his spirit power during the match. Xiao Shui continued fighting fiercely nearby. Lindsay gently stroked the purple dragon perched on his shoulder and murmured that, in that case, it was time to see what it could do. Seeing that he still refused to comply, Mo mocked him, saying it was useless to resist and that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not change his fate. Yu, who had been silent until then, remarked that although Lindsay's strength was not bad, he could not defeat them with only 2 pet beasts. He added that he had heard Lindsay had recently passed the bronze assessment. His gaze then fell on the purple dragon on Lindsay's shoulder as he questioned whether he had contracted the igneous rock dragon and brought it out of the Red Earth secret realm, judging from its size that it was only in its juvenile form. Hearing this, Lindsay smirked arrogantly and asked who had said it was merely a juvenile form. As soon as he finished speaking, the igneous rock dragon's body began to transform. The surrounding space trembled from the force of its evolution. In an instant, the dragon expanded behind Lindsay, coughing and growling deeply. The sight left the others stunned, stammering in disbelief. Mo exclaimed in shock, questioning how it was possible that it had become an adult-form igneous rock dragon. Yu, equally incredulous, demanded to know how he had accomplished it. Lindsay smiled calmly and replied that he had no obligation to inform them. He then ordered the igneous rock dragon to attack. Outside, night had fully fallen. The barrier sealing off the alley gradually dissipated and everything returned to normal, though remnants of the ferocious beast's tendrils still lingered. Yu Yin arrived with his squad and his spirit mastiff, commanding them to lock down the area, evacuate the crowd, hurry, and check if anyone was injured. Upon seeing him, Lindsay called out in surprise, addressing him as Captain Yu Yan. Hearing his voice, Yu Yan was equally startled. Looking at the pile of beast corpses on the ground, he hesitantly asked what Lindsay was doing there. Noticing Mo and Yu bound tightly together, he inquired whether Lindsay had captured them. Lindsay paused briefly before confirming. He then grew serious and reported to Captain Yu Yen that there was something important he needed to convey. The Red Moon Group had infiltrated the academy, and moreover, they appeared to be conducting some kind of dangerous experiment. In the early morning at the investigation team office, Yu Yen brought a cup of coffee to Lindsay and carefully reminded him that it was hot and that he should be careful. Lindsay politely thanked him. After sitting down across from him, Yu Yen began by explaining that they had received reports about suspicious individuals appearing near the academy. He admitted that he had not expected it to be the Red Moon Group, and he certainly had not imagined that they would be coming specifically for Lindsay. Frowning with tension, he asked whether it was true that members of the Red Moon Group had already infiltrated the academy. Lindsay thought for a moment before replying that he suspected they indeed had people inside the academy. As evidence, he took out a small ring and explained that the spatial ring had originally belonged to someone named Xing Tao from the Academy's Gao Shan Club. He calmly recounted that he had encountered them during his recent training in the secret realm, where a conflict had broken out. He described how the situation had been extremely dangerous, saying that they had ventured deep into the secret realm and deliberately attracted an igneous rock dragon during its mating season to attack his teammates, while also attempting to steal a dragon egg. Fortunately, they had failed and were instead killed by another igneous rock dragon. Lindsay continued by explaining that after he had slain the igneous rock dragon, he had gone to inspect its lair. Inside the dragon's nest, they had discovered a hidden door, and behind it had been a secret room belonging to the Red Moon Group. Hearing this, Yu Yen could not help but cry out in shock. Lindsay went on to share his thoughts, saying that he had found it strange at the time. Why would members of the Red Moon Group appear in a secret realm managed by Ningjiang Academy? He then pointed at the ring and emphasized that the woman earlier had immediately recognized the special artifact as Xingtao's. Yu Yen's expression darkened as he hesitated before speaking. Lindsay did not avoid the issue and stated directly that he believed Xingtao and the Red Moon Group had been colluding with each other. Yu Yen's face turned serious as he quickly expressed his stance, saying that he understood and would send someone to investigate, adding that they should be able to obtain a great deal of information from the two detained individuals. At that moment, Mo and Yu were being held in custody in another room. After that matter was addressed, Lindsay shifted the topic and asked about the so-called experimental subject, mentioning that he had killed one and wondering whether the body could still be used for research. The mention of this made Yu Yen even more troubled. Leaning forward nervously, he explained that the matter had originally been meant to remain strictly confidential, but since Lindsay had rendered great service, he would disclose it. He revealed that the Red Moon Group had been secretly attempting to hatch a type of man-made demon-type pet beast. Lindsay was visibly shaken by this information and exclaimed in confusion that he remembered the beast Tamer's association also breeding pet beasts. Yu Yen nodded and clarified that this was correct. He explained that, for example, the spirit mastiff of their investigation team was a unique breed artificially cultivated in earlier years. However, demon-type pet beasts were different. While some pet beasts might possess demon-type bloodlines mixed within them, pure-blood demon types could only come into existence through a single method, summoning rituals. At that thought, Yu Yen tiredly held his head and concluded that, in any case, they were still investigating the matter step by step and had already destroyed several secret incubation sites. The man cautiously warned Lindsay that the Red Moon Group had their eyes on him and advised him to be extra careful. He added that he would give Lindsay a special communicator and instructed him to contact him immediately if the same situation happened again. Lindsay calmly lifted his head and agreed. After saying that, he stood up and stated that he would return to the academy. Yu Yen responded simply that it was no problem and assured him that she would inform him as soon as there was any progress in the investigation. She then suddenly remembered something and told him that she would apply for a bonus on his behalf, but emphasized that the matter required him to keep it strictly confidential. When Lindsay left, it was still daylight. He glanced at the newly gifted watch on his wrist and grew somewhat curious about its functions. He wondered to himself whether that was the Best Timer Association's communicator, recalling that they had said if he pressed the button while in danger, it would immediately send out his coordinates. Impressed by how advanced it was, he decided to head back to the academy first and prepare for the next day's competition. The following day at the competition square, a large crowd gathered to watch and wait. Guanning, slightly upset, approached Lindsay and asked why he had not replied to her messages the previous night. He shrugged calmly and explained that he had been so absorbed in practicing his spirit techniques that his phone had run out of battery and shut off automatically. He apologized and promised to pay more attention next time. Although she did not look entirely convinced, she simply let out a soft exclamation. After a while, Guanning returned to her normal mood and remarked with relief that it was good nothing had happened, as she had thought he was being harassed by the Gaoshan Club. She reminded him that it was the official match day and suggested they check his match grouping. The first match was officially announced as Lindsay versus Zhao Jie, drawing a large number of spectators. Guanning excitedly cheered him on, encouraging him that he could do it. Lindsay summoned Xiao Shui behind him. Standing opposite him was second-year student Zhao Jie, who looked extremely nervous, accompanied by his rock armor turtle, a rock-type rank 4 stage 1 beast. The referee signaled the start of the match. The crowd around them cheered enthusiastically. In just an instant, the rock armor turtle was knocked out by Xiao Shui, frozen solid and unable to move. The referee quickly declared Lindsay the winner and announced that he had advanced to the top 32. The audience below reacted in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. They questioned where the skills were and admitted they had not even seen how the ice-type pet beast had made its move. They were astonished that the rock armor turtle's absolute defense had been frozen so effortlessly. Next came the second match of the day, officially Lindsay versus Li Yunyun. Lindsay once again summoned his two pet beasts in advance. Standing opposite him was third-year student Li Yunyun, accompanied by her Swiss shadow leopard, a beast-type rank 4 stage 2 creature. Facing the announcement of the match, Li Yunyun hesitated briefly before letting out a small sound of frustration. She then calmly expressed her intention to forfeit. Everyone was shocked by her decision, questioning whether she had truly just forfeited. Some commented that if they were in her position, they would have forfeited as well, as his two pet beasts were far too intimidating. Others pointed out that it was not only the strength of his pet beasts that was frightening, but also that Lindsay had instantly defeated Xu Li using only his spirit techniques. Meanwhile, up in the high stands, a girl softly murmured Lindsay's name to herself. With a faint smile, she assessed that he was an interesting person. After Xiao Shui used her ice abilities to freeze the Tree Demon Plant Type Rank 3 Stage 3 and the Withered Beast Plant Type Rank 3 Stage 1, the referee announced that Lindsay had advanced to the top 128. In the following match against the giant rock monster Rock Type Rank 3 Stage 9, Rock Ghost delivered a powerful punch that decisively knocked down the opponent. The referee once again declared that Lindsay had advanced to the top 64. In the next round, he faced the Yellow Sand Lizard Man Rock Type Rank 4 Stage 1. Xiao Shui once more utilized her ice skills, forming chains that tightly bound the creature, securing yet another victory and allowing Lindsay to advance into the top 32. The spectators outside, having witnessed the consecutive battles, were left utterly stunned. They exclaimed in amazement that it was another instant kill and commented on how handsome he was, questioning whether he was truly just a first-year student. Soon, the crowd began chanting his name repeatedly, calling out Lindsay over and over again. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared. He had unlocked the achievement Academy Competition 1, entered top 128, receiving 50 achievement points as a reward. He had unlocked Academy Competition 2, entered top 64, earning 100 achievement points. And he had unlocked Academy Competition 3, entered top 32, gaining 200 achievement points. Lindsay smiled to himself in satisfaction, thinking that he had unlocked a few small achievements and that even a small gain was still something worthwhile. He reasoned that the remaining matches should allow him to unlock even more. However, he suddenly noticed something and froze, his face filled with confusion. Staring intently at the three system notification panels before him, he widened his eyes in bewilderment and wondered what was going on. A short while later, Lindsay rejoined his friends behind the arena. Zhou Xiong beamed with pride and praised him, saying that it was exactly what he would expect from his big brother. He added that Lindsay had frightened those third- and fourth-year students so badly that they forfeited the competition, and that he had truly made all the first-year students proud. Guo Xinyi excitedly expressed that Lindsay was the first freshman in the academy's history to enter the official competition and even make it into the top 4. She patted her chest encouragingly and urged him to keep it up, saying that she believed in him. Meanwhile, beside them stood the students who had failed to qualify. The two of them lowered their heads sadly and muttered that the gap between themselves and him was growing larger and larger. One of them wailed that his Xin Yi could not accept this outcome. Guan Ning, who had been checking information on her phone, suddenly spoke up. She explained that Lindsay had received a pass in all 3 matches because his opponents had forfeited, and therefore his opponent in the top 4 match would be someone specific. After confirming the information, her eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly showed the details to Lindsay, telling him to look because the lineup for the top 4 match that afternoon had been confirmed and that his opponent was Liang Jun. On the screen appeared the announcement, Lindsay versus Liang Jun. After reading it, Lindsay calmly remarked that it was quite a coincidence, as he was running into the Gaoshan Club again. Zhou Xiong reacted in alarm, asking whether it was Liang Jun, the former president of the Gaoshan Club. With visible concern, he hesitantly pointed out that Linza had already had a conflict with the Gaoshan Club and had now run into Liang Jun, warning that this was bad because Liang Jun was an extremely formidable opponent. Linzi showed a trace of curiosity and told him to elaborate further. At that, Zhou Xiong immediately explained that Liang Jun was a 4th-year student ranked 2nd overall, a bronze-rank beastmaster who possessed 3 rank 5 fire-type pet beasts. Frowning slightly, he added with some tension that the strangest part was the rumor that Liang Jun had an unrevealed family-inherited spirit technique capable of instantly increasing a pet beast's level. Before long, it was time for the match between Linze and Liang Jun. Seeing Linzi standing proudly on the arena stage, Lu Qitian inwardly marveled that the boy was even more outstanding than he had initially thought. Yu Yan, standing beside him, remarked that it was only natural and reminded him that he had not believed her before. In his heart, Lu Qitian acknowledged that there was no exaggeration in her words, considering that Linzi had single-handedly captured 2 fallen ones, high-risk criminals publicly wanted by the authorities. Glancing around, he secretly speculated that compared to battling the fallen ones, this kind of academy competition was probably nothing more than child's play for Linzi. Meanwhile, in the audience, the crowd excitedly discussed who would win between Liang Jun and Linzi, with some expressing their desire to support Linzi. A cheerful girl asked Xiaoru who she thought would advance. Xiaoru merely smiled gently and asked her in return what she thought. The girl enthusiastically declared that Liang Jun would surely win, reasoning that although Lin Zi was very strong, he was only a first-year student. After hearing this, Xiao Ru remained silent. Her reaction shocked the short-haired girl beside her, who asked in disbelief whether she truly thought Lin Zi could win. Fixing her gaze on the arena, Xiao Ru calmly observed that it was clear Lin Zi had not yet used his full strength. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly changed her stance, sighing that since Xiaoru believed he was good, she would also support Lin Zi, adding that as the top student among the fourth years, Xiaoru's judgment was trustworthy. Suddenly growing excited, she went on to speculate that if the two of them were to meet in the finals, it would become a showdown between the genius and beautiful top student and the monstrous first year. Xiaoru helplessly reminded her that they should simply focus on watching the match. At the same time, on the arena stage, Liang Jun calmly asserted that he was going to win the match. Lin Zi responded tensely and without yielding that victory could not be achieved by mere words, sarcastically asking whether everyone in the Gaoshan club enjoyed spouting nonsense. His remark instantly enraged Liang Jun. Frowning deeply, Liang Jun muttered that it was good, very good, before summoning his ferocious beast and confidently expressing that he hoped Lin Zi could still maintain that attitude later. The crowd immediately grew excited, exclaiming that Liang Jun was truly getting serious. They continuously commented that his Flame Weaver appeared to be evolving again, and concluded that, with 3 rank 5 pet beasts, Lin Zi was doomed. In contrast, Lin Zi merely smiled faintly and remarked that there were 3 of them. With a confident snap of his fingers, he summoned the Igneous Rock Dragon alongside Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost, calmly noting that what a coincidence it was, as he also had 3 pet beasts. This revelation shocked the audience even further, with many reacting in utter disbelief and recognizing it as an igneous rock dragon, astonished that he had actually contracted one. Guan Ning and Guo Xinli also exclaimed in surprise that it was indeed the igneous rock dragon. Gu Lengyan gently adjusted her glasses and analyzed that, judging from its size, it was an adult igneous rock dragon. She remarked inwardly that to hatch and contract such a creature in such a short time and raise its level so significantly was astonishing, and she could not help but wonder just how many secrets Lin Zi truly possessed. Lin Zi ordered Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost to take action and not hold back. At the same time, the igneous rock dragon growled as it began absorbing power, confidently launching a massive energy sphere. The attack shot straight toward Liang Jun's pet beasts, while Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost charged forward simultaneously, leaving Liang Jun momentarily astonished. However, the shards of ice Xiao Shui fired shattered upon impact, and Liang Jun's ferocious beast managed to withstand Rock Ghost's punch. On the other side, the Flame Weaver was using Spirit Guardian, Fire Shield, to protect him, causing a large surge of flames to rise up. The intense heat spread outward, making Liang Jun click his tongue in irritation as he muttered a sharp tisk. He then angrily pointed at the igneous rock dragon and ordered that they deal with that dragon first. At that moment, the igneous rock dragon suddenly released a faint wave of power known as Crimson Mist Stealth. Yet Liang Jun's Flame Weaver seemed frightened and immediately condensed its power, turning around to retaliate with Mist Explosion. Before the Flame Weaver's technique could reach the igneous rock dragon, however, Xiao Shui's ice shattered the attack entirely. She merely stood there coldly, without the slightest hesitation. The Flame Weaver was left frozen in place from the impact. Watching everything from behind, Liang Jun was thrown into confusion and inwardly wondered if this was some kind of joke. He could hardly believe that the never-before-seen humanoid ice-type pet beast could withstand the attack of a Crimson Mist monster, and he speculated in shock that it must have already reached the threshold of the Rank 5 high stage. He found it unbelievable that the pet beast of a mere first-year civilian beastmaster could be so powerful. Secretly forming an energy sphere in his palm, Liang Jun calculated inwardly that as long as he eliminated that ice-type pet beast controlling the battlefield, the Rank 4 dragon would become nothing more than a sitting duck. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly launched an attack on Xiao Shui and shouted that the moment was now. From the side, he unleashed a spirit technique called Soul Burning Pierce toward her. At the same time, another spirit technique, Spirit Arrow, shot forward. The two attacks collided with each other, creating a massive explosion. Smoke and dust spread everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. Lin Zi let out a soft laugh and waved his hand dismissively, mocking Liang Jun by remarking that a senior trying to interfere in a battle between pet beasts by sneaking around would only make himself look bad. He even dragged an entire group into the ridicule, adding that such behavior was very much in line with the style of Liang Jun's Gaoshan club. This infuriated Liang Jun so much that he shouted angrily. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly that since Lin Zi was asking for it, he should not blame him for what came next. In the next instant, Liang Jun's two ferocious beasts began to twist unnaturally while letting out continuous groans. They were suddenly pulled toward the same direction, and their power was completely absorbed into Liang Jun's Flame Weaver. The surrounding spectators cried out in shock, wondering what he was doing and what was happening. Li Pingyun quickly realized the situation and remarked that Liang Jun's other two pet beasts had been absorbed by the Flame Weaver. Zhou Xiang confidently confirmed that there was no mistake and declared that it must be Liang Jun's family's inherited spirit technique. Up in the stands, Lu Qitian jumped to his feet in alarm and shouted that the technique was actually a spirit technique that forcibly increased strength by absorbing the life force of other pet beasts. He denounced it as sheer nonsense and insisted that he needed to stop the match immediately. However, Yu Yan, standing beside him, calmly folded his arms and reassured him that there was no need to worry because Lin Zi could handle it. Lu Qitian, still extremely anxious, shouted back that this was absurd. He stressed that the creature had become a rank 6 pet beast and warned that Lin Zi and that key were in danger. In the blink of an eye, Liang Jun's Flame Weaver evolved. A system panel appeared announcing that the Flame Weaver's level had reached rank 6, stage 2, with a duration of 3 minutes. Liang Jun felt extremely confident in his heart about this skill, thinking that spirit fusion would directly delete his spirit power and that he would also have to sacrifice his other two pet beasts. He glanced at Lin Zi beside him and resolved that no matter the cost, he was going to kill that guy today. However, Lin Zi showed no fear at all and merely smiled mockingly, remarking that this was the trump card Liang Jun was so proud of and that its effect seemed rather average. His expression then turned serious as he condemned the technique, saying that a fusion which sacrificed the lives of one's companions was nothing but dark magic. After that, he turned and gave an order to Xiao Shui and the Earth Spirit. In an instant, Xiao Shui vanished, and Rock Ghost beside her also disappeared. The fragments of both pet beasts merged together, and finally they transformed into a gigantic pet beast through the fusion spirit technique, forming the fusion form, Abyssal Frost Giant. Lin Zi let out a small sound of surprise, wondering inwardly if, as expected, after Xiao Shui had evolved, the fusion form had also completed its upgrade. At the same time, the system displayed a notification stating that the Abyssal Frost Giant was level rank 6 stage 4 with a duration of 1 minute. Lin Zi then confidently declared that 1 minute was enough to end the battle. The crowd below erupted into excited cheers, shouting in shock and disbelief, exclaiming that Lin Zi's pet beasts had fused as well, and cursing in amazement as they remarked that the aura was even stronger than Liang Jun's Flame Weaver. Zhou Xiang cried out in extreme confusion, wondering how his big brother could use Liang Jun's family-inherited spirit technique. Guan Ning, standing beside him, happily asserted that his brother's spirit technique was far more powerful than Liang Jun's. Lu Qitian was so astonished that he abruptly stood up, unable to believe what he was seeing. Only Yu Yan remained calm, bursting into loud laughter as he said that he had told them the kid could handle it. Liang Jun, on the other hand, could not believe what was happening before his eyes and shouted frantically, demanding to know how it was possible and how Lin Zi had done it. Nevertheless, he forced himself to calm down and commanded the Flame Weaver to attack, shouting that Lin Zi should stop bluffing and go to hell. A massive finger of flame ignited above it, and the entire space seemed to burn as the attack purgatory meteor explosion was unleashed. Lin Zi simply folded his arms and smiled where he stood, murmuring that logically speaking, fire types should be able to overcome ice types. But in the face of extreme cold, Liang Jun's little spark was not even as good as a candle flickering in the wind. At that moment, a huge mass of ice began forming in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into Abyssal Frost Ice Core Crash, held in the hand of Rock Ghost. A huge block of ice suddenly fell from the sky and crashed directly onto the position of the Flame Weaver. Seeing this, Liang Jun could only collapse to his knees as he shouted in disbelief that it was impossible. In an instant, everything shattered, just like the turmoil in his heart. Liang Jun cried out in anguish, saying that his spirit fusion, the greatest trump card in his hand, had been destroyed. The entire arena had been buried under layers of ice, while white mist continued to rise from the frozen ground. Liang Jun, who had been thrown far away by the impact, kept coughing violently. Between coughs, he cursed inwardly, wondering if the backlash was from spirit fusion. Looking at his fallen beasts, Liang Jun felt utterly helpless. He lamented that the Flame Weaver could no longer fight, and that the growth rates of the Crimson Mist monster and the Hellfire Giant had also been reset to 0. Grinding his teeth in fury, he could not believe the outcome, and asked himself how he could have lost just like that. He bitterly said that he could not accept it and questioned what right that kid had to defeat him. At that moment, the referee's voice sounded through the loudspeaker, announcing that Liang Jun and his pet beasts had lost their ability to fight, and that the winner of the semi-finals was Lin Zi. The moment the referee finished speaking, the crowd erupted. People cheered excitedly, shouting that he had really done it and had defeated Liang Jun. Some exclaimed that Lin Zi was amazing, while others screamed about how handsome he was. Many also mocked the Gaoshan Club, saying they had gotten what they deserved for always looking down on others, while continuing to praise Linzi for a great job. On the arena floor, Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost had just separated from each other. Linzi immediately stepped forward to support her and praised all three of them, saying they had done a good job. Seeing Xiao Shui still recovering nearby, Linzi silently evaluated that Xiao Shui and the others had not collapsed immediately after the fusion ended this time. He concluded that the stronger their own power became, the lower the consumption of the fusion seemed to be. Looking at Rock Ghost and the igneous rock dragon beside him, Linzi decided that he would let them return first to recover their strength and have a good rest. At that moment, a system panel appeared with a notification announcing that an achievement had been unlocked. Academy Competition 7, Finalist, rewarding 600 achievement points. Linzi quickly regained his focus and thought to himself that next he only needed to win the finals. However, at the same time, Deng Rol, who was sitting in the audience stands, suddenly raised her hand and declared to the referee that she forfeited the match. She solemnly repeated her request, stating that fourth-year student Deng Rol had voluntarily forfeited her eligibility for the competition. Her decision shocked everyone present. The girl beside her rolled her eyes helplessly and asked Little Rue why she had withdrawn from the competition, saying that she had still been waiting to see the battle between them. Deng Rol calmly explained that her trump card was reserved for real enemies. As for sparring with junior brother Linzi, she said that the position of the Academy's top-ranked student was only the starting point for him. She added that she was more interested in seeing him defeat those people from the old prestigious schools in the upcoming Beast Tamer League tournament. After saying that, she began walking down toward the arena step by step. Linzi also turned his head to look in Deng Rol's direction. He politely smiled and stepped forward, thanking her for letting him win and addressing her as senior sister. Deng Rol extended her hand toward Linzi and congratulated him on winning the championship, saying that he truly deserved the title of top-ranked student. She added that perhaps, in the near future, they would meet again. Linzi happily reached out and shook her hand in return, saying that he looked forward to being able to fight side by side with her, senior sister. The two shook hands, confirming the outcome of the match. At that moment, the system once again issued a notification. An achievement had been unlocked for the Academy Grand Competition, winning the championship. The reward included 1,500 achievement points, 1 Spirit Technique scroll, and 1 random artifact reward pack. After reading the notification, Linzi simply smiled faintly. A short while later, the award ceremony began, and everyone gathered around to watch. It was said that Lu Qitian was the one who would present the award to Linzi. As he placed the medal on Linzi, he happily smiled and remarked that Linzi was a good kid and had brought him many surprises. He openly expressed his admiration, stating that Linzi's strength was sufficient to step onto a bigger stage and that the school would also do its best to nurture him. Another shining badge was then brought forward. As Lu Qitian pinned it onto Linzi's left chest, he congratulated him and announced that starting that day, Linzi would become the top-ranked student of the Ningjiang Beast Academy. He further explained that the medal symbolized Linzi's status and added that if Linzi needed to request leave or enter the Academy's secret realms, his requests would be given priority approval. Linzi politely lowered his head and thanked the dean. Lu Qitian then smiled kindly and continued, explaining that regarding the other rewards belonging to the champion, including the prize money and artifacts, Linzi could simply collect them from the school administration office the next day. He added that he had prepared several good artifacts and that Linzi could choose one for himself. After many exhausting days of competition, the academy announced 3 days off. The students left in great excitement, and one of them stretched while remarking that with 3 days off he could finally rest. Guanning grabbed Linzi's hand and pulled him along while telling him that she and Guo Xinyi had already made a plan. She explained that during those 3 days they intended to go to the nearby Greenwood secret realm to train and improve their combat skills. Linzi asked with some concern whether it would be only the two of them going. Inwardly he wondered since when their relationship had become so good. He then began considering the potential danger, thinking that although the level of the Greenwood secret realm was low, the terrain was complicated and it was easy to get lost. He also reflected that between the two of them, one was impulsive while the other was lively. Guo Xinyi seemed to understand Linzi's concerns, so she stepped forward and assured him that he could relax, explaining that it was only the Greenwood secret realm and that they could handle it. Guanning also smiled and added in agreement that they had not even passed the preliminaries during the grand competition, so they had to intensify their training. Faced with the determination of the two girls, Linzi could only sigh helplessly and agree, though he admitted that he was still a little worried. He then suddenly remembered something. As he opened the system panel, Linzi thought to himself that with his current strength, possessing too many artifacts would be useless. However, he reasoned that if the random artifact rewarded by the system produced something suitable for owning, it could serve as a form of protection for her. With that thought, he decided to open the reward he had just received. It was stated that he used one random artifact reward pack and obtained an artifact called Blink Shadow Orb. The system immediately displayed the artifact's information, explaining that the Blink Shadow Orb allowed instant teleportation to any location within the user's line of sight after use. It could be used up to 3 consecutive times, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Lindsay appeared very satisfied with the result and remarked that it looked perfect. He then turned toward Guanning and told her that he was going to give her something. Surprised, she asked what it was. Lindsay handed her the Blink Shadow Orb he had just obtained and explained that it was an artifact capable of short-distance teleportation and could save her life at critical moments. He advised her to keep her communication lines open and warned that if she encountered groups of fierce beasts, she should not try to force her way through. Guanning winked playfully and exclaimed excitedly in gratitude toward her brother. She enthusiastically assured him that she understood and that she would be careful. Guo Xinyi stepped forward and remarked that the artifact was extremely expensive, adding that Lindsay was truly very good to Guanning. Guanning happily teased her in response, asking if she was jealous and reminding her that he was her big brother after all. Standing behind them, Lindsay felt somewhat reassured. He thought to himself that giving them a trump card made him feel a bit more at ease. He then considered that his next task would be to prepare upgrade materials for the Earth Spirits and the Igneous Rock Dragon. Meanwhile, in another building, someone complained that the market price for Dark Element's origin stones was too high and suggested that going directly to the source would be the best solution. While slurping noodles, Zhou Xiong worriedly reminded the speaker that there were plenty of Dark Element materials in the Thousand Insects secret realm. However, he warned that the place was very strange, with high-level bug-type and dark-type fierce beasts crawling everywhere and an eerie atmosphere. He then asked whether the person was planning to go there alone. It was narrated that many people were gathering in the lobby of the Beast Tamer Association building as Lindsay, wearing a mask with his hands in his pockets, casually walked inside. A receptionist cheerfully approached and asked what service he needed. Lindsay then presented his card and stated that he was Lindsay, a bronze beastmaster with ID number Q567789542230, and that he wanted to apply for the qualification to explore the Thousand Insects secret realm. It was described that the receptionist took the card and, while checking it, told him to wait a moment. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she murmured in surprise. She compared the information on the card and read out the name Lin Z and the Bronze Beast Master ID number Q567789542230 again before exclaiming in astonishment that he was Lin Z. Lin Z immediately raised a finger to signal her to be quiet. The receptionist understood at once, quickly covering her mouth and nodding while saying that she understood. It was then narrated that she excitedly told him she had watched his match and thought he was amazing, adding that she was his fan and asking if he could secretly give her an autograph. Lindsay frankly thanked her for the compliment, but asked if she could help handle his business first. The receptionist hurriedly returned to her work and assured him that she would process it right away. The narration explained that Lindsay had been extremely tired of his current situation because whenever he went out on the street, people kept turning their heads and exclaiming that it was Lindsay, while others asked where he was. Lindsay helplessly sighed and reflected that the grand competition at Ningjiang Academy could also be watched by outsiders. People kept approaching him to ask for photos, and while taking pictures together, they repeatedly said, "Cheese." Lindsay quickly realized the reason, thinking that ever since the competition had ended he had become a celebrity, and no matter where he went people recognized him and even tracked him down to take photos and post them online. Meanwhile, the receptionist's face flushed red as she continuously operated the computer. After a while she smiled and returned the card to Lindsay, informing him that everything was done and that his entry permit had already been recorded onto his ID card. She then instructed him to turn left after exiting the building and enter the building's underground level, explaining that it was the entrance to the Thousand Insects secret realm. Lindsay politely accepted the card and thanked her. It was then narrated that after some time, Lindsay arrived at the underground level of the Beast Tamer Association building. In front of the gate, many people were lined up, all extremely eager to enter. Lindsay looked around and silently evaluated that there were a lot of people. Just then he turned around when he heard someone calling from behind. A young man approached and asked whether he was also there to explore the Thousand Insects secret realm, then proposed that he join their team. However, Lindsay coldly refused the invitation and thanked him anyway. The young man appeared somewhat disappointed, holding his head as he sighed that it was okay. On the other side, another young man asked his captain what she was looking at. She kept looking in the same direction but replied that it was nothing. At that moment, the gate opened and an announcement sounded, stating that the Thousand Insects secret realm was about to open and asking adventurers to prepare themselves. The announcement warned that the secret realm was dangerous and advised adventurers to be extremely careful. It also stated that the liability waiver would take effect immediately upon entering the secret realm, and that any losses incurred afterward would be borne by the adventurers themselves. It was finally narrated that everyone had already prepared to move forward, and that one by one they stepped through the gate and entered the secret realm. After entering, Lindsay looked at the scenery of blue skies and drifting white clouds, with a gentle breeze blowing through the area, and he could not help but remark with emotion that this was the inside of the Thousand Insects secret realm. He then silently reflected that, according to Zhou Xiong's intel, the destination for this trip into the secret realm was a place called Scorching Valley. He recalled how Zhou Xiong had previously spoken with a cheerful smile, explaining that Scorching Valley contained many dark-type fierce beasts, and that there was also a rare material called bloodline crystals, which were worth a great deal of money. Thinking of this, Lindsay took out a map and studied it for a moment, concluding that in order to reach Scorching Valley, he would have to cross the entire Thousand Insects secret realm, and that the journey would provide the perfect opportunity to hunt fierce beasts along the way. On the map above were markings that represented 4 different regions: Scorching Valley, the rainforest area, the swamp area, and the grassland. Immediately afterward, Lindsay snapped his fingers and summoned the igneous rock dragon. He swiftly leapt onto its back and reasoned to himself that observing the terrain and the fierce beast tribes from the sky would be much easier than traveling on foot. He also reflected that Xiao Shui needed to refine her control through frontal assaults, while the igneous rock dragon needed to become more familiar with aerial combat, since each of them still had areas that required improvement. After that, Lindsay ordered the igneous rock dragon to take flight, declaring that they were setting off. As they traveled, the two of them continuously had to face monsters inside the secret realm. The first creature they encountered was identified as a spiked blade insect, a normal-type fierce beast at rank 3 stage 4. Rock Ghost launched a powerful punch to attack, and at the same time a series of notifications from the system appeared, announcing repeatedly that the Earth Spirit growth rate had increased. Eventually, night fell. Lindsay set up a campfire and roasted some meat for dinner. Sitting beside his small tent, he quietly reflected that although he could use achievement points to directly increase their growth rates, if the pet beasts never engaged in actual combat, they would become lazy. Therefore, the igneous rock dragon would battle during the day while the earth spirit would fight at night, allowing them to rotate perfectly. Lindsay then turned to Xiao Shui and gently patted her head to reassure her, explaining that the level of the fierce beasts in their current area was too low to significantly increase her growth rate, but that he would let her take action once they encountered higher-level fierce beasts. Xiao Shui smiled happily and nodded in agreement. The battles continued with Rock Ghost, who kept leveling up as more system notifications appeared stating that the Earth Spirit growth rate had increased. At that moment, however, Rock Ghost suddenly became alert and looked toward the direction from which a sound had come. Lindsay also sensed that something was approaching and wondered whether someone was coming. Soon, a person stepped out from behind a branch and commented that there was a fire up ahead and speculated that there might be other adventurers nearby. The group then emerged, revealing 4 people in total, and they exclaimed excitedly that they had gotten lucky because they could take over a ready-made camp for free. Another member agreed with the captain and declared that their Green Forest squad had already set their sights on that territory, adding that they would see who dared to take it from them. The first thing the group noticed was Rock Ghost standing guard beside the camp. One of them remarked with curiosity that it was a pet beast he had never seen before, observing that it looked like a pile of lumpy rocks and wondering whether it was a rock-type creature. They then quickly shouted at it, ordering that since the Green Forest Squad had claimed that place, it should hurry back inside and have its master take it away and leave immediately. Lindsay noticed that Rock Ghost was being blocked by a group of people, so he stepped forward to ask what was going on. He walked over with Xiao Shui, both of them looking tense. The leader of the group suddenly froze and stared with widened eyes, exclaiming that Xiao Shui was an incredibly beautiful humanoid pet beast. His remark made Xiao Shui frown in discomfort. However, Xiao Shui soon became slightly surprised when Lin Ze stepped forward. Lin Ze coldly asked whether they needed something. The bald man immediately shouted aggressively that Lin Ze should get lost and declared that the cave now belonged to them. The leader quickly raised his hand to stop him and said there was no need to rush. Smiling, he politely explained that it was getting late and that they were looking for a place to rest for the night. Since Lindsay seemed to be alone, he asked whether it would be convenient for them to stay there for a while. Lindsay calmly replied that it was not convenient. Hearing this, the bald man angrily threatened him, yelling that they were the Green Forest Squad. Lindsay rudely picked at his ear and asked whether that name was supposed to be very famous, adding that he had never heard of it. Enraged, the bald man rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward as if to attack, shouting angrily. But the man beside him quickly stopped him by patting his shoulder. The bald man angrily demanded to know why he had been stopped. His companion lowered his voice and asked whether he thought Lindsay looked familiar. The bald man scoffed and said that idea was ridiculous. The companion then cautiously asked whether he had watched the recent school competition at Ninjiang Academy. He went on to explain that there had been a female humanoid ice-type pet beast, a strange-looking rock-type pet beast, and an igneous rock dragon. He mentioned that he had read about it in the newspaper and said that this exact lineup matched the rumored genius Beastmaster who had become the top student of Ninjiang Academy in his first year. He described that person as the youngest Academy top student and the rising star of the beast-taming world. Hearing this, the bald man began to hesitate and muttered uncertainly. He admitted that now that it was mentioned, Lindsay did seem somewhat similar to that person. However, the leader still failed to recognize him. Pointing at Lindsay, he angrily declared that since Lindsay refused to give him any respect, he would not show Lindsay any respect either. He then summoned his fierce beast and warned Lindsay that he had 5 seconds to take his pet beasts and get as far away as possible, because the cave belonged to their Green Forest squad. The creature he summoned was a ghost-faced spider. The leader raised his eyebrows and pointed at Xiao Shui, suggesting that Lindsay could instead leave the humanoid pet beast behind to keep them company. He added that a lone traveler like Lindsay should carefully consider his own abilities. In the next instant, 3 attacks struck the ghost-faced spider head-on. Spirit Arrow, Ice Blast, and Earth Spikes. The creature shrieked in pain. The leader himself suffered internal injuries and began coughing violently, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared in disbelief. Shocked, he wondered how such a thing was possible and lamented that his rank 5 ghost-faced spider had died just like that. Lindsay coldly pointed at him and said that since the man could not control his mouth, he would not be needing it anymore. At that moment, the companion from earlier hurried forward to calm the situation. He begged Lindsay to wait and insisted that their captain had not meant what he said. He repeatedly explained that their captain was always like that and pleaded for forgiveness, promising that they would leave immediately. He urged Lindsay to treat them as if they were nothing and let them go, while anxiously asking the captain whether he was all right. At the same time, the companion quietly whispered in the captain's ear that the young man in front of them was Lindsay, the one who had recently become very famous. Hearing this, the captain cried out in shock. Realizing who Lindsay was, he awkwardly scratched his head and laughed nervously, saying he had heard a lot about Brother Lin and that the whole situation had been a misunderstanding. Smiling stiffly, he turned around and said they would leave right away and would not disturb Lindsay's rest any longer. However, Lindsay did not let them off so easily. He asked coldly whether he had ever said they could leave. The captain froze in fear. Lindsay gathered power in his hand and questioned whether, if the person standing there today had been someone weaker than them, they would have let that person go. He then answered his own question, saying that the answer would obviously have been no. Hearing this, the entire group was so frightened that their eyes rolled back in terror. At that moment, however, a sudden noise from nearby attracted everyone's attention. A swarm of bloodline ant burst out at incredible speed. One of the squad members screamed in fear, cursing in shock and shouting that there were far too many bloodline ants. The group immediately fled while screaming in panic, crying that there were hundreds of rank 4 bloodline ants. They said that dealing with a dozen might have been manageable, but facing more than 100 rank 4 fierce beasts would be hopeless even if they summoned their own pet beasts, so they had to run. Unfortunately, they were too slow. One bloodline ant lunged forward and bit one of them. The bald man panicked and ran behind Lindsay, shouting desperately that he did not want to die yet and urging everyone to run while they still could. Meanwhile, Lindsay alone remained standing calmly, remarking in amazement that such a fortunate situation actually existed. With a faint smile, he observed that hundreds of dark-type fierce beasts had practically delivered the materials he wanted straight to his door. A bloodline ant suddenly lunged forward to attack, and Rock Ghost responded by spinning into his ghost general form and unleashing lightning collision, instantly electrocuting an entire swarm until they were left numb. Lindsay glanced back at Xiao Shui and Igneous and quietly instructed them that the Earth Spirit could currently handle rank 4 Stage 1 bloodline ants, adding that fighting opponents of the same level would allow them to grow more, and reminding them to keep an eye on it and only step in when it truly could not hold on any longer. Right after that, the igneous rock dragon leapt high into the air and transformed into a massive dragon, releasing thick white smoke below that obscured all vision. As Lindsay jumped onto its back, he heard desperate shouting from below as someone begged him to wait and not leave, apologizing for what he had just done and pleading to be taken along, insisting that they were all adventurers and that Lindsay could not simply abandon them while continuing to shout for him to stop. However, Lindsay paid little attention and continued thinking to himself that bloodline ants were wild beasts from the fierce valley, noting that there was about 100 kilometers between this place and that valley. After pondering for a moment, he found it strange, reasoning that an ant colony out hunting should not have traveled such a distance, and concluded that something unusual must have happened in the fierce valley. Suddenly, Lindsay spotted something in the distance and froze briefly before pointing in that direction and instructing the igneous rock dragon to head there first. Meanwhile, the swarm of bloodline ants below continued crawling in groups until one of them suddenly raised its head. By then, Lindsay had already flown far away on the igneous rock dragon, yet the creature's eyes flashed as it unleashed a spiritual attack. The invisible wave struck Lindsay, causing him to hiss in pain as he gritted his teeth and realized that it was a spiritual attack. Slumping slightly on the dragon's back, he muttered that spiritual attacks were invisible and difficult to resist, though beasts capable of using them were nearly invincible at long range but extremely fragile in close combat. He then ordered the igneous rock dragon to descend and fight it up close. A spirit arrow was fired downward, instantly killing one of the ants. Witnessing its offspring being slain, the bloodline ant leader became enraged, its eyes glowing brightly. Lindsay paused after his strike and observed that its reaction speed was extremely fast. A notification panel then appeared before him identifying the creature as a dark-type bloodline ant of rank 5 stage 2, and Lindsay quickly realized that it was the leader of the group. He then turned to the igneous rock dragon and told it that this was its moment to shine, explaining that killing these bloodline ants would significantly boost its growth rate. The igneous rock dragon immediately grabbed several ants with its limbs and tendrils and crushed them before the leader's eyes, while unleashing Shadow Entangle repeatedly. Several bloodline ants were decapitated and fell to the ground, yet they quickly regenerated. Shortly after, the ants began to retreat while launching another spiritual attack against the humans. Concerned, the igneous rock dragon moved toward Lindsay, but he reassured it by forming a protective barrier around himself and stating that it should not worry, as the same trick would not work on him twice. Frowning slightly, Lindsay remarked that the creature was quite intelligent, noting that it even prioritized killing the Beastmaster, and that its intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary bloodline ants. At the same time, he continued directing the igneous rock dragon, explaining that although the enemy was of a higher rank, it could not defeat it in close combat, and urged it to finish the fight quickly so they could return to pick up Xiao Shui and the others. Hearing this, the igneous rock dragon immediately opened its mouth in a threatening manner and stomped heavily on the ground with a roar, devastating the surrounding land as blood splattered everywhere. The bloodline. Ant continued to absorb the blood of what it had killed. Elsewhere, an injured man cried out in distress that there were too many bloodline ants and that the eastern defense line would not hold. The female captain beside him frowned and firmly ordered that even if they could not hold, they still had to. She then exhaled tiredly and reminded them that bloodline ants were not creatures that fought to the death and would retreat once the colony suffered heavy casualties. Standing beside her was a thunder-patterned puppet of electric type, rank 6, stage 1. The captain then laid out their plan, stating that they were surrounded and that their only chance of survival was to hold their ground and fight to the death, killing the ants until they retreated on their own. When Lindsay landed on the ground, everything appeared to have fallen into ruin. The thug who had once acted arrogantly was now sprawled on the ground, and Lindsay stood there, coldly looking down at him. He then walked past indifferently, thinking to himself that such an outcome was probably retribution for usually taking advantage of the weak and bullying others. It was not until he met Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost that he spoke, greeting them by saying that Xiao Shui, they were back. 2 information panels then appeared, displaying their stats as Frost Blue Maiden at rank 5, stage 3, with a growth rate of 40%, and Earth Spirit at rank 4, stage 6, with a growth rate of 82%. After reading them, Lindsay could not help but express his amazement, exclaiming that the results had exceeded his expectations and thanking both of them for their hard work. However, he then cautiously suggested that the discoveries near the camp and the ant colonies along the way did not seem right, so they would have to go deeper into Fierce Valley to take a look. The 2 of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thus, everyone climbed onto the back of the igneous rock dragon and set off. As Lindsay watched the road, he grew tense and thought that along the way, he had already encountered 4 or 5 bloodline ant colonies led by boss-level fierce beasts, and he wondered what on earth had happened in Fierce Valley to cause so many bloodline ants to appear all at once. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a bright area ahead, and he quickly informed the others that there was a fire. Placing his hand on the igneous rock dragon, he called out for everyone to go and take a look. Below, blood stained the rocks, and remnants of smoke and fire lingered in the surroundings. A young man, covered in wounds, exclaimed to the captain that something was really wrong. Looking at the swarm of bloodline ants surging with momentum in the distance and the pile of corpses nearby, he expressed his panic, saying that they had killed so many bloodline ants, yet they showed no intention of retreating, and that his last pet beast had already died in battle, asking what they should do now. He then cried out in confusion that these bloodline ants could heal their injuries by eating their own kind, but they had no way to heal. At that moment, a lightning strike descended, blowing up more than half of the bloodline ant swarm. The captain, now exhausted, panted heavily and admitted that she did not know what to do either. She frowned tightly, thinking that they had finally managed to deal with one wave of ants, only for another wave to arrive immediately. Looking around at the battlefield, she assessed that the attack by thousands of rank 4 bloodline ants had already killed or wounded more than half of their team's pet beasts, and that it was only thanks to the thunder-patterned puppet that they had managed to hold on. However, she added that it could only last for another 10 minutes at most, and without it, their last line of defense would collapse immediately. As everyone stood back to back, she carefully evaluated the situation, noting that the pet beasts in the team with area of effect skills had already died, making it impossible to wipe out such a large group. She also realized that her spirit power was about to run out and wondered if she was really going to die there. At that moment, the young man suddenly came up with an idea and shouted that they could not hold on much longer and that the captain should leave, insisting that she should not let everyone die there. While continuing to defend, the others also urged her to go, telling her not to worry about them and pointing out that her other 2 pet beasts had already been killed in action, while the thunder-patterned puppet still had fighting power, so she should hurry and leave. The captain, however, angrily rebuked them, asking what they were saying and declaring that she was their captain, and if they were to die, they would die together. At that moment, she suddenly noticed snowflakes falling. Looking up at the snow-filled sky, she expressed her confusion, wondering if it was snow. The team members were equally bewildered, questioning when Fierce Valley had ever had snow and whether it was a hallucination before death. One young man realized something and pointed ahead, shouting that it was not a hallucination, that someone was coming, and that a person riding a dragon was heading their way. The person he saw was Linzi and Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui's expression turned serious as she frowned, and she then used a blizzard, an area of effect skill, on the entire swarm of ants surrounding the group. Seeing the layer of ice forming in front of them, the captain stood stunned and wondered if they had been saved. A bespectacled man suddenly exclaimed that the person looked familiar and then announced that he recognized him as Linzi, the genius beastmaster who had passed the superior difficulty bronze level assessment and won the championship at Ningjiang Academy. Another young man beside him also expressed his joy, saying that it was Linzi, the genius who could fuse pet beasts, and that they were saved. In an instant, the entire group cheered excitedly, calling out for great god Linzi to save them, saying that they could not hold on any longer. From above, Linzi lowered his voice and instructed Xiaoshui to clear the area, to which she nodded in agreement. Raising a finger, Xiaoshui formed a snowflake and threw it toward the ants, unleashing ice shower repeatedly. After a while, the igneous rock dragon descended, allowing everyone to dismount. The captain stepped forward and expressed her gratitude, saying that it was fortunate they had met him, otherwise they would have been completely wiped out. A young man behind her echoed his thanks, saying they were grateful for being saved. She then grasped Linzi's hand and repeatedly thanked him, introducing herself shyly as Ye Fujing. She explained that she had recognized him at the entrance to the secret realm, but had not gone up to greet him because she had been afraid of offending him. Linzi smiled in response and told Captain Ye that there was no need to be so polite. He added that they had also been attacked by multiple swarms of bloodline ants and asked whether she knew what had happened in Fierce Valley. Ye Fujing appeared troubled as she glanced back and said that it was not convenient to talk there, but that they had come following a suspicious trail. She then expressed her suspicion that the strange activity in Fierce Valley was probably related to the Fallen Ones. These words greatly shocked Linzi, who repeated in disbelief that the Fallen Ones had appeared, and he looked around as he thought that in a secret realm managed by the Beast Tamers Association, the Fallen Ones had actually emerged. Ye Fujing pointed toward the trail stretching along the ground and explained that they had found it while collecting materials, along with some very unnatural footprints and drag marks, so they had followed them all the way to Fierce Valley. She then shrugged in confusion and added that they had never expected that just as they found a place to set up camp, they would be attacked by 2 waves consisting of thousands of bloodline ants, noting that the attack had also been unusual, as if the creatures had been driven or provoked by something. She glanced at Linzi and continued that after that, he had appeared and saved them at a critical moment. After hearing this, Linzi stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that the Fallen Ones might not necessarily be doing something evil in secret, but it was not impossible that they had caused the changes in Fierce Valley. As he began connecting the pieces in his mind, he added that Captain Yu had said the 2 Fallen Ones from the Red Moon group who had been captured last time had not revealed any useful information. He then turned to Ye Fujing and asked where those marks extended to. She calmly pointed ahead and replied that they roughly extended about 2 kilometers away to a mountain pass in the northwest, and that they had not dared to go any further. After saying that, she frowned slightly and asked worriedly whether he was thinking of going in. Lin Zi placed the igneous rock dragon on his head and affirmed that he was going to take a look, then lightly touched the ring on his hand. The young man beside them exclaimed in shock that he could not do that, questioning what kind of conspiracy might be unfolding and what would happen if he ran into danger. The people behind him also echoed in agreement, saying that it was far too dangerous and suggesting that he should leave with them first, and that after getting out, they would report it to the Beast Tamer's Association and ask them to send someone to handle the matter. Lin Zi responded that if they reported it only after leaving and then waited for the association to send someone to verify the situation before taking action, it would already be too late. He reasoned that judging from the unusual activity there, their plot might be close to completion, and that waiting would only increase the risk. Ye Fujing, gradually persuaded, hesitated as she began to respond. Seeing this, Lin Zi raised his hand to show them the ring and reassured everyone that he had already notified the investigation team and that he would go in first to create a disturbance to stall the fallen ones and prevent them from escaping. After thinking for a moment, Ye Fujing stated that she would go with him. The young man beside her cried out in surprise, calling her captain. She then turned to her team, waved her hand, and instructed them to take the wounded and retreat along the same route, adding that if they encountered the investigation team, they should bring them over. They continued to worry and muttered that it was too dangerous. However, Ye Fujing firmly declared that she could not stand by and watch her lifesaver fall into danger, and that she also had experience in tracking and reconnaissance. She added that it was always better for 2 people to look out for each other than for one person to take the risk, unless they were suggesting that she was too weak, raising her voice slightly as she questioned them. Lin Zi smiled and replied that of course she was not, while inwardly remarking that it would be absurd to consider a beastmaster with a rank 6 pet beast as weak. Lin Zi looked at Ye Fujing with an assessing gaze and thought that she had more exploration experience, so it would be good to have someone like her for support, and then he said that he would leave it to her. Ye Fujing cheerfully agreed that that was more like it. Suddenly, Lin Zi threw a test tube to Ye Fujing and told her that it was a spirit power potion and instructed her to drink it, adding that after a short rest, they would set off in half an hour. She happily accepted it, smiling as she replied that it was okay and thanked him. At the same time, in another place, the air was filled with danger. The bloodline ants had been slaughtered and piled up into a small mountain, while a monster continuously tore apart their bodies, and there was not just one but a whole group of such monsters. Yan looked at the scene before him and asked how the cultivation experiment was going. The people ahead cautiously replied that they were reporting to their lord and that the vast majority of the howling flesh had already reached maturity, and that in just a few more hours they would be fully developed and ready to fight. He seriously inquired how many there were, and the person opposite bowed and reported that as of now there was a total of 425, of which 389 were mature. Hearing this, Yan became somewhat angry and shouted that it was too few, ordering them to speed up the hatching process and stating that he wanted to see 1,000 fully developed howling flesh beasts by the day after tomorrow. This caused the others to become flustered, and one of them hesitated before saying that Lord Yan, the bloodline ant colony, had undergone a large-scale migration and they did not have enough fertilizer. Yan mercilessly berated them as a bunch of idiots, telling them that if they did not have enough, they should go find some new ones, and asked if he really needed to tell them that. The group lowered their heads in fear and pleaded for him to calm down, while one of them, looking bewildered, raised his head and assured him that they would go find some right away and make sure that his request was fulfilled. Yan hesitated for a moment before snorting and warning that they had better finish the task, otherwise he would use them as nourishment for the howling flesh. The group responded in unison that they understood. In his heart, Yan thought that those 2 idiots, Mo and Yu, could not even handle an 18-year-old student, and that not only had they failed to complete their mission, but they had also been captured by the investigation team. He frowned in irritation and muttered that trash was just trash, and that since things had come to this, he would have to personally teach the Beast Tamer's Association a lesson. However, he also found that kid called Lin Zi a bit interesting. At that moment, someone suddenly ran over and shouted that Lord Yan, something had happened. Yan cautiously asked what had happened now, and the person knelt down and hurriedly reported that someone had broken in, that the enemy was very strong, and that the outer guards, the howling flesh, had almost all been killed. Hearing this, Yan exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Shui used Ice Blast to attack the howling flesh, and in a short moment, she eliminated a large number of them. The system displayed a notification that the Frost Blue Maiden's growth rate had increased and that new skills had been unlocked. A series of new skills had been obtained, including Ice Meteor, described as an area of effect damage skill, where ice elemental attacks would trigger an area of effect explosion with an unlock cost of 500 achievement points. Frost Ray, described as a single target damage skill that inflicted high damage while applying a debuff to enemies, also costing 500 achievement points. And Ice Dragon Break, described as a multi-target locking skill that condensed ice elements into a high-damage ice dragon capable of locking onto multiple targets simultaneously with an unlock cost of 800 achievement points. Lindsay smiled in satisfaction and remarked that actual combat really was the best catalyst, noting that there were 3 brand new skills and that they all looked really strong, and adding that he still had 4,650 achievement points left. He then confidently declared that he wanted them all, and finally decided to press the all-in option to unlock everything. Beside him, Ye Fujing looked at the howling flesh scattered on the ground and said that it had not been easy to find that place, and that as soon as they entered the cave, they were attacked by that thing. She then turned to Lindsay and asked whether he had ever seen it before. Lindsay stepped forward and explained that he had not seen it before, but that he had a suspicion that the Red Moon Group was trying to breed artificial demon-type pet beasts. Upon hearing this, Ye Fujing exclaimed in shock that the Red Moon Group was involved and realized that the situation was far more serious than she had thought. Suddenly, Lindsay's expression froze as he vigilantly looked behind him, and he clenched his fist slightly as he announced that something was coming and that there were a lot of them. Inside the dark cave, countless pairs of glowing red eyes stared out as if they wanted to devour Linza and Ye Fujing alive. One of the creatures stepped forward proudly like a tiger stalking its prey, followed by a horde of monsters emerging from the cave as the wind howled, making the place even more eerie. As soon as their appearances became clear, Ye Fujing shouted a warning that they were rank S demon types and told everyone to be careful. A group of black-cloaked figures then stepped forward, saying that they had found the 2 of them and calling them damned, stinking rats. They complained irritably that Linza and Ye Fujing had insisted on barging into a place with no way out and had even dared to lay a hand on their valuable test subject. They continued muttering that it was perfect since they had just run out of fertilizer. Meanwhile, Lindsay and Ye Fujing exchanged glances to signal each other. The man kept rambling that they should feel honored to become nourishment for the howling flesh, but the moment he finished speaking, a spirit impact shot forward and pierced straight into his abdomen. The 2 people beside him panicked, dodging as they cried out in shock. Ye Fujing, who had fired the attack, frowned and pointed at them, warning that if they were going to make a move, they should shut up, adding that they would not have come if they were afraid. The man who had been struck was furious. He struggled up and cursed angrily, but before he could finish speaking, a spirit arrow shot through his chest. He fell backward and lost consciousness on the spot, and it was Lindsay who had fired that arrow. The remaining 2 men began to feel fear as Lindsay exposed them, saying that the symbol they bore proved they were indeed members of the Red Moon Group. At that moment, his attention was drawn to something nearby as a system notification appeared, announcing that an achievement had been unlocked. Nemesis of the Fallen One, the first skill of a Fallen One, with rewards of 500 achievement points and 1 spirit power potion. Lindsay was slightly surprised and wondered to himself whether there were achievements like this, and realized it was even part of a set. After a while, he instructed Xiao Shui to check the demon-type fierce beasts and to tie up the 2 remaining people. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and simultaneously unleashed Arctic Chains and Ice Dragon Break. A massive ice dragon surged forth, freezing chains binding the black-cloaked figures, followed by a violent shockwave caused by Ice Meteor and Ice Shower. The brown-haired man struggled in disbelief, shouting that it was impossible and that Lindsay only looked like some clueless kid, but he was struck so hard that his screams broke off midway. Ye Fujing, witnessing the scene, was astonished and exclaimed that the skills were incredibly powerful, praising the pet beast and saying its strength was in no way inferior to her rank 6 thunder-patterned puppet. Once everything settled down, Lindsay walked over to one of the black-cloaked men who had been tightly bound and coldly demanded that he speak, asking what those monsters were and what their purpose was. The man showed no fear and shouted back that he should get lost and that he would not say anything. Without wasting words, Lindsay raised a finger and fired a spirit arrow straight through the man's head. Seeing this, the remaining man trembled in terror. Lindsay glanced at him and asked whether he was going to talk or not. The man stammered incoherently at first, but after a moment he regained his voice and desperately begged for his life, saying that he would tell everything and pleaded not to be killed. He explained that they had been sent there to breed and train an experimental subject called the Howling Flesh. He then recounted the entire process and plan of the Red Moon Group, explaining that the Howling Flesh was a demon-type pet beast egg they had recently bred, and that its method of growth was completely different from ordinary pet beasts. He revealed that it could reproduce and expand its population by splitting itself, and that its adult individuals could reach up to rank 6 stage 5. The brown-haired man, crying as he spoke, added that those in charge treated it as a precious treasure and had immediately ordered its training and experimentation. He explained that because the howling flesh required large amounts of flesh and blood to reproduce, they had chosen that place for their activities. After hearing everything, Lindsay rested his chin on his hand and muttered that it made sense a large number of bloodline ants could meet the breeding needs, but the disappearance of their kind had triggered a sense of crisis in the bloodline ant colonies. Ye Fujing also came to a realization, remarking that it was no wonder so many bloodline ants had been migrating out of the fierce valley and attacking humans so frantically. After a moment of contemplation, Lindsay raised his head and continued to question the man, demanding that he speak and reveal his purpose in doing all this. The brown-haired man honestly confessed that Lord Yan's plan had been to wait until enough howling flesh had hatched, and then launch a full-scale attack on the Beast Tamer's Association branch in Ningjiang City. Upon hearing this, Lindsay was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, while Ye Fujing, standing behind him, frowned and angrily cursed them as a bunch of lunatics. The brown-haired man then lowered his head and sobbed, begging that he had already told them everything he knew and asking if they could let him go. However, he did not realize that 2 tentacles were quietly approaching him. In the next instant, they pierced through his chest. The brown-haired man coughed in pain, and just like that, he collapsed to the ground and died. From a distance, Yan approached with a mocking tone, sneering that they were a bunch of trash who could not even guard a door. He then led his group of pet beasts forward and arrogantly questioned how they dared to trespass into the Red Moon Group's territory, swearing that he would skin them alive. His gaze soon fell upon the scattered corpses of the howling flesh lying across the ground. Instantly, Yan became furious, his brows tightly furrowed and his teeth grinding as he bitterly remarked that it was good, very good, and demanded to know whether they had any idea how many resources, manpower, and materials he had invested to raise the howling flesh to such a scale. He then glared at the 2 of them with resentment, muttering that because of those 2 brats, everything had gone to waste. Suddenly, Yan's expression darkened as he realized something, and he hissed Lindsay's name, accusing him of being the same brat who had previously arrested members of the Red Moon Group and was now trying to sabotage their plans. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Yan commanded his pet beasts to charge forward and attack, declaring that they would settle both old and new grudges that day. It was described that Yan's fire octopus seemed to put Xiao Shui under some pressure, and she had nervously retaliated by using Snow Maiden's Sai. However, the attack had only managed to cover Lindsay with a small fringe of the octopus before dissipating. The ice and snow evaporated into thick white smoke that filled the surroundings. Witnessing this, Lindsay's expression became tense as he thought that fire was effective against ice, and with the level advantage, Xiao Shui was at a disadvantage in a direct attack. Immediately afterward, 2 more attacks were launched, as it was stated that Thunder-Patterned Puppet and Thunderstorm were unleashed. Bolts of lightning struck directly against the monster's fiery shield, and the violent clash of power caused everything nearby to explode, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Seeing that his attack had worked, Ye Fujing turned and suggested that he would handle the burning flame spirit and that Lindsay could take the octopus. Lindsay agreed, saying that he understood, though he hesitated slightly. At that moment, Rock Ghost was slumped beside him, but its eyes suddenly flashed when it heard Lindsay call out to the Earth Spirit. Rock Ghost immediately sprang up and began striking the surrounding stone walls repeatedly, causing a massive explosion that amazed even those far away. Ye Fujing's subordinates, confused, asked what had happened and noted that the disturbance had come from the direction where their captain and Lindsay had gone. Soon the cave had been blasted open, creating a large hole through which moonlight could shine. Sitting calmly atop the igneous rock dragon, Lindsay explained that the cave was narrow, giving the octopus an advantage with its tentacles, and that they could not properly use their area of effect skills. After hearing this, Ye Fujing praised him, saying that it was smart and that altering the battlefield made things much easier for them. On the opposing side, Yan, furious, ordered that they should not give the enemies any breathing room and to attack immediately. Meanwhile, Rock Dragon continued fighting relentlessly as consecutive attacks, Ice Dragon Break and Arctic Chains, were unleashed. High above, the igneous rock dragon radiated a powerful aura as it roared and circled through the sky. Looking down from above, Lindsay silently calculated that although his spirit arrow could help Xiao Shui and the others, it was rare to face high-level enemies, so he would let them fight on their own for now. Below, Xiao Shui remained fully focused on her battle and, in an instant, fired a frost ray at the fire octopus. Her chains tightly bound its head and all 8 tentacles. At the same time, Rock Ghost transformed and charged forward in its ghost general form, stomping directly onto the octopus's head. After defeating the opponent, Rock Ghost gained enough experience to level up, and the system displayed notifications indicating that its growth rate had increased, new skills had been unlocked, and the evolution conditions had been met. 3 new skills were introduced. Mountain Crushing Strike, described as a powerful single-target attack that inflicted massive damage along with a shattering effect, costing 300 achievement points to unlock. Rock Guardian, a single-target defensive skill that summoned rock crystals to surround the user, costing 500 achievement points. And Earthquake Impact, an area of effect skill that created a shockwave and applied a slowing effect, costing 800 achievement points. Without hesitation, Lindsay reached out and selected the option to unlock all, while inwardly noting that even before setting off, the Earth Spirit had already consumed the materials needed to evolve. Watching Rock Ghost erupt with evolutionary power beside him, Lindsay felt satisfied and thought that as long as the growth rate requirement was met, it could evolve directly. Soon after, Rock Ghost completed its transformation, becoming its evolution form, Rock God Soldier. A status panel appeared, describing it as having rock and ghost attributes, being at rank 5 stage 7, and having a growth rate of 0%. It also indicated that the next evolution form, Rock God General, would require a growth rate of 100%, 10 elemental origin stones, and 1 celestial meteorite. Witnessing this, Yan trembled in shock and exclaimed in disbelief that it had evolved during the fight, cursing and questioning how Lindsay could be so lucky. Ye Fujing, after assessing the situation, expressed astonishment, remarking that the aura was close to rank 6 and that it had nearly jumped an entire rank upon evolving, wondering how such a thing was possible. As for Lindsay, he remained calm, as everything had gone according to his expectations. He reflected that he had noticed the rock ghost's strong potential from the moment it first evolved, and that even when both it and Xiaoshui evolved, its initial rank was always significantly higher. He then called out to Rock God Soldier, telling it to show its current strength. Immediately, Rock Ghost leaped up and slammed down, unleashing Earthquake Impact, which shook the entire area. The ground shattered, burying the fire octopus beneath debris. At the same time, Ye Fujing's pet beast attacked with lightning. Seeing both of his pet beasts defeated in an instant, Yan began trembling uncontrollably. He glared furiously at Lindsay and shouted that Lindsay should not think he could take him on like this. Yan then commanded the howling flesh lying on the ground to rise. The creatures quickly merged together, forming a writhing mass that, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a massive monster standing before him. Advancing aggressively, Yan declared that they should not think of leaving alive that day. As he spoke, Yan reached into his clothes and pulled out a wooden box, gripping it tightly as it began to shake violently. Sensing something wrong, Ye Fujing called out to Lindsay, urging him to look at the wooden box in Yan's hand, and then, staring at the thing pounding inside it, she exclaimed in alarm as she wondered what on earth that thing was. Zhao Yan held up the still beating heart in his hand and introduced it, explaining that the blood source heart had originally been intended as a trump card for attacking the Beast Tamer's association branch, and that he had never expected it to be used on the two of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed it with force, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere while a strange scent spread through the air. Ye Fujing quickly covered her nose in disgust, remarking that it smelled terrible, while Lindsay immediately sensed something wrong and warned that there was an issue with the blood mist. As the two of them were still in confusion, the massive body formed by the fused howling flesh began absorbing the substances released from the heart, turning them into a powerful source of energy. Its body underwent drastic changes, absorbing all the viscous matter, and soon its limbs began to develop visible blood vessels. Witnessing this, Lindsay quickly realized what was happening and shouted that it was evolving through recombination and that they needed to interrupt it. Ye Fujing responded nervously that she understood. Acting immediately, Lindsay fired a spirit arrow at the monster, the projectile piercing straight through its body and splitting it in half, leaving a massive gap in the wound. However, the blood vessels quickly reconnected. Ye Fujing exclaimed in shock at its rapid recovery rate, but Lindsay clarified that it was not healing. Rather, it was entering a fluid state during the reorganization of its form, which reduced the effectiveness of both physical and energy-based attacks. He further explained that the only way to defeat it was to kill it with a single strike. By then, the monster had fully taken shape, its body glowing a vivid crimson. Hearing Lindsay's explanation, Zhao Yan burst into mocking laughter, telling them not to get their hopes up. He explained that the blood source heart was a rare enhancement item capable of breaking the level restrictions of a pet, and that under its effect, his howling flesh could reach rank 7 stage 4. This revelation caused Ye Fujing to panic slightly as she remarked on the overwhelming gap in combat power and questioned what they should do. In contrast, Lindsay remained completely confident, smirking as he dismissed it as merely rank 7 stage 4. His response left Ye Fujing stunned as she questioned what he meant by just, while Zhao Yan also grew irritated, demanding to know what he meant. Lin Zi stepped forward confidently and replied that Zhao Yan had previously used the igneous rock dragon as a gatekeeper and secretly constructed a hidden room to breed demon-type pets. He added that since Zhao Yan believed the Red Earth Secret Realm incident was connected to him, he should understand that Lin Zi had been capable of handling even 2 adult rank 8 dragons, let alone a man-made defective product like this. Hearing this, Zhao Yan's expression twisted with anger. At that moment, Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost were already prepared, awaiting Lin Zi's command. Lin Zi activated Fusion Spirit Art, causing the two to vanish instantly as streams of energy intertwined. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a far more powerful body combining stone and ice, the Abyssal Frost Giant, currently at rank 7 stage 4 with a duration of 60 seconds. Lin Zi smiled in satisfaction, noting that the Abyssal Frost Giant had also reached rank 7 stage 4, which meant he could save a burst seed card. Witnessing this, Zhao Yan began to panic and shouted in disbelief, questioning how the rank could have increased so drastically and pointing out that the report had stated the fusion form of Lin Zi's pet was only at rank 6. Finally, in a flustered state, Zhao Yan waved his hand and ordered his monster to hold Lin Zi back. Grinding his teeth in fury, Zhao Yan turned around, intending to deal with the situation. He thought to himself that as long as he was still alive, there would always be another chance, and that once he got out, he would report the kid's strange behavior to those lords. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Confused, he looked down at his legs and wondered why he could not move at all. At that moment, both he and his beast had already been frozen from the waist down. Panicked, Zhao Yan lifted his head, searching for the cause, only to realize that it was the result of the attack Abyssal Frost, Earth-binding Arctic domain. Snowflakes rapidly spread across the area, freezing everything in their path. Immediately after, another strike, Abyssal Frost, Ice Core Crash, came crashing down from the sky. A massive explosion erupted, shattering the ground into countless fragments as white smoke rose and obscured all vision. As time passed, the sun began to rise behind the mountain peak. Ye Fujing's subordinate led the way for Yu Yan, telling him that it was just in that direction. They came to a halt the moment they arrived at a place where the ground had been completely shattered. Yu Yan crouched down to inspect the situation while everyone around him stood stunned, their mouths agape in confusion. What remained here was nothing but the aftermath of a devastating battle, with not a single person in sight. A young man collapsed to the ground in despair, covering his mouth as he sobbed, wondering if they had arrived too late. Yu Yan clenched his teeth, equally shaken, questioning whether such a level of destruction could have been caused by something far beyond their expectations. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Zi's voice rang out, calling for them from nearby. Startled, Yu Yan quickly turned toward the direction of the sound. There, Lin Zi had already tightly bound Zhao Yan and was waving as he greeted Yu Yan, casually wishing him good morning and remarking that things had gotten a bit out of hand this time, adding that he would need Yu Yan's help to clean up the mess. This left Yu Yan utterly shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed that Lin Zi had actually captured another one alive. He then turned his attention to the bound Zhao Yan and, still in disbelief, questioned whether that person was indeed Zhao Yan, a deacon of the Red Moon Group, someone possessing rank 6 strength. Yu Yan, unable to believe what he was seeing, trembled as he pointed forward and stammered that they were telling him that everything before his eyes, the flattened mountaintop, the ground littered with experimental subjects and fallen ones, and even the high-ranking manager of the Red Moon Group, had all been handled by just the two of them. He stood there in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer destructive power displayed. Ye Fujing quickly clarified, pointing at Lin Zi as she explained that it had mainly been Lin Zi who handled everything, adding that she herself had not done much. Still struggling to process it, Yu Yan clutched his head and remarked in disbelief that it was far too exaggerated, adding that if they had arrived any later, the entire secret realm would probably have been destroyed. Regaining his composure, he promptly ordered his team to begin working, instructing them to follow procedures carefully, register all physical evidence one by one, and leave no blind spots. Soon, a group of researchers in protective suits began collecting samples. After assessing the situation, Yu Yan concluded that the Red Moon Group had actually dared to conduct such an experiment within the secret realm. He noted that it was fortunate the two of them had interrupted the plan in time, otherwise all of Ningjiang would have fallen into chaos. As usual, he stated that he would apply for a bonus for all of them. Turning to Ye Fujing, Yu Yan acknowledged that the precise location of the Red Moon Group's secret base had mainly been discovered thanks to her team's tracking efforts, assuring her that their contribution would not be forgotten. He then handed her a business card and formally extended an invitation on behalf of the Beast Tamer's Association's investigation team, explaining that counter-surveillance and covert investigation skills were exactly what their special investigation unit lacked most and that they were in urgent need of talents like her. One of Ye Fujing's subordinates whispered excitedly in her ear, urging her to accept quickly, emphasizing that many people would love the chance to join such a prestigious team. Meanwhile, Yu Yan glanced subtly at Lin Ze, who stood calmly in the background, before turning back to Ye Fujing. Seeing her enthusiastic reaction, he thought to himself with relief that at last there was a normal response, as dealing with Lin Ze had almost made him feel as though the investigation team had lost all its appeal. He then asked her once more for her decision, expressing how much they were looking forward to her joining them. Noticing Ye Fujing's hesitation, Lin Ze spoke up, telling her that this was her opportunity, and that she should make her own decision without worrying about him, adding that he personally had no interest in the Beast Tamer's association. Hearing this, Ye Fujing replied that she understood. She then smiled and agreed to join the Beast Tamer's association's investigation team. She also turned to Lin Ze and told him that if he ever needed help in the future, he should feel free to contact her. Lin Ze responded enthusiastically that he would definitely not hold back when the time came. Afterward, Lin Ze waved goodbye to everyone. Following their honest report to the investigation team about everything that had happened, the trip to the secret realm came to an early end. Yu Yan placed a hand on Lin Ze's shoulder and told him to leave the cleanup to them. Lin Ze politely replied that they should take care. He then returned to exchange resources, trading the appropriate materials for their equivalent value at the trading post. Among the items were shimmering red objects known as bloodline crystals. After that, Lin Ze went to the shop to purchase supplies using all the money he had just obtained to buy materials needed for pet evolution. There were so many items that even his spatial ring could not hold them all. By the time he returned home, his body was completely exhausted. Lying flat on his bed, he let out a long breath and thought that everything was finally done. His expression then darkened slightly as he reflected that with all the materials prepared, the next step would be to accelerate the growth rate. With his 3-day training over, he concluded that it was time to return to school. As time passed, the next day arrived. When Lin Ze reached the classroom, he found it completely empty. Confused, he stood at the doorway and wondered where everyone was, even questioning whether he had come to the wrong classroom. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, saying that they knew he had not been checking his phone again. Startled, Lin Ze turned around and recognized Guan Ning. Guan Ning walked up to him and explained that the school had sent out a notice 2 days earlier, announcing a change in schedule and granting an extended break, and asked incredulously whether Lin Ze had really not checked it at all. Lin Ze then took out his phone and explained that he had not checked it over the past few days since entering the secret realm, so he had not noticed anything. He went on to conclude that the sudden adjustment to the break was probably due to the schools cooperating with the investigation into Xing Tao's collusion with the Red Moon Group. He then grew uncertain and wondered what he should do next during this unexpected long holiday, questioning whether he should farm another secret realm. Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi exchanged glances before walking over to him and suggesting that he forget about secret realms for now and instead explore some ruins with them, adding enthusiastically that Senior Zhang Manmin and Senior Gu Lengyan would also be going. Lin Ze, confused, asked what they meant by ruins. The two girls began to explain that ruins were places left behind in the world after the end of the Great Cataclysm. They clarified that there was a difference between secret realms and ruins, noting that secret realms required entering and exiting through a gate, whereas ruins existed directly within the world. Guan Ning excitedly held Lin Ze's arm and shared that adventurers had recently discovered a new ruin in Luoan City, where some people had found artifacts while others had discovered rare pet beast eggs. She also added that the environment inside was very beneficial for the growth rate of pet beasts. Guo Xinyi, equally excited, shook his arm and urged him to take them along, telling him not to overthink it and just agree. Lin Ze readily accepted and said it would not be a problem, then asked when they would leave. The two girls happily high-fived and announced that they would depart the next day. The following day at the station, everyone had already been waiting for a long time. Lin Ze's group quickly moved forward as the train doors opened. His gaze swept around as he observed the surroundings, and he noticed a man with a large scar on his face standing opposite him. The conductor stepped forward with a smile and greeted the man, addressing him as Colonel Meng. He remarked that the route usually only required a silver-ranked beastmaster to guard it and asked why the colonel had come in person this time, wondering if something had happened along the route. The man, Meng Long, a Federation colonel and gold-ranked beastmaster, responded briefly before explaining that there had recently been frequent outbreaks of fierce beasts along the route and that their movements had been strange and unpredictable. He then asked whether the train's armor defenses, weapon systems, and emergency protocols had all been fully inspected. The conductor confidently assured him that the entire system had been thoroughly inspected 3 times and that there would absolutely be no problems. Meanwhile, inside the train, everyone had settled into their seats. As the girls laid out food and drinks, Lindsay looked out the window, resting his chin on his hand in thought. He reflected that, unlike the world he used to live in, trains were not very common in this world. He further considered that only a few routes existed between major cities, making trains a luxury mode of transportation that ordinary people could hardly afford, and that generally only beastmasters and the wealthy could ride in such cars. Soon, the train began to move. He noted to himself that since they were heading into an uncontrolled wilderness area, anything could happen, and that was why the train was covered with special armor to ensure the passengers' safety. A sense of unease arose within him as he admitted that he felt worried. Looking out at the peaceful scenery, he had a lingering feeling that something was about to happen in that high-risk wilderness. The train set off along the tracks, cutting through a landscape devoid of any signs of life, leaving the surroundings eerily silent. After sitting for a while, Lindsay stood up and said that he was going to the dining car to buy some drinks for everyone. Zhang Manman politely thanked him for his help, while Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi cheered excitedly. Just as Lindsay stepped out, someone coming from the opposite direction suddenly slammed into his shoulder. Liu He frowned in irritation and cursed, complaining about his bad luck and scolding Lindsay to watch where he was going. Lindsay paused and glanced at him, thinking that it was clearly the other man who had deliberately crashed into him. His gaze then fell on the badge pinned to Liu He's collar, and he noted to himself that the man was a silver-ranked beastmaster, which explained his arrogance. In the end, Lindsay chose not to argue. He turned around and left without saying anything, thinking that it was rare for him to go on a trip and there was no need to stir up trouble. He would just go buy some drinks instead. Soon, only the rumbling noise of the train wheels against the tracks filled the space. As Lindsay returned with the drinks, he heard a commotion coming from the group. Guan Ning brushed away a hand that had reached toward her, clearly annoyed. Sitting opposite, Zhang Manman spoke up indignantly, saying that they had already rejected him 3 times and questioning whether he truly did not understand. Liu He, however, calmly raised his hands and smiled, explaining that there was no need to get so worked up as he merely wanted to get to know them. He added that they were all heading to the ruins in Luo'an City and that teaming up would be beneficial. With an arrogant tilt of his head, Liu He pointed to the badge on his chest, boasting that he was a legitimate silver-ranked beastmaster and claiming that if they followed him, he would guarantee their safety in the ruins. Hearing this, Guleng Yan, who had been sitting in the front seat, could not hold back any longer. She closed her book, leaned slightly to the side, and cast a cold glance at Liu He, sarcastically remarking that they were not used to teaming up with strangers, especially someone like him who lacked a sense of boundaries, and asked him to leave. Guan Ning chimed in, scoffing and complaining that he simply did not seem to understand what people were saying. At that moment, she noticed Lindsay had returned and immediately called out excitedly for him, urging him to come over quickly. Seeing this, Liu He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking bitterly that these girls were actually with that kid and questioning whether he was even worthy. Lindsay showed no intention of backing down. As he passed by, he deliberately brushed against Liu He and told him to move because he was blocking the way. Enraged, Liu He grabbed him by the collar and shouted angrily, calling him a brat and demanding to know how he dared to bump into him while declaring that he was a silver beastmaster. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the train, throwing off Liu He's balance. He staggered before falling flat onto his back with a cry. At the same time, a warning announcement echoed through the carriage, informing passengers that the train had entered a high-risk thunderstorm area, that it was expected to exit in 10 minutes, and instructing everyone to remain seated, fasten their seatbelts, and refrain from moving around. Although still irritated, Liu He had no choice but to return to his seat as instructed. He frowned and muttered that his luck was terrible, vowing that he would settle the score with Lindsay after they passed through the thunderstorm area. At that moment, a girl approached from behind and asked what had happened. She was Li Xiaojun, an ordinary person and Liu He's travel companion. Liu He quickly composed himself, putting on a confident demeanor as he stood up and reassured her that it was nothing, explaining that the train had simply entered a thunderstorm area and asking if she had been frightened. She smiled and replied that it was all right, saying that she often took this route and was already used to it. Hearing this, Liu He could only let out an awkward laugh, saying that it was good that she had not been scared. Seeing Li Xiaojun sitting calmly with her headphones on beside him, he couldn't help but inwardly remark that only a super-rich young lady could treat an intercity train as casually as if it were a regular bus. Liu He moved closer and asked what she was looking at that made her so happy. In response, Li Xiaojun politely explained that she was reading the latest news about her idol, Lindsay, mentioning that he was one of the top students at Ningjiang Academy and truly amazing. Hearing this, Liu He scoffed and dismissively said that only young ladies like her would admire a student who had never seen the world. He added that he himself was a silver-ranked beastmaster, busy training and improving every day, and questioned how he could possibly have time for such flashy and trivial things. Just as he finished speaking, the train suddenly lurched violently once again. Panicked screams erupted throughout the carriage. Zhang Manman quickly warned Guoxin Yi to hold tightly onto the handrail while frightened cries echoed all around them. At the same time, Linzi reached out to pull Guan Ning into his arms, urging her to hold on tight. Trembling, she clung to him and anxiously asked whether this situation was really normal. Gu Lengyun, gripping the seat tightly, responded with clear tension that this was definitely not normal, explaining that she had traveled this route 5 times before and that not even the strongest thunderstorms had ever caused such a violent impact. She concluded firmly that the train was undoubtedly under attack. Indeed, outside the train, countless monsters had already surrounded it. An Atlas giant bug of the Thunder type, rank 8 stage 4, was preparing to unleash a powerful electric strike toward the train. Alongside it, groups of Atlas bugs of the Thunder type, rank 4 stage 1, and rock scorpions of the Rock type, rank 4 stage 1, were advancing aggressively. One of the train cars had already been struck by lightning so violently that it overturned. The passengers inside were thrown to the ground, screaming in terror and confusion as they struggled to understand what was happening. Soon after, another carriage was shaken by a heavy impact. The monsters began climbing onto the overturned carriage, swarming over it. At that moment, the passengers finally realized the situation and shouted in panic that fierce beasts had attacked, desperately calling for the military and the beast tamers on board to help them. Lu He, terrified out of his wits, crawled under a table and shouted in fear, demanding to know where the military personnel were. Irritated and frightened, Li Xiaojun yelled at him, reminding him that he was a silver-ranked beastmaster and urging him to do something quickly, warning that they were about to die. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through the roof of the carriage. Seeing the rock scorpion looming before them with its jaws wide open, everyone screamed in horror as they realized it was breaking in. One of the creatures lunged directly toward Li Xiaojun, leaving her trembling in fear and completely at a loss. As the rock scorpion prepared to strike her, she cried out in sheer panic. However, just before it could harm her, a spirit arrow shot through the air and killed the creature instantly. Startled, Li Xiaojun turned toward the direction from which the arrow had come. There, Linzi had already activated his spirit guardian, shielding those around him. Standing tall and fearless, he called out loudly, urging everyone not to be afraid and to gather by his side. Linzi had used the spirit guardian to shield the passengers inside the carriage, his face tense as he calculated the situation, noting that the carriage space was too narrow, so the spirit guardian could only passively defend and its attack skills were limited. He then outlined a plan, saying that they needed to wipe out the fierce beasts first and then move outside the carriage. Turning, he called out to Xiao Shui, who immediately understood and used Blizzard to freeze the monsters in front of them, temporarily rendering them unable to attack. Xiao Shui clenched her fist with a serious expression, and the frozen masses shattered into pieces after her ice blast. Li Xiaojun, astonished, exclaimed that it was so amazing, while Guan Ning quickly approached her and asked if she was hurt. Li Xiaojun happily replied that she was fine and thanked her. At that moment, Liu He crawled out from under a seat and hurried after her, anxiously asking if she was all right, explaining that he had only wanted to observe the fierce beast's weaknesses first and find an opportunity to step in and protect her. However, Li Xiaojun ignored him and shook him off, continuing forward without looking back. Guan Ning, feeling indignant, mocked Liu He, asking whether he had really been observing weaknesses, pointing out that when the beasts had pounced, he had been hiding under his seat, trembling like a quail, yet now he could talk. Her words left Liu He speechless, and he could only stammer awkwardly. Suddenly, the train began to shake violently again, causing Li Xiaojun to cry out in panic, while Guan Ning tried to calm her, telling her not to be scared and to stand firm. At that moment, Linzi realized the severity of the situation and warned that a high-level fierce beast was trying to flip the carriage over. Outside, a massive creature was repeatedly ramming into the train. Just then, a loud voice from the sky shouted for it to stop, and a beam of light shot down, piercing through the monster's head. It was the shining silver dragon light type rank 8 stage 2 technique, and Meng Long appeared, cursing those damned creatures for charging through the gunfire to attack the train. A soldier rushed over to report to Colonel Meng that the swarm kept growing and they could not possibly kill them all, explaining that the train's defense system could only handle a medium-sized swarm and that the current scale had already exceeded its limits, warning that at this rate, the defensive line would collapse within at most 10 minutes. After hearing this, Meng Long immediately concluded that such a large and organized attack meant there had to be a boss-level fierce beast controlling everything from behind the scenes. He leapt onto the back of the shining silver dragon and declared that he would deal with the boss-level creature, ordering the others to hold their ground, protect the passengers at all costs, and wait for his return. The soldiers responded in unison that they understood. At the same time, the civilians were being evacuated. Zhang Man carefully supported an elderly man, telling him to take it slow and assuring him she had him. Guo Xinyi smiled as she reassured a mother and child nearby, telling them not to be afraid, explaining that they were beast Tamers from Ningjiang Academy and would definitely protect them, gently soothing the child. Guan Ning then instructed Li Xiaojun to stay where she was, assuring her that with the spirit guardian present, the fierce beasts would not be able to harm her. Li Xiaojun's gaze shifted toward Lin Zi, and she became excited upon recognizing him, realizing that he was her idol and the one who had just saved her, which filled her with warmth. Meanwhile, Lin Zi stepped forward with the igneous rock dragon to confront the monsters. Stroking its head, he thought that the spirit guardian was enough to hold off low-level beasts and that this was the perfect opportunity to gain growth rate points. He then ordered the igneous rock dragon to guard the perimeter of the shield, protect everyone, and take advantage of the swarm to boost its growth. As soon as it was released, it transformed into a massive dragon in the sky, roaring to intimidate the monsters below. The surrounding civilians gasped in fear at the sight of a dragon, while others recognized it with relief, saying that it was a beast Tamer who had contracted an igneous rock dragon and that they were saved. The igneous rock dragon opened its mouth and charged an energy sphere before firing it into the swarm, causing a chain of explosions in an instant. The train conductor exclaimed that this was great, noting that there were other powerful beast tamers on board, while a nearby soldier shouted excitedly that he knew him, identifying him as Lin Zi, the genius beast tamer from Ningjiang Academy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting someone and knocking them to the ground. Menglong coughed up a mouthful of blood and carefully landed, prompting those around him to call out in alarm, asking if Colonel Meng was all right. The train conductor, panicking, ran toward Meng Long, helped him up, and anxiously asked whether Colonel Meng was all right. Meng Long, in great pain, kept coughing violently, his condition alarming the conductor, who exclaimed in shock that with his strength and the shining silver dragon at rank 8 stage 2, it was impossible for him to be injured like that. Covering his mouth as he coughed, Meng Long explained that the boss-level Atlas giant bug was 2 stages stronger than the shining silver dragon, then paused before adding that there was not just one, but 2 of them. The conductor, stunned, shouted in disbelief and questioned whether there were truly 2 rank 8 stage 4 fierce beasts. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the shining silver dragon on its back, causing smoke to rise as it staggered, nearly collapsing. Meng Long cried out in alarm that the situation was bad, and soon after, the shining silver dragon fell directly in front of the train. Seeing its body covered in severe wounds, everyone grew anxious, while Meng Long remarked that although the dragon's single-target attacks were formidable, it was now facing 2 rank 8 stage 4 fierce beasts. Supporting its body, he added that with such severe injuries it had almost lost its ability to fight. Just then, a voice came from behind, suggesting that something might help them. Lin Zi stepped forward, smiling as he handed over a vial and explained that it was a recovery potion capable of instantly healing a pet beast's injuries and restoring its fighting ability. Surprised, Meng Long asked who the young man was, and a nearby soldier quickly explained that he was Lin Zi, the top student of Ningjiang Academy, adding that thanks to his help, the fierce beasts attacking the train from behind had already been brought under control. Meng Long turned to Lin Zi and remarked that he had heard of him and that he looked even younger in person than expected. Lin Zi, still smiling, urged him to focus on dealing with the enemies first, explaining that his friends had already gone to reinforce the breach in the defensive line, so there was no need to worry about the rear. However, he also mentioned that maintaining Spirit Guardian continuously would put him under significant strain. Then, with a serious expression, he proposed that they each take on one of the 2 boss-level Atlas giant bugs and finish the battle quickly. Momentarily taken aback by Lin Zi's composure, Meng Long soon smiled gently and agreed, calling him a good kid. As he administered the potion to the shining silver dragon, he thought to himself that at this point he could only trust him. The dragon quickly regained its vigor, rose to its feet, and took to the sky once more. Meng Long charged forward and instructed Lin Zi to handle the one on the left, expressing his wiswas in him. Lin Zi immediately acknowledged the order without hesitation and began issuing commands. He ordered the igneous rock dragon to switch its attack to the Atlas giant bug and distract it from above, then commanded the rock god soldier to assume ghost general form, charge to the front lines, and clear a path for Xiao Shui. Finally, he instructed Xiao Shui to position herself at the optimal casting range and look for an opportunity to launch a powerful attack. The monster was quickly surrounded. The shining silver dragon roared furiously, gathering a sphere of electricity before unleashing it, while the igneous rock dragon descended from above with a beam of light. An explosion erupted instantly. A series of notifications appeared, announcing that the igneous rock dragon's growth rate had increased and that new skills had been unlocked, including igneous rock blood mist, an area of effect ability that inflicted a petrification curse on targets, with stronger effects on weaker enemies until they turned into stone, and fearful roar, another area of effect skill with similar petrification effects, both requiring 800 achievement points to unlock. Excited, Lindsay exclaimed that it had finally arrived, the igneous rock dragon's signature skill, igneous rock blood mist. Without hesitation, he confirmed the unlock, after which the igneous rock dragon immediately used the skill and launched it at the enemy. Seeing the opportunity, Lindsay urgently called out that now was the time. Xiaozhui, fully focused, cast Snow Maiden's Sigh. Under attacks from all sides, the monster was unable to resist. More notifications appeared, indicating that the fusion level between Frost Blue Maiden and the igneous rock dragon had increased, and that a new fusion skill had been unlocked, Blood Crystal Penetration, a powerful crowd control ability that summoned a wide area of blood-colored frost, instantly freezing the target's surface defenses and energy flow upon contact, leaving them sluggish and cursed. Shocked, Lindsay exclaimed that it was a new fusion skill, and moreover, one formed between Xiaoshui and the igneous rock dragon. Overwhelmed with excitement, he wondered whether this meant that Xiaoshui and the igneous rock dragon could also unlock a fusion form. Lindsay pointed toward the train and shouted an order for Xiaoshui and the igneous rock dragon to use blood crystal penetration, after which a horde of monsters on the opposite side was immediately submerged in a sea of blood, screaming in pain as they were eliminated one by one and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Guleng Yan remarked in astonishment that this was unbelievable, while Guoshin Yi also exclaimed in surprise that it must be Lindsay's new dual pet combo skill. However, a monster soon smashed through the barrier and charged forward. Lindsay frowned and realized that blood crystal penetration could only briefly control the crowd and clear weaker mobs, and that since Xiaoshui was at rank 5 and the igneous rock dragon at rank 4, the gap between them and the rank 8 giant bug boss was too large to kill it immediately. He calculated that the Atlas giant bug boss was extremely vengeful and that if it broke free from control, everyone on the train would die. Determined, he decided to use a power-up card, thinking that he had to seize this chance to kill it once and for all. He then turned and ordered Xiaoshui to summon the Rock God Soldier and activate Fusion Spirit Art. The card flew out and merged into them, consuming one power-up card, and in an instant their power surged as the Abyssal Frost Giant reached rank 8 stage 8 under the card's effect. The monster's body crackled with powerful lightning as it unleashed heavy thunderstorm toward the Abyssal Frost Giant. In response, the giant clenched its fist, gathered strength, and swung a punch that shattered the incoming attack. It then charged forward aggressively and delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head, causing blood to gush from all its orifices. Satisfied, Lindsay declared that it was over, gathering energy into an ice sphere at his fingertip before firing it at the dying monster. A massive explosion erupted, spraying blood everywhere and destroying the surrounding lesser monsters. The Abyssal Frost Giant strode out from the smoke as the onlookers stood frozen in shock, staring at Lindsay. Liu He collapsed to his knees in disbelief, admitting that he had been foolish to think of challenging Lindsay, as the boy could kill him with a single move. Others around them marveled, wondering if Lindsay was even human. Meng Long stepped forward in satisfaction, praising Lindsay for a job well done, but when he looked up, he was startled to see another monster attacking the shining silver dragon. Furious, he shouted that the creature would not escape without facing his dragon, and commanded it to use Holy Light Breath. A massive energy sphere shot forward, knocking the monster out of the air, though it still struggled to crawl away. The Abyssal Frost Giant refused to let it escape and launched a spirit arrow that pierced straight through the monster's head, finally killing it as it collapsed to the ground. As the smoke cleared, only the corpses of monsters remained. The captain stepped forward in shock and asked if it was over, while a guide exclaimed in amazement that they had actually survived. Meanwhile, Lindsay embraced the igneous rock dragon and told it that it had worked hard and should rest. At that moment, a system notification appeared announcing that he had unlocked the achievement Hero 1 for saving more than 1,000 lives in a single disaster, rewarding him with 3,000 achievement points and 1 proof of heroism. Delighted, Lindsay thought that it was a new achievement series and that even the first stage alone granted 3,000 points, so the later rewards would surely be even more generous. Placing the igneous rock dragon on his head, he considered the proof of heroism, and upon viewing its information, he was astonished to learn that it unlocked Hero Mode, which significantly increased the attributes of both the beast tamer and all their pets, though it required an initial cost of 1,000 achievement points per minute, with the cost increasing by 500 points for each subsequent minute. The status panel displayed the description of the proof of heroism, explaining that it was proof of performing heroic deeds and a reward for those who were brave and kind. It stated that, when activated, it unlocked Hero Mode, which significantly increased all attributes for both the Beast Tamer and all their pets, with an initial cost of 1,000 achievement points per minute and an additional increase of 500 achievement points per minute thereafter. Lindsay widened his eyes in shock and remarked that he had never expected it to be a permanent item, adding that it was a completely superior replacement for the power-up card. Looking at the display showing achievement points, 3,450, he reflected that, since that was the case, he had better start saving his achievement points from then on and avoid using them lightly unless it was absolutely necessary. From the distance, Menglong approached and told Lindsay that it was all thanks to him, that time. Menglong bowed deeply and sincerely expressed that, if Lindsay had not stepped in, all the 1,000+ passengers on the train would have been devoured by insects. On behalf of the Federation and all the rescued citizens, he offered their most sincere gratitude. Smiling warmly, Menglong praised Lindsay by saying that being able to kill a rank and fierce beast above his level meant he must have used a trump card. He assured him that the Federation would never forget the debt and revealed that he had already sent an urgent report to military headquarters, promising to secure the highest level of awards and compensation for him. Lindsay calmly replied that it would be rude to refuse, so he thanked Colonel Meng very much. At that moment, a young boy walked over and handed Lindsay a piece of candy, thanking him for saving them and calling him a great hero. The passengers on the train also bowed gratefully, thanking the group for saving their lives and declaring that they truly were heroes. Others emotionally expressed that, if it had not been for them, their entire families would have perished. Zhang Manman quickly helped an elderly man up and modestly responded that they were being far too polite. Guo Xinyi gently added that it was simply what they were supposed to do. Meanwhile, a little girl lowered her head tearfully and admitted that she truly thought she was going to die that time, thanking everyone repeatedly. Confused, Lindsay turned toward Guanning and asked what was wrong. Guanning burst into cheerful laughter and admitted that she had never imagined they would actually save so many people, adding that being a hero felt incredibly awesome. Scratching his head with a smile, Lindsay agreed. He then sighed contentedly and confessed that the feeling of being able to protect others was actually pretty wonderful. Guo Xinyi nudged Guanning teasingly and told her to stop clinging to Lindsay all the time. Guanning snorted and shot back that, if she did not cling to him, then was she supposed to cling to Guo Xinyi instead? Standing a short distance away, Lindsay watched the two girls with a faint smile and reflected that perhaps the meaning behind his constant pursuit of strength was the ability to protect the important people around him. Suddenly, someone from behind called out for him to wait a moment. Li Xiaojun stepped forward and gently expressed that he truly wanted to thank all of them for saving him back in the train carriage. Smiling awkwardly, he explained that he was not a beastmaster and therefore would not get in the way of their trip, but he still wanted to ask whether it would be all right if they could become friends. Guanning cheerfully answered that of course they could. She then softly introduced herself as Guanning and asked for his name in return. Li Xiaojun introduced himself in response before asking whether they were heading to Luoan City to explore the ruins. Guanning excitedly confirmed that they had indeed come for exactly that reason. Li Xiaojun reached into his pocket as if to take something out before gently introducing it as his father's business card, explaining that his father had been doing business there for many years and had quite a wide network, so if they ever ran into trouble in Luoan City, the card might be able to help them. Lindsay calmly thanked him and remarked that it was very thoughtful of him. Guanning's eyes immediately lit up as she exclaimed in amazement that it was pure gold. As night fell, Lindsay embraced his two younger sisters and comforted them by explaining that, because of the fierce beast attack, the train had been severely damaged, so everyone could only rest in place and wait for support. He continued by saying that after the support team arrived, it had taken the whole night to finally repair the train's engine. Even though it was already pitch dark, the workers still labored tirelessly. Fortunately, after the train departed once more, there were no further fierce beast attacks. Although they had arrived a day later than planned, they had finally reached Luoan City safely. Soon afterward, an announcement rang out informing the passengers that the train had arrived at its final station, Luoan City. The announcement reminded everyone to keep their personal belongings with them and disembark in an orderly manner, while also wishing them a pleasant journey. Guanning waved goodbye to Xiaojun and said that they were going to where they would be staying first, adding that they should meet again next time. Xiaojun smiled brightly and replied that it was fine and that they could contact him any time. Zhang Manman excitedly shouted that they had finally arrived at Luoan City. She remarked that it was rare to visit another city, so they absolutely had to experience all the local delicacies and customs. Waving toward the others around her, she announced that senior sister would be treating everyone that day, suggesting that they spend the day enjoying themselves first before heading to the ruins the next day. Guo Xinyi happily cheered for senior sister. Not long afterward, a lavish feast was spread across the table. Zhang Manman enthusiastically raised her glass and urged everyone to dig in, declaring that nobody was going home without putting on some weight. Guo Xinyi, looking extremely eager, exclaimed that everything looked so delicious and that she was not going to hold back. Everyone then began enjoying the food together, eagerly announcing that it was time to eat. The entire banquet table soon filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. Linza happily reflected to himself that his nerves had been stretched too tightly lately, and that it was not bad to relax once in a while. Suddenly, he turned around to look behind him, where an enormous towering building stood. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he remarked that it was a very strange building and did not look like an ordinary office building. He then turned to Gu Lengyan and asked whether she knew what the giant blue tower in the city center was. Gu Lengyan turned back and explained that it was the landmark of Luoan City, the Star Spirit Tower, which belonged to the Beast Tamer's Association. Hearing this, Lindsay blankly repeated the name in surprise, asking about the Star Spirit Tower. Everyone was sitting in a cafe chatting while Gu Lengyan calmly explained that the Star Spirit Tower was an ancient secret realm left behind by the Great Catastrophe. She said that the 7-layer trial grounds, which were as famous as the capital's Tongtian Tower, were recognized by the Federation as the touchstone for testing the talents of young beast tamers. She then continued by explaining that the challenge mechanism of the Star Spirit Tower had 2 special core rules that no other secret realms possessed. Lowering her head slightly, she stated that the first rule was the age restriction, as only beast tamers under 25 years old were allowed to enter. Gu Lengyan then emphasized even more seriously that the second and most important rule was that summoning any pet beasts inside the tower was strictly forbidden, and challengers could only rely on their own spirit arts to complete the trial. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Manman asked in confusion whether pets were really forbidden, and wondered if such a strange rule truly existed, since more than half of a beast tamer's advantage would be taken away because of it. Guanning muttered awkwardly that if only spirit arts could be used, then he would not even be able to defeat a rank 3 fierce beast. Guo Xinyi, however, remained calmer and admitted that she would also be in trouble because spirit arts had never been a beast tamer's strong suit to begin with, although they were already considered quite talented among people their age. She then turned toward Linzi and remarked with admiration that Linzi not only possessed a rank 6 spirit arrow, but even his spirit guardian had reached rank 8, making the rule practically tailor-made for him. Upon hearing that, Linzi could only cough awkwardly before suggesting that since they were already there, they might as well go take a look at the entrance of the Star Spirit Tower. He added that even if they did not attempt the challenge, they could still at least have a look around. Gu Lengyan pushed up her glasses and replied that she agreed because she also happened to be very interested in the Star Spirit Tower. The others immediately became excited and enthusiastically shouted that they should charge ahead and see which floor Lindsay could reach. They also urged everyone to finish eating quickly so they could head out at once. As time passed, the group eventually gathered at the registration area and lined up. Guards were stationed strictly around the entire registration zone. Lindsay also carefully stood in line and waited for his turn. Suddenly, loud shouting came from behind as someone repeatedly called for the young master and begged him to slow down and stop rushing so much. The newcomers turned out to be the group accompanying Song Chung Rui, the silver-ranked beast tamer heir of the Song family. Song Chung Rui proudly snorted before glancing at the man behind him and asking Uncle Yuan how many floors of the Star Spirit Tower he thought he could break through, this time based on his current strength. The man respectfully replied that the young master was exceptionally talented and would definitely clear the 6th floor this time, directly entering the top 10 on the star-stepping monument. That man was Yuan Wei, the gold-ranked beast tamer retainer of the Song family. Song Chung Rui arrogantly praised Yuan Wei for having a good eye and declared that he had been thinking the exact same thing himself. He then swept his gaze around the area with obvious disdain and questioned why there was so much trash lining up that day. He ordered Yuan Wei to tell those random nobodies to move aside because he did not have the time to wait in line together with them. Yuan Wei nodded obediently and loudly ordered everyone in front to move aside and make way for his family's young master. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding people. Some muttered angrily while questioning who was acting so arrogantly and demanding that others move aside the moment they opened their mouths. Others guessed that, judging from their attitude, they were probably from one of the great families in Luoan City. A large man then stepped forward and shouted directly at Yuan Wei, asking on what grounds they should make way for the Song family's young master. He argued that the Star Spirit Tower had its own rules and everyone else was also lining up, sarcastically asking whether their young master thought he was the emperor himself. Encouraged by this, the other people nearby also joined in and angrily cursed at them, declaring that if they wanted to throw their weight around, they should go home and do it there instead. They pointed out that both the Beast Tamer's Association and the Federation Army were present, yet the Song family still dared to openly cut in line, questioning whether they truly believed Luoan City was ruled by their family alone. Yuan Wei became furious and firmly stated that this was the Song family's eldest young master and demanded that everyone show some consideration. Behind him, a grim reaper-like figure appeared, and Yuan Wei sternly questioned whether such a simple matter was really that difficult. The monster standing behind him was the summoned Death Messenger Ghost type Rank 8. Stage 1. The crowd immediately panicked upon seeing it and exclaimed that it was a Rank 8 Ghost type Pet Beast, realizing that he was a Gold Rank Beast Tamer. They quickly recognized that these people were from the Song family of Luoan City and that the young master before them was Song Chung Rui. The people around them gradually came to an understanding and remarked that it was no wonder he was so arrogant when even his personal attendant was a gold-ranked beast Tamer, adding that nobody could afford to provoke someone like that. Everyone immediately moved aside to make way for them, muttering that it was better to let them go first since nobody could afford to mess with them. One person, however, muttered unhappily that using family status to throw one's weight around was disgusting, only for another person to quickly hush him and warn him not to let them hear such words. Thus, the summoned Death Messenger Ghost acted like a guardian spirit clearing the path for Song Chung Rui. The staff member at the registration desk frowned in displeasure while staring at him. Song Chung Rui arrogantly smiled and remarked that they should have done this from the start to save themselves the trouble, mocking the crowd as trash and questioning whether they were even worthy of lining up with him. When he noticed that Lin Zi's group was still standing at the registration desk, Yuan Wei shouted angrily at them, asking if they were blind and unable to see that the young master was about to enter. He ordered them to hurry up and get lost, give up their spot, and move aside since the young master wanted to challenge first. The group merely raised their heads and glanced at them indifferently. The staff member then slammed the table and stood up, explaining that young Master Song should wait a little longer because the challenger's information was already halfway through registration and would be completed very soon. Song Chung Rui frowned impatiently and shot back by asking what she meant by that. The staff member immediately cited the regulations of the Star Spirit Tower, explaining that everyone was required to line up and register properly, and that even the heir of the Song family was not allowed to break the rules there. Seeing that they could not openly oppose her, Yuan Wei stepped forward and reminded Song Chung Rui that she was a staff member of the Beast Tamer's Association and that it was not worth getting into direct conflict with them. Song Chung Rui clicked his tongue in annoyance before turning his attention toward Lin Zi's group. He sneered that even if he could not touch the people from the Beast Tamer's Association, that did not mean he could not deal with them. He mocked them as outsiders who clearly did not recognize the Song family and arrogantly introduced himself, saying that from their poor and pathetic appearance, they had probably never even heard of the Song family's reputation, though he claimed he would not bother arguing with them today. He then pointed at them threateningly and warned that if they knew what was good for them, they should immediately take their people and leave the registration area instead of wasting his time. Otherwise, he threatened that they would end up leaving the plaza on their backs. After hearing all of that, Lin Zi merely lowered his head and let out a faint chuckle. Song Chung Rui instantly flew into a rage and shouted, demanding to know what he was laughing about and whether he had a death wish. Lin Zi calmly crossed his arms and replied that it was nothing, explaining that he was simply curious about how Song Chung Rui planned to make them leave on their backs. The surrounding townspeople were horrified by Lin Zi's reckless attitude and shouted that the kid had to be crazy, wondering how he dared to confront the eldest young master of the Song family head-on, and lamenting that it was over for him now because he was definitely going to end up in huge trouble. On the opposite side, Yuan Wei's expression darkened as he threateningly declared that he had already given the boy a chance, but the boy had insisted on choosing the hard way, so he ordered the summoned death messenger to teach Lin Zi a lesson for him. Suddenly, however, Yuan Wei felt an overwhelming pressure surrounding his body. Startled, he quickly turned around and inwardly questioned who could possess such terrifying pressure. At the same time, the people nearby also sensed the oppressive aura and hurriedly moved aside. Ren Han Chu sternly declared that the Star Spirit Tower was an area directly under the jurisdiction of the Beast Tamer's Association, and that private duels or acts disrupting public order were strictly forbidden. He angrily added that anyone who violated the order of the trial would be severely punished without mercy. Beside him stood the Sunbird, a light-type Rank 9 Stage 7 beast, while he himself was Ren Han Chu, the elder of the Luoan branch of the Beast Tamer's Association, and a legendary beastmaster. Yuan Wei was shocked and wondered why Ren Han Chu had suddenly appeared there, while Song Chung Rui clicked his tongue in irritation and angrily complained about why that old geezer had to show up at such a critical moment. Ren Hanchu frowned and warned everyone that it would be their only warning, and that if anyone dared to make trouble there again, their qualification for the trial would be cancelled immediately. He then turned toward Lindsay and asked whether the young men were visitors from out of town. Lindsay calmly replied that they were indeed outsiders and politely asked who Ren Hanchu was. Ren Hanchu smiled and introduced himself as an elder of Luoan City's Beast Tamer's Association. Since fate had brought them together, he offered to personally introduce the Star Spirit Tower to them. He patiently explained that the Star Spirit Tower only allowed one challenger to enter at a time, and that whenever a challenger cleared a floor, the corresponding section of the tower would light up, enabling people outside to observe the challenger's progress in real time. Afterward, Ren Han-kyu pointed toward the monument and explained that it was the Star Stepping Monument, which functioned as the Star Spirit Tower's clearance leaderboard. He said that the names of the top 100 challengers would automatically appear on the stone tablet. Displayed above were the rankings and records of the challengers. First place belonged to Yi Nan, who had cleared the 6th floor in 38 minutes and 42 seconds. Second place belonged to Qiu Shu, who had cleared the 6th floor in 39 minutes and 55 seconds. And third place belonged to Yu Ying, who had cleared the 6th floor in 42 minutes and 21 seconds. Guan Ning was somewhat astonished and remarked that even the first-place challenger had only managed to break through to the 6th floor, meaning that ever since the Star Spirit Tower had appeared, no one had ever cleared the 7th floor. Ren Han-chu smiled and confirmed that this was indeed the case. He explained that summoning pet beasts was forbidden inside the tower, and for the overwhelming majority of beastmasters, this restriction was equivalent to losing both arms. Therefore, anyone capable of clearing the 6th floor was already considered a top-tier genius among the younger generation. He then looked toward Lindsay with anticipation and said that since they had all completed their registration, they could begin the challenge one by one. He wished the young men the best of luck in achieving excellent results. Lindsay politely thanked him for the reminder and respectfully addressed him as senior. Immediately afterward, Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi rushed over with excited smiles, encouraging Lindsay to go first and show them how it was done, while also joking that they would wait for him to come out so he could share his floor-clearing experience with them. Lindsay happily went along with it, saying that he would go in first. Just then, the female staff member walked over and asked Ren Han-chu what had brought him personally to the Star Spirit Tower today. Ren Han-chu smiled and explained that he had heard Yu Yan mention that an incredible and exceptionally talented young man had appeared in their area and come to Luoan City. He said that he figured the young man would definitely come to the Star Spirit Tower, so he had specially made the trip to take a look. The employee asked in surprise whether he meant the person who had just gone inside. Ren Han-kyo chuckled and replied that he was really curious to see what kind of results that kid would achieve. The group then entered the Star Spirit Tower first floor, where the system quickly displayed a notification welcoming the challenger to the Star Spirit Tower trial, stating that the current floor was 1 out of 7 and that the clearance requirement was to step onto the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. After reading it, Lindsay remarked that a requirement as simple as stepping onto the stairs definitely meant the trial would not actually be easy. Right afterward, a monster suddenly appeared before Lindsay and charged forward with a deafening roar. Lindsay stood proudly in place and observed that it was a test of dragon's might on a spiritual level, adding that spiritual strength was precisely what he feared the least. Outside the tower, Song Chung-rui coldly scoffed that Lindsay was merely a poor outsider who actually dared to challenge him, claiming that he probably would not even be able to pass the very first floor of the Star Spirit Tower. However, at that exact moment, a powerful burst of light suddenly erupted. Song Chung-rui cried out in shock, unable to believe how fast it had happened. Yuan Wei cautiously reassured him by explaining that the first floor was only a test of dragon's might that measured spiritual strength, and that as long as someone was a bronze-level beastmaster, practically anyone could pass it easily, so there was nothing unusual about it. Song Chung-rui lowered his head and laughed awkwardly, saying that of course he already knew that and that it was no big deal. He then continued mocking Lindsay, saying that the boy had merely gotten lucky on the first floor, but from the 2nd floor onward, he would have to fight fierce beasts for real, and he wanted to see just how miserably he would fail. Yet immediately after Song Chung-rui finished speaking, the light from the 2nd floor also burst forth brilliantly. Both he and Yuan Wei stared in disbelief and shouted that it had only been a few seconds, yet Lindsay had already cleared the 2nd floor as well. The surrounding spectators were equally horrified, wondering whether they were seeing things, since clearing 2 floors in under 10 seconds combined was unbelievable. They pointed out that the second floor contained rank 3 fierce beasts, and that even silver-ranked beastmasters should have needed at least a little more time. Inside the tower, Lindsay had already wiped out an entire pack of lions without any effort. Feeling satisfied with his results, he commented that a single rank 3 fierce beast had been dealt with using only one spirit arrow, and that it had not even been as strong as the first Dragon's Might trial. A notification then appeared before him, congratulating the challenger for successfully clearing floor 2 of the Star Spirit Tower with a total time of 3 seconds, and asking whether he wished to proceed to the next floor. Lindsay calmly continued upward, wondering what kind of trial awaited him on the 3rd floor. What appeared before him was a pack of obsidian cheetah earth creatures at Earth type, rank 4, stage 3. The beasts viciously lunged toward him, but Lindsay cautiously stood still and observed them before activating the skill spirit arrow to pierce through the entire group. The system immediately displayed another message congratulating the challenger for successfully clearing floor 3 of the Star Spirit Tower with a total time of 5 seconds and asking whether he wished to continue onward. As a result, Lindsay advanced to floor 4 of the Star Spirit Tower. After glancing around and assessing his surroundings, he observed that the environment had completely changed and was entirely different from the trial modes of the first 3 floors, concluding that the 4th floor trial was definitely not going to be easy. At that very moment, a claw suddenly reached toward him. A monster suddenly lunged at Lindsay from behind, forcing him to whirl around and use Spirit Guardian to defend himself. The beast was blasted far away by the shield's force, and it was identified as a chokehold demon dark type / rank 5 stage 1. The system then displayed the notification that the current floor was 4/7 and that the clearance requirement was to defend against the attacks of the fierce beast and defeat it. Dusting off his chest calmly, Lindsay remarked that the chokehold demon was a rank 5 dark-type fierce beast best known for exploiting complex environments and launching surprise attacks, and that the core of the challenge was to test the challenger's defensive response and adaptability to the environment. He then strode forward confidently while thinking that if he had not reacted quickly enough, he probably would have been seriously injured by that surprise attack. Watching the chokehold demons constantly moving around him, Lindsay muttered that if challengers failed to withstand the sudden assault of the chokehold demon, they would be torn apart by its claws before finding an opening to kill it. One of the monsters suddenly charged directly toward him, yet everything remained completely under his control as he concluded that the chokehold demon itself did not possess high defense. With a single strike, Lindsay pierced straight through the creature's neck, as it collapsed backward and dissolved into nothingness. He confidently declared that even hundreds of insect beasts had failed to break through his defenses in the past, so a mere chokehold demon stood no chance. Immediately afterward, the system announced its congratulations to the challenger for successfully clearing floor 4 of the Star Spirit Tower in 18 seconds and asked whether he wished to proceed to the next floor. At that moment, Lindsay suddenly recalled Gu Leng Yan's earlier advice that clearing the 5th floor would grant Star Spirit points, which could be exchanged for treasures within the Star Spirit Tower. Thinking to himself, he remembered that senior sister Gu Lengyan had said rewards would begin from the 5th floor onward. Growing excited about the challenge ahead, he wondered whether the rewards would also be related to spirit techniques, since challengers were required to use spirit techniques to clear the levels, and he admitted that he was truly looking forward to it. Outside the tower, Song Chung-rui laughed nervously and admitted with a grin that the kid had actually managed to clear the 3rd floor and that he had underestimated him. However, he immediately added disdainfully that this was as far as Lindsay would go. Recalling his own experiences, Song Chung-rui explained that the 4th floor's trial required defeating a chokehold demon and that 99% of first-time challengers were eliminated during the first wave of surprise attacks. He further claimed that even if challengers survived the initial ambush, they would eventually die because their defensive spirit techniques were too weak. Somewhat nostalgic, he admitted that even a genius like himself had failed repeatedly and insisted that he refused to believe Lindsay could pass. Just then, a female staff member addressed Elder Ren and asked whether he thought Lindsay could successfully clear the 4th floor. Ren Han Chu simply chuckled and asked what she herself thought. She replied honestly that she had checked Lindsay's academy competition records and discovered that his spirit arrow level was extremely high. Looking toward the tower thoughtfully, she speculated that possessing strong offensive capabilities did not necessarily mean having powerful defensive spirit techniques as well, and that for someone his age to master both to such a level was probably impossible. Before she could finish speaking, however, the 4th floor of the tower suddenly lit up. Shocked, the staff member exclaimed that he had passed and that it had taken less than half a minute. Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi immediately hugged each other excitedly while shouting that brother Linze was amazing. Zhang Manman also smiled happily and praised him, saying that it was beautiful and no wonder he was their junior brother. Meanwhile, Song Chung-rui trembled in disbelief and muttered that such a thing was impossible. Rising helplessly, he admitted that clearing the first few floors was one thing, but even the fourth floor was unbelievable. At that exact moment, the tower lit up once again. Song Chung-rui shouted in complete disbelief that Lin Zi had cleared the fifth floor too. The surrounding challengers were equally astonished, commenting that one truly could not judge a book by its cover, since the young man looked so young, yet was unbelievably talented. Others remarked that they were probably witnessing history being made today. The crowd continued whispering among themselves, with some pointing out that since he had already cleared the fifth floor, he should have appeared on the star-stepping monument by now. Guan Ning quickly approached the information board and examined the rankings. The board displayed rankings such as 41st place with 24 minutes and 45 seconds, 40th place with 23 minutes and 33 seconds, 37th place belonging to Bad Lai with the 6th floor cleared in 40 minutes and 5 seconds, 38th place belonging to Chiyun with the 6th floor cleared in 38 minutes and 15 seconds, and 39th place belonging to Lin Zhe with the 5th floor cleared in only 52 seconds. After staring for a moment, Guan Ning finally shouted excitedly that she had found it, announcing that Lin Zhe had reached 39th place and cleared the 5th floor in a total time of only 52 seconds. The people around them were utterly horrified by such a record, exclaiming that clearing the 5th floor in only 52 seconds had directly broken the star-stepping monument's fastest record. They pointed out that among the top 40 challengers, Lin Zhe was the only one who had completed it in under a minute and wondered aloud what kind of monster he really was. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Lin Zhe had just fired a spirit arrow that pierced straight through the head of a Vajra giant elephant rock type / rank 5 stage 6. Overflowing with confidence, he stated that after testing defense, the challenge was now evaluating the challenger's offensive power. Watching the monster dissolve before him, Lin Zhe calmly assessed that the Vajra giant elephant, known as a mobile fortress, was still no match for a rank 6 spirit arrow. The system quickly displayed another message congratulating the challenger for successfully clearing the 5th floor and informing him that the maximum reward currently available was 500 star spirit points. It further warned that the reward could only be claimed once, and that claiming it early would prevent the challenger from accumulating rewards from higher levels before asking whether he wished to claim it immediately. Lin Zhe calmly continued forward and declared that he would not claim the reward yet, and would instead continue the challenge. As he ascended the stairs toward the next floor, Lin Zhe thought to himself that the higher the level and the shorter the completion time, the richer the star spirit point rewards would become. Since he had already come to challenge the tower, he naturally intended to aim for the highest rewards possible. Soon afterward, he arrived at the 6th floor of the Star Spirit Tower. The system displayed the new requirement, stating that the current floor was 6/7 and that the challenger must kill all fierce beasts. Standing before Lin Zhe was an entire army of puppet swordsman rock type / rank 4 stage 8 constructs. Slowing his pace slightly, Lin Zhe carefully evaluated the situation and noted that although each individual puppet swordsman was not especially high-ranked, there were several hundred of them. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the area, startling him for a brief moment as the puppet swordsman immediately charged forward. Spreading his arms slightly, Lin Zhe speculated that this floor was clearly designed to test the challenger's ability to fight against large groups in team combat situations. After a resounding command to charge was given, the puppet swordsmen surged forward as one. However, before they could even reach their target, the leading swordsman was shot directly in the head. Despite their comrade falling, the remaining puppet swordsmen continued their relentless advance without breaking formation. One of them successfully thrust its sword toward Lin Zhe, but he effortlessly leaned aside to evade the attack. He even seized the opportunity to counterattack, flicking a finger and blasting off the puppet's head. The others were unable to escape the same fate and were eliminated one after another by a series of rapid finger flicks. Although he held the upper hand, Lin Zhe could not help worrying inwardly. He thought that Spirit Arrow was a single-target spirit technique and that using it to clear groups of fierce beasts was still too slow. While constantly moving to widen the distance between himself and the enemies, he further calculated that although he possessed Spirit Guardian, it would be easy to fall into a passive position once surrounded by a large number of puppets. As he watched his opponents collapse to the ground, Lin Zhe felt a trace of regret. He reflected that it took at least one Spirit Arrow to deal with a single puppet swordsman. Thinking ahead to the challenges awaiting him, anxiety surfaced in his eyes as he considered that without the support of a pet beast, using spirit arrows to eliminate all those puppet swordsmen would likely consume more than 1,000 points of spirit power. At that rate, he was uncertain whether his remaining spirit power would be sufficient to face the trial of the 7th floor. At that moment, however, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly realized that he still possessed an area of effect spirit technique. Quickly opening his status screen, he checked his attributes and saw that spirit impact was currently at level 2. Ignoring the crowd rapidly closing in on him, Lindsay calmly operated the interface. A notification informed him that 1,200 achievement points had been consumed and that spirit impact had been upgraded to level 6. Without any hesitation, Lindsay immediately unleashed Spirit Impact, sending waves of power crashing through the battlefield and blowing away large numbers of puppet swordsmen. All of the puppet swordsmen perished almost simultaneously as Lindsay's strength expanded dramatically. Looking at the results, he exclaimed with satisfaction that it was great. Pressing his advantage, Lindsay continued charging forward while reflecting on his past experiences. He realized that whenever he had encountered large groups of fierce beasts before, Zhao Shui had usually taken care of them. Looking at the shattered puppet swordsman before him, he regretted the time he had wasted in the past, acknowledging that he had rarely used Spirit Impact and had almost forgotten that the spirit technique existed. After witnessing its effectiveness firsthand, Lindsay concluded with satisfaction that area of effect spirit techniques were still extremely useful when dealing with multiple enemies. Following an intense battle, the final puppet swordsman eventually fell and joined its defeated companions. A series of notifications then appeared on the screen before Lindsay. The system congratulated him on successfully clearing the 6th floor and informed him that the maximum reward currently available was 1,500 Star Spirit points. However, the system also issued a reminder explaining that the reward could only be claimed once and that claiming it early would prevent him from accumulating rewards for higher levels. It then asked whether he wished to claim the reward immediately. Lindsay rejected the offer without the slightest hesitation and instructed the system not to claim the reward but to continue the challenge instead. In his heart, he had already set a clear goal for himself. He reminded himself that only the final trial of the 7th floor remained. At the same time, outside the tower, a brilliant light burst forth from the structure. Song Chung-rui, who was standing outside, was stunned by the sight. He muttered in disbelief that Lindsay had passed the 6th floor. The harsh reality struck him heavily. He reflected bitterly that the best result he had ever achieved over the years was merely reaching the threshold of the 5th floor. Just then, Yuan Wei hurried over and reported that their men had discovered Lindsay's background. Song Chung-rui immediately raised his head and demanded to know which influential family had raised such a monster. Yuan Wei cautiously replied that Lindsay had no parents, came from an ordinary family in Pinghai City, and possessed no influential family background whatsoever. Song Chung-rui stared in shock, his eyes and mouth wide open, yet he still sought confirmation. He questioned how someone from an ordinary family could possibly possess such strength. Understanding his concern, Yuan Wei provided the most important piece of information. He explained that the turning point in Lindsay's life had begun when he participated in the Beast Master qualification assessment for the first time. Maintaining a calm tone, Yuan Wei recounted everything he knew. He stated that Lindsay had passed the Apprentice Beastmaster Superior Difficulty Assessment on his first attempt, setting a new record in Pinghai City. He further explained that Lindsay had been admitted to Ningjiang Beast Taming Academy with an overwhelmingly high score in the entrance examination. Without even pausing for breath, Yuan Wei continued, saying that Lindsay had once again chosen the highest difficulty level for the Bronze Beastmaster Assessment and had passed it perfectly. He added that during the recent academy competition, Lindsay had secured first place through his absolute strength and had become the youngest top student in the history of Ningjiang Academy. Yuan Wei concluded in the most emphatic tone that Lindsay had achieved all of that in less than half a year and that he was a truly unparalleled genius. Having finally grasped the situation, Song Chung-rui reacted with shock and asked Elder Yuan what he had just said, questioning how an orphan could possibly possess the ability to grow to such a level. Yuan Wei solemnly emphasized that although he himself did not want to believe it either, all of the sources of information were reliable and everything Lindsay had accomplished was completely true. After reluctantly accepting the explanation, Song Chung-rui raised another question, wondering why a genius from Ningjiang had come to Luoan City and asking whether it was simply because of the Star Spirit Tower. This time, Yuan Wei quickly denied the assumption, explaining that it was probably not the case. He stated that his subordinates had discovered that Lindsay and several companions had come specifically for the newly discovered ruins in Luoan City. The moment his core interests were threatened, Song Chung-rui became agitated and exclaimed that the situation was even worse. He complained that the Song family had invested enormous manpower and resources into those ruins and declared that he absolutely could not allow that boy to obtain a share of the benefits, nor could he permit him to enter. Yuan Wei, who seemed to have been waiting for that reaction, immediately expressed his stance and reassured the young master not to worry because he already had a solution. Maintaining a calm expression while proposing a vicious plan, Yuan Wei explained that deep within the ruins, space was unstable, fierce beasts roamed freely, and they also had their own people inside. He remarked that even if Lin Zi was Ningjiang's top student, dying in an accident within the ruins would not be considered unusual. Songcheng Rui cautiously sought confirmation, asking whether Yuan Wei meant dealing with Lin Zi from inside the ruins. Straightening his back, Yuan Wei confidently assured him that it was easy to avoid an open attack but difficult to guard against a hidden one. He added that regardless of how talented Lin Zi might be, he was still only an 18-year-old boy. As a gold-ranked beastmaster, Yuan Wei claimed that he possessed more than enough methods to ensure that Lin Zi would remain trapped inside the ruins forever. Songcheng Rui immediately cast aside his previous weakness and agreed enthusiastically, declaring that they would proceed with that plan. As he gazed up at the towering structure before him, Songcheng Rui felt a growing sense of anticipation. He inwardly scoffed at the titles of unparalleled genius and Ningjiang's top student, thinking that he would make Lin Zi understand one thing clearly: in Luoan City, the Song family was the true authority. Lin Zi pressed his advantage and easily advanced to floor 7 of the Star Spirit Tower. This time, his opponents were a group of oni-faced samurai, rank 6 stage 2 humanoid fierce beasts. Every one of them wore a sinister expression. Before taking action, he made sure to confirm their identity, recognizing them as oni-faced samurai, rank 6 humanoid fierce beasts. After quickly scanning their attributes, he concluded that all their attributes were extremely balanced, with no outstanding features and no elemental abilities. At the same time, he carefully analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, reasoning that when facing opponents of the same level or stronger, their mediocrity was undoubtedly a weakness, but when facing weaker opponents, that same weakness became a tremendous advantage. While Lin Zi was still muttering to himself, one of the oni-faced samurai raised its weapon and prepared to attack. He reflected that mediocrity meant having no weaknesses, and having no weaknesses meant all-around suppression. As he voiced this final conclusion, he realized that the oni-faced samurai had already surrounded him in a triangular formation. At that moment, Lin Zi finally understood the truth behind the tower's difficulty. He realized that it was no wonder nobody had ever been able to clear the Star Spirit Tower since its appearance. Even while remaining vigilant during the standoff, he mentally reviewed the 6 major domains of cultivation: spiritual strength, defensive power, sustained combat ability, and group attack ability. As he thought about them, he gradually understood the barrier that had stopped countless challengers before him. He reasoned that a person's energy was ultimately limited and that most beastmasters devoted all their resources to cultivating their pet beasts rather than developing all 6 major domains equally. Having grasped the core issue, he found himself sympathizing with the failures of previous challengers. He concluded that reaching a level where every spirit technique domain could withstand a rank 6 fierce beast before the age of 25 was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary talent. Noticing that Lin Zi remained motionless, one of the oni-faced samurai decided to strike first and unleashed Swift Shadow Blade. However, before it could get close, Lin Zi fired Spirit Arrow, disrupting its attack rhythm. After counterattacking, he immediately retreated to widen the distance and buy time to think. He observed that the oni-faced samurai were far too agile and were attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. Realizing he needed to force them to expose a weakness, he quickly formulated a plan. Once he had settled on a strategy, he waited for another oni-faced samurai to approach before activating Spirit Armor. The beast instantly froze in place. The moment it was restrained, Lin Zi followed up with Spirit Arrow, blasting its head apart. Pleased with the result, he mentally celebrated that one opponent was down. Before he could fully enjoy the victory, however, the remaining 2 oni-faced samurai closed in behind him. Without any prior coordination, they raised their weapons and slashed downward simultaneously. Together they formed a devastating cross-slash intended to cut Lin Zi into pieces. The attack was so powerful that the surrounding space seemed to distort from the shockwaves. Fortunately, Lin Zi had already activated Spirit Guardian beforehand, successfully blocking the incoming damage. With his defense secured, he immediately turned to seek retaliation. A single sharp glance accompanied by Spirit Arrow caused one oni-faced samurai's head to explode before its companion's eyes. The surviving oni-faced samurai stared helplessly as its partner collapsed. For a moment, it became so shaken that it did not know what to do. Lin Zi, who valued efficiency above all else, urged it to come and finish the battle quickly. The rapid deaths of its 2 companions had clearly affected the oni-faced samurai psychologically. Even after being challenged, it could only stand there sweating nervously. Nevertheless, its survival instincts eventually pushed it forward. It cleverly moved in a zigzag pattern, hoping to prolong its life. After finally reaching Lin Zi's blind spot, the oni-faced samurai gritted its teeth and brought its sword down with all its strength. Yet Lin Zi did not even bother turning around. He casually released another Spirit Arrow. The Oni-faced samurai's head exploded even more spectacularly than those of its companions. The system immediately displayed a series of dazzling notifications, congratulating the challenger for successfully clearing every floor of the Star Spirit Tower in a total time of 4 minutes and 28 seconds, and awarding the maximum reward of 3,000 Star Spirit points. As usual, the congratulations were followed by another notification informing him that, as the first challenger ever to clear every floor of the Star Spirit Tower, he would receive an additional 2,000 Star Spirit points, and asking whether he wished to claim the reward. Without the slightest hesitation, Lindsay shouted that he would claim it. After making his choice, he eagerly wondered what kind of valuable items he might be able to exchange for with 5,000 Star Spirit points, especially since there was apparently a surprise reward as well. Outside the tower, the light of the 6th floor was still shining brilliantly. The surrounding players could not help discussing the outcome. Some wondered whether Lindsay could make it through the 7th floor, while others argued that it would be extremely difficult because the Star Spirit Tower had existed for so many years and nobody had ever reached the 7th floor. Contrary to the majority opinion, Guan-Ning expressed absolute confidence in Lindsay, insisting that her brother would definitely succeed and that he absolutely could clear the floor. No sooner had she spoken than the tower suddenly changed, causing an uproar among the spectators. People noticed that the light on the 6th floor had gone out while the light on the 7th floor had not appeared. Many immediately speculated that he must have failed. Song Chung-rui had apparently been waiting for exactly this outcome. Unable to contain his excitement, he jumped out of his seat and burst into laughter, declaring that he had known it all along. He mocked Lindsay as a poor kid from out of town and scoffed at the idea that someone like him could ever reach the 7th floor or compare himself to Song Chung-rui. At that very moment, however, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, interrupting Song Chung-rui's celebration. The crowd panicked, wondering whether an earthquake was occurring and questioning the source of the strange bell-like sound. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyesight pointed toward the Star Spirit Tower and shouted for everyone to look immediately. The tower was now glowing as though it had been forged from gold. A pillar of light had appeared at its summit, stretching toward the heavens. Everyone on the ground stared upward in stunned silence. As for Song Chung-rui, he was so shocked that the smug grin had not yet disappeared from his face, making it appear as though he was actually celebrating Lindsay's success. After a long and awkward silence, the atmosphere suddenly exploded into cheers and celebrations. Ren Hunkyu had appeared at some point and was applauding enthusiastically. Overflowing with pride, he declared that Lindsay was an exceptional young man and that he had never imagined he would live long enough to witness someone clearing the Star Spirit Tower. He stated that he needed to return immediately and report the news. Growing increasingly excited, Ren Hankyu went on to say that with such talent and strength, Lindsay was destined to become one of the Federation's pillars of defense on the dimensional battlefield in the future. Lindsay suddenly saw a dense series of system notifications appear before him. The system informed him that the Star Spirit points had already been claimed, that his current Star Spirit points totaled 5,000, and asked whether he wished to make an exchange. It also noted that items redeemed within the Star Spirit Tower could not be transferred. Without any hesitation, Lindsay responded that he wanted to make an exchange. Understanding his intention, the system immediately proceeded to the next step. It told him that the Star Spirit treasury was about to open for him, and instructed him to exchange for whatever he wanted. As soon as it finished speaking, the heavy gates swung open to both sides. Inside were rows upon rows of glass cabinets containing countless precious treasures that dazzled the eye. Lindsay was no exception, and he could not help exclaiming in amazement at the luxurious sight before him. Whenever he paused in front of an item for more than a moment, the considerate system would immediately display information about it. When he looked at a Star Spirit stone, the system explained that it was a special crystal condensed from Star Spirit power and that, after being melted and absorbed by Spirit power, it could slightly increase a spirit's strength. It added that the item cost 50 Star Spirit points to exchange. Every item broadened Lindsay's horizons with its remarkable effects. When he examined Star Dragon blood, the system explained that it was purified blood from the sacred beast known as the Star Dragon, and that consuming it could slightly enhance physical attributes. It also stated that the exchange cost was 50 Star Spirit points. As Lindsay moved deeper into the treasury, the items became increasingly expensive. Upon reaching the Spirit Awakening grass, the system informed him that it was a unique plant that grew in areas of abundant spirit power within the Star Spirit realm. It explained that the plant could clear the mind and calm the soul, and that carrying it could slightly improve the efficiency of cultivating spirit techniques. The exchange cost, it added, was 500 Star Spirit points. Even a thin book carried a price tag of over 1,000 points. When Lindsay stopped before one such book, the system explained that 9 Luminaries Binding was a control-type spirit technique capable of summoning 9 beams of light to imprison a target, with the duration depending on the target's strength. It stated that the technique cost 1,200 star spirit points and could only be obtained within the Star Spirit Tower. However, when Lindsay saw another item that also mentioned the Star Spirit Tower, the system introduced Silent Cross as a support-type spirit technique that severed a target's connection to all energy and sealed their skills, with the duration likewise depending on the target's strength. The exchange cost was 1,400 star spirit points, and it too could only be obtained within the Star Spirit Tower. After seeing these treasures, Lindsay remarked that it was no wonder so many people were scrambling to enter the Star Spirit Tower, since anything taken out of that place would be a priceless treasure. Although he wished he could take everything with him, he understood the limitations of his funds. He lamented that every item required a large number of Star Spirit points and that 5,000 points probably would not allow him to exchange for very much. His mind immediately began weighing the advantages and disadvantages of every option in order to maximize his gains. He concluded that the spirit techniques from the Star Spirit Tower were all powerful treasures that could not be found elsewhere, and therefore spirit techniques should be his top priority when making exchanges. Eventually, Lindsay reached out toward two manuals. He reasoned that, among attacking spirit techniques, there were already Spirit Arrow and Spirit Impact, while Spirit Guardian covered defense. Since those categories were already accounted for, he determined that only control-type and support-type spirit techniques remained worth considering. Holding the manuals in his hands, he explained that 9 Luminaries Binding could be used to imprison enemies, while Silent Cross could weaken an opponent's combat power. He stated that those effects were exactly what he needed. The system appeared once again and asked him to confirm the exchange of the following items: 9 Luminaries Binding, a spirit technique, and Silent Cross, another spirit technique. It informed him that the total cost would be 2,600 star spirit points. Having already considered the matter carefully, Lindsay decisively confirmed that he wanted to proceed with the exchange. The moment he finished speaking, the two manuals transformed into brilliant rings of light and flew directly into his palm. Lindsay quickly closed his eyes and allowed his thoughts to drift. He realized that what he was receiving were the usage methods, skills, and insights related to the two spirit techniques. Although he had never actually used them before, he felt that he could already sense how powerful they were. A moment later, however, he opened his eyes and looked around before deciding on a more reasonable course of action. He concluded that it was not a suitable place to test the techniques and that he would wait for another opportunity to try them later. He also decided that the remaining star spirit points should be used to prepare some items for Xiaoshui, the rock god soldier, and the igneous rock dragon. Just as he finished speaking, a nearby stone emitted a mesmerizing pink glow that immediately attracted his attention. Curious, he picked it up for closer inspection. The system promptly displayed another set of information, explaining that the item was a star spirit fruit, a spiritual fruit grown by an ancient spirit tree nurtured by the power of star cores within the Star Spirit Tower. It stated that the fruit could deeply refine a pet beast's physical body and soul, allowing it to break through its potential limits. The exchange cost was 500 star spirit points, and, like certain other treasures, it could only be obtained within the Star Spirit Tower. Lindsay was immediately delighted, feeling as though a drowsy traveler had just found a pillow. He exclaimed that it was actually a spirit fruit capable of breaking through the limits of talent, and that this was exactly what he needed. Understanding his intention, the system promptly displayed a price list for consideration, stating that the exchange would be confirmed for 4 star spirit fruits at the cost of 2,000 star spirit points. Lindsay genuinely began thinking about how to distribute the valuable rewards among his pet beasts. He decided that Xiaoshui and the others would each receive 1 fruit, while the remaining one could either be kept as a backup or given to a future 4th pet beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the system switched to a new transaction panel, offering 8 star spirit stones for 400 star spirit points. While pressing the confirmation button, Lindsay felt that this shopping trip had been well worth the cost. He reflected that for beast tamers, spiritual strength formed the foundation of all abilities, and that the remaining star spirit points would be best spent on star spirit stones. Tossing the stones lightly in his hand, he declared that he would absorb them right there. As streams of light spread across Lindsay's hands like glowing stardust, the system mechanically announced that 8 star spirit stones had been absorbed and that his spirit strength had increased. Once everything was complete, his status panel was fully refreshed. Lindsay, Physique, 18.5/Spirit, 31. Level, Bronze Beast Tamer. Spirit Power, 3,100/3,100. Spirit Techniques, Spirit Guardian, Spirit Arrow, Spirit Impact, 9 Luminaries Binding, Silent Cross. Pets, Frost Blue, Maiden/Rock, God Soldier/Igneous Rock Dragon. Achievement Points, 2,250. The more Lindsay read, the more excited he became. He noted that with a spirit strength of 31, he had already reached the entry level of a Gold Beastmaster. He was convinced that, with his current strength, passing the silver level superior difficulty test would be effortless. The moment he left the exchange chamber, he had already formed plans for the future. He resolved that after exploring the ruins, he would complete the Silver Beastmaster assessment. Outside the tower, the crowd that had gathered to watch had not dispersed. The instant Lindsay calmly appeared before them, the area erupted with discussion. People exclaimed that he had finally come out, remarked that he was even younger than they had imagined, and marveled that they had just witnessed the first person in history to completely clear the tower. Lindsay paid no attention to the murmurs because he was busy examining a new system notification. The system announced that an achievement had been completed: Star Spirit Tower, first clear. It explained that he had become the first challenger since the tower's appearance to complete all 7 levels. The rewards granted were 1,500 achievement points, 1 spirit power potion, 1 body strengthening crystal, and 1 spirit crystal. Lindsay was thoroughly satisfied. He quietly remarked to himself that the special achievement reward was exactly as expected, and that the rewards were generous enough to compensate for the resources consumed during the previous spirit impact upgrade. At that moment, Guanning rushed toward him like a small cannonball and shouted for her brother. Lindsay quickly steadied himself and reminded her not to run so fast. She paid no attention to the warning and focused entirely on her excitement. She declared that she had known he could clear the trial and enthusiastically praised him for being amazing. Guo Xinyi also approached to congratulate him. She said that top student Lin had truly made them proud and mentioned that the young master of the Song family had been making sarcastic remarks nearby earlier, but had now been thoroughly humiliated. To prove her point, she signaled with her eyes toward where Song Chung Rui had been sitting. However, the seat was already empty. She pointed out that the moment Lindsay passed the trial, Song Chung Rui had quietly slipped away without saying a word. Unable to resist mocking him, Guo Xinyi snorted and said that he must have been too ashamed to remain any longer. She complained that people like him looked down on others and only knew how to flaunt their connections, adding that she disliked such people the most. Concerned that her anger might get the better of her, Lindsay stepped forward and gently rubbed her head. He told her not to be angry, explaining that he had never cared about Song Chung Rui in the first place and that someone like him was not worth getting upset over. Finally, finding an opportunity to speak, Zhang Manman suggested that junior brother Lin Zi must be exhausted and proposed returning to the hotel to rest. She recommended discussing the itinerary for the ruins exploration the following morning instead. Since Lin Zi had already been thinking along the same lines, he immediately agreed. He said that he would follow senior sister's suggestion and return to the hotel first. He also noted that it would be a good opportunity to distribute the star spirit fruits to Xiao Shui and the others. Before long, everyone had returned to the brightly lit hotel. 3 star spirit fruits were carefully placed on the table by Lin Zi as though they were priceless offerings. Xiao Shui and the others stared at the fruits with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. In the end, Lin Zi personally placed a fruit into each of their hands and explained that the star spirit fruit could help them break through the limits of their potential. He emphasized that it would greatly benefit their future evolutions and instructed them to eat it. Watching Xiao Shui tilt her head back and swallow the fruit without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zi could not help feeling a sense of anticipation. He wondered just how much the star spirit fruit could improve Xiao Shui's potential, considering that she had originally only been capable of evolving to king grade. Xiao Shu showed no objection while consuming the item Lin Zi had given her, though her movements were extremely slow and deliberate. Rock Ghost, by contrast, was far more rough and direct, opening its mouth wide and swallowing it in one gulp. The igneous rock dragon imitated Xiao Shui and chose a more refined way of eating. Lin Zi observed the scene with satisfaction, feeling that his expectations were very high. At that moment, Xiao Shui's body suddenly underwent a noticeable transformation. After waiting for her to return to a stable state, Lin Zi asked her how she was feeling. Xiao Shui did not need to respond personally, as a system interface immediately displayed detailed information. It indicated that her name was Frost Blue Maiden, her type was Ice, her level was rank 6 stage 3, and her growth rate was 53%. It also showed that her next evolution form, Arctic Princess, required her growth rate to reach 100%, along with 30 low-grade ice elemental origin stones and 1 Millennium Arctic Ice. Lin Zi carefully reviewed every piece of information, still feeling slightly puzzled. When he read it again, he suddenly noticed something that made his expression change. He realized that her level had become rank 6 stage 3, while her growth rate remained at 53%. Unable to hide his excitement, he exclaimed in shock that she had reached rank 6 stage 3, emphasizing that Xiao Shui had originally only been at rank 5 stage 4 before consuming the star spirit fruit and had directly broken through a major rank. He then explained to her, as if clarifying the situation for both of them, that although her growth rate had not changed, her level had increased dramatically, and that this was the result of breaking through an aptitude limit, which had directly overridden the level cap tied to her current growth rate. After that, he turned his attention to Rock Ghost's information. The system showed that the Rock God Soldier, of Rock and Ghost type, was now at rank 6 stage 5 with a growth rate of 19%. Its next evolution form, Rock God General, required its growth rate to reach 100%, along with 10 mid-grade Earth Elemental Origin Stones and 1 Celestial Meteorite. Even the third pet, which was crouching quietly in a corner, did not escape Lin Zi's inspection. The system indicated that the Igneous Rock Dragon, adult, of Dark and Rock type, was at rank 5 stage 6 with a growth rate of 60%. Its next evolution form, the mature Igneous Rock Dragon, required its growth rate to reach 100%, along with 5 low-grade Dark Elemental Origin Stones and 1 Gloom Flower. Having experience evaluating such data, Lin Zi quickly concluded after a brief review that all 3 pet beasts had broken through their aptitude limits. He felt satisfied and stated that all of them had achieved such breakthroughs. Not wanting to waste any more time, he took out 2 crystals and considered his next steps. He decided that before setting off for the ruins, he might as well absorb the 2 crystals to stabilize his foundation. He closed his eyes and carefully absorbed the essence within them into his body. In an instant, the system returned favorable results, indicating that his physique had increased from 18.5 to 19.5, while his spirit had increased from 31 to 31.5. However, Lin Zi was still not fully satisfied, noting that his physique had increased by 1 point, while his spirit had only increased by half a point. He acknowledged that as cultivation progressed, further improvements became increasingly difficult, though he also understood that this level of progress already exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, he felt significantly more confident about handling the risks within the ruins. Time passed quickly until the next day arrived. Lin Zi was attending a lavish meal, but he did not forget to discuss their mission. He asked whether Senior Sister Gu and Xinyi were sure they did not want to go to the ruins with them. Jiang Manman quickly replied that Lingyan had discovered a rare ancient book market in Luo'an City and was staying there, refusing to leave. Guan Ning added that Xinyi wanted to visit the local auction house to see if she could find suitable artifacts, and that they also intended to challenge the Star Spirit Tower, so they would not be joining them. Lin Zi then confirmed once more whether it would only be the 3 of them. The 2 girls responded in unison, affirming it. Having already formed a plan, Lin Zi stood up without hesitation and stated that he had already scouted the location of the ruins' entrance and understood the entry rules, so it was the perfect time to set off. Guan Ning excitedly clenched her fists and praised him for being reliable. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Luo'an City, where the secret realm entrance was located, countless people were already gathering in large numbers. Even small vendors had seized the opportunity to set up stalls early and attract customers. A burly man called out, asking if anyone wanted to join a team, explaining that they already had 4 members and needed 1 more, and that at least 1 rank 4 pet beast was required. A nearby stall owner was equally competitive, loudly advertising a hunt for black wolves with equal loot distribution. Not only merchants, but also adventurers were recruiting teammates, including a silver-ranked beastmaster offering to lead a team for a fee of 100,000 per slot. After observing the bustling scene, Guan Ning remarked in amazement that the place felt extremely lively, like a dungeon lobby in an online game. Lin Zi agreed, saying it was far from what he had expected, as he had originally thought the ruins' entrance would be a heavily restricted area with strict security. While they were observing the area, Ma Liwei suddenly appeared and greeted the 3 of them enthusiastically. Lin Zi immediately asked who he was. Ma Liwei quickly introduced himself as a bronze-ranked beastmaster working as a guide in the Black Wolf Forest ruins, then continued speaking rapidly without giving Lin Zi a chance to respond. He said he immediately recognized Lin Zi as the one who had cleared all 7 floors of the Star Spirit Tower and assumed this was his first time at the Black Wolf Forest ruins, insisting that they would definitely need a reliable local guide. Guan Ning questioned why a guide was needed at all if this was not a tourist attraction. Ma Liwei, clearly accustomed to such questions, explained that the terrain of the Black Wolf Forest ruins was extremely complex, with dangerous beasts and traps throughout, making it easy for first-time visitors to get into trouble without guidance. To strengthen his credibility, he introduced his pet beast, the forest walker, explaining that it could memorize any place it had been to and accurately lead the way even in the most complicated terrain, ensuring safe navigation. He added that he had already guided dozens of parties and could be trusted. After finishing his explanation, Ma Liwei tried to flatter Linzi, saying that although Linzi was undoubtedly strong and not afraid of danger, reducing unnecessary detours would still save effort. Linzi, finding the proposal reasonable, asked for his price. Ma Liwei immediately responded that the fee was 200,000, insisting it was the lowest price available and even offering a discount of 150,000 since it was Linzi. Linzi agreed readily, but stated that he would pay a 50,000 deposit first, with the remaining 100,000 to be paid in full after they safely exited the ruins. However, he also warned that if proper guidance was not provided along the way, or if any tricks were attempted, not only would the final payment be withheld, but the deposit would also be reclaimed. Ma Liwei immediately assured him that there would be no problems. He then led the group toward the Federation's inspection point, instructing them to register before entering the ruins. Along the way, he continued explaining that in the past, so-called Fallen Ones had infiltrated the ruins, causing heavy casualties among adventurers, which was why the Federation now required mandatory inspection for anyone entering. Linzi silently picked up on the term Fallen Ones, already forming his own conclusions. He inferred that new and unknown species of fierce beasts, including demon-type creatures, often appeared in ruins, and even suspected that the origins of experimental subjects might be connected to these ancient sites. He further analyzed the situation and considered plans for his team, noting that Guanning currently only had one demon flame crimson owl, and deciding to use this opportunity to see if she could obtain a suitable second pet beast. Even as they ventured deeper, Linzi's thoughts did not stop. He considered that after completing this exploration, he would participate in the Silver Rank Beastmaster assessment, which would allow him to contract a fourth pet beast. Therefore, it would be ideal to use this opportunity to scout potential candidates in advance. Meanwhile, in a place yet undiscovered by others, a golden glowing tree stood quietly. Amid the rustling of leaves, a faint sigh echoed. A beautiful figure sitting on the tree trunk gazed into the distance and silently wished, with boredom in her voice, hoping that someone interesting would finally appear. Not long afterward, the group made their way deep into the ruins, Black Wolf Forest. Ma Liwei was no longer as carefree as he had been earlier. Instead, he crouched behind bushes like a seasoned scout. Ahead of him, his scouting beast turned back and let out a series of chirps. GGG. Taking that as the signal, Ma Liwei immediately stood up and gestured to the people behind him, telling young Master Lin and the two ladies to follow him because the path ahead was safe. Without the slightest hesitation, Linzi set off after him with the two women close behind. After only a few more steps, Guanning complained that the place was far too complicated, saying that she had only walked a short distance and was already completely lost. Zhang Manman agreed, remarking that the trees seemed to be arranged without any pattern at all, and that even her spiritual perception had been disrupted. She added that it was fortunate junior brother Linzi had found a guide, or they really would have lost their way. Realizing how important he had become to the group, Ma Liwei grinned from ear to ear and proudly explained that, before the ruins had appeared, the forest had merely been a small hill that could be crossed in half a day. However, after the ruins emerged, the entire landscape had become distorted, the trees had begun growing wildly, and the area was now more than 10 times larger than it had originally been. Guanning widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed that it sounded far too exaggerated. Linzi, however, appeared to believe it and calmly explained that any ruins capable of affecting such a vast region could not possibly be ordinary. Although he was still leading the way, Ma Liwei glanced back and nodded confidently, saying that it went without saying because these were the largest-scale ruins discovered in Luo'an City within the past 50 years. He then waved his hand as he introduced the layout of the area, explaining that the entire ruin was divided into 4 major regions and that they were currently in the outermost one, the Black Wolf Forest. Linzi and the other two instinctively drew out a long, understanding "oh" in response. Ma Liwei continued expanding on his explanation, saying that the second region ahead was the Misty Canyon. He then further outlined the route, explaining that once they passed through the Misty Canyon, they would arrive at their destination, the Hurricane Ring, a vast plain completely encircled by an enormous wall of wind that also served as the primary objective for most explorers. After taking his time explaining the surrounding areas, Ma Liwei finally arrived at the most important point, stating that at the very center of the Hurricane Ring lay the Shining Forest, the absolute forbidden zone of the entire ruin. His tone inevitably became much more serious as he explained that, ever since the ruins had been discovered, countless adventurers had ventured into the Shining Forest, yet every single one of them had disappeared without ever returning. After hearing that, Lindsay quietly repeated to himself that it was a restricted zone. Regardless of the dangers awaiting them, the group continued pressing deeper into the ruins. Before long, Guan Ning glanced at the hazy silhouette beside her and casually remarked that the fog had suddenly become so dense that she could no longer see the path. Understanding her concern, Ma Liwei quickly reassured her, explaining that there was no need to panic because they had already reached the outskirts of the Misty Canyon and that the farther they traveled into it, the thicker the fog would become. Seizing the opportunity, Lindsay asked whether there were any special fierce beasts living within the Misty Canyon. For some reason, the question caused Ma Liwei to freeze momentarily before he stiffly replied that there was only a single fierce beast in the entire Misty Canyon. Lindsay, Guanning, and Zhang Manman immediately echoed one another in astonishment, asking if there was really only one. Cold sweat broke out across Ma Liwei's forehead as he hesitantly revealed that it was true. After pausing briefly as though recalling the creature's terrifying appearance, he finally explained that the beast was known as the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra. However, the more he spoke about it, the more violently his body trembled. He explained that all of the fog filling the Misty Canyon was released from the Hydra's body and that the entire canyon was its domain. He even shared a well-known story about the monster, explaining that when the ruins had first been discovered, Lord Ren Hunkyu had personally led the campaign against the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra. Even so, Lord Ren Hunkyu had ultimately been defeated and had even lost one of his contracted pet beasts during the battle. The most terrifying revelation, however, came from Ma Liwei, who concluded that the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra had emerged from its battle completely unharmed. The two young women accompanying Lindsay were so shocked by this feat that they could only stare in stunned silence, remarking that it was terrifying. Although Lindsay did not react as dramatically as they did, he admitted with deep admiration that Ren Hunkyu was a legendary beastmaster who possessed a rank 9 king-grade pet beast, and that if even someone of his caliber had been unable to defeat the creature, then the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra had to be a Saint-grade fierce beast, a level far beyond king-grade. Deep down, Lindsay could not help worrying, thinking that even with his cheat, there was no way he could challenge a Saint-grade fierce beast at his current strength. Nevertheless, he calmly continued gathering information from Ma Liwei by asking how previous explorers had managed to pass through the Misty Canyon if such a terrifying beast was guarding the place. Having regained some of his composure, Ma Liwei immediately slipped back into the role of a knowledgeable guide. He explained that although the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra was indeed terrifying, it did not attack people indiscriminately. Instead, it only targeted individuals with relatively high spiritual strength, meaning that anyone below the gold rank Beastmaster level would generally be ignored. Upon hearing this, Guanning immediately clutched her head in relief and exclaimed that everything finally made sense and that it was a huge relief. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than she and Zhang Manman instinctively turned to look at the man standing between them. Lindsay understood exactly why they were looking at him, but he could only sigh inwardly, realizing that his spiritual strength had already reached 31.5, which definitely placed him at the gold rank Beastmaster level. The awkward silence among the group soon caught Ma Liwei's attention. After staring at them for a long moment, realization finally dawned on him. In disbelief, he stammered as he asked whether young Master Lin's spiritual strength had already reached the gold rank. Before anyone could respond, a violent gale suddenly swept toward them at incredible speed. Reacting instantly, Lindsay scooped Guanning into his arms and shouted for everyone to be careful. As the immediate danger subsided, the mist nightmare leisurely appeared before the group. Without uttering a single word, it simply focused on swinging the long whip in its hand. Keeping his eyes fixed firmly on the enemy, Lindsay questioned Ma Liwei, reminding him that he had claimed the canyon contained only one fierce beast, the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra. Frantically searching through the encyclopedia of knowledge in his mind, Ma Liwei hurriedly explained that the creature before them was a mist nightmare rather than a fierce beast. It was merely a clone created by the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Hydra and possessed strength roughly equivalent to rank 5. Although that explanation was enough for Lindsay to understand the situation, Ma Liwei silently added to himself that mist nightmares only appeared to hunt those whose spiritual strength met the Hydra's required threshold. Looking at Lindsay, who was already preparing to attack, Ma Liwei could not help blurting out in amazement that this was undeniable proof that young Master Lin's spiritual strength had truly reached the gold rank. Lindsay had no time to care about what anyone else thought of him. Concentrating solely on the enemy before him, he unleashed Spirit Arrow. Unfortunately, the razor-sharp attack only served to multiply the Mist Nightmare's numbers. Standing beside him, Ma Liwei hurriedly warned young Master Lin not to use any spirit techniques above rank 6 and absolutely not to summon any high-ranked pet beasts. He went on to reveal the fatal mistake Lin Zi had just made, explaining that the stronger one's power became, the more mist nightmares would be attracted, and the stronger those mist nightmares would also become. The reason Ma Liwei spoke so urgently was that he was genuinely worried about everyone's survival. He warned that if Lin Zi's spiritual power fluctuated too violently, it might even awaken the true body of the nine-headed hydra lurking deep within the canyon. If that happened, none of them would be able to escape alive. The situation, already tense, became even more alarming when Lin Zi's group realized the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Someone cried out in alarm that the number of mist spirits was increasing. Lin Zi quickly weighed their options and realized that he could not use spirit techniques of rank 6 or higher, nor could he summon any pets, because if the Hydra were alerted, everyone would die. After carefully considering the risks, he concluded that their only choice was to force their way out of the encirclement and escape Misty Valley before the Hydra noticed them. Before they could put the plan into action, however, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. Ma Liwei immediately guessed that the disturbance meant the Mist Shadow nine-headed Hydra had been enraged. Guan Ning turned pale and stammered as he asked whether it was coming after them, insisting that they had only killed a single mist nightmare and that it should not have become so furious. After concentrating for a moment, he corrected himself, saying that it was not coming for them. Judging from the intensity of the earthquake, someone else had to be fighting the Mist Shadow nine-headed Hydra. At the same time, an increasingly dense fog spread throughout the valley. Elsewhere, two hunters sprinted down a narrow trail while repeatedly glancing over their shoulders as though something were relentlessly pursuing them. Before they could get very far, sharp attacks suddenly pinned them down. One of the hunters cursed in frustration, saying that they could forget about completing the assassination mission because they were likely to die there instead. No sooner had he spoken than his companion was struck so hard that he was driven headfirst into the ground. The furious hunter turned back and shouted for his partner to send out their pets to hold the enemy back, warning that if they were hit again, none of them would survive. Without waiting for any reply, he immediately ordered his pet, Shadow Kill, to intercept the enemy. Responding to the command, the rank 5 stage 7 dark-type Shadow Kill Night Owl shot forward like an arrow. It beat its wings several times, unleashing a barrage of shadow blade slashes directly at the monster before it. The attack, however, failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Instead, the Shadow Kill Night Owl flew straight into the monster's attack range. With a single strike, it was killed instantly, causing its master to scream in despair over the loss of his Shadow Kill Night Owl. That agonized cry immediately attracted the attention of the Hydra's remaining heads. Both hunters simultaneously realized that it was over. The hopeless battle finally ended with their terrified screams echoing through the valley. Noticing the unusual vibrations in the air, Zhang Manman cautiously remarked that the earthquake had become even more violent and questioned why the fog had grown so incredibly thick. Drawing upon his knowledge, Ma Liwei explained that it was the teleportation fog the Hydra used whenever it became enraged to clear the surrounding area. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran in another direction while warning everyone to flee, explaining that anyone who touched the fog would be randomly teleported somewhere within the ruins. Lin Zi did not immediately follow him. Instead, he turned toward the two young women and called out to Aining and senior sister. After activating Spirit Guardian around himself, he loudly instructed them to hold on to him and not let go. A moment later, everyone except Ma Liwei was engulfed by the dense fog. The heavy mist blanketed every tree, blade of grass, and patch of earth with its damp, suffocating presence. Lin Zi was the first to regain consciousness. He immediately checked himself before looking around, only to discover that no one else was nearby. Panic seized him as he repeatedly called out for Aning, Senior Zhang Manman, and Ma Liwei. Receiving no response, he blamed himself, realizing that even Spirit Guardian had been unable to block the mysterious fog, which only proved why the Hydra was a saint-ranked fierce beast. The unnaturally silent surroundings only deepened his anxiety. He could not help wondering where Aning and the others had been teleported, fearing that the situation had become far more troublesome than before. Meanwhile, in another area that had not yet been engulfed by the mist, a disturbance broke out. A group of people stood on high alert as they confronted Song Chung Rui. One of the men boldly pointed at him and argued that he knew Song Chung Rui was from the Song family, but this was a ruin, and no matter how powerful the Song family was, they still had to follow the rules for adventurers. He insisted that his group had discovered the verdant spirit tree first, so it rightfully belonged to them. Song Chung Rui curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and shot back mockingly, asking what rules they were talking about. He declared that, in his eyes, there was only one rule in this world. After deliberately pausing for a moment, he bluntly proclaimed that it was the law of the jungle. The man remained completely unfazed and accused Song Chung-rui of outright robbing them. He denounced the Song family for abusing its power and demanded to know whether they were not afraid of ruining their family's reputation. Song Chung-rui gestured for the person beside him to step forward before coldly remarking that they really thought he would give them the chance to leave the ruins alive and spread the story. Realizing the danger, the man hurriedly summoned his spirit beast and shouted that Song Chung-rui intended to kill them all to cover everything up. Completely unaware of the overwhelming opponent he was facing, he refused to back down and urged everyone not to sit around waiting to die. He rallied the group to attack together before roaring for the assault to begin. However, the spirit beast's opening strike was effortlessly dodged by Yuan Wei. Looking down on such insignificant opponents, Yuan Wei scoffed that they were vastly overestimating themselves. Having said that, Yuan Wei immediately summoned his own spirit beast to suppress the entire group. The moment it appeared, he wasted no time ordering the summoned death messenger to kill every one of those troublesome fools. Elsewhere, Lin Zi continued making his way through the dense forest in search of his companions. Before long, the sounds of clashing combat reached his ears, immediately drawing his attention. Thinking to himself that he could hear fighting up ahead, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to investigate and hopefully find Aining and the others. Yuan Wei effortlessly defeated everyone who stood in his way. However, because there were simply too many enemies, one man managed to slip through the net and flee while gasping for breath. Even so, Yuan Wei's pet beast was no amateur, and its relentless pursuit left the fleeing man overwhelmed with despair as he cried that it was over and that everything was over. As the summoned death messenger ghost raised its scythe to deliver the finishing blow, the man abandoned all hope and screamed a curse, shouting that the Song family was damned and that they would all rot in hell. Nevertheless, fate could not be changed. A streak of blood followed the ghost's razor-sharp swing, and the unfortunate victim collapsed lifelessly onto the ground like an autumn leaf. Seeing that the man's fate had already been sealed, Yuan Wei calmly walked over to inspect the corpse. After taking in the miserable sight before him, he coldly remarked that it was pathetic. At that moment, Song Chung-rui, who had arrived unnoticed, stretched lazily before asking whether everything had been taken care of. Yuan Wei respectfully inclined his head and reported that everything had been completed, that there were no survivors, and that the task was finished. After glancing at the bodies scattered across the ground, Song Chung-rui sneered that those people had received exactly what they deserved for daring to oppose the Song family. He then turned to Yuan Wei and praised him, saying that he had done well and commending his good work. Once he had confirmed that there was nothing left to worry about, Song Chung-rui looked toward the nearby tree and observed that they had harvested quite a few wood spirit fruits, telling Yuan Wei to take some for himself. Yuan Wei immediately accepted the offer without objection and gratefully thanked his young master. As his hand touched the first fruit, Yuan Wei's thoughts stirred with excitement. He reflected that wood spirit fruits were heavenly treasures that blossomed only once every century and were extraordinarily rare. While examining the glowing fruit in his hand, he silently calculated that when consumed by pet beasts, the fruits tempered their bodies and could even improve their aptitude. Although they had no effect on undead pet beasts, he still possessed 2 other pet beasts that could benefit from them. Just then, a disturbance from the nearby bushes pulled Yuan Wei out of his thoughts. Song Chung-rui noticed it as well and loudly demanded to know who was hiding there, ordering the person to come out immediately. Realizing that concealment was no longer possible, the shadowy figure casually emerged from the bushes. Upon recognizing Lin Zi, Song Chung-rui involuntarily raised his voice and demanded to know what he was doing there. Lin Zi ignored the foolish question entirely. Instead, he silently mocked the man to himself, thinking that the young master of the Song family from outside the Star Soul Tower had appeared before him again by sheer coincidence. Unaware of Lin Zi's contemptuous thoughts, Song Chung-rui continued shouting that the brat actually had the nerve to show his face before him again. However, Song Chung-rui's unusually hostile attitude only caused Lin Zi to grow suspicious. He wondered what the man's problem was, thinking that they had crossed paths only once at the Star Soul Tower, and questioning why Song Chung-rui seemed to harbor such an enormous grudge against him. Before that question could be answered, something else caught Lin Zi's attention. His eyes fell upon the motionless bodies lying beneath the tree, and he involuntarily murmured that this was... With nothing more than that brief glance, he immediately pieced everything together. He realized that he had stumbled directly into the aftermath of a robbery and massacre. At the same time, he grimly concluded that since the culprits had left no survivors and he had caught them red-handed, there was no chance they would allow him to leave alive. While Lin Zi was still deep in thought, Yuan Wei stepped forward, prepared to attack. Before making his move, however, he revealed that Lin Zi was surprisingly still alive and remarked that the assassins they had hired must have been complete trash. Lin Zi finally understood what had happened and asked whether they had hired assassins to kill him immediately after the events at the Star Soul Tower. Having already decided that Lin Zi would never leave alive, Song Chung-rui openly admitted that Lin Zi was at least smart enough to figure that much out. He bitterly declared that Lin Zi had stolen all the attention at the Star Soul Tower, humiliated him in public, and should have died long ago. At the same time, Yuan Wei summoned his pet beast and declared that since Lin Zi had discovered them robbing those people and now knew about the hired assassins, there was absolutely no possibility that he would leave the plane alive that day. Smiling confidently, Yuan Wei added that he would not grant Lin Zi a quick death, but would instead make him suffer a fate far worse than death. Lin Zi, however, paid little attention to their threats. Rather than worrying about whether he would fight, he focused on how he should do so. He carefully observed that there was no mist from the canyon in the area and that all the noise they had made had failed to attract the Mist Shadow Hydra, concluding that they were completely outside the boundaries of the Mist Canyon. After confirming the terrain, Lin Zi tilted his head and calmly responded that, in that case, he no longer needed to hold back either. As he spoke, he summoned his two pet beasts to his side. The moment Yuan Wei saw the pair, he immediately reviewed the intelligence he had gathered, recalling that Lin Zi supposedly possessed 2 rank 5 pet beasts and 1 rank 4 pet beast. Convinced that such strength posed no real threat, he arrogantly scoffed, asking whether Lin Zi truly believed a mere pair of rank 5 pet beasts could show off before a rank 8 death-calling emissary. Without wasting another second, Yuan Wei ordered his pet beast to attack, commanding the death-calling emissary to kill Lin Zi. However, before the summoned death messenger ghost could swing its scythe, Lin Zi's 2 pet beasts unleashed the crystal mirror skill in perfect coordination. The technique formed a sturdy crystal shield that successfully blocked the ghost's devastating strike. Unfortunately, because the defense had been erected in haste, the crystal mirror shattered almost instantly under the tremendous force. Seeing Xiao Shui at a disadvantage, Lin Zi quickly cast a support skill. Yet the scythe, whose blade had been corroded by nearly half, regenerated completely in the blink of an eye as though nothing had happened. Witnessing the bizarre phenomenon, Lin Zi inwardly questioned whether it had healed instantly. Noticing the tension on Lin Zi's face, Yuan Wei smugly boasted, asking whether Lin Zi had truly believed that a rank 8 death-calling emissary could be damaged so easily. Without giving Lin Zi even a moment to recover, Yuan Wei immediately launched another assault, declaring that he would show Lin Zi exactly what happened to anyone who crossed the Song family and dared to offend those far above his station. Lin Zi tensely watched the slash sweep past before his eyes. Even Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost had their legs bound by vines that burst from the ground. She suddenly turned sharply, as if she had sensed something behind her. It turned out to be a direct attack aimed at Lin Zi, but he tilted his head in time to avoid it. Even so, the speed of the slash was enough to cut off a lock of Lin Zi's hair. Stepping carefully, he remarked that this was not his first time facing the pressure of a rank 8 beast. Lin Zi thought to himself that the igneous rock dragon and the Atra giant bug leader he had fought before had both been rank 8 fierce beasts. He slowly recalled that, in the past, when Xiao Shui and the rock god soldier had fused, using a power-up card had allowed them to reach rank 8. As the battle with the summoned death messenger ghost became more difficult, he reflected that he did not currently have a power-up card with him. More importantly, he realized that this death-calling emissary was an undead pet beast with intangibility, making it far harder to deal with than the previous rank 8s. Seeing Lin Zi hesitate, Yuan Wei immediately mocked him by asking whether he was starting to feel scared now, since he had acted so high and mighty back at the Star Soul Tower. Even Song Chung-rui, who had done nothing himself, arrogantly reminded Lin Zi that this young master was giving him one last chance. He then ordered Lin Zi to kneel down and beg for mercy immediately, saying that he might just leave Lin Zi's corpse intact. Lin Zi showed no sign of worry and calmly asked what would happen if he refused. Song Chung-rui flew into a rage and cursed that Lin Zi was already at death's door and was still acting tough. He ordered Elder Yuan to kill him and tear him to pieces. Yuan Wei loudly replied that he understood, young master. As Yuan Wei acted, the whole sky seemed to grow dim. He declared that it was time to show Lin Zi the massive gap between him and a true powerhouse. Yuan Wei then activated a skill called Spirit Technique, Soul Devouring Domain. The surrounding space was immediately compressed into a magical box. Lin Zi tensely listened as Yuan Wei threatened that, inside the soul-devouring domain, Lin Zi's spirit power consumption would double and his pet beast's ranks would be suppressed. Yuan Wei proudly continued that, meanwhile, his emissary would receive a massive boost from the domain, making it truly immortal. After hearing this, Lin Zi seriously assessed the situation and concluded that it was a domain-type spirit technique. He realized that this was the real reason the exploration team had been wiped out. He shouted an order to Rock Ghost, telling it to enter Rock God Soldier, Ghost General Form. Rock Ghost and Xiaoshui quickly began searching for a way to combine. Xiaoshui frowned as she slowly released the power of her body. Both of them were protected within Linzi's spirit guardian barrier. Linzi lowered his body and calculated sharply that he could shrink his spirit guardian to cover his body like a second skin for isolated protection. That way he would not have to worry about being restricted for the time being. He then loudly ordered Xiaoshui to attack. Xiaoshui quickly used the ultimate move Ice Dragon Break, summoning 2 ferocious ice dragons. However, both were shattered by the summoned Death Messenger Ghost in a single blow. At the same time, Rock Ghost charged in from another direction. It rapidly used Ghost Form, Ghost Clone, to split into multiple copies. Countless powerful punches slammed into the body of the summoned Death Messenger Ghost. Linzi continued directing the battle by calling out to Xiaoshui. She immediately used Ice Shower to provide support. Streams of ice arrows continuously shot toward the summoned Death Messenger Ghost. Suddenly, its body began to change. A powerful aura burst out around the summoned Death Messenger Ghost. Witnessing this, Yuan Wei sneered disdainfully and declared that, inside his soul-devouring domain, the emissary was completely immortal. He directly asserted that Linzi should not waste his energy because he could not beat him. At that moment, Rock Ghost also threw a punch. A cold gleam flashed in its eyes. Rock Ghost then retreated back toward where Linzi was standing. Linzi frowned and calmly calculated the battle situation. He reasoned that undead pet beasts were hard to kill with normal attacks, but that did not mean they were invincible. Since the black mist could hurt the rock god soldier in its ghost form, Linzi concluded that his spirit techniques and Xiaoshui's skills could definitely deal physical damage to the emissary as well. It seemed that Linzi had discovered the weakness of the summoned Death Messenger Ghost. He realized that the core weakness of all undead pet beasts was their spirit core, and that the death-calling emissary's spirit core was hidden inside the black mist forming its body. Linzi recalled that, when Xiaoshui's ice shower had hit it earlier, it had clearly staggered for a second. He gathered a flow of energy around his body and thought that, if they could stop its injuries from healing instantly, everything would become much simpler. Linzi then gave a plan to the two beasts, ordering Xiaoshui and Rock God Soldier to create an opening for him. Growing more excited by the battle, he remarked that they must have wondered how he had managed to clear the Star Soul Tower and become the first person to do so. Linzi decided to use a skill, consuming 1,400 achievement points to upgrade Silent Cross to level 6. A new trait appeared, stating that additional spirit power could be injected on top of the base cost of 80 points to further enhance the technique's power, with the current injection limit being 500 points. A surge of power spread around Linzi's body. Filled with excitement, he declared that he was about to show them the answer right now. Linzi was fully aware that his opponent was far from insignificant, so he decided to unleash all of his skills from the very beginning. Before Yuan Wei could even regain his bearings, Linzi immediately cast Silent Cross. The moment Yuan Wei recognized the familiar technique, the confidence on his aged face vanished as he exclaimed in shock that it was Silent Cross. However, he was by no means helpless, and he immediately ordered his beast to stop Linzi, commanding the death-calling emissary to block him. The summoned Death Messenger Ghost obeyed without hesitation, charging forward with its scythe raised. Before it could make a single move, however, Linzi completely stalled it. The sight left Yuan Wei horrified as he shouted in disbelief that his spiritual link with the emissary had suddenly been severed, emphasizing that the emissary was a rank 8 creature. Yet, when he looked at the trembling body of the summoned Death Messenger Ghost, he could not suppress the uneasy thought that Silent Cross was a unique spirit art of the Star Soul Tower, and that although Linzi had only cleared it 2 days earlier, he had somehow already raised it to such an astonishing level. As though he had read Yuan Wei's mind, Linzi calmly explained that the immortality Yuan Wei was so proud of merely relied on a constant flow of spirit power to sustain its regeneration. He then mockingly added that, now that its source of energy had been cut off, they would finally see just how immortal it really was. The moment he finished speaking, Linzi unleashed a barrage of overlapping techniques, firing Spirit Arrow, Ice Meteor, and Ice Dragon Break directly at the summoned Death Messenger Ghost. The creature's body was instantly riddled with countless holes resembling a sieve. Its cloak, which had moments earlier fluttered proudly in the wind, was reduced to tattered scraps draped loosely over its skeletal frame. As those remnants were blown away, the ghost's glowing crimson spirit core was completely exposed. Having anticipated exactly that, Linzi loudly declared that he had found its spirit core. Realizing that the situation had turned against him, Yuan Wei desperately ordered the ghost to defend itself. Unfortunately, the summoned Death Messenger Ghost was not only incapable of launching a counterattack, but its scythe was shattered by one of Linzi's strikes. Linzi's true target, however, had never been the weapon. It was the spirit core itself. As soon as the core was struck, it exploded violently, causing the ghost to throw back its head and release a long, agonized scream. Because Yuan Wei was its master, he inevitably suffered the backlash as well, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Even at that point, he refused to accept reality and demanded to know how a single spirit arrow could have shattered the emissary's spirit core, insisting that Lin Zi was merely a bronze beastmaster. While forming another swirling vortex with a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Zi explained that his spirit arrow had already reached level 6 and had gained the compressed spirit power trait. He deliberately paused before mentioning that, as for his own spirit strength, it just happened to be on par with that of a gold beastmaster. As Yuan Wei's curiosity reached its peak and Lin Zi's attack was fully prepared, Lin Zi released the devastating strike while proclaiming that fact aloud. Yuan Wei had no opportunity to defend himself and could only stand frozen as the attack pierced straight through his body. Watching everything unfold from the sidelines, Song Chung-rui had originally intended to enjoy the spectacle. However, when Yuan Wei collapsed lifelessly at his feet, he was so terrified that he became speechless. He could hardly believe that Elder Yuan was actually dead. In his mind, he wondered in utter disbelief how a gold-level beastmaster could have been defeated before even summoning his remaining 2 pet beasts. Without wasting another second, Song Chung-rui immediately fled for his life, inwardly screaming that there was no way a bronze beastmaster should possess spirit strength that high. He concluded that, with Elder Yuan already dead, failing to escape immediately would certainly mean his own death. He had barely run any distance before Rock Ghost suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Faced with the towering creature that resembled a mountain, Song Chung-rui's face turned deathly pale. Trembling uncontrollably, he stammered for it to stay back. At that moment, Lin Zi slowly approached and coldly remarked that, as young Master Song, he should have been prepared to face the consequences the moment he chose to hire assassins and murder others for treasure. Still refusing to acknowledge his predicament, Song Chung-rui desperately threatened Lin Zi, insisting that he must not kill him because, if he did, the Song family would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Lin Zi remained completely unfazed and pointed out the hypocrisy of that statement. He reminded Song Chung-rui that they had never had any personal grudge, yet Song Chung-rui had hired killers to pursue him all the way there simply to take his life. Lin Zi further stated that sparing him would only allow him to return and use the Song family's influence to exterminate both him and everyone close to him. Not wishing to prolong matters any further, Lin Zi launched another attack while calmly bidding Song Chung-rui goodbye. Unable to resist in the slightest, Song Chung-rui could only let out a final desperate scream before being killed. After eliminating both master and servant of the Song family, Lin Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that everything was finally over. He admitted that undead-type enemies were still troublesome opponents and mused that he really ought to obtain a light-type pet beast someday. Before he could finish the thought, however, a new system notification appeared before his eyes. The notification announced that he had unlocked a new achievement titled First Gold Kill for defeating a gold-level beastmaster for the first time. His rewards included 500 achievement points, 1 spirit power potion, a 3% growth rate increase for Frost Blue Maiden, and a 4% growth rate increase for Rock God Soldier. After carefully reading the entire notification, Lin Zi felt a surge of delight. He reflected that the battle had been a close one, but both of his pets had received growth boosts, and he had even unlocked a brand new achievement, making the overall gains well worth the effort. Turning toward the 2 exhausted companions sitting on the grass, Lin Zi praised them for doing a great job and told them to get some rest. As he spoke, his attention shifted toward the lone tree nearby. Thinking to himself, he realized that the wood spirit fruit could temper the body and heal injuries, making it perfect for helping them recover. With no one left to stop him, Lin Zi leisurely harvested the fruit from the tree. Moments later, he had piled 2 large heaps of fruit in front of his 2 pet beasts, before kindly instructing them to eat, assuring them that the fruit was every bit as beneficial as the star spirit fruit. Xiao Shui and Rock Ghost wasted no time and eagerly began devouring the fruit. Watching them with satisfaction, Lin Zi observed that the healing effects were incredible. Afterward, he looked around the surrounding ruins and silently formulated his next plan, concluding that the ruin was far too dangerous and that he needed to find Ning, Senior Liu Man, and Ma Liwei as quickly as possible. Lin Zi looked at his companions and explained that Ma Liwei had set a wind barrier surrounded the top of the hurricane ring, where the air currents were violent enough to tear rocks apart. He added that although the igneous rock dragon could not fly very high, it was still much faster than traveling on foot. The igneous rock dragon immediately lowered its head in protest at his assessment. Lin Zi reached out to stroke its scales reassuringly and explained that, regarding their last battle, rank aside, its large size would have made it an easy target for the Black Mist. He assured it that he had not deliberately kept it out of the fight. He then gestured for it to look to the side, pointing out that Frost Blue Maiden and the Rock God Soldier had saved the largest wood spirit fruit especially for it, and gently told it not to stay angry. Without hesitation, Xiao Shui tossed the pile of berries straight into the igneous rock dragon's enormous mouth. Seeing his beast so satisfied, Lin Zi praised it affectionately, calling it a good boy. Afterward, He leaped onto the igneous rock dragon's back and signaled that it was time to go. As the dragon spread its wings and soared above the towering trees, Linze excitedly declared that they were setting out to find Aning, Senior Liuman, and Ma Liwei. Meanwhile, in a cave perched halfway up the southwestern cliffs of the Hurricane Ring, thick spiderwebs covered every corner, while unidentified skeletons lay scattered across the ground. Guanning finally regained consciousness after her dizziness subsided, though the lingering effects still left her groaning that her head was spinning. As her mind gradually cleared, unease immediately filled her heart when she realized it was pitch black and wondered where she was. Before she could answer her own question, the hand she had stretched out suddenly rebounded after striking something, startling her. Suppressing her fear, she cautiously reached out again to examine her surroundings. Feeling that the material was tough and springy, she quickly recognized the familiar texture and realized in horror that it was spider silk. She concluded that the spiders had wrapped her up as emergency rations. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Guanning summoned the demonic flame Scarlet Owl. As soon as she finished speaking, the flame bird instantly appeared outside the cocoon. Although Guanning fully trusted her beast's strength, she carefully instructed it to control its flames precisely and burn through the cocoon with its demonic fire. The flame bird immediately spewed out a torrent of blazing fire. Following its master's instructions perfectly, it limited the flames so that only a small opening was burned through the cocoon, just large enough for Guanning to crawl out. After landing safely on the ground, Guanning finally let out a long sigh of relief, saying that fortunately she had the demonic flame Scarlet Owl with her, and that she would have been in serious trouble otherwise. However, she did not allow herself to relax for long, knowing she still did not fully understand the situation. She recalled that after being teleported, she had landed on a cliff and before she had even regained her footing, a swarm of wind-winged spiders had surrounded her. She concluded that the place had to be their nest. No sooner had she finished speaking than a gigantic, grotesque spider leg emerged from the darkest corner of the cave. It was obvious that the cave's true master had followed the disturbance she had created and arrived to take control of the situation. Facing the enormous spider directly, Guanning inwardly cursed that the noise had drawn them there. At that critical moment, countless memories of Linze suddenly flooded her mind. She remembered that whenever they had been in danger before, Brother Linze had always been the one to rush forward and protect her. Using that memory as her source of determination, Guanning resolved that this time she could not keep hiding behind him. She vowed that she would fight on her own, survive, and find him. The scene then shifted back to the Hurricane Ring. Linze was sitting atop the igneous rock dragon, surveying the surrounding landscape from above. However, as more time passed, he became increasingly anxious. He remarked that he had been searching for 3 hours without finding any sign of them. He realized how unfavorable the situation had become, observing that the teleportation mist had covered far too large an area, and that both Senior Liuman and Ma Liwei were still missing. The more he analyzed the information he had gathered, the more uneasy he became. He noted that the density of ferocious beasts inside the Hurricane Ring was more than twice that of the outer Black Wolf Forest. He worried that Aning only had the demonic flame Scarlet Owl with her, and feared what might happen if she encountered a high-ranking ferocious beast. Before he could finish the thought, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. A massive herd of wild boars had appeared from nowhere and was stampeding at incredible speed in a single direction. Watching the scene unfold, Linze wondered whether it was a beast stampede and questioned what they were running from. At that instant, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Turning sharply toward the southwest, he concluded that the beasts were fleeing from that direction and that something major must have happened there. As if confirming his suspicion, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the area he was watching. Moments later, an enormous explosion erupted from the mountaintop, causing the entire region to tremble once again. Without wasting another second, Linze urgently ordered the igneous rock dragon to fly toward the southwestern cliffs at full speed and to hurry. Although the dragon was already flying as fast as it possibly could, Linze's anxiety only intensified as he worried that such a massive disturbance might mean they had encountered a gold beastmaster like Yuan Wei. The scene then returned to the cave where Guanning had been trapped. Spider corpses now littered the cave floor, while deeper inside, the constant rustling of countless wings echoed through the darkness as another swarm of spiders gathered together. Holding one of the spider's severed legs, Guanning took the opportunity to steady her breathing while marveling that she had actually defeated so many wind-winged spiders and had even killed their leader. Despite that achievement, however, she did not feel that she had gained the upper hand. Instead, she sensed the situation taking a dangerous turn and wondered why her entire body suddenly felt as though it were burning up. Guanning, exhausted and disappointed in herself, leaned helplessly against the wall of the cave. She failed to notice that strange markings had already appeared across her face as her thoughts spiraled. She felt as though it hurt terribly and as if flames were racing through her veins. Suddenly, she instinctively clutched her stomach, feeling that her heart was pounding and that something inside her was trying to burst out. Even so, she struggled to hold on to the last traces of her consciousness, telling herself that she could not pass out there and thinking of Lindsay. Before she could continue that thought, however, a familiar voice shouted her name. The spiders guarding the cave entrance were instantly obliterated by a series of ice explosion attacks. Wave after wave of the icy blasts tore their bodies into countless fragments. After eliminating the monsters blocking his path, Lindsay finally caught sight of the weakened Guanning lying to one side. He hurried over, supported her, and anxiously asked what was wrong while urging her to wake up. Still trapped in a haze, Guanning weakly murmured that she wondered why he was there and asked if she was dreaming. Regaining a small measure of clarity, she told him that her heart hurt terribly and that her spirit power was being drained away. Only then did Lindsay lower his gaze to her face and notice the unusual markings. He immediately forced himself to stay calm, realizing that her spirit power was disappearing far too quickly and concluding that he needed to replenish it before anything else. Without wasting even a second, Lindsay took a vial from his storage, hoping that the spirit power potion provided by the system would work. He carefully poured the entire potion into Guan Ning's mouth before patiently waiting for a response. After a short while, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her breathing had become much steadier and that the strange markings had stopped spreading. Once Guan Ning's condition had stabilized, Lindsay finally had the chance to examine the surroundings more carefully. He concluded that this was the wind-winged spider's main nest and reasoned that there should be additional passages deeper inside. He also considered the possibility that Senior Liu Man might still be somewhere within the nest. Since he could not leave Guan Ning alone, he ordered the rock god soldier and Xiao Shui to scout farther down the tunnel, instructing them to be careful and not venture too far. Meanwhile, at the Luoan City Antique Book Market, Guo Xinyi held an old book in her hands, turning it over repeatedly before quietly complaining that she could not understand a single one of the strange symbols written inside. Standing beside her, Gu Lengyun offered to take a look. After only a brief glance, she explained that the text was written in the ancient script of the Beast Spirit Empire, which she had studied before. She went on to explain that while Beastmasters commanded pet beasts in battle and relied on them for most of their strength, the people of the Beast Spirit Empire drew their power directly from creatures known as spirit beasts. Hearing this, Guo Xinyi recalled that she had read about the Beast Spirit Empire in her history textbook. Gu Lengyan confirmed that she was correct and explained that a little over 20 years earlier, the Beast Spirit Empire had invaded their plane through a spatial rift. She said that Beast Spirit warriors underwent physical mutations during combat, allowing them to possess power far beyond that of Beastmasters of the same rank. Her tone grew increasingly solemn as she added that nearly 100,000 Beastmasters, along with countless civilians, had died during the war, making it one of the largest invasions since the Great Cataclysm. After hearing the story, Guo Xinyi admitted that she had never realized the invasion had been so horrifying. As she reflected on the mention of mutations, her thoughts drifted toward Guan Ning. A sudden realization struck her, and she wondered whether Guan Ning's condition might also be some kind of mutation. Convinced that the possibility was important, she decided that she needed to inform Lindsay as soon as possible. Back at the hurricane ring, wind-winged spider nest, the flickering light of a campfire illuminated the cave entrance. After remaining unconscious for a long time, Guanning slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed them sleepily and let out a faint groan. At that moment, Lindsay and Zhang Manman returned and immediately noticed that she had awakened. They happily remarked that she was finally awake. Guanning excitedly greeted them, calling out to her brother and to her senior. However, after the brief greeting, her expression became gloomy as she asked what had happened and wondered how long she had been unconscious. Lindsay gently rubbed her head before telling her that she had been asleep for about 8 hours. He then asked how she was feeling and whether she was still in pain. Guanning sat quietly off to one side and softly explained that the pain had disappeared and that she was only a little tired. She said that the only thing she could remember was fighting a massive swarm of wind-winged spiders before her body had suddenly begun to feel strange. Although her thoughts were still in disarray, she gradually pieced them together and recounted that she had become incredibly powerful and had been able to wield flames just like the demon flame Crimson Owl. She added that she had killed the wind-winged spider leader with a single attack, but everything after that had become a blur. Lindsay immediately came over to reassure her, suggesting that perhaps some hidden potential had awakened when she had been pushed to her limit. He told her that the only thing that truly mattered was that she was safe. He then deliberately shifted her attention by explaining what had happened afterward, saying that after she had lost consciousness, Xiao Shui and the rock god soldier had found Senior Liu Man deep inside the cave. He explained that because Guan Ning had drawn most of the wind-winged spiders toward herself, Liu Man had escaped without injury. Jiang Manman handed Guan Ning a bottle of water and agreed with Lin Zhe, saying that Guan Ning had saved them and that they owed her this time. She added that after Guan Ning had fallen unconscious, Junior Lin Zi had been worried sick about her. Hearing this only made Guan Ning feel even more guilty. She admitted that she had only wanted to stop holding everyone back, yet she had still ended up causing trouble for them. Rather than responding directly, Lin Zi silently organized his thoughts. He concluded that A Ning had developed a high fever immediately after passing out and had only begun to stabilize after he had given her another spirit power potion. He reasoned that until they discovered why her spirit power had suddenly gone out of control, she would have to postpone contracting a second pet beast. After reaching that conclusion, Lin Zi told Guan Ning that he would arrange for both her and Senior Liu Man to leave the ruins the following day. He explained that she had not fully recovered yet and that venturing any deeper into the ruins would simply be too dangerous. Jiang Manman was the first to support the proposal. She said that she would leave together with A Ning and would look for Gu Lengyan and Guo Xinyi along the way. She further assured Lin Zi not to worry because they would take care of themselves, while reminding him that he also needed to stay safe. Trusting his teammates, Lin Zi confidently replied that Ma Liwei had instructed everyone to regroup at the entrance to the hurricane ring if they became separated. Since Ma Liwei was familiar with the terrain, Lin Zi believed he would already be waiting there. Time quickly passed until the next day, when the group arrived at the entrance to the hurricane ring. As expected, the moment Ma Liwei spotted Lin Zi's group, he rushed toward them in excitement while letting out an emotional cry. Through tears, he exclaimed that he had thought something terrible had happened to all of them and that he was immensely relieved to see everyone safe. Lin Zhe, however, looked thoroughly unimpressed and told him that it was enough. Ma Liwei awkwardly poked his fingers together before apologizing. He admitted that he had promised to guide them into the hurricane ring, but the teleportation mist had suddenly appeared, causing him to fail in his duty as their guide. Not wanting to waste any more time on the matter, Lin Zi dismissed the apology by saying that the incident had been completely unforeseen and had not been Ma Liwei's fault. He then stated that he would pay him an additional 100,000 and instructed him to escort the two women safely out of the ruins. The mention of extra payment instantly lifted Ma Liwei's spirits. He enthusiastically accepted the task, declaring that it would be no problem. He explained that the Mist Shadow Hydra had completely settled down, making the outer area perfectly safe, and confidently promised that he would escort both young women out of the ruins without incident. Satisfied with his response, Lin Zi said that he was counting on him before immediately turning to the next matter. He then asked whether Ma Liwei happened to have a map leading to the Radiant Forest. Ma Liwei hurriedly unfolded the map and explained that he did have one. He said that the map showed the route from the Hurricane Ring to the Radiant Forest. However, when speaking about the terrain inside, his expression turned serious as he admitted that no one who had entered the Radiant Forest had ever returned, so nobody knew what it looked like within. Lin Zi remained completely unfazed. Shaking the map in his hand, he declared that it was enough. Before he could say anything else, someone beside him suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Without making a sound, Guan Ning unexpectedly leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Faced with such an unexpected gesture, Lin Zi could only stand there in stunned silence, unable to react at all. Guan Ning quickly stepped back, blushing as she reminded him to be careful on his own, and said that they would be waiting outside for him. Having finally regained his composure, Lin Zi gently patted her head and assured her that he understood before telling her to wait for his return. The two girls then followed Ma Liwei out of the area, leaving Lin Zi alone in the forest. Once everyone had disappeared from sight, he turned toward the entrance to the Radiant Forest. Rather than entering immediately, he carefully opened the map again and calculated his route, concluding that, according to the map, this should indeed be the entrance to the Radiant Forest. He even spared some time to observe the surroundings and noticed that there were quite a few people nearby. Judging from their appearance, he concluded that they were also heading into the Forbidden Zone. Looking at the large number of competitors gathered there, Lin Zi understood that although Forbidden Zones were extremely dangerous, they also concealed countless opportunities and secrets, which explained why so many people were drawn to them. Just then, someone ahead suddenly shouted for their captain to look, asking whether that person was Lin Zhe. Shen Hong was startled and immediately asked where. After spotting him, he walked straight over and enthusiastically greeted Lin Zi, asking whether young Master Lin had also come to explore the ruins. Somewhat puzzled by the warm reception, Lin Zi simply asked who he was. Shen Hong introduced himself, explaining that he had witnessed Lin Zi clearing the Star Soul Tower. Chuckling, he said that his name was Shen Hong, the captain of the Grand Vision Squad. He introduced the teammates behind him and admitted that they were all huge admirers of Lindsay. Without displaying any arrogance, Lindsay shook his hand and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Taking advantage of the friendly atmosphere, Shen Hong rubbed his hands together and asked whether Lindsay had come alone. He proposed that they team up, explaining that, although they were not as strong as him, they could still help and scout ahead. His teammates immediately chimed in, agreeing enthusiastically. Despite their sincerity, Lindsay politely declined. He thanked them for the offer but explained that he was accustomed to working alone. Understanding his decision, Shen Hong did not press the matter further. Instead, he admitted that they had been too forward and simply urged Lindsay to stay safe, mentioning that everyone said the interior was extremely dangerous. Lindsay courteously replied that he would, and reminded Shen Hong and his team to be careful as well. Before he could leave, another voice suddenly called out to him, asking whether he was Lindsay. Yinan approached together with his entourage and remarked that Lindsay was the one who had cleared the Star Soul Tower and become the top student of Ningjiang Academy. He said that he had heard a great deal about him and had never expected to meet him there. Without waiting for a response, Yinan extended his hand and introduced himself as Yinan, the second young master of the Yi family. Following proper etiquette, Lindsay shook his hand and addressed him as young Master Yi. However, inwardly, he wondered whether the Yi family was another prestigious clan. As though reading his thoughts, Shen Hong leaned over in surprise and asked whether young Master Lin truly did not know Yinan. Looking confused, Lin Ze asked why he should. Shen Hong immediately explained that Yinan had ranked first on the star-treading stele before Lindsay cleared the Star Soul Tower. Although it was difficult to tell how much of the information had actually sunk in, Lindsay simply nodded and remarked that he understood. After the brief and somewhat awkward introductions, everyone continued toward the gate according to their own plans. Only Yinan remained standing still, glaring at Lindsay's departing figure. He sneered that someone from a remote backwater town actually believed himself to be important. The burly subordinate beside him leaned closer and quietly asked whether they should deal with Lindsay and the Grand Vision Squad. Yinan dismissed the suggestion before it was even finished. He replied that there was no need, adding that it was far better to let a few expendable pawns scout the way for them first. Having finished the discussion, Yinan strode forward and instructed his followers to enter the gate while staying close together and not losing sight of the others. It did not take long for Lindsay to emerge on the opposite side of the gate. Before him stretched a breathtaking landscape that resembled a heavenly paradise. Before he could fully admire the scenery, however, Shen Hong's group erupted into excited chatter. They exclaimed that the place was beautiful, remarked that even breathing felt easier there, and said that it was like paradise. Yinan had no interest in appreciating the scenery. Coldly waving his hand, he ordered everyone to split up and search, instructing them to retreat immediately if anything seemed wrong. Once the others had dispersed, Yinan unconsciously found himself following behind Lindsay. At that very moment, a strange whirlpool appeared on the lake before them. Yinan's companions cried out in alarm, asking what was happening, wondering whether it was a trap and questioning whether they had triggered something. Regardless of their panic, the whirlpool only grew more violent. As towering waves were pushed aside, a small island slowly emerged from the center of the lake. The most eye-catching sight on the island was a tree shimmering with golden light. After staring at the spectacle for quite some time, Lindsay finally murmured that this was... Yinan was quicker to finish the thought. He loudly declared that it was a light spirit, the legendary light spirit capable of evolving into the king rank, and exclaimed that it really was there. Since Yinan had spoken so openly, Lindsay's attention was naturally drawn toward him. He wondered to himself whether Yinan actually knew what it was. The name, Light Spirit, echoed repeatedly in his mind. Understanding exactly what he wanted to know, the system immediately displayed the information. Name, Light Spirit, Element, Light, Level, Rank 7, Stage 4, Growth Rate 92.41%, Skills, Light Blade, Judgment, Holy Shield, True Sight, Purification, Breath of Life, Blessing of Light. The system did not stop at basic statistics. It also thoughtfully revealed the available evolution routes. The first route, the Valkyrie route, was described as an evolution path that awakened the source of light, strengthened elemental control, and comprehensively enhanced both ranged and close combat capabilities. Its next evolution form was the Radiant Angel. and its maximum evolution reached the king rank. The second route, the glory route, was explained as an evolution path created by the mithril sage. According to the system, if a light spirit were forcibly plucked before naturally detaching, all of the vitality within its body would immediately awaken, transforming it into a glory guardian. The evolved creature would then judge and execute whoever had plucked it. After exhausting all of its vitality, it would revert to its light egg form and begin growing again from the very beginning. This route could evolve only up to rank 8. Lindsay patiently read through every line of information. When he finally finished, his eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that this was a hidden evolution route. Lindsay looked at the system panel before him and said that he finally understood, realizing that this was the reason no one who entered the Radiant Forest had ever returned alive. He silently concluded that if a light spirit was taken by an external force before naturally withering, it would be forcibly evolved into a light glory guardian, exhausting all of its life force to unleash judgment. He further reasoned that the adventurers who had previously entered the forest had most likely all been killed by this very defense mechanism. Although Lindsay remained extremely cautious, Yinan, standing beside him, became overwhelmed with excitement. He exclaimed that the ancient texts had recorded pet beasts with king-class potential and declared that as long as he obtained one, he would surpass his eldest brother and become the Yi family's heir. After clearing his throat, Yinan confidently turned around with a smile and addressed Captain Shen and Lin Zi. He remarked that since they had discovered the treasure together, the Yi family naturally could not keep it all for themselves. He proposed that, because there were so many light spirits on the tree, the three of them should divide them equally. The people around them reacted in astonishment, wondering whether he was truly serious. Shen Hong inwardly remarked that the Yi family was unexpectedly being so generous. Yinan confidently affirmed that he was serious, adding that when people were away from home, it was only right for everyone to help one another. However, inwardly, he had entirely different intentions. He secretly planned to let the others pick first and test the situation. If there truly was danger, they would be the ones to die, and if nothing happened, it would not be too late for him to seize the remaining light spirits afterward. Turning toward Lin Zi, Yinan asked what he thought of the proposal. Lin Zi merely shrugged and replied that there was no need to consider him, adding that they could divide the light spirits among themselves and did not need to save any for him. He then looked toward Shen Hong and warned that casually taking something they had never seen before might very well bring disaster upon themselves. Shen Hong hesitated, unable to respond immediately. The atmosphere instantly became tense as everyone turned to look at Yinan. Yinan smiled and remarked that Lindsay truly lived up to his reputation for being cautious in everything he did. At the same time, he inwardly cursed, thinking that Lindsay always talked too much. He then turned to his companion and ordered Ali to summon his pet beast and have it pick one of the light spirits as a test. Ali immediately acknowledged the order. He let out a whistle and summoned the wind sparrow, a wind attribute tier 6, stage 1 pet beast. The wind sparrow immediately flew toward the glowing tree. Suddenly, a sphere of energy shot toward it. Unable to dodge, the wind sparrow was struck directly. At the same moment, Ali coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in agony while crying out in pain. The wind sparrow could no longer resist and fell straight to the ground. A light glory guardian appeared, holding a massive spear. She slowly walked toward Ali before thrusting the spear straight through his chest. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Shen Hong and the others instinctively stepped backward in fear. Elder Pang immediately moved in front of Yinan and warned the young master to be careful. Yinan quickly realized the situation and loudly declared that the guardian's aura was only at tier 8. He ordered everyone to summon their pet beasts and attack together. In an instant, numerous pet beasts were summoned, including the thunder pattern giant spider, a lightning attribute tier 6, stage 5 beast, the azure scale dragon lizard, a humanoid attribute tier 6, stage 4 beast, and the gale wolf king, a wind attribute tier 6, stage 8 beast. Shen Hong also ordered his own group to join the battle, declaring that if the Yi family were defeated, none of them would survive either. Everyone immediately agreed and combined their strength. The summoned pet beasts charged toward the light glory guardian with incredible speed, yet she effortlessly defeated every one of them. Realizing the situation was becoming dire, Elder Pang joined the battle himself. He declared that the difference in tiers was simply too great and insisted that they had to finish the battle quickly. He summoned the Crimson Flood Dragon, a fire attribute Tier 8, Stage 6 pet beast. Opening its mouth, the crimson flood dragon unleashed blazing flame breath, sending a torrent of raging fire directly toward the light glory guardian. As the overwhelming flames engulfed the battlefield, the attack culminated in crimson flame scorches the heavens. The light glory guardian slowly disappeared within the center of the blazing inferno, while the surrounding environment absorbed all of her remaining energy. Shenhong cautiously stepped forward and muttered, wondering whether it was finally over. Standing off to one side, Lindsay silently observed everything. He reflected that after a light glory guardian was destroyed, all of its energy returned and gave birth to it once again. He therefore wondered what exactly was required for a light spirit to naturally wither and fall from the tree. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Lindsay's face, Yinan immediately demanded to know whether he had already known this would happen. Lindsay calmly replied that even though the Yi family had studied the ancient records for so long, they still had not understood what was happening. Since it was also his first time entering the place, he asked how he could possibly have known everything in advance. His indifferent answer infuriated Yinan, who ground his teeth and angrily shouted at him. Sensing that the situation was escalating, Shenhong quickly ordered everyone to stop arguing. Just then, the people nearby suddenly heard an unfamiliar sound and nervously wondered what it was and what was happening now. Shenhong also noticed the strange disturbance. Looking toward the enormous tree, he cried out in alarm, wondering whether even more guardians were about to appear. At that moment, another guardian of the radiant forest emerged from within the giant tree. Holding a staff, the guardian greeted them by welcoming the rude invaders to the radiant forest. The guardian of light looked down from above and demanded to know whether it had been they who had picked the light spirit without permission. Shenhong turned pale and stammered in disbelief, wondering whether it had actually spoken and questioning how such a ferocious beast could speak the human language. Elder Pang looked up at the guardian before shouting that it was a king rank, or possibly an even higher-ranked ferocious beast. Upon hearing that, Yinan furiously demanded to know what Elder Pang had just said, unable to believe that the guardian was truly king rank. While everyone else descended into panic and argument, Lindsay remained where he was, calmly observing the situation. He listened carefully as the knowledge he had learned echoed through his mind, reminding him that common understanding claimed pet beasts and ferocious beasts were incapable of mastering the human language, though reality was actually quite different. Those memories continued, explaining that an extremely small number of humanoid pet beasts were fully capable of speaking the human language and communicating naturally with humans. As Lindsay looked up seriously, the final conclusion surfaced in his mind, stating that without a single exception, every one of those humanoid pet beasts shared the same characteristic. They had all reached king rank, or an even higher level. Turning his gaze toward the Guardian of Light, Lindsay concluded that the Guardian was undoubtedly a king rank ferocious beast. He reasoned that this explained why the Forest of Light Glory allowed people to enter, but never permitted anyone to leave. The fate of those missing adventurers had therefore been obvious all along. Images of brave warriors fighting flashed through his mind as he recalled that forcibly picking the light spirit would activate the Guardian of Light Glory's defensive mechanism. He further reasoned that even if someone were fortunate enough to survive the Guardian's attack, they would ultimately perish at the hands of the king-rank ferocious beast guarding the forest. With that conclusion in mind, Lindsay slowly stepped forward. However, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt when a barrier unexpectedly appeared behind him. Turning around in surprise, he wondered whether it was a domain. Moments later, the barrier rapidly expanded until it completely surrounded everyone, while the words, "Domain Arena of Fate," echoed throughout the area. The Guardian of Light raised its weapon high into the air before declaring that, since they had possessed the courage to pick the light spirit, it assumed they had already prepared themselves to receive punishment. Standing behind the others, Ali shouted that they had never heard of such a thing before and insisted that nothing like it had ever been recorded in the ancient records. He desperately demanded to know what was happening. One of Shenhong's followers clutched his head in terror and cried out in disbelief, wondering whether they were actually expected to fight a king-rank ferocious beast. Seeing everyone's panic, Lindsay helplessly thought that even those of them who had never touched the light spirit had still been classified as intruders, finding the situation completely unreasonable. Still holding its weapon aloft as the barrier remained in place, the Guardian of Light announced that the Mithril Sage was the one who had created the hidden evolution route of the light spirit. A small floating ring hovering above the weapon continued the explanation, stating that the mithril sage possessed the exclusive ability to create special life forms, making it an extraordinarily rare, high-ranked, ferocious beast. The floating ring gradually descended until it touched the top of the weapon. Immediately afterward, it slowly transformed into the shape of a human. Before long, the Dawn Angel fully materialized before everyone, revealing her beautiful appearance as the information identifying her as a light attribute king rank beast at stage 1 became apparent. Shenhong stared at her in alarm and exclaimed that the overwhelming aura belonged to yet another king rank ferocious beast. One of his followers trembled violently before panicking that they stood absolutely no chance against such opponents. He immediately turned and fled toward the golden barrier, hoping to escape. As soon as he reached out to touch it, however, his body was gradually swallowed by the barrier while the words, "Light Blade," rang out. Moments later, only his legs remained visible outside the barrier. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim as they watched the horrifying scene unfold. Having already assumed a battle stance, the Dawn Angel calmly thought that the intruders should not even think about escaping. At that moment, the Guardian of Light grasped a small rod-like object before driving it forcefully into the ground and soaring into the air. It declared that they should accept its punishment, adding that if they could survive against the Dawn Angel for the time it took a single incense stick to burn, it would spare their lives. Everyone stared in astonishment at the object embedded in the ground as the Guardian of Light announced that the countdown had begun. Yinan snapped out of his shock and shouted, demanding to know why everyone was still standing there, ordering them to summon their pet beasts immediately. Ali nervously pointed toward the battlefield, sweating profusely as he hastily acknowledged the order. Without wasting another moment, the Dawn Angel leaped down and immediately swung her sword powerfully toward Ali's group. Shenhong urgently shouted for everyone to remain calm and ordered them to spread out. His followers scattered in complete panic. One desperately screamed for help as he fled, while another hid behind a tree, trembling uncontrollably and crying that he did not want to die. Standing atop his ferocious beast, Elder Pang ordered the Crimson Flood Dragon to attack with everything it had. The beast instantly unleashed a torrent of flames as it released the technique known as Blazing Heaven Dragon Breath toward the Dawn Angel. The Dawn Angel showed no sign of panic. Instead, she calmly raised a hand to block the incoming attack, and the two overwhelming forces collided head-on in a violent clash. Dawn Angel raised the golden barrier in front of her to block the flame while firmly gripping her bow beneath it. She then slowly raised the bow before suddenly leaping into the air and drawing it toward her opponent. Dawn Angel decisively fired her first arrow, which she declared to be the instant kill arrow. The arrow of fire pierced directly through the dragon's mouth and continued through its abdomen, causing the dragon to be quickly submerged beneath the golden waters. Seeing this, Elder Pang was horrified and cried out that it was the Crimson Flood Dragon. Yinan stood behind him and anxiously tried to stop him, telling him to calm down. Elder Pang witnessed the scene as though his heart were being torn apart and cried out that the Crimson Flood Dragon was the strongest of his 3 pet beasts, yet even it had been unable to survive a single arrow from her. Shenhong's junior female disciple collapsed in despair and lamented that it was over, that even the Yi family could not deal with her, and that they were really going to die there that day. At that moment, Dawn Angel's expression was completely cold and devoid of emotion. Everyone was terrified upon seeing that expression, with Lin Zi being the only one who continued to stand there and stare intently at her. Dawn Angel's expression grew tense as she raised her bow and prepared to fire her second arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Zi remained completely calm as he thought that his strongest pet beast was only Tier 6, Stage 5, and that there was an insurmountable gap between it and a king rank beast. He further thought that even if he summoned the Rock Divine Soldier, Xiaoxu, and the others, he would only be sending them to their deaths. The arrow was quickly fired and shot toward Lin Zi, who was standing there. He calmly took out a card and thought that he could only use that. Immediately afterward, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Shenhong was stunned and raised his hand to shield his face as he cried out for young Master Lin. Yinan, meanwhile, assumed a defensive stance and thought that even Elder Pang's Tier 8 Crimson Flood Dragon had been unable to hold out, so there was no way a mere bronze beast tamer like Lin Zi could possibly survive. Elder Pang spoke tensely and stated that the young master was right, that this was the power of a king rank, and that it was not something Lin Zi could withstand. He then stared into the distance thoughtfully and admitted that such power was not something they could fight against either. The explosion had been enormous, leaving the surrounding area completely obscured by smoke. Suddenly, Lindsay emerged from the smoke and slowly flew upward, looking remarkably calm. Shen Hong's eyes widened in astonishment as he wondered if that person was young Master Lin. Yinan frowned in disbelief and exclaimed that it was impossible and that Lin Ze was actually still alive. At that moment, Lin Ze's body was surrounded by dazzling light, and he realized that this was the effect of the hero's proof, causing his soul power, physique, and soul strength to skyrocket. The hero's proof further informed him that, after activation, hero mode was enabled, greatly boosting the beast tamer's own attributes as well as those of all contracted beasts, with an initial cost of 1,000 achievement points per minute, and the cost increasing by 500 achievement points every minute thereafter. Dawn Angel looked into the distance to assess the situation. She then smiled faintly in satisfaction and remarked that it was interesting. Without any further hesitation, Dawn Angel quickly raised her bow and prepared to attack again, declaring that at last someone interesting had arrived. The powerful arrow shot toward Lin Zi at incredible speed. Upon seeing this, Shen Hong warned young Master Lin to get out of the way. However, Lin Ze did not follow the warning and instead calmly raised his hand as though he intended to catch the arrow directly. Unexpectedly, the arrow's tip lightly touched Lin Ze's fingertip, upon which the arrow immediately vanished. Witnessing this, Shen Hong and Yi Nan were left utterly stunned as they exclaimed that he had blocked it and that young Master Lin was incredibly strong. Dawn Angel became even more interested and declared that it was not over yet before demanding another round. She then gripped the sword in her hand and flew toward her opponent with tremendous determination, unleashing an attack she called Shatter. A beam of light swept gently past Lin Ze as Dawn Angel continued to unleash combat techniques, perception techniques, energy control techniques, and other attacks. Lin Ze calmly and expertly dodged every incoming attack while realizing that all of this knowledge felt as though it had been engraved into his soul and that his body was instinctively responding to every attack. With their faces now extremely close to each other, Lin Ze realized that the hero's proof did not merely increase his attributes, but also granted him the combat experience and knowledge of all the heroes who had come before him. Immediately afterward, another earth-shaking explosion erupted, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Ze clenched his fist and punched the sword with tremendous force, causing it to crack violently. The sword in Dawn Angel's hand immediately shattered, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut in astonishment. Dawn Angel struggled to land heavily on the ground, her face filled with extreme frustration, and could only let out a strained exclamation of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Ze slowly drew his own sword. He then raised the sword high and smiled faintly.